In the city of Zhuangjing of the Great Xian Nation, specifically at the mansion of the Grand Preceptor, our protagonist of this story, Li Fan, was celebrating his birthday. And despite his old age, his imposing demeanor and admiration from countless people, especially beautiful women, were nothing short than the endless wine he drank throughout his years. You see, in the past 50-odd years, Li Fan went from having nothing to achieving the rank of Grand Tutor, and his power had overshadowed the world that no one could rival him. The story of it all would be enough to fill a multimillion-word novel. But when he remembers the time he first transmigrated to this world, he was nothing but a poor, struggling scholar. Now, looking back on his life, he felt accomplished, having achieved everything a man could ever want. Anyway, back to the birthday party. The entire top floor of the manor were filled with several dancers entertaining the guests under the influence of amazing alcohol and great music. It wasn't until one of Li Fan's subjects crashed the party with an alarming yet felicitous omen. He informed his lord, the Grand Preceptor, that the sky was ablaze with falling flames, a divine sign of an auspicious omen. Also, it looks like it was flying toward the manor. Li Fan rushed to the balcony of his manor to get a better look at what's going on, only to see, just as his subject described, flames were indeed falling from the heavens. But upon a closer look-up, it seems that two powerful figures, being the source of the flames, were actually battling it out. One of them yells the name Dao Xuanzi, telling this person not to take it too far. Everyone, including Li Fan, were absolutely stunned to see these godlike beings who hadn't even noticed their insignificant existence. But unlike the rest who were already on their knees and worshipping their magnificence, Li Fan was quick to realize the implications of the two fighting, even though he was still unable to comprehend how there were actual freaking cultivators in this world. Meanwhile, in the sky, the dark-haired cultivator Dao Xuanzi asked Ko Hong, the sturdy cultivator with a fluffy golden hair like a lion, if he seriously thought he would let him leave just because he fled to the land of immortal extinction. Dao Xuanzi then demanded for Ko Hong to hand over his cultivation method, or the fight won't end until one of them is dead. Ko Hong scoffed at such folly. It's precisely because he lacks a core formation method that he had been trapped at the foundation establishment stage for nearly 100 years. Now, his lifespan limit was approaching, and he was about to turn to dust. Having finally obtained this core formation method, how could he possibly hand it over to another? Dao Xuanzi couldn't agree more. The Golden Core Dao was a path one walks alone. And although there were many core formation methods in this world, there were far more cultivators trapped at the foundation establishment stage. And since it's come to this, with the path to longevity right in front of him, how could he possibly let Ko Hong go? Ko Hong laughed at the absurdity. They were brothers for 100 years. Yet now they draw blades on each other for a mere chance at survival. Ko Hong admits he was no match for Dao Xuanzi, and it seems he won't be escaping his fate in the current situation. However, there were so many mortals below, so he was wondering if Dao Xuanzi could withstand such a dense concentration of the immortal mortal miasma. In reply, Dao Xuanzi just readied his sword for a devastating attack. And without a care in the world, he points the blade at his former companion. His expression suddenly turned furious as he questioned what Ko Hong was planning to do. Conjuring a giant golden dragon to counter Dao Xuanzi's purple blade, Ko Hong announced that perhaps he could find a chance to live if Dao Xuanzi was unable to handle the power of the immortal mortal miasma. Then, moments later, the two powerful techniques clash, creating a massive explosion that lights up the entire sky, and clouding the entire city of Zhuangjing with a deafening blast that reverberated throughout every alley. Seeing a battle of that magnitude, Lin Fan and his servants are completely gobsmacked. And right as that power slams into the entire city, Li Fan, with a panicked look on his face, realizes their demise was inevitable. It took a while for the dust to settle, and amidst the rubble of his home, Li Fan eventually woke up, only to find his wife and children dead. Coughing hard, he got up to see what's left of his mansion. There were dead bodies everywhere, and from the looks of it, he might be the only survivor. The prosperous city that was once full of life was now a living nightmare of fire and blood. And as far as the eye can see, there was indeed nothing but mangled bodies and collapsed buildings. After surviving such a catastrophe, likely not even 1 in 100 of the citizens remained. Li Fan drops to his knees and took a seat amidst the wreckage, absolutely livid that he'd lost everything because of just two cultivators who suddenly appeared out of freaking nowhere. He took a deep breath, then starts laughing in despair. Seriously, how the hell can there be cultivators in this world? From the moment onwards, like an obsessed fanatic the very moment he became an official, Li Fan used the power in his hands to search for any possible trace of the immortal path. After he became the imperial tutor, standing above all others, he scoured the entire world with the aid of his men, relentlessly searching for clues. From the north to the frozen sea, the south to the great ocean, the east to the ruinous abyss, and the west to the linked mountains. In all of Great Xian Nation, there wasn't a single shred of evidence that immortals existed. Li Fan had already given up, and having grown super old, he now even wonders if those two were even real. Looking up at the sky, he wants to know where they came from and what exactly they were. Annoyed, Li Fan thinks that fate was messing with him. So he activates a power called Huanjin. Suddenly, countless glowing subtexts appeared in front of him, and at the bottom was the phrase, "When the true becomes false, the false becomes true." Subsequently, a bright light shined with a dazzling brilliance as the Huanjin system announced that charging was complete. A virtualized current scenario was initiated, and Li Fan was asked if he wants to return to the initial anchor point. You see, Huanjin was the name Li Fan gave to his unique treasure. Its function was to turn truth into illusion and reality into virtuality. It turns everything he had truly experienced into a simulated, illusory experience, allowing him to return to a set anchor point, which was the moment he first transmigrated to this world. In fact, this was already his second life since transmigrating to the Great Xian Nation. In Li Fan's first life, although he had great ambitions, he was ultimately just an ordinary person. Li Fan wanted to become a Zhuangyuan but repeatedly failed the exams. After turning 30, he finally gave up on the idea of becoming an official and started a small business. Li Fan became a common wealthy patriarch, then married, had children, and lived out an ordinary life. It wasn't until he was old and on his deathbed that he finally awakened the unique treasure, Huanjin. This was what led to his unstoppable rise in this second life. Because after the Huanjin system charges, it allows him to restart this life and return to a breakpoint to begin anew. However, Li Fan couldn't restart just yet. He still had important things to do in this life, so he gave orders to a soldier to take care of the mess in the city. He was to order the garrison camp stationed outside the city to rush to Shenzhen and maintain order in the disaster's aftermath. Most of Xuanjing's buildings were destroyed, and after his trusted garrison camp took control of Shenzhen, not only could they expedite the post-disaster reconstruction, more importantly, Li Fan can stay in the barracks to oversee the cleanup efforts and secretly send people to investigate the whereabouts of the two cultivators. 1 month later, the ruined city of Shenzhen had only just begun to recover a semblance of life. Meanwhile, in Li Fan's private quarters, a subordinate reports that there was still no sign of the two cultivators. Li Fan, frustrated upon hearing this, knew he shouldn't have gotten his hopes up again. Anyway, since this was the case, he decided that there was nothing else to do and activated the Huanjin power to go back. He was then suddenly surrounded by blue energy and subtext, and after confirming his decision to restart his life once more, the transition of him going back in time, from his old age all the way back to his youth, was displayed in front of him. Several screens show moments from his life, and as he remembers the names of the two cultivators, he vowed to wait for them in 50 years' time. Li Fan then falls into a portal, determined to hunt the two immortals in his next life. After all, riches and honor were nothing but fleeting clouds to him at this point in his second life. It didn't take long for the system to regress Li Fan to the anchor point. In the first year, overjoyed, Li Fan acted out, and was almost forced by his aunt to drink an exorcism water from the village witch. Half a year later, he took the provincial exam, and although he was placed low in the 30s, he ultimately succeeded in becoming a jurin, bringing honor to his ancestors. In his second year, he took the metropolitan exam and passed. Li Fan performed exceptionally well in the palace exam, placed in the second rank, and was bestowed the title of Jinshi. He then pulled strings in Shenzhen and obtained the post of county magistrate for Jiangnan's one county. In his third year, he began to cultivate his trusted inner circle, and also successfully produced a batch of explosives and matchlock rifles. In his fifth year, refugees gathered to rebel against Prince Langya's manor. Li Fan led troops to the rescue, saving Prince Langya's family. The prince was deeply grateful to him. In the sixth year, Li Fan was promoted to prefect of Jianghuai Prefecture and married the daughter of the vice minister of rights. In the seventh year, his wife bore him a son. In the 10th year, Princess Langya gave birth to a son. Li Fan personally visited to offer congratulations and presented a carefully prepared gift. In the 15th year, the emperor passed away, and Prince Langya inherited the throne, changing the era name to Shenzhen. Emperor Shenzhen summoned Li Fan to the capital, promoted him to vice minister of war, and ordered him to lead troops to suppress rebellions. In the 18th year, Li Fan wiped out the rebel armies, and Emperor Shenzhen reclaimed Li Fan's military authority and promoted him to Minister of War, appointing him Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. In the 20th year, the Empress was suddenly implicated in a witchcraft case, and Emperor Shenzhen, furious, confined her to the cold palace. The crown prince secretly sought Li Fan's help, and he decisively agreed. Through private investigation, Li Fan found the person who framed the empress, clearing her name. However, the emperor did not release the empress from the cold palace. In the 25th year, Li Fan secretly received news that someone had reported him for privately visiting the empress in the cold palace. And in that same year, the emperor was assassinated while traveling. So the officials retrieved the empress from the cold palace. The crown prince then ascended the throne with the heir named Kongning. In the 26th year, Li Fan was additionally ennobled as Grand Tutor and appointed Grand Scholar of the Deliberative Council, reaching the pinnacle of officialdom. He used this opportunity to eliminate dissent and build his own faction in the imperial court. In his 30th year, the people of the world knew only of the Grand Tutor, not the emperor. In the 31st year, the Empress Dowager became pregnant and bore him a son. In the 38th year, Emperor Hongning died of depression. In the 40th year, the Empress Dowager died of illness. In the 45th year, Li Fan's wife passed away. In the 46th year, Li Fan's eldest son died of illness. And in the 50th year, 2 immortals arrived from the ruinous abyss, destroying the city of Shenzhen. Li Fan only managed to narrowly escape with his life. The simulation ended, and Li Fan had to choose one from the 4 options to retain. The first option was an item in Li Fan's possession during this simulation. The second was his cultivation realm from the simulation. The third was the simulation memory of one person closely related to him. Of course, this memory can be inherited by that person. Then, there's the fourth, which was to forego the above choices to speed up the charging progress. Li Fan kept wondering if what he just lived through was real or just an illusion. Or was it all a simulation, an error in perception caused by it being too real? Or perhaps, upon reaching a certain level, the line between true and false no longer exists. After a brief contemplation, Li Fan sets aside the crazy thoughts and decides to just focus on the 4 options the system gave him. He thinks the first 2 options were self-explanatory. If he ever embark on the path of cultivation, those 2 would be a great help. Unfortunately, he was merely a mortal in this past life. As for the third option, there was no telling what anyone is truly capable of. Therefore, stability was paramount, and that only leaves the 4th option. Since Huanjin's virtualization requires charging, when he receives a fatal blow, Huanjin will consume the charging progress to automatically protect him. This was also why he was able to escape death several times in his previous life. Thus, the 4th option was the safest and most stable choice. Li Fan chose the 4th option and sped up the charging progress. Li Fan had lived 3 lives, accumulating 166 years in total. And about his mental age limit, he remembered in his last life it was only just over 900 years, but now it had increased to over 1,000. You see, when one carries too many memories, one's mental endurance reaches a threshold. Any excessive burden would crush the soul. This was the so-called erosion of time. However, the mental age limit will increase as one's mental fortitude strengthens. So as long as Li Fan step onto the path of cultivation, none of this will be a problem. The goal of his upcoming life was to learn the secrets of cultivation from those 2 cultivators. In 50 years, they will descend upon Shenzhen. With preparation against their lack of it, he might just have a chance of winning. Perhaps what he can rely on, besides guns and explosives, was the immortal miasma they spoke of. However, Li Fan just can't wait idly for 50 years. Since the 2 came from the ruinous abyss in the east, he can first send people deep into the bottom of the abyss to investigate. In his past lives, the most frightening thing was having no goal. Back then, he would often wake from the Empress Dowager's bed in the middle of the night, feeling an immense emptiness and confusion. He had already stood at the absolute pinnacle for a mortal in his past life, so it wasn't like he could go any higher. It would be the same even in another life. Power, pleasure, and the like. After repeating them so many times, they became tasteless as chewing wax. Perhaps, after some future reincarnation, he would have actively chosen to end his own life. But the appearance of those 2 cultivators showed him a brand new possibility. It was as if he was seeing a strange and alluring world beckoning to him. Li Fan wanna cultivate. He longs for a life with new adventures, and no one can stop him. With determination, he swears to cultivate the path of immortality. With the experience of 2 lives, everything went as smoothly as water flowing to its destination. Li Fan still participated in the imperial exams. But this time, with decades of experience and power, the essays he wrote were naturally far superior to his previous lives. In the provincial exam, the metropolitan exam, and the palace exam, he was placed first in all of them, achieving the triple first and shaking the world with his fame. Afterward, he still chose to take an official post in one county. And although there was much confusion and regret in the imperial court, his request was approved. Due to his great fame, coupled with his crystal-clear understanding of the temperaments of every official in the county, Li Fan quickly brought Wen County to heel. He then began to promote and cultivate his trusted subordinates from his past life. In his 4th anchor year, he searched in secret and found someone who could act as Prince Langya's body double, cultivating him as a trusted subordinate. In his 5th anchor year, he ordered his subordinate to pose as a refugee and attack Prince Langya's manor. Li Fan feigned a rescue, but in reality, he coordinated from the inside to kill Prince Langya's entire family. And at the same time, he had the body double take the prince's place. From then on, Li Fan secretly controlled Prince Langya's manor. In his 9th anchor year, the wedding of Prince Langya and the chief grand scholar's granddaughter proceeded as scheduled. That night, Li Fan stormed the bridal chamber and had conjugal relations with Princess Langya. In the 10th anchor year, Princess Langya gave birth to a son. Of course, the child was Li Fan's. In the 15th anchor year, the emperor was finally gravely ill, and after receiving the Edict of Succession, Li Fan rushed to the capital with his trusted subordinates. After Prince Langya ascended the throne, he aggressively placed his subordinates in the imperial court. With the chief grand scholar's covert cooperation, Li Fan easily seized control of the situation. In the 20th anchor year, after helping his son become emperor, Li Fan infected himself as grand tutor, stepping out from behind the curtain to the forefront, once again wielding power over the world. After this, not only did the wheels of the great Xian nation's development not become stagnant, but they turned even faster under his will. At his grand tutor's manor in the 35th anchor year, Li Fan asks a subordinate about the fog over the ruinous abyss. He learned that it dissipates for half a day every 15 years. The hooded subordinate reports that the immortal-seeking camp was ordered to station themselves by the ruinous abyss and observe day and night. It was just a few days ago that they finally made a breakthrough. He adds that after the great fog dispersed, a faint light could be seen shining from the bottom of the abyss. So they used a telescope to observe and actually discovered an inverted landscape. And although what each person saw was not identical, there were 10,000 mountains rising and falling, with magnificent structures hidden among them, barely visible. There were also towering cities on the plains, bustling with life, and with no less than 1 million people. And on top of that, there was even a city in the sky wreathed in rosy light, with all kinds of rare and exotic beasts flying about. It was truly incredible. After receiving a confirmation that the 2 cultivators came from the ruinous abyss, Li Fan wanted to know if they have found a way to get to the bottom of the abyss. But the hooded subordinate replied that they had tried various methods, but as soon as they descend to a certain depth, they were shredded by a sudden astral wind. The astral wind was so terrifying that even the strongest armor could not resist it for a moment. Li Fan dismisses his subordinate with a simple wave of his hand. Then, looking at the full moon, he realizes he would probably have to wait for the 2 cultivators after all. And so, the 50th anchor year eventually arrived in the great Xian nation, bringing with it a very eventful night. In the night sky, the 2 auras of power clash violently once again. And just like last time, Kohong yells the name Dao Xuanzi, telling him not to take it too far. However, this time around, several fiery projectiles were suddenly shot towards the 2 in the middle of their brawl. Kohong gets ticked off and wonders who dares to launch a surprise attack on them. Below, several armed soldiers, with a coordinated effort, fired their rifles relentlessly at the 2 cultivators. However, with a simple hand gesture from Kohong, all the bullets stop in midair as he wonders what they were. And with his curiosity piqued, he used his flames to disarm and summon one of the rifles from a soldier. Incredulous, Kohong finds the weapon fascinating. After all, it was using intricate mechanical structures in place of formations, and the explosive power in place of spiritual energy. To think that after several thousand years, the mortals exiled to this land of immortal extinction could actually research such an ingenious object, Kohong was amazed, though he also thinks it's a pity. The weapon was only effective in the land of immortal extinction where the great Tao was incomplete. But outside this place, it was just a pile of useless scrap metal. Also, at such audacity of mere mortals daring to make a move against them, Kohong, who originally felt a hint of guilt, now had an intolerable expression on his face. He questions if these insignificant mortals were just seeking their own death, before invoking his Tao art technique, the Flame Dragon's Roar. Suddenly, a massive fire dragon was formed, then charged towards every soldier in the manor. But as the enormous dragon whips through the entire city before charging towards its target, the utter destruction it left in its wake was so devastating that it took less than no time for the entire city to bore some resemblance to Li Fan's previous experience. Only this time around, a slight yet shocking deviation left Kohong stunned, wondering what was going on. Apparently, The flame dragon's roar of his was fundamentally not something mortals could withstand. Yet almost every soldier of Li Fan's was surprisingly much alive. In that moment, Dao Xuanzi also noticed that the weapons were soaked in mortals' blood. And after Ko Hong was tainted by the immortal miasma, his Dao arts were weakened. The usage of the immortal miasma meant that the enemy was clearly prepared. At this point, it's obvious they walked into an ambush the very moment they arrived. Since where they were was bizarre and dangerous, Dao Xuanzi suggests they shouldn't stay any longer. But before the two could bounce, a voice threatens that if they flee, the news that they obtained a core formation method would spread throughout the entire cultivation world the very next day. Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong immediately panicked since only the two were supposed to know about this. They start to wonder who could have leaked the information. But before they could react, several cannonballs heavily condensed with the immortal miasma were fired at them. Furious, Ko Hong yells that the soldiers were courting death, then hurl a massive flame towards the cannonballs. Dao Xuanzi senses the danger in that moment and tried to warn Ko Hong to dodge instead. But it was too late. Ko Hong's flames only managed to trigger all the cannonballs to explode, releasing the immortal miasma. The entire night sky above what remains of the city were coated with heavy raindrops of the immortal miasma, dyeing everything red. And on the ground, somewhere amidst the wreckage was the two cultivators, now surrounded by dozens of armed soldiers. A soldier informed them that their grand tutor had given an order for their lives to be spared if they surrender. Dao Xuanzi, momentarily shaken, scoffs at the idea of surrendering. But before he could actively retaliate, he sees Ko Hong's storage ring hovering in front of him. Knowing the implication of this, Dao Xuanzi, with a look of horror, turned his head in his friend's direction, only to see him advising that he leaves with his storage ring, then dies immediately after. The very moment after Ko Hong's death, a large golden dragon emerged from his body and flies into the night sky above the burning city. The dragon's spirit is then transformed into a tree branch floating in the air. It is then declared that the Foundation Establishment cultivator, Ko Hong, cultivated for 205 years, achieved his Dao foundation with the mystical object, the Qiu dragon branch. And in the land of immortal extinction, he was besieged by several thousand mortals and was carelessly injured by the immortal miasma. His cultivation was instantly lost, and his lifespan neared its end. Now, his body perishes and his Dao vanishes, returning the Dao to the heavens. A soldier suddenly speaks up in that moment, telling Dao Xuanzi that their grand tutor has no intention of fighting him to the death. If he gives up on resisting, his life would be guaranteed. Meanwhile, nearby, Li Fan watched the entire scene with a cold and detached expression. He seemed to have heard a strange voice from the sky when Ko Hong died just now. But what that voice was no longer important because it seems capturing the two immortals in this life was no longer possible. Also, he didn't expect the immortal miasma to be so lethal to cultivators. Back to Dao Xuanzi, he got up and informed the soldiers that he didn't know who they were, nor did he know their purpose. However, he and his brother were plotted against by them, resulting in his death and the loss of their Dao. Now, there was nothing more to be said, so he absolutely cannot accept this. This puppeteer, hiding behind these mortal soldiers, and even using the immortal miasma, a despicable thing scorned by all cultivators, to eliminate his brother, Ko Hong, was something he feels wasn't worth it for him. Dao Xuanzi's eyes were filled with rage, teething on the edge of madness as he calmly reminded everyone that they have all seen his brother's Foundation Establishment mystical object. Now, he invites them to take a look at his. Dao Xuanzi slowly took off into the night sky, and with a gesture of his hands, he exclaimed with a chilling tone, "With the wonders of heaven and earth, I build my Dao foundation, a sword named Dao Xian." Dao Xuanzi then invite the spectators all to view it. Suddenly, a freaking gigantic sword about the size of the mountain descended from the sky and crashed directly into what was left of Xianjing. The destruction was inescapable, so Li Fan immediately activated the power of Huanjin and found himself back inside the virtual simulation space. He clutched his chest after experiencing firsthand the power of a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation Establishment. If it weren't for the immortal miasma, even if Li Fan reincarnated 100 times over and used countless schemes, it wouldn't be enough to pose a threat to Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong. Honestly, Li Fan also didn't expect the immortal miasma to directly cause Ko Hong's body to die and his Dao to vanish. He originally thought when they called each other brother of 100 years it was just talk. He didn't expect their relationship to be so extraordinary. When they were attacked, Dao Xuanzi called out to warn Ko Hong. Ko Hong, knowing he couldn't escape death, willingly gave the core formation method to Dao Xuanzi. And Dao Xuanzi, seeing Ko Hong die by the ambush, was unable to accept it and gave up his chance to live, striking out with a mutual destruction sword art. This all shows that the two truly shared a friendship beyond the ordinary. And about the Golden Core Dao, Li Fan remembers Dao Xuanzi stating that it was a path one walks alone. He deduced that immortal methods probably could not be cultivated together. And if that was the case for men as close as brothers, Li Fan curiously wondered what the cultivation world outside really was like. It seems that no matter how dangerous the path ahead was, Li Fan would not waver. Furthermore, with the help of the Huanjin system, as long as he was careful enough, no predicament should be able to stop him. Last time, he chose to attack both of them at the same time. Perhaps the next time, he can choose to win one of them over. Li Fan's mental age limit only increased by a few dozen this time, and it seems he was nearing his limit. If he counts the life before he transmigrated, this was already his 5th life. The path to seeking immortality was truly difficult, and he hopes the 50 years he was about to begin anew won't be wasted. So, in the 35th anchor year of his new life, Li Fan ventured into the endless ruinous abyss. And from the experience of the last simulation, he knew that the dense fog over the ruinous abyss dissipates once every 15 years. At present, he was there precisely to see it with his own eyes. And after an unknown amount of time, a massive amount of white fog was forced to erupt from the ruinous abyss, rushing straight to the sky like a reverse waterfall. This great wind lasted for a good quarter of an hour before the heavy fog finally dispersed. Li Fan took out the telescope and looked toward the bottom of the ruinous abyss. And according to the intel he had, the scene that appears at the bottom of the ruinous abyss was different for everyone who looks. But upon looking through the telescope, Li Fan could only see a dark abyss with a white light at its center. Then suddenly, the view changes and he sees ruins with an inscription. The path to immortality was dead. Li Fan, shocked and a bit puzzled, wonders what on earth happened in that place and to the world of cultivation. Soon, the scene shifts to Li Fan's 50th birthday, in his 15th anchor year. Ko Hong yells furiously at Dao Xuanzi, reciting the same line as in the previous lives. Then, Li Fan's squad of soldiers attack with their rifles. Only this time around, they only attack Ko Hong under the banner of Dao Xuanzi. Ko Hong, stunned and a bit puzzled, wondered how it was even possible as he blocks the bullets. And although he couldn't comprehend why, he also starts to wonder if Dao Xuanzi already knew he would flee to the land of immortal extinction. Ko Hong's confirmation immediately solidified when he noticed that the bullets were laced with the immortal miasma. He yells at Dao Xuanzi, calling him a despicable friend. Meanwhile, Dao Xuanzi, shell-shocked, was just as confused as his friend. He didn't know why the mortals below were attacking Ko Hong under his banner, and were even using the immortal miasma. He explains to Ko Hong that they weren't under his command, then suggests they get the hell out of there. But in that very moment, Li Fan yells from below, questioning why Dao Xuanzi was going back on his promise. Li Fan then informs Ko Hong of their deal with his friend, stating that as long as they helped Dao Xuanzi eliminate him and seize the core formation method, he would lead the clan out of the immortal Forsaken Land. Ko Hong was enraged at this point. He asked his friend if he still insists on his innocence since besides the two of them, no one knew about the core formation method. Dao Xuanzi, done with this nonsense, decides to find the culprit, Li Fan, who was still running his mouth after revealing his knowledge of the core formation method. Li Fan adds that they had incurred the wrath of the masses for the sake of the immortal miasma Dao Xuanzi spoke of. Now, public resentment was boiling over. So if the immortal master cannot keep his promise and lead them out of the immortal Forsaken Land, he fears it won't be long before his clan dies without a burial place. Annoyed by the false guilt-tripping, Dao Xuanzi charges towards what he believed to be Li Fan, a shameless villain who needs to shut the fuck up. Dao Xuanzi crash lands with a reverberating boom, sending dust and debris flying. Dao Xuanzi spots a radio, which he believes was an artifact. At the same time, Li Fan accuses Dao Xuanzi of trying to permanently silence them. Gritting his teeth, Dao Xuanzi was surprised as to how cautious the enemy was. He instantly destroys the strange artifact, but the damage was already done. Ko Hong, full of righteous fury, accuses his friend of betraying their 100 years of friendship all for pure greed. If he wanted the core formation method, why couldn't he challenge him for it, but resulted to so many underhanded tricks? Ko Hong decides not to flee anymore and chooses to challenge Dao Xuanzi. If his friend has the skill, he should come at him. Ko Hong activates his Flame Dragon's wrath and charges towards Dao Xuanzi, who lets out a helpless sigh after being cornered. With a massive fireball hurled at Dao Xuanzi by the summoned Flame Dragon, Dao Xuanzi calmly counters with his sword. The two attacks collide, creating an explosion. Then, very abruptly, another radio announces Li Fan's decision and reason in switching sides. Since Dao Xuanzi was fickle and vindictive, Li Fan explains he's afraid there would be no escape for him and his men if he wins. So he now ordered his soldiers to assist the immortal master Kohong in dealing with Dao Xuanzi. Upon hearing this, Kohong laughs at his friend, who always prided himself on being noble, but was actually a despicable person who got screwed over by faith and was suffering a backlash. Well, it's as the saying goes, he who commits many injustices is doomed to self-destruct. Dao Xuanzi gets ticked off and calls his gullible friend a fucking fool. But Kohong was far too gone to care or reason with. After all, his friend fancied himself clever, so why was he now deserted by everyone? This was what they call being a victim of one's own cleverness. Kohong, who had recently mastered a new Dao technique, declared that this was the perfect time to test it out. He activated another Dao technique, the imprisoning dragon. A cage made of flame suddenly imprisoned Dao Xuanzi. And to break free, Dao Xuanzi, in rage, enlarges his sword and breaks free with ease. He made his way back in the night sky, fed up with being on the defense. He summoned his Dao Foundation sword and went on the offensive. Dao Xian appears in the sky in all its glory, ready to destroy everything in its path. But Kohong challenges Dao Xian's Dao with his own, invoking his dragon transformation technique, which was the Dao Dragon Staff, a golden dragon to face Dao Xuanzi's giant sword. But before the two Dao summons could clash, Li Fan and his men intervene, lending Kohong a helping hand. They attacked Dao Xuanzi with explosives filled with the immortal miasma, and upon contact, they exploded, releasing the immortal miasma, which instantly clouded Dao Xuanzi. All wounded, Dao Xuanzi let out an ear-piercing cry, and soon realizes that his Dao Dragon branch has been hit. It starts to grow rapidly from within him, then sprout outward. The branches instantly grew and took over his entire body. And eventually, Dao Xuanzi's body gets completely consumed, leaving a lifeless corpse. Anyway, just like Kohong's death in the previous simulation, it's announced that the Foundation Establishment cultivator, Dao Xuanzi, cultivated for 201 years and established his Dao Foundation with the wondrous item, the rusted sword Dao Xian. However, in the immortal Forsaken Land, he fought with another and was ultimately killed at the hands of the Foundation Establishment cultivator, Kohong. Now, his body has perished and his Dao has vanished, returning to the heavens. Li Fan was quick to notice that the voice also appeared when Kohong died before. He made his way to Kohong and introduced himself. Li Fan extend his greetings and respectfully implore Kohong's mercy to save the lives of the 1,000 souls of his clan. Kohong realizes Li Fan was the one whose voice was echoing from all directions earlier. He questioned why a mere mortal dared to interfere in a battle between cultivators. Li Fan explains that he was merely seeking a chance of survival after realizing that his clan would have perished if Dao Xuanzi won the battle. Kohong finds this harsh and Lin Fan takes the opportunity to remind him of the promise Dao Xuanzi made. But Kohong explains that for 100 years, Dao Xuanzi had always appeared to be a man of his word, but in reality, he acts without any principles, even deceiving mortals. He also adds that great immortal severing formation at the ruinous abyss was incredibly dangerous, even for cultivators, requiring a great deal of effort just to leave. So how could they possibly take mortals with them? Li Fan, shocked by the revelation, asks if Kohong also didn't know how to leave the land of immortal extinction with a mortal. Kohong casually confirms this before Li Fan suggests they find somewhere private to talk. In an underground shelter of the manor, Li Fan again wanted to confirm if it's true that mortals cannot be taken along when leaving the immortal Forsaken Land. Kohong had no reason to lie to Li Fan, and simply reminds him that he was a mere mortal. Perhaps a golden core stage cultivator could protect him, a mortal, while breaking through that great immortal severing formation. But for someone with a Foundation Establishment stage cultivation base such as himself, it was absolutely impossible. Li Fan tried to ask for any other alternative. Some hope for mortals like them to someday leave this world. Kohong reiterate that to leave the immortal Forsaken Land, one must pass through the great immortal severing formation. But with the frail body of a mere mortal, it was utterly impossible to pass through. And besides, Li Fan was already old enough to have one foot in his grave. Why was he so obsessed with leaving the land of immortal extinction? Wasn't he satisfied in being a local emperor? Li Fan didn't answer, but wanted to know if it was possible for his descendants to leave if they could cultivate to the Foundation Establishment realm like Kohong. Upon hearing this, Kohong laughed at the absurdity. You see, there was not a shred of spiritual energy in the land of immortal extinction, making cultivation impossible. Also, not only was it a fact that immortals and mortals were perpetually separated, but mortals in the land of immortal extinction were covered in miasma. So how could they possibly cultivate the path of immortality? Kohong then advised Li Fan to give up on this idea. For mortals like him, if they wish to cultivate, they must first go to the outside world to reconstruct their bodies and wash away the miasma. Otherwise, even if the great Tao to immortality were placed right before them, they could see it but never be able to touch it. Frustrated, Li Fan, once again, asks if there was really no way out for mortals like them. And the very moment Ko Hong confirms there wasn't, Li Fan got up and respectfully took his leave. Ko Hong only felt that something was off when Li Fan suddenly stopped short as the door closes behind him. But by then, it was too late. The underground shelter had instantly been filled with the immortal mortal miasma. Ko Hong screams in pain, realizing he's fallen into a trap. Outside the cave, Lin Fan listens to Ko Hong's agonizing screams, and with a cold look, he declares that if immortals and mortals could not coexist, then how could he ever trust the words of an immortal? According to the intel obtained from Ko Hong, the land of immortal extinction was an immortal forsaken land, and the cause of it all stemmed from a great change, an unknown plague in the ancient cultivation world thousands of years ago. At first, no cultivator paid any mind to this plague among mortals. Until the first cultivator was infected by it, the plague was then strengthened and began to spread among cultivators. The vector of transmission was the very spiritual energy that cultivators relied on for survival. The plague, through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, quickly spread throughout the entire cultivation world. For cultivators infected with this plague, a light case would mean their cultivation base would regress and their realm would fall. A severe case would mean losing their entire cultivation base overnight, becoming no different from a mortal, after which their body would perish and their Tao vanish, returning to the heavens. In their desperation, the cultivators vented their anger on the source of it all, the mortals. Thus, a large-scale campaign of slaughter began. But before long, this campaign of slaughter was forcibly halted. Not only did the plague not disappear with the death of the mortals, it seemed to have lost its restraints, spreading out along the spiritual energy that permeated the heavens and earth. This, in turn, led to the demise of even more cultivators. But waiting for death was not the cultivators' way. On one hand, a group of cultivators began to research methods to treat and resist this plague. On the other, some cultivators proposed the infamous Great Migration Plan. It involved banishing all mortals from the cultivation world to surrounding lesser worlds and shattered the grotto heavens that lacked spiritual energy. They would then use spell formations to permanently isolate them, preventing these mortals from ever returning. Originally, there were no more mortals in the cultivation world, but not all offspring of cultivators had the aptitude for immortal cultivation. So, over time, many new mortals were born into the world. Within the bodies of these mortals lingered a shadow of the plague. And because this plague had a particularly devastating effect on immortal cultivation, the descendants of mortals who wished to cultivate had to first purge the plague from their bodies. Over time, the plague became synonymous with the distinction between immortals and mortals, and so people named it the immortal mortal miasma. Legend has it that to prevent the cultivators within the immortal sex from going astray, the progenitor mortals were banished to the surrounding lesser worlds. And these places of banishment became what mortals call the immortal forsaken lands. Anyway, after a comprehensive read, Li Fan was keenly aware he didn't know how many immortal forsaken lands were there, and the number of cultivators willing to brave the immense risk to enter these places was even smaller. But to have run into two of them was already a stroke of great fortune. As a mortal, his lifespan was limited. Even if he could continuously simulate lifetimes, he was just repeating them within the confines of his lifespan. Li Fan was already 70 years old this year, and his physiological lifespan limit was 86. In the remaining 16 years, he knew the possibility of meeting another cultivator was practically zero. In that very moment, a chilling realization gripped him. Li Fan starts to wonder if he was truly destined to repeat the life of a mortal, lifetime after lifetime. Was there really no other way? Fortunately, it didn't take long for him to snap out of these downward spiral of thoughts. After waiting bitterly for nearly 300 years, how can he be resigned to this? Li Fan then paid a captured Ko Hong a visit, wanting to know how the mortals in the Great Migration arrived in the immortal forsaken land. Ko Hong, upon hearing the question, was genuinely surprised that Li Fan still hadn't given up yet. So what if he managed to get out? At 70 years old, he still want to pursue immortal cultivation? Lin Fan leaning close to Ko Hong's face and reminded him that his cultivation base was completely gone. So as of now, he was just like the rest of them. However, if he were to return to the cultivation world, he might be able to resume cultivating, right? Li Fan proposed a deal with Ko Hong. If he can help him find a way to the cultivation world, then perhaps he would take him along when the time comes. Ko Hong immediately furrowed his brow and calls Li Fan a treacherous villain, realizing the old bastard was still trying to trick him. But Li Fan just calmly retorts, stating that whether what he says happens to be the truth or a lie, it is, in the end, a glimmer of hope. So, was Kohong willing to give up this path to survival, grow old and die in this tiny confinement of his? Kohong was speechless for a moment, but after briefly thinking things over, he gave a reply with a helpless sigh. If he wasn't mistaken, what the cultivators used back then to migrate the mortals was a dharma artifact similar to flying arcs or flying shuttles. You see, in ancient times, the cultivation world was teeming with people, sects were numerous and prominent, and it was incredibly prosperous. Such transportation-type dharma artifacts were also very popular. However, it's a pity that a great cataclysm befell heaven and earth later on, and every cultivator feared for their own safety and began to act alone. So flying arcs and shuttles were rarely seen after that. Hearing of the great cataclysm in heaven and earth, Li Fan asked if Kohong was referring to the bizarre Great Plague. Kohong explains that although the immortal mortal miasma was bizarre, it couldn't shake the foundation of cultivators. The main reason the immortal mortal miasma was able to run rampant was that most of the cultivators in the world had perished in a great calamity. Apparently, the great Tao of the Golden Core, there can be only one. Though there were many core formation methods in this world, there were far more cultivators stuck in the foundation establishment stage. Realization struck Li Fan as he briefly recalls what he saw in the endless ruinous abyss. He then asked if the immortal techniques could not be cultivated by more than one person. Kohong confirms this assessment. You see, it was said that in ancient times, there was no such restriction. Back then, countless great cultivation sects opened their gates wide, accepting disciples and teaching their arts. Cultivators had the guidance of their masters and could ask for help whenever they encountered difficulties in their practice. They could also spar and exchange insights with their fellow disciples who cultivated the same methods. What a vibrant and magnificent scene the entire cultivation world was, until one day, the efficiency of cultivators' practice dropped drastically. While cultivating, they would feel a connection in their hearts, knowing exactly how many people in the entire cultivation world were cultivating the same technique at the same time. They also made a horrifying discovery. The more people who cultivated the same method simultaneously, the lower the cultivation efficiency for everyone practicing that method. Countless cultivators could not advance their cultivation base by a single inch, and as their lifespan's end drew near, they could no longer hide the killing intent in their hearts. Masters and apprentices, martial brothers and sisters of the past, all turned into mortal enemies in an instant. A calamity that swept across the entire cultivation world began. And anyone who practices the same method as another was obstructing the original's path to the Tao. So this led to a fight to the death. Even the rogue cultivators who tried to take refuge by hiding in deep mountains and secret realms could not escape, because cultivators practicing the same method could sense each other's location. Anyway, since immortal techniques cannot be cultivated by more than one person, Li Fan wanted to know just how cultivators practice at present. What was the cultivation world like as of now? Kohong lets out a heavy sigh and replied that as at present in the cultivation world, if one wants to cultivate, there were no more than a few choices. One was to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The Myriad Immortals Alliance was a loose coalition formed by numerous cultivators. One can exchange for cultivation methods and resources within the alliance using contribution points. However, to earn contribution points in the alliance, one must accept and complete missions, or by trading with others. The second is the Five Elders Council. The Five Elders Council was an organization founded by 5 top-tier mighty figures, and its influence was immense. As long as one has the aptitude for cultivation, they can voluntarily join and choose a cultivation method. But the price was that one must sign a sole contract and serve the Five Elders Council for a certain period of time. From Kohong's description, it feels like cultivation methods weren't that scarce in the cultivation world. Kohong nodded with a slight smile. The reason was that the methods obtained this way were all incomplete. These methods were all newly compiled by the major powers over the years, so reaching the peak of qi condensation was already their limit. To advance further and establish a Tao foundation, one must switch to a new cultivation method, and the same applies to realms above foundation establishment. Li Fan was a bit puzzled. After all, if one were to switch methods and start over every time they break through to a new realm, didn't that mean all their previous efforts will be for nothing? Kohong explains that that won't happen, because all who cultivate must practice a fragment of the supreme primordial true scripture. This scripture was not a cultivation method, but more of a secret technique. Its function was to allow a cultivator to willingly disperse their realm without significant loss. After dispersing their cultivation to switch to another method, they can quickly catch up to their original realm. A bit shaken, Li Fan was also amazed that such a miraculous method exists. It was as if this fragment appeared at such a convenient time, since only in this way could the many cultivators of the world be made to accept constantly changing their cultivation methods. Kohong could only sigh once again. Li Fan was right, but what else could be done about it? A true method was hard to come by, and his friend, Dao Xuanzi, died without ever knowing the real reason why he snatched the method and ran. It wasn't just because it was a core formation method, but because it was a true method that could lead directly to the nascent soul realm. Next, after Kohong introduced Li Fan to some common knowledge of the cultivation world, such as how a cultivator's demise can trigger celestial phenomena within a certain range, he finally returned to the main topic. He once heard a rumor that for thousands of years, mortals from the immortal Forsaken Lands have been secretly returning to the cultivation world. But it's mostly just idle talk and baseless rumors from the streets, without any concrete evidence. Li Fan points out that there was no smoke without fire. Sometimes, rumors were the truth of the matter, and as long as there was a sliver of hope, he would not give up. Kohong, upon hearing this, really didn't know how an old Li Fan with one foot in the grave can still be so restless. Of course, Li Fan couldn't reveal his secret, and can only assure Kohong that as long as he helps him find the way to the cultivation world, not only will he release him and let him return with him, but he would also return all of Kohong's and Dao Xuanzi's belongings to him, including that nascent soul true method. Shocked as hell, Kohong asked if Li Fan was really serious, and after receiving a confirmation reply, he immediately agreed to help. He vowed to do his utmost to help Li Fan. So, with Kohong's help, Li Fan collected historical books and records from all over the world, striving to find clues about the Great Migration era from the scattered fragments of ancient records. And at the same time, he mobilized the army to excavate ancient tombs on a massive scale, trying to find any trace or clue. Although this caused the people's grievances to boil over and officials submitted memorials to admonish him daily, he forcibly suppressed them all. But unfortunately, too much time has passed since the Great Migration era, and the lifespan he had left in this world was far too short. 16 years later, Li Fan exited the underground secret chamber, knowing full well his end in this simulation was near, yet hadn't found jack shit. His now frail body was like a candle flickering in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. But before this life ends, he needed to first confirm the items within Kohong's storage ring. Opening the storage space revealed the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter Scroll. It was a nascent soul realm cultivation method with the current number of cultivators being 0. Li Fan could only pity his current predicament. After all, he was sitting on a mountain of treasures, but had no fortune to enjoy it. Together with the scroll was the rusted sword Daoxian. And according to Kohong, after a cultivator perishes, their foundation establishment wondrous item will lose its wondrous nature as the cultivator's body perishes and the Dao vanishes. But something unexpected happened that made his eyes widen in shock. Apparently, his Huanjin system suddenly discovered the rusted sword Daoxian in his possession and classified it as a rechargeable item, although its current status was damaged. The system then asked if Li Fan wants to proceed with recharge. The moment Li Fan decisively chose yes, the anchor charge progress began with the current anchor points being at 1. Anyway, according to the feedback from Huanjin, the truth returning, when the anchor charge progress reaches 100%, a second anchor point will be unlocked, and in the future, everything will be virtualized. Also, when choosing to return, he can choose to restart from any of the anchor points. If a second anchor point can really be unlocked, it will be so much more convenient. And although wondrous items were rare, the cultivation world was boundlessly vast, so there must be an endless stream of them. As long as Li Fan can leave the immortal Forsaken Land, he can also escape his mortal shackles. Li Fan closed the space ring, aware that other than some standard-issue spirit stones, there was nothing else of value in the ring. So, with a slight reluctance, Li Fan ended the life simulation by activating Huanjin, returning to the virtual simulation space. There, the system gave him the choice to choose one of the 4 options to retain. And although the options were the same as last time, Li Fan's choice was different this time around. The very moment he decisively chose the first option to retain an item, all the items in the storage ring was suddenly displayed in front of him. Li Fan, a bit regretful he couldn't retain all the items in the storage ring at once, lets out a heavy sigh before choosing the nascent soul cultivation method. But something unexpected happened when he checked his system panel. The nascent soul cultivation method he just chose had been bound to him, meaning it would permanently exist within his truth-returning system. After getting over his brief shock, a sly, devious smile tugged on his lips. After all, this unexpected development had opened up many more possibilities for planning in future simulations. You see, in Li Fan's current life, his act of ordering the large-scale excavation of ancient tombs to find a path to the cultivation world was far too shocking. Even with his firm control over the imperial court, it still stirred up considerable opposition. If the court had pushed for it right from the start, it would have surely been unsustainable. But in his next life, if he starts planning from an earlier moment, in 20 years' time, it might not be impossible to change the mindset of the entire world. Time flowed on, and Li Fan's sixth life began. With his subtle influence behind the scenes, many small changes occurred in the world. In the fifth anchor year, an ancient seeking school emerged out of nowhere. This school brought several ancient texts to the capital for an audience with the emperor. The exquisite and unparalleled nature of the ancient texts, rarely seen in the world, shook the nation. The ancient texts were titled Change, Way and Virtue, Southern Flower, the Analects, and the Great Learning. In the sixth anchor year, the emperor suddenly fell gravely ill and was confined to his bed. All the imperial physicians were at their wits' end. Then, the ancient seeking school presented an elixir to the emperor. And at death's door, the emperor consumed the elixir. To everyone's surprise, the elixir had a miraculous effect, and in just a few days the emperor made a full recovery. In the 11th anchor year, Jianghuai Prefecture uncovered a major tomb robbing case, arresting a team of over 100 tomb robbers. The prefect of Jianghuai Prefecture, Li Fan, did not dare to act on his own authority. He wrote a memorial, sent it to Xinjing City via the 800 Li Express, and requested His Majesty's judgment. A full month passed before the emperor's decree finally arrived. They were not sentenced to death, only to be enslaved and sent to the capital. In the 15th anchor year, the emperor fell gravely ill, wishing to extend his life with an immortal pill. He dispatched over 100,000 troops to excavate ancient tombs everywhere in search of traces of such pills. Unfortunately, the immortal pill was hard to find. The emperor died with regret, and the trend of seeking ancient tombs grew even stronger throughout the land. But before his death, the emperor abdicated the throne to the Prince of Langya. And with that, Li Fan once again secretly controlled the world. In Li Fan's 23rd anchor year, following the excavation of an ancient tomb, a lost piece of history was gradually pieced together, a dynasty that could be traced with the name Qi. Li Fan immediately offered a bounty to the world, declaring that anyone who could find a tomb of the Qi dynasty would be ennobled as a marquis. In the 25th anchor year, the tomb of the first emperor of the Qi dynasty, Yixing, was finally found. And after all obstacles were cleared, Li Fan entered the tomb's interior, surrounded by his retinue. In just over a month, a passage to the main burial chamber was carved out. The main tomb passage stretched for several hundred meters, its walls covered in vivid, lifelike murals. Though 1,000 years had passed, they were still clearly visible. Li Fan and his men arrived at the main burial chamber. The chamber was 40 to 50 meters high, with a length and width of several thousand meters. The ceiling seemed to imitate the layout of the stars, inlaid with tens of thousands of luminous pearls. Mountain peaks rose one after another, submerged in a sea of clouds. It was unknown how this sea of clouds was formed, and it remained fixed within the chamber, never drifting. Even after several thousand years, it had not dissipated. Invisible paths connected the various mountain peaks, and everyone marveled in amazement as they walked along. In that moment, Li Fan, marveled at such ingenuity, was convinced that these were truly the methods of an immortal. Anyway, atop the highest peak was a simple thatch hut, and the fertile fields outside was barren. As they drew closer, they realized the thatch of the hut was actually woven from countless fine golden threads. Realizing the thatch hut was clearly Yixing's coffin, Li Fan ordered 2 of his men to go open the door. The 2 did as they were instructed, opening the door, and what was inside stunned Li Fan for a moment before he approached. It was an ancestral shrine for Yixing, an outer disciple of the Taihang sect. It seems that although this person, Yixing, joined a sect called the Taihang sect, he remained just an outer disciple and never set foot on the path to immortality. He was ultimately exiled to this place by the cultivators. And even in death, he could not forget his sect. Obviously, Yixing was not identified as an emperor, but a mere outer disciple of the Taihang sect. However, according to Kohong, all the sects in the world should have perished during the Great Calamity before the Great Migration era. So it seems there's a hidden story behind this. Yixing was likely entrusted by the cultivators of the Taihang sect to oversee the Great Migration of this world. In deep thoughts, Li Fan wondered if they would be able to find the flying ark used for the migration back then. Since the search of the main burial chamber yielded nothing, Li Fan ordered the ancient seeking camp to excavate the surrounding area. Several days later, news arrived. Li Fan received a report that the ancient seeking camp had found a record mentioning the words flying ark in the list of burial goods from a nearby attendant tomb chamber. However, that tomb chamber was robbed long ago, and based on the signs of damage, the robbery occurred over 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, an intense murderous aura loomed over Li Fan when he heard this report. Then seconds later, he lost it and furiously trashed everything on a table next to him. Li Fan was pissed off that the same scenario was repeating itself. It was driving him to the fucking wall. Every time he see a glimmer of hope, it ends up being unattainable, like flowers in a mirror or the moon in the water. Anyway, after releasing all his pent-up frustration, Li Fan issued another bounty, another reward to the world. Whoever finds clues related to the immortal arc would be ennobled as a marquis of 1,000 households. And just like that, in his 35th anchor year, the ancient seeking camp found the tomb of an immortal. Apparently, a few days ago, a group of people were excavating an unremarkable grave when they were suddenly injured by a mysterious force, suffering heavy casualties. The ancient seeking camp dared not be negligent and dispatched men to investigate overnight. But even with many highly experienced veterans, they could not disturb this small tomb in the slightest. Li Fan spared no time and ordered for the use of the immortal miasma to open the tomb at once. The ancient seeking camp quickly obliged and poured bucket upon bucket of the immortal miasma on the invisible barrier protecting the tomb from intruders. Fortunately, just like how it was effective against cultivators, the barrier was no different. It didn't take long for it to shatter completely. Li Fan instructed his men to be careful during the excavation and report immediately to him if they find anything resembling a flying ark. Moments later, a report of an object resembling a flying ark among the burial goods reached Li Fan's ears, and he rushed to the site immediately. When he got there, it was indeed as described, a flying freaking ark. But the size of it caught Li Fan off guard. He couldn't help wondering if the small wooden boat in front of him was really the flying ark he had been longing for. However, through the message carved on the tomb wall by its owner before his death, he eventually understood the full story. It turns out the tomb's owner was named Qian Hong, a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. And over 3,000 years ago, he was hunted by his enemies and with nowhere else to go, he hid in this immortal forsaken land. However, since the immortal forsaken land was completely devoid of spiritual energy, and he didn't have many spirit stones on him, his life was at risk. Before long, Qian Hong's spirit stones were depleted, and without spirit stones to replenish his spiritual energy, his cultivation base deteriorated day by day. He speculated that when the mortals were exiled to the immortal forsaken land thousands of years ago, they might have left behind 1 or 2 flying arcs. So he investigated far and wide, spending decades before finally finding the tomb of Yixing. There was indeed a flying arc in the tomb, but to Qian Hong's despair, the core power spell formation inside the arc was already damaged. Furthermore, he didn't know the art of artifact refinement, so he couldn't repair it. At that point, Qian Hong finally gave up on the idea of leaving the immortal forsaken land. Qian Hong left his final words on the tomb wall, telling the person from a later generation who may encounter his tomb. If this person sweeps his grave, he may take one of the 4 items from the cultivation world as his thanks for what was left. Anyway, with the protection of the spell formation outside the tomb, it wasn't surprising Qian Hong was so certain that a cultivator would be the one to arrive. Anyway, in that moment, the Huanjin system notified Li Fan of a wondrous item of heaven and earth, a halting stellar fragment. Li Fan was astonished that he had actually found one, believing it to be the mysterious item guarding the tomb. Unfortunately, the truth returning wasn't reacting to it at all. He realized that forcing his way into the tomb with large amounts of the immortal miasma had likely damaged the halting stellar fragment, turning it into an ordinary stone. With a sigh, Li Fan turned his attention to the other relics. He found a lesser truth-returning vastness Qi condensation stage cultivation method and a cloud water record foundation establishment method, both with their current cultivators being one. Li Fan immediately frowned, puzzled as to how someone was already cultivating these methods. He wondered if it could be a trap, but he quickly realized that that might not be the case. After all, more than 3,000 years had passed, and any cultivator in the Foundation establishment, or even Golden Core realm would have long since turned to dust. But why were these techniques still being practiced? In that moment, a sudden realization struck him. It might be that these methods had a master copy. After the Great Calamity, many cultivation methods were preserved and compiled by major powers like the Myriad Immortals Alliance and the 5 Elders Council. When the management of these major powers sees a method that no one was cultivating, they bring it out again for people to redeem. In other words, over the past 3,000 years, who knows how many owners these 2 methods had passed through. Dropping the scrolls back in frustration, Li Fan muttered bitterly that everything in this world was corrupt. Then, with an immense satisfaction that practically left him shaken with excitement, Li Fan picked the 3rd item, the Taihang Arc, and after changing hands countless times for thousands of years, the Taihang Arc was now in his possession, and along with it, his wish finally being fulfilled after centuries of waiting. Though the Taihang Arc was damaged, Li Fan wasn't concerned the slightest. Qian Hong had failed to repair it, and Li Fan knew he couldn't fix it either. but there was someone who could. So, as the scene shifts to Li Fan's 50th anchor year, the familiar scene on that fateful night unfolded once again. And this time around, before Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi could finish their verbal exchange, Li Fan interrupted the two, questioning if a mere core formation method was truly worth fighting to death over. Of course, both Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi couldn't help wondering which insolent mortal dared to speak so arrogantly. Li Fan stepped forward calmly and invited them down for a proper chat. After a moment's hesitation, the two descended and joined Li Fan's party in silence. Li Fan laughed lightly, telling the two that long ago, his ancestor had spoken a prophecy on his deathbed for his future generation that two people would come from the east of the abyssal ruins and set foot in the capital, marking the chance for their clan to finally escape the immortal Forsaken Land. And for thousands of years, his clan had been skeptical. But to have it proven correct calls for a grand toast. Curious, Ko Hong asked for Li Fan's name, and upon reply, Dao Xuanzi, with his eyes narrowed slightly, repeated Li Fan's words with disbelief. He asked if Li Fan's ancestor had truly foreseen their arrival thousands of years ago, and what exactly he meant by an opportunity to escape. Li Fan's expression shifted, growing sharp and almost displeased. He asked if they doubted him. Ko Hong frowned and said the matter sounded too fantastical. They had roamed the cultivation world for centuries, and yet not once heard of anyone capable of deducing events thousands of years ahead. Li Fan then asked if they had ever heard of the Taiyan sect. At once, Ko Hong's eyes widened in shock. He asked if Li Fan meant the very sect that had once been renowned throughout the ancient world for its mastery of the arts of deduction. Li Fan lets out a heavy sigh and told the two to relax. He explained that his ancestor had indeed been a member of the Taiyan sect. However, unlike others, his ancestor had little interest in cultivation itself. Instead, he was completely absorbed and obsessed with the art of deduction and fate calculation. That would have been harmless back then until the great cataclysm struck, forcing all mortals to migrate. With only a key condensation stage cultivation base, no one would have compelled his ancestor to take part in the migration if he was unwilling. Yet, seeing the terror on his family's faces, he volunteered to take responsibility for their safety. Afterwards, he chose to remain in this immortal Forsaken Land with his family. Dao Xuanzi listened quietly and finally asked why Li Fan had chosen to stop their fight. Li Fan answered that no cultivator had stepped into this immortal Forsaken Land for thousands of years. He knew at once that they were the very people his ancestor had prophesied, the key to his clan's escape. But when he saw them about to kill each other over a mere core formation method, he had no choice but to intervene. Dao Xuanzi sighed and nodded slightly in understanding, adding that Li Fan must have found them laughable. But he might not understand how scarce cultivation methods were in the outside world. It was quite normal for cultivators to turn on one another and fight to the death over a single scroll. Li Fan let out a weary sigh and asked if things truly had to come to that. Dao Xuanzi looked at him curiously, sensing something in his tone. But before he could speak further, Li Fan raised his hand and said that before his own son passed away, he inherited a cultivation method that led directly to the Golden Core realm. The two cultivators were shocked. Ko Hong exclaimed that such a method was remarkable. If Dao Xuanzi could obtain it, there would be no need for them to fight anymore. Dao Xuanzi then asked what Li Fan sought in return. Li Fan replied that his ancestor's lifelong wish had been simple, to return to the Taihang sect. And before his death, aside from the cultivation method, he also passed down a Dharma artifact known as the Taihang Arkansas. Though damaged, his ancestor had once used the Taihang art of deduction to foresee that many years later, two cultivators would appear, one skilled in swordsmanship, the other in artifact refinement. Together, they would help his descendants repair the Taihang Ark and finally escape this immortal Forsaken Land. Amazed, Dao Xuanzi exclaimed that the Taihang art of deduction was incredible. His brother Ko Hong was devoted in the art of artifact refinement, and his specialty was precisely sword technique. Ko Hong was in awe with Li Fan's ancestor. After all, to have such unfathomable power with only a chi condensation stage cultivation base was extremely hard to even imagine. Li Fan dismissed the praise without his evidence as simple talk, so he invited them to see the method first. But before the two could follow, Dao Xuanzi gave his friend a murderous look, reminding him that he already possessed a core formation method. So was he still not satisfied? Ko Hong, suddenly nervous as hell, agreed not to follow and sat back in his seat, whereas Dao Xuanzi followed eagerly, unaware of Li Fan's cold and calculating expression. Li Fan led Dao Xuanzi to the underground chamber. But at the entrance, Dao Xuanzi halted in his tracks very abruptly when he noticed the lingering immortal miasma. Li Fan, upon seeing Dao Xuanzi's fear and hesitation, explained that one can't be too careful. They were mortals after all, and to protect their family's greatest treasure, they had no choice. Li Fan entered alone and came back shortly after holding the cultivation method. At the entrance, he asked Dao Xuanzi to inspect the cultivation method left by his ancestor. Upon seeing the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter, Dao Xuanzi was completely gobsmacked when he noticed that it was a nascent soul method. Li Fan acknowledged that everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. He confessed that earlier, in front of Kohong, he had described his ancestors' inheritance only as a core formation method because he feared provoking malicious thoughts. Dao Xuanzi respectfully praised Li Fan for his sharp mind. He promised Li Fan to rest assured. His friend, Kohong, was an expert in artifact refinement, and he would be persuaded to help repair the Taihang Ark with all his might. Li Fan laughed and stated that he would be counting on Dao Xuanzi. Once the Ark was repaired, he would present the nascent soul method to him personally. Later, Dao Xuanzi informed Kohong telepathically that Li Fan's claim was true. He had seen the ancestral core formation method with his own eyes. Kohong's expression darkened. He vowed to seize the method by force. The moment Kohong suggested that they take the method by force, Dao Xuanzi quickly refused. He reminded his friend that although Li Fan was a mere mortal, he was still a descendant of the Taiyan sect, and their art of deduction was terrifying. If they acted rashly, there was no telling what hidden tricks Li Fan might have up his sleeve. Repairing the Taihang Ark was not a difficult task, so there was no need to invite unnecessary trouble. Dao Xuanzi also considered that if Li Fan were pushed too far, he might reveal that the cultivation method was actually a nascent soul technique, a revelation that would attract disaster. The next day, Li Fan personally handed the Taihang Ark to them for repairs. Kohong examined it with admiration, saying that as expected of an artifact from the Taihang sect, its refinement and the profundity of its spell formations far surpassed anything he had studied. Repairing it would undoubtedly advance his own mastery of artifact refinement. Li Fan told them to proceed freely and assured them that whatever materials they required, he would provide. Cultivation knew no concept of time. What seemed like a small wooden boat took Kohong and his companion nearly an entire year to restore. When Li Fan heard that the repairs were complete, he rushed to see them. Kohong explained that the Taihang Ark's core power formation, the size-changing formation, along with its dust cleansing and several auxiliary formations, had been fully repaired. However, the defensive and offensive formations could only be partially restored due to material limitations. It would be able to break through the great immortal severing formation, but facing the attack of a cultivator would still be difficult. Li Fan told them that this was of no concern. As long as he could escape the great immortal severing formation and return to the cultivation world with his ancestor's relic, he would find a way to rejoin the Taihang sect. Kohong then described the Ark's properties. It was powered by spirit energy and controlled through divine sense. It could transform between three sizes: a compact form about 10 meters long and 2 to 3 meters wide, a medium form roughly 100 meters long, and a fully expanded form that stretched 1,000 meters in length. Though their spirit stone reserves were limited, the energy already stored would be enough for Li Fan to leave in the Ark's second form. Smiling, Kohong asked whether Li Fan, being a mortal, needed their help as a pilot, only to be stunned as the small wooden boat suddenly transformed into a miniature flying ship before their eyes. Kohong was astonished, remarking that Li Fan's methods were truly extraordinary if he could control the Taihang Ark despite lacking cultivation. Li Fan laughed lightly, calling it a minor trick unworthy of praise. He expressed sincere gratitude to the two cultivators, saying that after being trapped for 1,000 years there was finally hope of escape, all thanks to their help. Dao Xuanzi then asked about the promised cultivation method. Li Fan smiled faintly and gestured for them to follow, saying that everything had long been prepared and that he would personally lead them to retrieve it. 3 days later, Kohong and Dao Xuanzi, who had obtained the cultivation method, came to bid Li Fan farewell. Dao Xuanzi explained that they had exhausted most of their spirit stones. If they remained in the immortal Forsaken Land any longer, their cultivation bases might begin to decline. Thus, they had come to take their leave. Kohong told Li Fan that if he ever managed to leave this immortal Forsaken Land, he could find them in Lingtian City near the Tsongyun mountain range. He handed Li Fan a map of the area surrounding the exit of the Great Immortal Severing Formation, drawn carefully from memory. Since there were no blank jade slips available, he had to use paper and brush instead. Li Fan thanked him sincerely. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Kohong and Dao Xuanzi transformed into 2 streaks of light and disappeared into the distance. Watching them depart, Kohong remarked that Li Fan possessed a remarkable temperament, a true character among mortals. But he sighed, noting that Li Fan's great limit was drawing near. Even if he managed to return to the cultivation world, he would only have a few years left to live. Dao Xuanzi closed his eyes and said softly that without achieving longevity, all else was mere illusion. He reminded his companion that they had once turned against each other and fought to the death, precisely for a chance at immortality. Ko Hong then recalled something and asked his partner which cultivation method Li Fan had given him. Dao Xuanzi smiled faintly and replied that it could not possibly be the same one Ko Hong had received. He added that once he returned, enter a closed-door cultivation and break through to the golden core stage, he would not forget the 3 promises he had made to him. As they ventured deeper into the abyssal ruins, they noticed the protective formation mists still lingering. Dao Xuanzi laughed and asked whether his friend dared to pass through. Then, without hesitation, Ko Hong accepted the challenge and charged forward. Meanwhile, aboard the Taihang Ark, Li Fan stood at the edge gazing into the endless fog of the eastern ruinous abyss. He realized that 14 more years remained before the mist would naturally disperse. By then, he would already be 85. His great limit would be upon him. Smiling faintly, he whispered to himself that there was nothing left in this life to cling to. On that day, he decided to test the true nature of the great immortal severing formation. He guided the Taihang Ark and dove straight into the abyss at full speed. The ruins were blanketed in dense silver fog and the surroundings seemed endless and unreal. Suddenly, the ship jolted violently as if it had collided with something unseen. The entire hull shuddered under immense pressure. He realized he had likely entered the astral wind layer, a region where even a Foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to survive. The wind blades here could tear a mortal apart in an instant. He was grateful for the defensive spell formation protecting the Taihang Ark. Without it, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After half an hour of steady control and resistance against the violent winds, the shaking finally subsided. The thick fog ahead began to clear, replaced by blinding light. At last, he had broken through. Li Fan had escaped the great immortal severing formation. Upon re-entering the cultivation world, he chanced upon a rare and powerful method. Within 100 years, he successfully formed his core, and from that point onward, his cultivation journey was smooth. 1,000 years later, he attained enlightenment and ascended. Upon reaching the immortal realm, he started once more from the lowest rank, cultivating step by step. Through patience and perseverance, he eventually arose to become the Emperor Immortal, the one who ruled above all immortals. Then, transcending even that realm, he shattered the spatial barrier and ascended again into the divine realm itself. Starting as a minor figure in the God realm, Li Fan cultivated for 10,000 years until he reached the God King realm, eventually becoming the most powerful existence in that world. Afterward, he endured countless trials and ascended once again, this time to the primeval God realm, where he began anew as a low-ranking gatekeeper. From there, he started over from scratch, cultivating tirelessly through hardship and solitude. Then, all of a sudden, he opened his eyes and found himself once more in his mortal body, an old man seated within the Taihang Arkansas. He was stunned, wondering if everything he had just experienced was merely an illusion created by the illusory light layer. Looking around, he noticed that the ark had turned on its own. According to Ko Hong's map, he should have already left the illusory light layer and entered the 3rd layer of the immortal Forsaken Continent, the invasion layer. It seemed he had awakened only because the Taihang Ark had automatically navigated out of the illusion. Realizing this, Li Fan reasoned that he must have lost consciousness while passing through the illusory light layer, yet the ark had continued traveling safely on its own. Perhaps he could allow the vessel to steer itself while he supplied the power for acceleration. An intuition flowed from the Taihang Ark into his mind, guiding him in the right direction. Trusting it, Li Fan increased the ark's speed, and soon he arrived at the 4th layer of the immortal Forsaken Continent, the flowing fire layer. Just as he expected, the ark's autonomous navigation was flawless. It seemed this ancient vessel, once designed for migrating mortals 1,000 years ago, had been equipped with a hidden mechanism allowing it to traverse the immortal Forsaken Continent automatically. Having witnessed its reliability, Li Fan chose not to interfere. He simply provided spiritual power and let the Taihang Ark fly on its own. It passed safely through one treacherous region after another, the flowing fire profound ice layer, the thunderstorm layer, and others each perilous. Yet the Ark always managed to avoid disaster by the narrowest margin. After a long and tense journey, he reached the final region, the darkness layer. According to Ko Hong, this layer was not particularly dangerous, merely an endless void of darkness. Yet Li Fan could not help feeling anxious. Once he passed through, the exit to the cultivation world would finally be before him, 6 lifetimes of reincarnation leading to this single moment. Suddenly, a colossal creature emerged from the darkness, a monstrous mouth as vast as a mountain, opening wide to swallow him whole. Just before it struck, Li Fan shouted to the dark void, truth returning, activating Huanjin. In that instant, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, informing him that the simulation had ended. Eyes wide in horror, Li Fan nearly lost his shit, wondering what the hell that terrifying being was. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi had both passed through the great immortal severing formation safely without encountering such creature. He wondered if it was some sort of guardian that appeared only to mortals. It seemed the best course was to wait for the dense fog to disperse and for light to appear at the bottom of the abyssal ruins before attempting the journey again. Though he had failed at the final moment, the insights he had gained from this life far exceeded his expectations. Without hesitation, after choosing to retain the Taihong arc, he began once more, embarking on his 7th life. In the 4th anchor year, Li Fan led his most trusted subordinates to the sealed tomb of Chanhong. This time he came prepared. Using a special spray infused with immortal miasma, he slowly corroded the ancient defenses. Bit by bit, the protective power of the halting steel fragment weakened until it could no longer pierce through his armor. Moments later, the system discovered a rechargeable item, the halting steel fragment. Although damaged, it asked if Li Fan would like to recharge. Without hesitation, Li Fan accepted. Though the fragment had sustained some damage, the anchor charge progress increased by 25%. He calculated that if he could repeat this process 3 more times, he would unlock the 2nd anchor point. The remaining relics within the tomb no longer held any value to him. After ordering his men to reseal the burial site, he quietly departed. In the 5th anchor year, curiosity once again overcame caution. Despite his previous resolve to wait, he could not resist returning to the eastern abyssal ruins. This time he told himself he would only take a look and not descend. Yet as he approached, he noticed that the dense mist beginning to clear away. He stood there in silence, his heart pounding. At that moment, he thought that if he were to pilot the Taihang Arc now, he could likely travel smoothly all the way to the immortal realm. He had already waited this long. Must he truly wait another 15 years? His expression hardened. So what if the Huanjin system wasn't fully charged? How could he ever reach the Great Tao if he continued to act so timidly? Though anxiety crept into his chest, he steadied his resolve. He had already tested this path once in his previous life. As long as he avoids that unknown creature lurking in the darkness layer, he believed he could finally escape this immortal forsaken place. Just then, a dazzling golden light shined from the abyss ruins, and along with it, something deeply unsettling. As the golden light dissipates, the inscription, "The Path of Immortality was dead," appeared once more. Li Fan, finally back to his senses, wondered what just happened. Moments earlier, countless voices in his head were luring him into the abyssal ruins. If not for the light from the bottom of the abyssal ruins piercing through the great immortal severing formation, he would have been torn into pieces. Anyway, 15 years later, in his 20th anchor year, the truth returning finally finished charging. And with this confidence boost, Li Fan once again returned to the abyssal ruins. He piloted the Taihang Arc and reached the thunderstorm layer without any major incident. He stopped just above the darkness layer. Suddenly, a strong wind began to blow, and the frenzied thunderstorm, affected by this strange wind, started to weaken. Specks of light emerged from the darkness, and Li Fan used this precious light to search for the terrifying monster lurking in the dark. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Seeing that the light was about to disappear, he no longer hesitated and piloted the Taihang Arc at full speed, racing towards the bottom of the abyssal ruins. Then, out of nowhere, the monstrous mouth suddenly opened wide once again to swallow him whole. But this only proved his speculation to be correct. This behemoth holds great malice towards mortals. Perhaps its mission is to devour any mortal who comes near that place. Li Fan gritted his teeth and changed course, piloting the Taihang Arc upward. He narrowly escaped the jaws of death, quite literally, and made his way back to the frenzied thunderstorm layer, close at the edge of the darkness layer, only to realize that the monster had stopped chasing. The behemoth stopped right at the edge of the darkness layer, granting Li Fan the perfect opportunity to use the light from the thunderstorm layer to see what it really looks like. And oh boy, was it freaking enormous. It looked like a whale, only 1,000,000 times bigger. Li Fan wondered what the actual hell was that thing. This terrifying behemoth was so freakishly huge that the Taihang Arc should be nothing but a speck of dust in front of its eyes. Yet every time he passed through the dark void, it manages to find him. Even though Li Fan was a bit disheartened, he clenched his teeth in frustration and could only try other methods. Fortunately, he had plenty of chances to do just that. And just like that, over the next 15 years, Li Fan tried to force his way through the darkness layer countless times. But during this time, The time it took for the giant whale to find him after he entered the darkness layer greatly decreased. So, left with no choice, he could only return in defeat after a brief struggle with the giant whale. In his 35th anchor year, at the edge of the thunderstorm layer, Li Fan noticed that only on the day the white mist recedes does the giant whale seem to be delayed by something, discovering him only after a while. With this extra bit of time, he believed perhaps he could fly to the bottom of the abyssal ruins. This time, he decided to go all out and charge straight through at the fastest possible speed to cross the darkness layer before the giant whale could react. He managed to plunge through for the longest time and even saw an illusory scene which appeared below, getting closer and closer. But the giant whale's terrifying cry rang out once again, and along with it, its freakishly wide-opened mouth. Then it was too late. Activating the Huanjin system, he was informed that the simulation had ended. Returning to the virtual simulation space, Li Fan forgo the selection and accelerate the charging progress. He noticed that the upper limit of his psychological age didn't increase. It seems he had already reached the limit, so it wasn't increasing anymore. With a determined look, he lets out a heavy sigh, already aware that he had 748 years to squander. On his 8th lifetime, in the 4th anchor year, he opened Shenhong's tomb once more and accepted the recharged prompt. With his anchor charge progress now at 51% and the current anchor points still at 1, Li Fan took solace that at least his 8th lifetime wasn't a complete waste. In the 5th anchor year, the day the white mist receded, the void transformation charge progress was already close to 90%. But anything less than 100% makes no real difference to him, so he can only wait patiently. In the 20th anchor year, Li Fan tried and failed. In the 35th anchor year, he tried again and failed miserable again. However, these attempts weren't completely useless. At the very least, his control over the Taihang arc became more and more proficient. In the 50th anchor year, Li Fan chose not to force his way through the darkness layer again. He was already old, and his reflexes and mental acuity had declined sharply, so there was no chance of success. He chose to meet his 2 old acquaintances to see if he could get any clues from them. As he watched them from below, hearing their opening sentence just now, Li Fan suddenly feel a bit nostalgic. Anyway, as before, he used the pretext of a core formation method to lure the two to the Grand Tutor's manor. And after 3 rounds of drinks, he took out a scroll with a painting of the behemoth and inquired about it. Li Fan further explains that his ancestor once said on his deathbed that if he ever had the chance to escape the immortal Forsaken Land, he wouldn't need to worry about anything else. With the protection of their sex Taihang arc, he would be safe. But the final layer, where a giant whale lurks, requires the utmost caution. The 2 cultivators were extremely unsettled with this knowledge, completely unaware that there was such a ferocious beast in that pitch-black, empty place. And how come they didn't see it? A sudden realization struck Dao Xuanzi, and Li Fan was quick to notice. It looks like the Sword Dao cultivator seems to know of the beast. Dao Xuanzi calmly explains that he had only seen records of it in an ancient text, and it was said that in ancient times, there was a sect named Beast Taming. The Beast Taming sect had no profound cultivation methods. Relying solely on their beast taming art, they could control the exotic beasts of heaven and earth to fight for them. And among the most famous exotic beasts controlled by the Beast Taming sect, this giant whale seems to be one of them. In that moment, Ko Hong seems to also have a faint recollection on the topic. He recalled the name of the beast to be a rift-splitting whale. Li Fan then asked if either of them knew how to avoid this rift-splitting whale. But to his dismay, they replied that they've only heard fragments about such beast and had no reliable insight. After all, such an exotic beast disappeared from the cultivation world thousands of years ago. Upon hearing this, Li Fan lets out a sigh and raised his head in disappointment. In the end, he still had to rely on himself. Anyway, after handing the cultivation method to Dao Xuanzi and sending the 2 away, Li Fan chose to end his 8th lifetime. And in his 9th lifetime, he opened Shenhong's tomb again, wanting to absorb the halting steel fragment to charge up. Unfortunately, the truth-returning system had no reaction. In his 20th, 35th, and 50th anchor year, he tried repeatedly, but could not break through the darkness layer. In the 65th anchor year, Li Fan was already 85 years old, and his life was nearing its end. Since he was too old, he could no longer outwit or outfight the giant whale. Li Fan decided not to force it. He will just completely give up control of the Taihang arc and let it slowly drift towards the bottom of the abyssal ruins from the start, drifting through the astral wind layer, the illusory light layer, the inversion layer, the flowing fire layer, the profound ice layer, the thunderstorm layer, and the darkness layer. But to his incomprehension, the rift-splitting whale was nowhere to be seen. Li Fan, absolutely mind-boggled and in a daze, kept wondering what was happening. Why didn't the rift-splitting whale appear this time around? He was almost at the very bottom of the abyssal ruins and could even see the exit. Li Fan decided not to miss this amazing opportunity. So, with every ounce of energy he had left, Li Fan sped up full throttle ahead. But to his confusion, the rift-splitting whale suddenly appeared right behind him, closing in fast. It opened its freakishly enormous mouth, wanting to swallow the Taihang arc whole. Meanwhile, Li Fan was still puzzled as to why it suddenly discovered him. That's when it clicks, realization hitting him like a thunderclap. This rift-splitting whale cannot see, or rather, it ignores objects moving at a constant velocity. So as long as he maintained the same speed, he can pass through the darkness layer of the Great Immortal Severing Formation safely. Li Fan, overwhelmed with this realization, couldn't help laughing wholeheartedly. He couldn't even believe that the last shackle keeping him in the immortal Forsaken Land was completely broken by him. Anyway, back to the rift-splitting whale, it eventually closed its mouth but missed the Taihang arc spectacularly. And amidst Li Fan's wild laughter and the giant whale's roar, the Taihang arc broke through the rift between the two realms and headed straight for the cultivation world. But in that very moment, Li Fan's surroundings blurred, and it was as if he had instantly crossed the distance of several worlds. Under immense pressure, blood streamed from his nose, eyes, and mouth, but he paid it no mind. Looking back at the Great Immortal Severing Formation, his perspective was now infinitely elevated. However, at that moment he saw a sight he would never forget. It was the rift-splitting whale, hundreds of them, actually, thousands upon thousands of rift-splitting whales, carving out patches of dark space from the void and the immortal Forsaken Land he just came from. From the perspective of the cultivation world, growing ever more distant. Soon, the Taihang arc suddenly emerged from an abyssal ruin similar to the ruinous abyss in the immortal Forsaken Land. And as it briefly traversed in the immortal plains, Li Fan, at death's door, smiled in sheer delight. He had finally entered the cultivation world, even though it was extremely brief. To be able to see it before dying meant his ninth life wasn't lived in vain. And with that, he activated Huanjin, ending the simulation. Li Fan was immensely satisfied with this outcome. 9 lives and nearly 500 long years, he had finally touched the threshold of cultivation. Anyway, according to his previous plan, he was going to choose to speed up the charging progress. But after seeing the list of selectable items, he now hesitated. As the system gave him another 4 options to choose from, Li Fan was shocked to see the halting steel fragment as an item he could retain. So after some thought, he decided to choose to retain the steel fragment, simply because it was a good chance to verify a certain guess in his heart. And with that, his 10th life began. Since he didn't choose to accelerate charging, he need to wait 20 years for it to complete. In the 3rd anchor year, Li Fan came to the outside of Qianhong's tomb. He didn't choose to use the immortal miasma to break into the tomb, but instead directly took out the halting steel fragment from the Huanjin system. After this steel fragment brought from his previous life appeared in the world, a wondrous change occurred. It actually began to slowly dissipate, like a block of ice under the scorching sun. And the formation generated by the halting steel fragment inside Qianhong's tomb clearly grew much stronger. This was just as Li Fan thought. Mystical objects of heaven and earth possess uniqueness, and 2 identical mystical objects should not exist in the world. Yet with the Huanjin system's ability, he created an identical one from thin air. The consequence was that the 2 mystical objects spontaneously merged, ultimately becoming one. Afterward, Li Fan ordered his subordinates to use the immortal miasma spray to break into the tomb. It took a considerable effort to slowly wear down its power. Entering Qianhong's tomb, the halting steel fragment's appearance hadn't changed much. It just looked slightly less damaged, and it seems the Huanjin system still can't absorb it. And from the looks of it, the halting steel fragment needs to be repaired more completely before it has new energy for Huanjin to absorb. Li Fan then stored this strengthened version of the halting steel fragment in the Taihang boat, as part of his belongings for the future trip to the cultivation world. In the 20th anchor year, the Huanjin system was nearing its charging completion. So Li Fan ruthlessly investigated and purged a batch of corrupt officials and powerful landlords, taking all the gold, silver, and jewels their families had accumulated over generations. This was because he would still have to deal with mortals after arriving in the cultivation world. So gold, silver, and other valuables must be prepared in advance. Besides money, food was also essential. But grain was the foundation of the nation, and besides, he was asking for far too much at once. The officials all submitted memorials in opposition. But Li Fan didn't waste words. In front of all the civil and military officials, he expanded the Taihang boat to its maximum size, suspending it in the air above the imperial palace. After the common people saw this, they all knelt and kowtowed. And when the civil and military officials in the court saw such immortal methods, they all changed their attitudes. They proactively and diligently helped him prepare the grain. With the officials' proactive help, plus the execution of a batch of profiteering merchants, the Taiyan boat was finally stuffed full. All preparations were made. Li Fan had no more ties to the mortal world. Piloting the Taiyan boat, he once again came to the skies above the ruinous abyss. He relaxed his mind and let the Taiyan boat autopilot at a constant speed. It only took a few hours, but in his eyes, it felt even longer than the hundreds of years he had experienced before. The tearing sensation of crossing between two worlds washed over him. But this time around, he gradually adapted to it. After a long wait, he finally passed through the immortal extinction Great Formation and arrived in the cultivation world. However, after getting a clear look at the surrounding scenery, he was a bit dumbfounded. He wondered what was going on. Why was the place he emerged from completely different this time around? He couldn't even find the location of a sea on Kohong's map either. But since he can only take it one step at a time, Li Fan dropped the issue. He wondered if he could find an inhabited place before the spirit stones in the Taihang boat run out. On the vast sea, he randomly picked a direction and piloted the Taihang boat, flying while searching everywhere for traces of cities. The sea was truly vast and boundless, and he flew for 7 days and 7 nights without seeing any sign of human habitation. After another 10+ days like this, the Taihang boat's speed grew slower and slower as it was about to run out of power. Fortunately, just at this desperate moment, the faint shadow of a ship finally appeared on the sea in the distance. When Li Fan looked at the ship with his telescope, he was speechless. It was an actual ship, but in the process of sinking. It seemed to have been attacked because there was a large hole in the hull, and 2/3 of it was already submerged. In the water around the ship, dozens of people were struggling, clearly the ship's crew and passengers. At that moment, one of the passengers assured the rest not to be afraid. They should just hold on a little longer. He had already sent a signal to an immortal master, and he would soon be there to save them. Hearing of an immortal master, Li Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly devised a plan. He put away the Taihang boat, jumped into the sea, and quietly swam toward their direction. He then silently blended into the crowd, also pretending to be on his last breath, barely struggling to survive. When the immortal master arrived, hovering just above them, he seemed to have used some sort of magic art. His clothes and face were as if behind a layer of gauze, impossible to see clearly. Li Fan joined the desperate crowd, begging to be saved. But this was creating so much noise that the immortal master couldn't tolerate. In that moment, the surroundings instantly fell silent. Li Fan was stunned to also find out that he couldn't make a sound. Then, with a casual flick of a finger, the ship, which was already mostly submerged, got lifted out of the water, and the large hole in its hull was actually repaired in an instant. The immortal master then waved his hand, and everyone, including Li Fan, was hurled back into the ship by an invisible force. He then asked for the person responsible for the signal transmission. The passenger in question, Su Changyu, bowed and replied that it was him, referring to himself as a lowly one. The immortal master then asked Su Changyu if he understood the rules. After they get to the place, what happens has nothing to do with him. He had never seen any of them, and he didn't know who any of them were. Su Changyu respectfully replied that he understands. The immortal master said nothing more and simply waved his hand for the second time. Then, very abruptly, the ship began to move quickly in a certain direction. Although Li Fan was amazed, he didn't know what magic art the immortal master used, and the Huanjin system didn't pick up on anything. The immortal master stood at the bow, not saying a word, and everyone on the ship once again fell into a strange silence. More than half a day passed like this. Then, after dark, a faint flickering light was finally visible in the distance. It was an island that looked quite prosperous. Hundreds of large ships were docked at the island's harbor, and it was truly a magnificent sight. However, the ship Li Fan was on did not head toward the harbor. Instead, it went halfway around the island, coming to a sparsely populated area on the back. The ship quietly followed a waterway into a natural karst cave, and after traveling through the narrow cave for a while, the ship finally stopped. After the ship stabilized, several burly men in black came aboard to meet it. The men in black acted as if they didn't even see the immortal master, simply herding everyone on the ship to disembark. They then brought everyone to a spacious hall. One of them announced that everyone would rest there for the night. There was plenty of food in the hall, and they may take as they wish. After giving these instructions, the men in black turned and left. Amidst the crowd, a young guy complained about their rotten luck to actually run into a sea monster. There were nearly 100 of them when they set out, but now less than half have survived. Another chimed in, adding that he didn't know what his father was thinking, insisting on sending him to this great world to cultivate. But if anyone was to ask him, how can cultivating be as fun as listening to music? The young guy agreed, informing the rest that back in his homeland, he was the son of the Prince of Jinan. What riches and glory couldn't he enjoy? And what's so good about this godforsaken place? But Su Changyu suddenly questioned them what the point was for complaining now. After all, which family among them didn't pay a huge price to send them all there? Instead of complaining, they might as well cultivate patiently. If they can really become an immortal master, not only will they have hope for long life, they would also have a chance to return to their homeland and possibly bring their family out of their mortal shackles. Li Fan was quick to realize that everyone there was just like him. Mortals exiled from a land of immortal extinction. But it's just that, in the land of immortal extinction they came from, the existence of the cultivation world doesn't seem to be a secret. And they had already developed a mature smuggling route. In that moment, someone claps Li Fan's shoulder, unsettling him. This big guy wanted to know what official post Li Fan held in Dali because he looks a bit unfamiliar. Or perhaps he was a wealthy merchant from one of the provinces. Suddenly, Li Fan's expression turned dark, and the very second he turned in the big guy's direction, he slapped his hand away, bruising it in the process. The fatty, sensing the bone-chilling aura radiating off Li Fan, apologized and backed the fuck off like a terrified chicken. Just a stare from this person had scared him to death, and he felt like Li Fan was giving off an aura of a person who had been in a high position for years, which was indeed the case. Li Fan was no simple character. The next day, at dawn, a middle-aged man came to the spacious hall and announced that he would soon take them to get their household registration. Once they have it, they would officially become members of Liuli Island. But they must remember not to say what should not be said. Otherwise, he cannot guarantee their safety. They were all residents of the western Dayu Island, and their island was destroyed by a windstorm, which was why they fled to Liuli Island as refugees. He then informed them that they were free to ask questions if they have any. But seeing as no one dared to ask any question, the middle-aged man instructed them to change into tattered clothes. Afterward, under the lead of the middle-aged man and the watch of 4 or 5 men in black, they followed a hidden passage out of the karst cave and came to the surface. Their group of several dozen people was not small, but most of the island's residents merely gave them a casual glance before paying no more attention, clearly accustomed to such sights. After twisting and turning through the city's residential area for God knows how long, they eventually arrived before a manor. And not long after, the young servant at the gate went inside to announce their arrival and returned. Then, leading them through a side door on the left and into a large hall, 2 or 3 other groups, totaling over 100 people, were already gathered in the large hall. Soon it was their turn. The middle-aged man, Sun Zhang, respectfully greeted Steward Zhao, one of the Lord's aide overseeing this occasion. Steward Zhao calmly asked Sun Zhang if the group he brought were all the refugees to be registered. After receiving a confirmation reply, he then asked if they were either rich or noble. Sun Zhang smiled and took something from the breast pocket of his robe, then replied that they were all wealthy families on Dayu Island. He presented the treasure to Steward Zhao, and added that it was unfortunate all their wealth and glory vanished like a bubble without the protection of an immortal master when the disaster struck. Now, they can only travel thousands of miles to seek refuge on their Liuli Island. Apparently, a windstorm raged a few days ago, and even their Liuli Island was affected. But the western islands suffered even heavier losses. It was said that over 200 islands were razed to the ground, and countless mortals perished at sea. Fortunately, the immortal masters were merciful and ordered them to rescue the refugees. Steward Zhao stated that it was a good thing that Sun Zhang's Tianbao Lu was so dedicated, but he should rest assured he would report this truthfully to the island lord. And when the immortal master's rewards are handed down, Sun Zhang would surely get his share. Afterward, Steward Zhao began processing the registration procedures for everyone. Before long, it was Li Fan's turn. When Steward Zhao looked up at Li Fan's demeanor and composure, he instinctively felt an aura of an important person. He calmly asked Li Fan for his name, and upon reply, inscribed it on a blank paper talisman before handing over. Steward Zhao then instructed Li Fan to place a drop of his blood on it. Li Fan bit his thumb and did as he was instructed. Steward Zhao informed Li Fan to keep this spirit talisman safe, because from that point forth it will be his proof of identity. Li Fan would need to present the spirit talisman for all matters on the island, big or small, such as receiving work, collecting grain, and undergoing inspections. He then warned Li Fan to never lose it. Meanwhile, as Steward Zhao relayed all this intel to Li Fan, Sun Zhang, who stood at his side, was puzzled. He couldn't comprehend why Steward Zhao was being so cordial to Li Fan, explaining so much. Anyway, the household registrations were distributed very efficiently, and the entire group received their Liuli Island registrations. Immediately after that, they left that place and did not return to the karst cave. Instead, Sun Zhang led them into the courtyard of a residence. There, he asked with a satisfied smile that they can now sign the contract since the household registrations were in order. Without a word, Su Changyu calmly took out a paper talisman from his robe, bit his finger and smeared his blood on it. The paper talisman, which also had his name on it, suddenly dissipated into thin air. This was the so-called 3 contracts to finalize. And in the future, once they were completely settled, Su Changyu vowed to sign the final contract as promised. Sun Zhang clutched his head with a displeasured look, then comments that dealing with people like Su Changyu from the departed realm was such a hassle. If it weren't for the sake of the immortal master, their Tianbao Lu would never engage in such an unprofitable business. Sun Zhang then announced that all residents of Liuli Island can claim a place to live using their household registration spirit talisman. And in addition, during the first year of registration, they can receive a certain amount of grain for free each month. Although these were all crucial intel, Su Changyu was more concerned about what they must do if they wish to cultivate. Sun Zhang replied honestly that mortals like them who had returned from the land of exile had a much higher concentration of miasma in their bodies than ordinary people. So if they want to cultivate, they must first dispel the miasma from their bodies. Of course, they were already aware of this matter. The issue was how they could get the miasma removed. Sun Zhang explains that there were several methods to remove the miasma. The first was the island's body-purifying spirit pool. Soaking in the spirit pool for a day and a night can completely remove all the miasma from their bodies. But unfortunately, the materials required to open the spirit pool were astonishingly expensive. And although their Liuli Island was wealthy, they can only open it once every 3 years. Sun Zhang then feigned being in deep thoughts, and added that the last time the spirit pool was opened was a year ago, which means they would have to wait about 2 more years for it to be opened again. And besides, the number of spots available for the spirit pool was limited and the competition was fierce. How could outsiders like them with no foundation possibly compete with the people of the island? Su Changyu then asked of the other methods. And apparently, the second method was to cultivate the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation, paired with specific medicines and diet. This would gradually change their constitution over time and eventually clear out the miasma completely. Although this method was time-consuming, often taking 5 or 6 years, its advantage was its stability. Nor does it require any special price to be paid. The profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation and its corresponding elixirs can be bought at the island's pharmacies. Su Changyu was deeply unsettled with the number of years and asked if those 2 were the only methods. Suddenly, Sun Zhang's expression darkened as he declared that there was a third method, which was to become a test subject. Reiterating what they just heard, the entire group was deeply shaken as Sun Zhang confirms his earlier words, explaining that some immortal masters were very interested in the miasma inside a mortal's body. And every year, volunteers are selected from the mortals on the island to serve as test subjects. The immortal masters use special methods to extract the miasma from the test subjects' bodies for research. It only takes a few months to completely drain the miasma from a test subject's body. However, the process was excruciatingly painful, and it was a state of being unable to live and unable to die. Often, the vast majority of people can't endure until the miasma is fully extracted and are driven completely mad by the torture. Once again, Su Changyu asked if there wasn't any other method as Sun Zhang added somewhat skeptically. Apparently, it's said that the direct mortal descendants of those immortal masters can rely on heavenly materials and earthly treasures to reconstruct their bodies. Not only would they no longer have to worry about the affliction of miasma, but they could also improve their cultivation aptitude. However, such methods were beyond their imagination. Even their island lord of Liuli Island didn't receive such treatment. Sun Zhang then declared that this was all he knew, but if they truly wished to cultivate, they should all think it over carefully in the coming days. He was fully aware they had all returned from the land of exile after enduring countless hardships, and they all have a heart that yearns for the Tao. This was completely understandable. After all, who among them on the island wasn't like that in the beginning? But unfortunately, the path of immortality was incredibly difficult. Even if they managed to remove all the miasma from their bodies, very few can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and guide it into their bodies. So why seek out trouble? And besides, there was nothing wrong with being immortal. Instead of bitterly pursuing the path of immortality, it was better to enjoy life, indulge in its passions, and live in the moment. Su Changyu remained silent with his fist clenched tightly. And from the looks of it, it's evidently clear he had no intention of giving up on pursuing the path of immortality. Anyway, after Sun Zhang left, the crowd dispersed. Li Fan asked around and found the place claiming to have free housing. He showed his spirit talisman and was then led by a guide to the residential area in the northern part of Lioli Island. Countless houses were densely packed there, and most of these houses had only one room, but fortunately, they all had small courtyards enclosed by walls, so they didn't seem too shabby. After handing him the key, the guide left. Inside, the room was very simple, with only a bed and a few tables and chairs. But at least he had settled down without much trouble. And it was all thanks to those people from the departed realm. Unfortunately, aside from Su Changyu, this group seems to be entirely mediocre, with no heart for the Tao, incapable of achieving anything great. However, since his primary goal now was to remove the miasma from his body, Li Fan was seriously considering the spirit pool. And although the spots for entering the body-purifying spirit pool were precious, the treasures he had plundered from within the Taihang Arc were countless. So forcing his way into a spot shouldn't be too difficult. However, the downside was that it's too conspicuous. And as they say, one shouldn't flash his wealth. Li Fan had yet to have any foundation on Lioli Island, so suddenly revealing too much wealth will surely attract prying eyes. He needed to plan this carefully. In that moment, someone suddenly knocked on his door, and upon asking who was there, this person simply whispered a reply, giving nothing away. Li Fan drew a sword from his current miniature Taihang Arc and made his way to the door. Then, opening it slightly, he was a bit uneasy and annoyed to see Fatty, who rudely barged in and accused Li Fan of not being one of them. He was confident that Li Fan wasn't from the departed realm. And with his brow furrowed, he asked who Li Fan really was, and his purpose in sneaking onto Lioli Island. Li Fan, with a darkened expression, ignored the question and asked one of his own, wanting to know how Fatty knew he wasn't from the departed realm. Fatty explained that when they fell into the water, he vaguely saw Li Fan suddenly emerge from underwater. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but later, after thinking it over carefully, he realized Li Fan wasn't in their group when they left the departed realm. It seems this Fatty was quite astute and sharp-minded, but completely oblivious to the edgy and chilling tone in Li Fan's voice. And to make matters even worse, he proceeded to reveal that he was the only person who noticed Li Fan had snuck in, completely fucking himself over. When he was even asked about being absolutely sure, this idiot proudly confirmed it, unaware of Li Fan's looming figure with a sword as he called the others fools for not noticing. That's when a sword was plunged straight through his chest from behind. Fatty's face turned ashen before dropping lifelessly on the floor, permanently offed. Li Fan placed the sword back inside the Taihang Arc, then Fatty's corpse, thinking of how utterly clueless he was. Relying on a bit of cleverness, Fatty discovered Li Fan might have snuck in under a false identity, and he couldn't wait to come and threaten him. He didn't even stop to think that people from the departed realm also get their household registration by falsely claiming to be refugees. Now that Fatty had a Lioli Island household registration, he really thought of himself as a native. Anyway, that immortal master whose face was unclear, the one who came to meet them, and Sunjong's Tianbao Lu, they all acted very cautiously, afraid of being found out. Clearly, the identity of being immortal from the land of exile was something that must be kept secret. So the Tianbao Lu and that group from the departed realm wouldn't dare to investigate this with great fanfare. Even if they investigate and find out Fatty came to see him before he disappeared, as long as Li Fan insists he never saw him, they can't do anything to him because not even a body can be found. Li Fan thoroughly cleaned away Fatty's blood, then discarded the evidence in the Taihang Arc. A few days passed, and just as Li Fan expected, aside from Su Changyu who came to ask him a single question, Fatty's mysterious disappearance didn't attract anyone else's attention. During these past few days, he had been inquiring about various matters on the island while planning how to reasonably use the treasures from the Taihang Arc. Gradually, he came to have a general understanding of this Lioli Island where he was at present. This sea region was called the Zongyun Sea. It was vast and boundless, with tens of thousands of islands scattered across it. Lioli Island was located in the south-central part of the Zongyun Sea and was of medium size. It was named Lioli Island because the surrounding waters were abundant with a type of delicious fleshy fish called the Lioli fish. These Lioli fishes were very popular among mortals, and certain elixirs refined by immortal masters also used the Lioli pearls which occasionally form inside their bodies. Therefore, the immortal master presiding over Lioli Island must collect a certain number of Lioli pearls each year. Going out to sea to catch Lioli fish was the most popular job, and one only need to turn over 70% of the catch, and keep the remaining 30% to sell. But unfortunately, going out to sea requires large boats, and the schools of Lioli fish were unpredictable. Finding the schools requires a special spirit lure from the island. The spirit lure was only distributed by the Lioli Manor when going out to sea and was collected upon return. Private fishing was not allowed. If caught, the penalty was immediate execution. Therefore, Fishing for lioli fish can only be done with permission from the lioli manor. A few days ago, a fleet that went out to sea not only returned with a great haul of lioli fish but also encountered a shipwreck. This shipwreck was carrying over a dozen chests of gold, silver, and jewels. This time, the fleet lucked out completely. Regarding the items salvaged from the shipwreck, the island's rules were the same as for the lioli fish, so they could keep 30% for themselves, and the remaining 70% must be handed over to the authorities. When this fleet returned to port, half of the island was in an uproar. Even the island's financial supervisor, Steward Chin, came to inspect it personally. Many people on the island began to pull strings privately, trying to secure a spot for the next sea voyage. So with this intel, Li Fan deduced that as long as he can go out to sea alone, he can launder the treasures from the Taihang Ark through a shipwreck. But the only difficulty was how to obtain the qualification to go out to sea alone. There were too many people on the island who want to join the fleet. So after some casual inquiries, he learned the means to do so. Apparently, the key was the island lord of Lioli Island who had 3 trusted aides: Steward Zhao, Steward Zhou, and Steward Qin. Steward Zhao was in charge of personnel, Steward Qin was in charge of finances, and Steward Zhou was in charge of security. But the vast majority of spots for the fleet's sea voyages were in Steward Qin's hands. Steward Zhao and Steward Zhou have always wanted to get involved, but Steward Qin has maintained tight control, only allocating 1 or 2 fleets to them. Li Fan suddenly remembered the day of the registration and how Steward Zhao's attitude towards him was different from the others. And although he didn't know the reason why, he reasoned that perhaps he should go see him. But Steward Zhao wasn't someone the current Li Fan could see just because he wanted to. So Li Fan decided to go through Sunjong of the Heavenly Treasure Tower. However, at the entrance, he was given the cold shoulder and ordered to leave immediately due to his status. The guard, firm with his words, wanted to know who Li Fan was to want to see Sunjong. Li Fan, accustomed to such treatment in the immortal Forsaken Land, wasn't deterred at all. But what really bugged him was how the guards made the decision without even asking for instructions, as if they already knew who he was. After all, since the Heavenly Treasure Tower was open for business, where was the logic in driving people away without even seeing them? Li Fan wondered if something had happened, changing the tacit cooperation between Sunjong and the people from the departed realm, which inadvertently caused Sunjong to turn hostile and ignore him by association. So after some inquiries, he found out what happened from the son of the Prince of Jinnan. Apparently, it turns out that in order to get rid of the miasma in his body as soon as possible, Su Changyu resolutely chose to become a test subject. And before leaving, he also signed his name on the 3rd remaining contract. With that, the 3 contracts were completed, and the contract document had completely dissipated. There were no longer any ties between the departed realm and Tianbao Lu. At this point, it's no wonder they suddenly turned hostile and deliberately avoided them. Li Fan just didn't expect Su Changyu to be so decisive. The young guy had advised Su Changyu not to be so hasty, but he wouldn't even listen, because apparently he had a terminally ill sister. And if it weren't to save her, he wouldn't have been so desperate. Li Fan, in deep thoughts, tried to think of another strategy. Although Sunjong chose to avoid him, he wasn't going to give up that easily. Judging by how he couldn't help but comfort Su Changyu that day, Li Fan reasoned that Sunjong was at least not a wicked man. And the reason he kept a cold face before was probably just that he didn't want to be too involved with mortals from the immortal Forsaken Land. After all, compared to strangers, he also preferred dealing with people whose background he knew a little about. So he returned once more and waited patiently in front of the Heavenly Treasure Tower. But upon seeing Li Fan, the guards were annoyed as they questioned if he was looking for death. Li Fan deliberately raised his voice just to pique the interest of the crowd, and explained that he came to do business with the Heavenly Treasure Tower, but it seems the guards want to drive him away without even talking. He then asked the panicked guard if this was how the Heavenly Treasure Towers treats guests. The immediate chorus of murmurs among the gathered crowd forced the guard's hand, so he rushed inside to relay Li Fan's message, and after returning with instructions, he quietly led Li Fan inside. Li Fan patiently took a seat in a guest room, and was served a cup of tea by a maid. Taking a sip, his expression suddenly changed to sheer delight after having a taste. But in that very moment, Sunjong walked in and mentioned that the tea was a Dayu's pale dragon. It grows on the submarine volcanic craters around Dayu Island, and there were only a dozen or so plants. Now, with the destruction of Dayu Island, the Dayu pale dragon had temporarily become a unique rarity. Li Fan maintained his smile upon hearing this, then replied that he seems to be lucky enough to bask in Elder Sunjong's light. Sunjong, with a stern look, reminded Li Fan that their matters of Dali were finished. There should be no more entanglements between him and anyone from the departed realm. So why had Li Fan sought him out for the second time? Li Fan explained that he had been misunderstood because he was indeed there to discuss a business deal. Nothing more. Sun Zhang couldn't help staring at Li Fan with a mocking smile. Aside from Su Changyu, he simply couldn't comprehend anyone else from the bunch having any beneficial deal. However, upon seeing the way Li Fan just simply stared back at him made him falter for a slight moment. The two held each other's gaze for a brief moment too long before Sun Zhang reluctantly pulled up a chair to take a seat. He asked Li Fan what business deal he wanted to discuss. And like a man far beyond his age, Li Fan calmly pitched his idea. He first asked if the Heavenly Treasure Tower was interested in a quota for the seafaring fleet. And Sun Zhang explained that every time the fleet goes out to sea, not to mention the treasures that can be salvaged, just the lioli fish and other marine specialties were enough to make a fortune. So if he was to say that their Heavenly Treasure Tower wasn't interested, then it would be a lie. However, the fleet quotas were firmly controlled by Steward Qian. Let alone their tower, even Steward Zhao can only get 1 or 2 spots. Li Fan was a newcomer after all, so what ability did he have to dare scheme for it? Li Fan wasn't the least bit rattled with this intel and simply asked for a meeting with Steward Zhao. His expression firm and determined. He added that he had his own way to persuade Steward Zhao if he was allowed to see him. A deafening silence suddenly ensues as Sun Zhang stared at Li Fan with a furrowed brow, his decision unclear as he tried to gauge the weight of Li Fan's words. Then, very abruptly, someone authoritatively interrupted, drawing the gazes of the two men. This person, the shopkeeper, was a young woman with a veil covering half of her face. She told Sun Zhang to simply let Li Fan see Steward Zhao. After all, it wasn't a difficult thing to do. However, if Li Fan fails, he would be chopped up and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Sun Zhang immediately got up and respectfully offered his greetings as she gracefully took over. Li Fan spared no time offering his sincere gratitude, thanking her for the opportunity. But the shopkeeper simply brushed it off, almost amused. Since Li Fan seems to have some confidence, it didn't look like he was talking big. Li Fan replied that he always keeps his promises. His word was his bond. Anyway, granting an audience with Steward Zhao was no skin off her back. And if Li Fan really succeeds, her Heavenly Treasure Tower can even extract a corresponding benefit. But according to the island's rules, 3/10 of the harvest from each voyage can be kept for oneself. Li Fan doesn't want a single cent of those 3/10. He proposed half of it goes to Steward Zhao, and the other half goes to the Heavenly Treasure Tower. Perplexed, the shopkeeper wanted to know what Li Fan wanted in return after going to such great lengths. Li Fan boldly expressed his desire to enter the body-purifying spirit pool engaged once in every 3 years. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhang and the shopkeeper were equally stunned. Then, unable to hold it in, the shopkeeper began laughing wholeheartedly. She couldn't believe that Li Fan, at his age, still wanted to learn from others to cultivate immortality. Li Fan remained silent and unbothered as she laughed to her heart content, before adding that only by seeking eternal life will he have no regret even if he dies. The sincerity in his words seemed to shut her laughter up real quick, a slight contemptuous smile suddenly forming on her lips. She then agrees to help Li Fan with this matter. With everything settled, the shopkeeper informed Li Fan to wait until a date was set. Then she would send someone to notify him. Li Fan thanked her once again and took his leave, not forgetting to add that he was staying in house number 7, 6th longitudinal outside the city. They can find him there if anything else happens. The moment he was out of earshot, Sun Zhang questioned the shopkeeper about that spot in the body-purifying spirit pool. And she calmly replied that although the competition for spots in the body-purifying spirit pool was fierce every year, her Heavenly Treasure Tower wasn't without the strength to compete. If Li Fan can truly secure a seafaring fleet, then in just 5 years, the profits brought by the fleet would be enough to cover the cost of a spot. This business is a sure win with no loss. However, Sun Zhang immediately asked her what the matter was after her abrupt unease. And the shopkeeper could only explain that Li Fan's eyes looked quite scary, leaving Sun Zhang speechless. Anyway, on the way back, Li Fan stopped by a pharmacy and bought the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation and the matching medicinal herbs. Even if everything goes smoothly, it will still be 2 years before the body-purifying spirit pool opens. So he might as well try cultivating it first to see the effects. Perhaps he might have amazing natural talent and can purge the miasma from his body himself without needing to wait for 2 years. For the next few days, Li Fan stayed at home, cultivated diligently, and waited for the indefinite meeting with Steward Zhao. But who would have thought that before Li Fan even meets Steward Zhao, he would hear a rather shocking piece of news. Su Changyu died, and when his corpse was sent back, only a twisted mass of flesh and blood remained. It didn't look human at all, and was truly terrifying. The flesh and blood would even twitch inexplicably, making one's scalp numb. And on top of that, The people from the departed realm were newcomers and couldn't even scrape together enough money to buy a grave plot. They originally planned to bury him at sea, but Li Fan couldn't stand watching that. So he took out some money to let Su Changyu rest in peace in the earth. Even though their encounter was brief, Xiaoheng, the heir to the Prince of Jinnan of the departed realm, was deeply shaken and cried miserably at Su Changyu's burial site. And as for Li Fan, he didn't particularly feel much, just a bit of a sigh. After all, he didn't know the guy, but the way Su Changyu conducted himself decently and had a firm will, it wasn't a stretch to consider him as a genius. Although not a genius rarely seen in a century, Su Changyu was definitely no mediocrity. Among the group from the departed realm, Li Fan originally thought Su Changyu was the most likely to make a name for himself. Yet such a person couldn't even survive the prerequisite requirement of cultivation purging miasma and died so silently. The path of immortality was truly difficult. Anyway, in the subsequent process of cultivating the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation, Li Fan's understanding of those words became increasingly profound. But facts proved that he wasn't some peerless genius either. For nearly a month, he lived in seclusion, cultivating this heart-cleansing incantation every day. So generally speaking, even those with mediocre aptitude would see obvious effects like improved spirits and faster thinking after cultivating for half a month. However, a month had passed, and Li Fan surprisingly didn't feel any changes. He wasn't anxious though, and just treated it as a mandatory daily cultivation task. Another half a month passed like this, and finally, the people from the Heavenly Treasure Tower arrived. And following a messenger, he finally met Steward Zhao in a courtyard owned by the Heavenly Treasure Tower. Li Fan respectfully greeted him, adding that it's been quite some time, but Steward Zhao skipped the pleasantries and went straight to the point. He'd heard from the people at the Heavenly Treasure Tower that Li Fan wants a spot for a seafaring fleet. It seems his appetite was quite big, but what backing did he have? Li Fan couldn't agree more, and although he didn't reveal any backing, he knew a fleet going out to sea seeks nothing but profit. So he was curious about Steward Zhao's thoughts on the profit for catching the lily fish compared to retrieving treasures directly from sunken ships on the ocean floor. Salvaging treasures were worth several regular fishing trips. But the issue was how could one encounter such a good thing every time? Steward Zhao had been on this island for over a dozen years, and from his memory, there had only been a few scant times with major harvests. But Li Fan confidently declared that if he were to command a fleet, he can guarantee that every time they go out to sea, they will bring back a certain amount of treasure. With an intense stare, Steward Zhao calmly strokes his beard and unexpectedly admits that Li Fan didn't lie. Although Li Fan didn't talk big, he was genuinely curious as to how Steward Zhao actually managed to discern the truth in his words. Steward Zhao explained that he was born with a pair of unique eyes that can recognize talent and distinguish truth from falsehood. Just now when Li Fan spoke, he only saw a soft white light emitting from Li Fan's body, proving that his words were true and harbored no ill intentions. To think there is such a unique art. Li Fan was amazed and a bit surprised as he recalls their first encounter. On the day of registration, Steward Zhao's attitude toward him seemed slightly different from the others. It seems he saw something then. Steward Zhao only saw that Li Fan was extremely wealthy and had quite a bit of blood on his hands. Obviously not an ordinary person. That's why he was a bit polite to Li Fan, forming a good karma in passing. In that case, on the day of the registration, Steward Zhao must have also realized that Sunjong from the Heavenly Treasure Tower wasn't speaking the truth. However, whether what Sunjong said back then was the truth or a lie, with an immortal master presiding over the island, they weren't afraid of trouble. As long as a person minded his own business, nothing will happen to him. And besides, gathering refugees was also the immortal master's order. So if Sunjong can bring so many refugees to his Liuli island, how could he make things difficult for him? Anyway, with this intel, Li Fan was wondering if Steward Zhao could consider the matter of the seafaring spot since he could see that he wasn't speaking falsely. Steward Zhao took a seat and replied calmly, pointing out the obvious. Li Fan was a newcomer with no foundation, so if he rashly hand a fleet over to him, it will certainly cause much dissatisfaction. He rather proposed Li Fan goes with the fleet the next time they head to sea. If he really can salvage treasure every time he goes out, then in just a few trips the crew will surely be convinced through his abilities. At that time, Li Fan can take over the fleet justifiably. Li Fan thanked Steward Zhao, and also complimented his thorough way of thinking. Back at the Heavenly Treasure Tower, the shopkeeper was absolutely shocked and bewildered to hear that Li Fan actually managed to convince Steward Zhao so easily. With a confirmation from Sunjong, the shopkeeper was now totally convinced Li Fan wasn't talking big, and indeed had the confidence to secure the fleet. At the same time, Sunjong also began to wonder what backing Li Fan actually had. The shopkeeper then instructed Sunjong to send Li Fan the title deed for the vacant courtyard on East Street in the city. This absolutely stunned Sunjong, who couldn't comprehend what he just heard. They spent a fortune to acquire that courtyard, preparing to use it to bribe Steward Shin. How can they just let Li Fan have it so cheaply? And even if they were to give it to him, they should wait until he helps them secure the fleet first. The shopkeeper, firm with her decision, instructed Sunjong to just do as he's told. If they really wait until then, a mere small courtyard won't be enough to befriend Li Fan. Sunjong sent someone to deliver the title deed to Li Fan, and Li Fan naturally didn't refuse the gift. Since he didn't have much to pack, he moved into the courtyard house on East Street that very day. Compared to the slums outside the city, the environment of this courtyard was more than just a little better. Afterwards, he politely declined the few maids sent by the Heavenly Treasure Tower. He settled down there quietly, waiting for the next time the fleet would set sail. Originally, Li Fan thought it wouldn't take long, but who knew an unforeseen event would push the date of the departure into the indefinite future. A massive windstorm hit Lioli Island, destroying everything in its immediate surroundings. It was so destructive that Li Fan could feel the tremors inside his new home all the way in the city. Alarmed by this disaster, he rushed outside to his courtyard, only to be startled seeing several strong storms just behind what appears to be some sort of a formation. And just outside the formation, the destructive power of the raging windstorm with little to no rain or snow was evident to see. Unlike Dayu Island, which got wrecked by a similar windstorm not long ago, Lioli Island is fortunate to have an immortal master who informed the islanders that the Grand Protective Formation had been activated, so there was no need to panic. They should simply hide inside their homes and not come out until everything quieted down. The residents of Lioli Island began praising and practically worshipping the immortal master as a merciful being. Back to Li Fan, who kept staring at the formation silently and filing anything he could learn from this experience, noticed that the blue light of the island's protection Grand Formation flows and turns, and the faintly emerging characters also look exceptionally profound and mysterious. Also, about the howling sound just now, like ghosts weeping along with the raindrops, have all been completely shut out by the light barrier. Meanwhile, outside was the violent storm, while inside was calm and tranquil. Li Fan questioned if this was the means of the immortals. Just then, his eyes widened very abruptly as a heavenly divine thunder violently struck the formation, and the aftershock of the collision between it and the Grand Formation created an overwhelming pressure that instantly brought him to his knees, spurting a mouth full of fresh blood in the process. Li Fan, shell-shocked, couldn't fathom such power from just a thunder strike, and what's more, it appears to be just one of many installed for the island, as several started striking around and on the island like a divine punishment. Li Fan gritted his teeth with uncertainty, wondering if his 10th lifetime was going to end there like this. Fortunately, the Island Protection Grand Formation was more reliable than he imagined. It actually held on without shattering. And just like that, time passed slowly, and although he didn't know how long, the great waves finally began to calm down, and it was only calming down, that's all. The windstorm came quickly but left slowly, and amidst the wind and rain, it was hard to distinguish day from night. Li Fan felt that a full 2 or 3 days had passed before the windstorm finally receded. He also heard from the islanders that the windstorm was actually on a relatively small scale. The windstorm 15 years ago was several times more powerful than this one. At that time, the Island Protection Grand Formation could barely maintain itself and was forced to shrink its protective range. After that windstorm, Lioli Island's area was reduced to only 1/3 of its original size. And in the dozen years following that windstorm, Lioli Island gathered refugees from all over, and only then did it slowly recover its vitality. Li Fan was still reeling about the windstorm as he stared at the shady clouded sky, never imagining that the might of heaven and earth was terrifying to this extent. Anyway, a few days after the windstorm, all residents on Lioli Island received instructions, requiring every household to inspect whether the Island Protection Grand Formation had any damage. The method of inspection was simple. The Lioli Manor would distribute a spirit talisman, and one only needed to hang the spirit talisman in their home for a few days and nights, then observed if any red light would emerge. The Island Protection Grand Formation had 367,800 nodes, so they must ensure that there are no abnormalities in any of them. Under the will of the Immortal Master, and also out of consideration for their own safety, everything on Lioli Island was paused to prioritize the maintenance of the Island Protection Grand Formation. In the past, the Immortal Master would coordinate the maintenance work for the landmass, but this time, it is said that the spirit stones maintaining the landmass's operation were nearly exhausted, so the Immortal Master returned to Wanxian Island to retrieve spirit stones. The landmass inspection self-counts 360 flashes of the spirit talisman as one small cycle, and 360 small cycles as one large cycle. As long as no red light emerges within one large cycle, It represents that the landmass was unharmed. Li Fan was impressed and amazed with the Island Protection Grand Formation. It was so massive yet incredibly intricate, and truly hard to imagine how it was built. 5 days later, the result that made everyone on the island breathe a sigh of relief came out. The Island Protection Grand Formation was undamaged. And with the return of the Immortal Master, the residents of the island finally completely set their minds at ease. Life on Lioli Island gradually returned to normal. In the following months, refugees from other islands arrived at Lioli Island from time to time to seek asylum. These survivors were only a minority, and the vast majority of people on their islands had died in the recent windstorm. The Tseongyun Sea region was vast and boundless, with an unknown number of islands, large and small. Only those islands with special resources would have an immortal master presiding over them. Anyway, during these few months, Li Fan didn't stay idle. He persisted in cultivating the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation every day, and finally, there were results. But both the upper limit of his physiological age and psychological age had increased once more. And although the margin wasn't large, it still made him feel energized. So just like that, another month passed, and news from Steward Zhao finally came. Apparently, the windstorm in the Tseongyun Sea had completely disappeared, and the fleet's next departure was imminent. 3 days later, on Lioli Island's pier, Li Fan met up with Tseongyun that Steward Zhao told him to come to, and after a few exchange, he boarded the ship. Meanwhile, on board, some of the crew members wondered what kind of madness had seized the island lord to organize this sort of assessment. After all, the fleet with the smallest harvest this voyage will be deemed unqualified, and will have their future sailing qualifications cancelled. How can this be good? And it was all caused by the windstorm. There has also been rumors that the Island Protection Grand Formation of Coral Island to the south shattered, and the entire island was razed to the ground. And those supplies that Coral Island needed to submit have fallen onto their Lioli Island's head. The two crew members questioned what kind of situation this disaster had put their Lioli Island in, and how they were supposed to live in the future. It was said that it's only temporary, and they just need to make up for what was owed before. The boss of the crew, Zhang Haobo, yells at the two for their cowardly behavior. Why don't they look on the bright side? Doesn't the first place also receive a reward? And the share of the harvest was increased from 30% to 50%. The crew dejectedly tells Zhang Haobo to stop dreaming. First place? With their fishing skills? Yeah, right. He was pretty much aware that they barely complete the fishing quota every time. Another agreed with what was said. The way he sees it, this will be their last time going out to sea. He even suggests they just not go back and become free and unfettered pirates. Musing over the idea, he comments on how thrilling that would be. Zhang Haobo assures them not to worry. There was a capable person on the ship this time around. He introduced Li Fan to the crew and guaranteed that they would return fully loaded. The crew were skeptical when they heard this, and upon seeing how pale and clean Li Fan was, they wondered if he had ever been to sea. Zhang Haobo yelled at them for being blind fools. Can't they recognize a noble person when they see one? Zhang Haobo then declared Li Fan as a great talent specially invited by Steward Zhao, and he would be taking over their ship soon, so they needed to be more polite towards their new captain. The crew, as expected when aggravated, yells that their boss, Zhang Haobo, had been the captain of the Tseongyun ship for almost 10 years. So how can he just give it up like that? One of them even added that Zhang Haobo had saved his life in the past. So if he's being driven out of his position, then he, Lu San, would be the first to disagree. He won't stand for this injustice. Zhang Haobo gave a humorous chuckle and nodded slightly, quite pleased with himself for instigating this intimating tactic to show Li Fan who was really in charge. He watched Li Fan's reaction with a sly smile as the crew continued to yell, expressing their dissatisfaction. They even suggested throwing Li Fan into the sea to feed the fish once they set sail. After all, it was perfectly normal for someone to die at sea anyway. Zhang Haobo tells the crew to calm down, then acting all ungrudgingly, he stated that even though he knew everyone thought highly of him, the Tseongyun ship was Steward Zhao's property after all, and at the end of the day they were merely selling their lives for him. And now that Steward Zhao had declared he wants to change personnel, he has no choice in the matter. Li Fan listened quietly, and having lived through several lifetimes, these moral coercion and public manipulation were nothing but petty tricks to him. He cut in with a firm and commanding tone, questioning the crew whether they do not trust Steward Zhao, who apparently trusted him to lead them. Are they insinuating the Lord's aid has bad eyes? Since he had already promised Steward Zhao that he can find treasures every time they set sail, he certainly won't let everyone down by association. The crew immediately began to think things over as they seriously started to wonder if Li Fan was actually someone with some sort of skills. After all, Steward Zhao's eyes were incredible. and there's basically never a time his eyes had looked wrongly, so Li Fan's words was probably true. Meanwhile, Zhang Haobu's face had darkened when he realized that his sly tactics had gone to shit. It had failed spectacularly with just a few words from Li Fan, and this was pissing him off. He turned sharply with an accusatory finger pointed in Li Fan's direction, claiming he was spouting nonsense about finding treasures every time they set sail. It's clearly horseshit and he doesn't believe it. Zhang Haobu believes Li Fan had obviously used connections to snatch his position as captain. Did he take him for a fool? Anyway, since Li Fan likes talking big, he'd like to see how he would fare in the end. Zhang Haobu gave the command to set sail and head out to sea. The Songyuan moved without wind, sailing out of the port and heading towards the vast sea, relying not on wind power nor manpower, but on a set of micro-spell formations driven by spirit stones. The ship was also equipped with a spirit lure, so when traces of Lioli fish are discovered in nearby waters, the spirit lure will issue a guide. But the sea is vast, and the range the spirit lure can perceive is limited. So it requires extremely experienced crew members to first find the general range where the fish schools appear. However, when encountering the ravages of a windstorm or the migration of fish schools, all past experience becomes useless. One can only look for a needle in a haystack, relying entirely on luck. And the Songyuan's luck seemed to be not so good. More than half a month passed. Apart from netting some ordinary fish schools and finding some conventional marine minerals, there were no major harvests. Not only were the crew members all wearing long faces, but even Zhang Haobu began to feel anxious in his heart. After all, there is a punishment for being last place this time. The rule on the island was to return within a month. They've only caught this little bit of stuff this time. It's quite possible they really have the smallest harvest. They can only hope for a turn of events in the next few days. Zhang Haobu stares at the sky, hoping the immortal master protects them. In that moment, Li Fan came out from the cabin, and upon seeing him, Zhang Haobu was quick to throw shade, wanting to know if Li Fan had finally decided to grace them with his presence. If it weren't for his daily meals, Zhang Haobu would have thought Li Fan had died in his room. Li Fan simply requested for a small boat because he'd sensed sunken treasures nearby. Zhang Haobu, completely gobsmacked, screamed in absolute disbelief. He began to stutter, questioning Li Fan if he was joking. But once again, Li Fan just instructed him to quickly prepare a small boat for him. He had seen jewelries shining with brilliance under the deep sea, waiting for him to salvage it. The opportunity was fleeting, and the light of the treasures was becoming dim. Li Fan told him to hurry before he loses its bearings. Zhang Haobu immediately ordered the crew to prepare the boat at once. And in just a few minutes, the small boat was prepared with Li Fan on board. But before leaving, he told them not to follow and should simply wait for his signal. When they asked why, Li Fan replied that they were too noisy, and their noise could easily interrupt his line of sight. Obviously, this left the crew completely speechless. As Li Fan set off and out of earshot, Lu San asked Zhang Haobu if it was possible that Li Fan was running away by himself. Zhang Haobu dismissed this as silly talk. After all, the sea was vast and Li Fan didn't bring any dry rations along. So where could he possibly run off to? 2 hours later, the crew saw Li Fan's signal in a distance and quickly sailed the ship over. When they arrived at the spot, Li Fan pointed to a spot underwater and added that the treasure was there. Zhang Haobu instructed them to cast the net and prepare to make a dive. Less than an hour later, 16 chests of gold and silver were loaded on board. And as they shined brightly under the moonlight, Zhang Haobu, for the first time in his life, couldn't help but seriously think about that Songyuan's stroke of good fortune. And it was thanks to Li Fan. He wasn't bragging and actually allowed the crew to return fully loaded. It seems everything he said was actually true. He can actually really find sunken treasures at the bottom of the sea. This kind of ability had undoubtedly made him an extraordinary person. An extremely extraordinary person just like Steward Zhao. In that moment, Zhang Haobu, completely humbled, was regretful for the way he had treated Li Fan. After all, it was rare to have a chance to meet such a noble person. And it was fine if he didn't grasp this opportunity, but to actually ridiculously think said person was there to snatch his tiny little fleet. Zhang Haobu felt a profound sense of shame and realized he needed to apologize immediately. So as soon as Li Fan boarded the ship once again, Zhang Haobu earnestly came to bow and apologize to him. After dismissing him pleasantly, Li Fan returned to his room to rest. After all, having obtained the treasures, the Songyuan ship stopped fishing, and immediately turned around, setting course back to Lioli Island. Since the harvest this time was so great, the entire crew wasn't able to rest easy until they returned safely to the island. At the harbor, Zhang Haobu told them not to dock just yet. He then instructed Lu San to quietly slip into the water and go notify Steward Zhao. Lu San should ask him to personally send people to do the inventory. Lu San gave a nod and effortlessly left the ship. Zhang Haobo turned towards the rest of the crew and boldly declared that if nothing unexpected happens, their harvest should be the largest among the fleet that went out to sea this time around. And according to the rules, they get to keep 50%. If outsiders do the counting, they will inevitably deduct or miscalculate. Zhang Haobo doesn't feel at ease unless it's their own people. The crew cheered him on, agreeing wholeheartedly and claiming that even losing a little bit of their cut would distress them to death. After waiting for some time, the Zhongyuan docked at the shore, but the personnel for the routine inventory were blocked by Zhang Haobo and the crew members. When they questioned the meaning of what they were doing, the crew said nothing and still made no move of letting them on board to take the inventory. One of them deduced that judging by the ship's draft, that Zhongyuan returned empty-handed this time around also. And from the looks of it, Zhang Haobo's time as captain of the Zhongyuan ship was coming to an end as well. The crew members nearly engaged in a verbal spat with them before Zhang Haobo shut that down real quick. He reasoned that there was no need to argue with them. Li Fan quietly watched the entire scene, noting that there was a reason why Zhang Haobo could sit firmly in the position of captain of the Zhongyuan. It was only his background and experience that seemed to limit him. Anyway, Steward Zhao personally arrived with his men shortly after. And as 16 chests of jewelries were carried off the ship under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the entire dock caused a sensation. Consequently, the news that the Zhongyuan had harvested a massive amount of treasures spread like wildfire and soon covered the entire Liuli Island. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Treasure Tower, Sun Zhang barged in on the shopkeeper, looking all flustered. When she asked what the matter was, Sun Zhang, huffing profusely, stammered coherently about the Zhongyuan ship, treasures, and over 10 chests of them. The shopkeeper didn't understand what was there to make a fuss about if it was just over 10 chests of treasures, and presumed a client wanted to digest these things on the island. If they do, then they still have to go through their Heavenly Treasure Tower's channels. She stops abruptly when realization hits her. The Zhongyuan was the ship Li Fan boarded to set sail a month ago. Sun Zhang, still breathless, confirmed this, adding that it was no wonder Li Fan could persuade Steward Zhao. He was absolutely certain he would find treasures as soon as he went out to sea. Sun Zhang then declared that Li Fan's ability seemed to be just like their Heavenly Treasure Tower's grand shopkeeper. The shopkeeper immediately gave the order for Sun Zhang to go arrange a meeting with Li Fan immediately. She wanted to know when they can invite him for a meal. Also, he should send someone to clean up the tower, then send the title deed over to Li Fan. Without hesitation, Sun Zhang agreed to do as he's told and left. The shopkeeper wondered if Li Fan has a spirit-channeling treasure physique. Apparently, the legendary spirit-channeling treasure physique. As long as rare treasures exist within a certain range of oneself, one will sense them. And the grand shopkeeper of the Heavenly Treasure Tower, Yin Yuding, the shopkeeper's older sister, also possesses this special constitution. And it was precisely by relying on this heaven-defying ability that her sister built the Heavenly Treasure Tower. This large-scale chamber of commerce now spans the Zhongyuan Sea from nothing over the past dozen years. And to think that another spirit-channeling treasure physique had appeared now was truly surprising and unexpected. As the scene shifts to Steward Zhao's manor, Li Fan had paid him a visit. Steward Zhao first praised Li Fan. He truly was extraordinary. Fishing up 16 chests of treasures on his first time out to sea, Li Fan really gave him a huge surprise. The harvest this time was indeed substantial, but Li Fan was afraid it will be hard to get this much in the future. Steward Zhao agrees with this assessment. That stands to reason. How could one have such luck every time? However, just relying on the harvest this time around is enough for him to operate a separate fleet for Li Fan. Upon hearing this, Li Fan thanked him for the opportunity. Anyway, Steward Zhao heard that Li Fan had racked his brains just to seek a spot in the body-purifying spirit pool. Li Fan confirmed that it was precisely so. Even with inexhaustible treasures, one will turn into a pile of yellow earth after 100 years. Only by seeking immortality, asking for the Tao, and witnessing eternal life is this trip to the world not in vain. Steward Zhao admired Li Fan's resolved determination. To still have a heart that yearns for the Tao at his age, he admits he's inferior to him. Over 10 years ago, when Steward Zhao was the same age as Li Fan was at present, he once saved an immortal master by a stroke of luck. The immortal master asked if he was willing to follow him to cultivate, but Steward Zhao knew he had long passed the best age for cultivation. Even if he cultivated, he might not achieve anything. Moreover, the older one gets, the more deep-rooted the miasma in the body becomes, and the more painful it is to remove. Now, as he gets older, he vaguely feels regret. But it's a pity that there is no medicine for regret in this world. Among the hundreds of thousands of mortals on Liuli Island, those like Li Fan were truly the minority. Li Fan's response to the flattery was cordial, but he was wondering about the matter regarding the quota for the body-purifying spirit pool, if Steward Zhao could help him secure a spot. Unfortunately, Steward Zhao replied that he can't help Li Fan with this matter. The opening of the body-purifying spirit pool requires the island's immortal master to preside over it, and the quota is also decided by the immortal master. 1 year before opening the spirit pool, the immortal master will announce the required materials, and each family collects the materials on the list and hands them over. The quota is decided based on the amount of contribution points. However, Li Fan doesn't need to worry. The Heavenly Treasure Tower has open branches on every island in the Zhongyun Sea. If they are talking about the ability to collect materials, there aren't many on Liuli Island who can compare to them. With this intel, it seems Li Fan's priority about the Heavenly Treasure Tower needed some adjustments. And speaking about the Heavenly Treasure Tower, just as he returned to his small courtyard from Steward Zhao's manor, Sun Zhang came to his door with the title deed. It was obvious that he had been waiting for a long time. Although surprised, Li Fan was actually interested in meeting the shopkeeper, so he inquired about her, wanting to know whether she was looking for him for something. And since he happened to want to meet her once more, he readily agreed. As for the title deed to the Tingyu Tower that Sun Zhang brought, Li Fan did not accept it. When the two met that very evening, the shopkeeper of Liuli Island's Heavenly Treasure Tower formally introduced herself as Yin Yuzhen. Li Fan did the same, introducing himself formally this time around. Yin Yuzhen was quick to point out how extremely concise Li Fan was with his introduction. Li Fan replied that he was merely a simple mortal, and there was really nothing worth saying. Yin Yuzhen then asked of the spirit channeling treasure physique, wanting to know if that was also not worth mentioning in his eyes either. Li Fan genuinely admits he had no clue what a spirit channeling treasure physique was. But since his composure gives nothing away, Yin Yuzhen was doubtful. If Li Fan didn't have the spirit channeling treasure physique, then how did he manage to find the location of the treasures in the vast sea? Li Fan replied that it was just a feeling in his heart. This reply displeases Yin Yuzhen, who couldn't help but pout with irritation that Li Fan was denying the obvious. But upon seeing that Li Fan seemed to truly not know, Yin Yuzhen told him about it out of helplessness. Li Fan took a moment to mull over this intel, before asking a series of questions which completely caught her off guard. If she was saying that her sister was also a spirit channeling treasure physique, then how old was she, what did she look like, where was she 20 years ago, and where was she now? Yin Yuzhen, suddenly panic-stricken, questioned in shock if Li Fan was their long-lost father or some sort. But as she briefly thought things over, she realized that it wasn't right since Li Fan didn't look anything like them. Li Fan was baffled for a moment before stating that he was just curious. But Yin Yuzhen took it as him being curious about his own kind, which she gets. Li Fan didn't bother rectifying this, so she continued, adding that she and Yin Yuzhen were originally from Yelan Island in the north. Their parents died in a disaster when they were young, leaving only them to depend on each other. In Yin Yuzhen's memories, she and Yin Yuzhen could only rely on begging to survive every day, never knowing where their next meal would come from. But starting from a point she can't recall, her sister could always find various valuable things in different places. So their days got better day by day. Then later on, Yin Yuzhen established the Tianbao Lu single-handedly. Now it's a pity that she hadn't seen her for several years. Li Fan asked where she had gone to, and Yin Yuzhen explained that 3 years ago, Yin Yuzhen was chosen by a passing immortal master and taken away. At the beginning, she would send people to bring them messages to say she was safe. But later, they never heard any news from her again. Upon hearing that she was taken away by an immortal master, Li Fan wondered if Yin Yuzhen was taken to cultivate the path to immortality. But unfortunately, Yin Yuzhen knew otherwise. If only that were true, because apparently in the letters Yin Yuzhen sent back previously, she used a secret code only the two of them understood to tell Yin Yuzhen that her current situation was very dangerous, and if she stopped contacting her, it meant she might have met with misfortune. Yin Yuzhen also told her not to look for her either. Li Fan questioned if this trouble was invited by her special physique. Yin Yuzhen was just a mortal, so what she could sense were only things of some value to mortals. And these treasures, in the eyes of those immortal masters, were no different from scrap metal. It wasn't like no immortal masters noticed Yin Yuzhen's special physique before, but none of them took it seriously. Yin Yuzhen still doesn't even know why her sister was taken away by that last immortal master. Although her sister likely bodes ill rather than well, the foundation she left behind was still there. So the Heavenly Treasure Tower that she worked so hard to build cannot be destroyed in Yin Yuzhen's hands. Yin Yuzhen admits she doesn't have her sister's miraculous ability, and after her sister disappeared, the Heavenly Treasure Tower's business got worse day by day, coupled with her misjudging a few items later on, leading to the loss of a large sum of money. The veterans of the Heavenly Treasure Tower gradually became dissatisfied with her. They even wanted to conspire with outsiders to drive her out and carve up the Tianbao Lu's assets. Fortunately, these veterans still have some apprehension about Inyuding, who was taken by the immortal master, so they haven't made a move yet. So, under the pretext of opening up markets, Inyushin moved from Yelan Island to Liuli Island to lay low for a while. She originally intended to develop there for a few years and accumulate some strength before settling accounts with them, but she didn't expect to meet another spirit-channeling treasure physique on Liuli Island. Inyushin believes if she had Li Fan's help, she would definitely be able to regain control of the Heavenly Treasure Tower. Although Li Fan understands where she's coming from, he made it clear he wasn't interested in the affairs of her tower. His only wish lies in immortal cultivation. And Inyushin had promised that as long as he helps her secure a fleet, she would help him obtain a spot in the body-purifying spirit pool. He asked if she wants to go back on their deal about the matter. Inyushin explains that the Heavenly Treasure Tower always put integrity first in business. So what they promised Li Fan, they will definitely do. However, before she could continue, Li Fan cut in very abruptly when he perceived some sort of condition being stated, his expression and tone dropping with a bone-chilling aura. Inyushin immediately shifted her gaze elsewhere and explained herself. She stated that even if Li Fan could enter the body-purifying spirit pool, so what? Expelling the miasma from the body was not an easy task. And every year, almost only half of the people who enters the spirit pool can succeed. Moreover, the older the age, the higher the probability of failure. Inyushin points out the obvious. Li Fan wasn't young anymore. So was he 100% sure he can succeed? Everyone only has one chance in their life to enter the spirit pool. If he fails, she's afraid Li Fan would have to say goodbye to immortal cultivation forever. But Li Fan was resolute. Even if there was a 50% success rate, it was enough for him to try. Upon hearing his stance, Inyushin also cut Li Fan off, presuming Li Fan was somewhat considering her point of view, before adding that her sister sent along an elixir called the dust-leaving pill with her last letter. And according to what she said in the letter, as long as one takes the pill, the success probability of expelling the miasma from one's body would greatly increase. If combined with the body-purifying spirit pool, even at Li Fan's age, there was a high possibility of success. Anyway, with such a miraculous elixir, Li Fan was curious as to why Inyushin hadn't taken it all this time. Inyushin simply replied that not everyone was like him, obsessed with wanting to cultivate immortality. Inyushin's obsession, or wish, was to do business well and protect the Heavenly Treasure Tower her sister left behind. Li Fan gave a slight nod with complete comprehension, and also fully aware that everyone has their own aspirations. With this acknowledgement, Inyushin, visibly delighted and a bit enthusiastic, asked if Li Fan had agreed to what she had been insinuating. Li Fan headed out the door before calmly replying that he needed to go back to his quarters and consider it. He will give her an answer in 3 days. The two exchanged their farewell after Inyushin agreed to wait for Li Fan's answer. She just hoped she hadn't seen anything wrong this time around. So after making some inquiries, Li Fan confirmed that Inyushin did not lie about the dust-leaving pill. Li Fan met Inyushin again 3 days later and agreed to her request. They agreed that before the spirit pool opens, he would help her tower to collect a certain amount of treasures every so often. And when the spirit pool opens, Inyushin will give him the dust-leaving pill. To show her sincerity, Inyushin took out a title deed for the Tingyu Tower. And since both sides had an agreement, Li Fan no longer stood on any ceremony and took it into his possession. Thus, he moved again. The Tingyu Tower was located in the center of Liuli Island, and although it's situated in a busy market, it feels as if it resides deep in the mountains. During the year Li Fan lived in the Tingyu Tower, he first completed 3 of Liuli Island's official voyages, each time bringing back several chests of treasures, shocking the whole island while also successfully winning a fleet quota for the Heavenly Treasure Tower. Afterwards, every time the Heavenly Treasure Tower's fleet set sail, Li Fan would tag along. And in just a year, the Tianbao Lu earned a basin full of money, almost equal to the sum of the previous 5 years' earnings. Also, Li Fan established prestige in the hearts of every person at the Heavenly Treasure Tower. Everyone viewed him with both respect and fear. Li Fan also did not slack off on the matter of cultivation either. Over the past year, whenever he had free time, he painstakingly cultivated the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation until finally, something happened that made him overjoyed. The charge progress of his truth-returning system accelerated. Before this, the charge progress of Huanjin relied solely on the natural passage of time to increase, reaching 100% every 20 years, and after slowly rising to the upper limit of 200%, it would increase no further. Li Fan had been in the cultivation world for over a year, and according to the previous pattern, the charge progress should be between 6 to 7%. But he discovered that the charge progress actually reached 15%. The charging speed was nearly twice as fast. Aside from the heart-cleansing incantation, he hadn't come into contact with anything else that could be helpful for this. So the only explanation was that cultivating the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation, which can apparently accelerate the charge progress of his truth-returning system. Also, besides the charge progress, the upper limits of his physiological age and psychological age had both seen significant growth. Time passed quietly in cultivation, and soon only 1 year remained until the opening of the body-purifying spirit pool. Inyushin was delighted to inform him that Lioli Island had announced the list of materials needed by the immortal masters this time around, and the materials needed this time were all quite common, except for the star sea quicksand which Sunjong hadn't heard of. It seems the key to competing for the spot this time lies with this star sea quicksand. Inyushin had never heard of this thing either, and it looks like they would have to ask someone from the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce. These people were all reincarnated hungry ghosts, greedy beyond measure, and Sunjong was afraid they would have to bleed heavily for this. But no matter what, Li Fan must obtain the star sea quicksand. He was determined to get the spirit pool quota. You see, the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce was not a local chamber of the Zhongyun Sea, but comes from a continent unknown tens of thousands of miles away. It was said that this Chamber of Commerce was backed by an immortal master, which was why they can easily cross the endless seas to do business on this remote Lioli Island. They still have a year to prepare. The merchant walker from the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce will pass by the Zhongyun Sea in 3 months. So Inyushin plans to contact him then. Li Fan points out that they cannot place all their hopes on the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce. Lioli Island has taken in many refugees from all over the Zhongyun Sea in the past year. There might be someone who recognizes this star sea quicksand so they can ask around. Also, other factions on the island would be looking for this star sea quicksand, so they needed to monitor them closely as well. With the publication of the materials needed for the body-purifying spirit pool, the matter spread across Lioli Island. Even some ordinary people who didn't care about this matter knew that the major factions on the island were now looking for something called star sea quicksand. Xiaoheng heard of the star sea quicksand by chance and immediately paid Li Fan a visit at the Tingyu Tower. Li Fan wanted to know what business he had with him. Xiaoheng had recently heard that Li Fan was also looking for the star sea quicksand. Li Fan confirmed this before adding that he was old in age, so if he wanted to cultivate, he could only rely on the body-purifying spirit pool. Li Fan then questioned if Xiaoheng knew about the star sea quicksand. Xiaoheng explained that back when the immortal master descended upon their Dali land, he promised that as long as they gathered the supplies he needed, he would take a group of people to the cultivation world. And among those supplies was star sea quicksand. Li Fan questioned why he had no impression of that. Xiaoheng replied that when it was announced to the world, the content on the list had already been reduced by a few items, and as reserved quotas, they were distributed to the major noble families of Dali. And what his Prince of Jinnan's manor was assigned to collect was this star sea quicksand. Upon hearing this, Li Fan told him to state his conditions. However, Xiaoheng remembered back when Su Changyu died and was nearly buried at sea. Li Fan was the one who paid for his burial site, which apparently counts as a favor to him. Xiaoheng also knows he shouldn't be doing this, but life on this Lioli Island was truly too hard to endure, and he doesn't have great abilities like Li Fan. Xiaoheng was still currently living in the slums. Li Fan got a gist of what Xiaoheng was getting at and interrupted him, adding that he needn't need to say more. He understood his difficulties and was determined to get this item. So as long as he can provide a clue, he can ask for whatever he requires, and he will do his best to satisfy it. Excited upon hearing this, Xiaoheng thanked Li Fan in advance before divulging in what he knew. Apparently, the star sea quicksand wasn't rare. It was just that the immortal master's name for it is different from mortals. And actually, the so-called star sea quicksand was just meteorite iron from the sky. With his curiosity piqued, Li Fan wondered if any meteorite iron will do before asking if there were any other special requirements. Xiaoheng replied that there were, before slowly explaining the specific requirements one after the other. First, the appearance of the meteorite iron must be good. It won't do if the surface was pitted and uneven. Secondly, the overall weight of a single piece must be at least 50 jin. As Li Fan listened, he firmly committed it to memory. And after everything was said and relayed across, Li Fan thanked Xiaoheng, then proceeded to ask what he wanted in return. Xiaoheng nervously stated his desire for just a decent courtyard, plus a slightly easier job. Of course, it would be even better if there were a few servants to help him manage the courtyard. Li Fan was a bit lighthearted and relieved that Xiaoheng, the son of the dignified Prince of Jinan, only had this simple request. Xiaoheng might as well add a bit more when he still has some say within the heavenly treasure tower. However, Xiaoheng knew his own capabilities, and being able to eat and live well without living so tirelessly was enough to satisfy him. If he suddenly possessed wealth that made others jealous, it would be easy to invite disaster instead. Li Fan didn't insist further, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, Xiaoheng bid him farewell. On his way out, Li Fan asked if he had any plans to cultivate. After all, having gone through untold hardships to reach this cultivation world, Xiaoheng can't have made the trip for nothing, right? But Xiaoheng expressed his lack of interest in immortal cultivation at present, and even added that just reading that profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation made him drowsy immediately. After seeing Xiaoheng off, Li Fan went straight to the heavenly treasure tower. And upon hearing that the star sea quicksand was meteorite iron, Inyushin was a bit skeptical. After all, Xiaoheng could be lying, so they still needed to verify this intel. Li Fan then questioned Inyushin about the Chamber of Commerce, reminding her about the merchant walker of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce coming to Liuli Island soon. When the time comes, they might as well probe him for the truth. Inyushin was on board with this idea. However, if they can save a sum of money, that would be best. But no matter what, they still need to secretly purchase meteorite iron that meets the requirements. And right now, not many people know about this, but that might not be the case before long. Additionally, when purchasing, they must mix it with other items to deceive others and confuse the public. At the same time, they can order people to release fake news about star sea quicksand in the market to muddy the waters. Inyushin was delighted and impressed with Li Fan's way of thinking, cementing her initial thoughts of him not being a simple mortal. Before, she only knew Li Fan had the spirit-channeling treasure physique, but didn't expect him to also have a foolproof strategy for everything. Inyushin was now very curious as to what Li Fan did before coming to Liuli Island. Li Fan simply replied that he just taught people how to read. Once again, Inyushin pouted with irritation. Obviously, she didn't believe this horseshit reply. Anyway, Li Fan took his leave, and on his way, he mentions leaving everything in Inyushin's hands since he still needed to cultivate. Unless there was a special situation, he didn't want to be disturbed. And by the way, he wants the matter he promised Xiaoheng handled as well. Inyushin felt that everything related to Li Fan seemed to always yield promising success. But how can even a small matter like helping Xiaoheng be of great auspiciousness? Has her seeking good fortune and avoiding evil malfunctioned? You see, ever since Inyushin was young, she had been able to foresee the auspiciousness and ominousness of events. And although she doesn't have the ability to sense treasures like her sister, since meeting Li Fan, her premonitions for every task he had assigned have shown signs of great auspiciousness. Inyushin was also well aware that before meeting Li Fan, she had never encountered a great auspicious event. Although she doesn't know what kind of achievements Li Fan will have in the future, she trusts her intuition and will do everything she can to help him. Thus, under Inyushin's authorization, the Tianbao Lu began to operate at full capacity, and the Heavenly Treasure Tower released a large amount of fake news about star sea quicksand. Knowing there might be a trap, other factions chose to wait and watch carefully at first. However, one faction held the mindset of buy it first even if it's fake, then sell it again. But consequently, the purchased items related to the rumors on a large scale. Other factions also couldn't sit still and joined the purchasing army. And for a time, prices on Liuli Island skyrocketed, and chaos ensued. As the instigator of all this, Li Fan simply stayed quietly in the Tingyu Tower cultivating. It wasn't until 3 months later that Inyushin finally contacted the merchant walker of the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce. So early that morning, she and Li Fan took a small boat from the Heavenly Treasure Tower, left Liuli Island, and traveled north for dozens of miles to the sea area agreed upon by both parties. The two saw a flying ark abruptly appear in the sky, and was welcomed on board. After all, it's been a long time seeing shopkeeper Inyushin. The flying ark arrived above them, then slowly came to a halt on the water's surface. Inyushin internally gave a teasing laugh, presuming Li Fan must be shocked seeing a flying ark for the first time. But upon seeing no reaction at all from him, she was once again annoyed with Li Fan's expressionless demeanor. Seriously, what gives? Anyway, after the merchant walker and Inyushin exchanged pleasantries after 3 years without contact, he acknowledged how time really flies before asking who Li Fan was. Inyushin introduced Li Fan as an elder hired by their Heavenly Treasure Tower. Upon hearing this, the merchant walker formally introduced himself to Li Fan, before telling Inyushin about the need to go check the goods first because he was afraid that after this time around, it will be difficult for them to meet again. Inyushin immediately asked what the guy meant by that. Had some unforeseen incident occurred? The merchant walker replied that he didn't know the specific reason either. He just suddenly received a notification from headquarters a few days ago that all the merchant walkers in the Tsongyun Sea must cease all operations and return as soon as possible. If he hadn't already scheduled this trade with Inyushin, he would already be on his way back. So they cannot delay this transaction and must make haste. Inyushin was a bit uneasy with this news, because the reason the Heavenly Treasure Tower has been flourishing on Liuli Island was the fact that it was backed by the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce. But now that the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce was suddenly withdrawing from the Tsungyun Sea, what will happen to their Heavenly Treasure Tower's business in the future? Also, why was there absolutely no reaction from her seeking good fortune and avoiding evil this time around? The merchant walker called out to Inyushin, which suddenly snapped her out of her thoughts. She immediately apologized for her wandering mind and gestured for them to go see the goods. Entering the ship's cabin, Li Fan led the merchant walker past various goods. He showed him the 16 pairs of jade discs, the 23 pieces of coral, the 46 luminous pearls, then 3 pieces of the Star Sea quicksand, which instantly stunned the merchant walker. He immediately rushed over to inspect it directly. As he effortlessly lifts one, Li Fan was shocked, because these pieces of meteorite iron weigh at least 50 jin. Yet in the guy's hands, they seem like toys. The merchant walker was impressed and satisfied with the entire 3 pieces, and even praised Inyushin for her good luck this time around. To think she actually collected such fine items as Star Sea quicksand was truly impressive. But unbeknownst to the merchant walker, he had indirectly confirmed Xiaoheng's intel to be accurate, as Li Fan and Inyushin stared at each other with obvious delight. Anyway, very satisfied with the goods provided by the Heavenly Treasure Tower this time around, and because the two sides would not be able to meet again for a long time, the merchant walker specially invited the two to be guests on the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce's flying ark. After Li Fan and Inyushin had eaten and drunk their fill, the merchant walker led them to the warehouse of the flying ark, leading them to all things he bought while visiting various islands in the Tsungyun Sea. Some items were priceless, while he was unclear about the function of others. The guy Wu just bought them because they looked peculiar. Anyway, if the two are interested, they can pick a few items from among them. Inyushin was ecstatic upon hearing this, her eyes practically lighting up like stars. With her seeking good fortune and avoiding evil, wasn't coming there like a rat falling into a jar of rice? Li Fan watched Inyushin's gleeful expression and couldn't help sighing with amusement. To him, since all the items present were mortal treasures, they hold no interest for him. But seeing Inyushin's eager look, he supposed he would accompany her for a stroll. The merchant walker Wu informed them that they had the time of 1 stick of incense to dig in. Inyushin comments on a jade bracelet, deeming it as a beautiful piece. And Li Fan added that the material wasn't bad either. Anyway, after 300 years of cycles, Li Fan had lost interest in all mortal treasures. So as long as the item wasn't related to immortal cultivation, he didn't care about any of it. But upon picking out a blue pearl to pass the time, his eyes widen in shock as his system informs him that it had detected a chargeable item. Obviously, the blue pearl was a wondrous item of heaven and earth, the Songhai pearl of nascent level. The system then gave him the option to recharge the item or not. Li Fan was still reeling about the fact the item in his hand was actually a wondrous item of heaven and earth that was still incubating and hadn't fully formed yet. He immediately reined in his excitement, deciding to give nothing away as he placed back the pearl with little to no interest. He pretended not to care and looked at other things nearby. Until the merchant walker announced that time was up, he didn't spare another glance at that Songhai pearl. Inyushin asked him if he really wasn't going to pick a few items. After all, it was rare for the merchant walker to be so generous, and this opportunity won't come again. Wu placed a hand on Li Fan's shoulder and laughed, agreeing with Inyushin. There was no logic in entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. Wouldn't that be looking down on him? Since the merchant walker was insistent, it would be impolite to refuse. Li Fan gestured to the Songhai pearl and a jade tree statue as his items of selection. Wu even praised him for having a good eye. He added that he found the ancient tree jade statue on a desolate island in the northernmost part of the Tsungyun Sea. Apparently, this jade statue was worshipped by a primitive tribe on the island for thousands of years and is quite miraculous. If a normal person keeps it at home, it has the effect of calming the mind and strengthening the body. Li Fan then asked of the Songhai pearl, and Wu simply replied that he bought it from a fisherman on Luyun Island. Li Fan stared at the pearl with evident curiosity. Anyway, at this point, both sides concluded the transaction, and the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce obtained a large batch of treasures, while Inyushin obtained a large amount of gold and silver as well as a few treasures. On the way back, although Inyushin had a full harvest, it was still hard to hide her worry. Li Fan questioned if she was worried about the Heavenly Treasure Tower's future business, and Inyushin confirmed his guess. Without the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce, they would lose a crucial sales channel. Inyushin simply didn't know why they would suddenly withdraw from the Tsungyun Sea. Li Fan assured her not to overwhelm herself with worry. When a cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way through. Anyway, arriving at Liuli Island at night, Li Fan immediately returned to the Tingyu Tower. His original intention for the trip was just to verify if the Star Sea Quicksand was indeed a meteorite iron. But he didn't expect to obtain such a treasure. Encountering the Songhai Pearl was truly a pleasant surprise. Li Fan just didn't know what was special about it, and why this tiny bead was named Songhai. He wondered if the reason could be that it truly contains an ocean inside. A sudden rustling and a knock outside his door made him alert. It wasn't even dawn yet, so he wondered who had come to disturb him at this hour. Li Fan pulled out a short knife before asking who the intruder was, and it turned out to be none other than Xiaoheng, who urgently wants to talk with him. Li Fan opened the door and welcomed him inside for a chat. The very moment he entered, Xiaoheng frantically told Li Fan that the matter concerning them being smuggled to Luili Island from the departed realm had been leaked. Li Fan wanted to know who made the news public, but Xiaoheng didn't know. And now everyone on the island knows they weren't natives of the cultivation world, but came to Luili Island by being smuggled through the Tianbao Lu. It was also said the Immortal Master was furious and plans to arrest and kill them all. Li Fan briefly mulled over what he just heard and told Xiaoheng not to worry, because it didn't seem like a serious issue. Puzzled, Xiaoheng asked why Li Fan had assumed that. Li Fan calmly explained that if the Immortal Master really wanted to kill them, their heads would have been separated from their bodies long ago. And besides, why would he let them hear the news and discuss countermeasures? The way Li Fan sees it, this matter wasn't directed at them, and the target of the person spreading the news seems to be the Heavenly Treasure Tower. So without explaining too much to Xiaoheng, Li Fan hurriedly went to the Heavenly Treasure Tower. And obviously Inyushin also received the news. Apparently, the various forces on the island already know that the fake news about the Star Sea Quicksand was the Heavenly Treasure Tower's doing. And these people weren't resigned to it, so they spread the news about the tower secretly running a business of smuggling mortals. Clearly, they just want them to hand over some Star Sea Quicksand. Fortunately enough, they took the initiative and collected an adequate amount. So they might as well throw out a portion of it and let them fight like dogs eating dogs, scrambling against each other. This will definitely make them start fighting among themselves pretty soon. 3 days later, the Heavenly Treasure Tower arranged a meeting with the various forces on Luili Island and put forward the following requirements. Thus, they had agreed to hand over a portion of the Star Sea Quicksand, but the other parties needed to provide materials of equal value in exchange. At the same time, how the Star Sea Quicksand should specifically be divided among the families was up to them to decide. Finally, they must ensure one spot for the Heavenly Treasure Tower in the body-purifying spirit pool. This condition wasn't very harsh, so after discussing for a while, both sides quickly reached a settlement. And after paying the price of several dozen pieces of meteorite iron, the Heavenly Treasure Tower successfully extricated itself from this chaotic vortex. Then, almost on that very day, the rumors about smuggling on the island vanished without a trace. Time flew by, and the day the spirit pool was to be opened finally arrived. After giving Li Fan the dust-leaving pill, Inyushin urged him to hurry up and take it. But Li Fan, upon waiting for a long time for this day, felt like the entire thing was unreal. After that day, he would finally have the chance to dispel the miasma from his body and officially step onto the path of immortal cultivation. Anyway, after taking the dust-leaving pill given to him by Inyushin, Li Fan entered the spell formation in the center of Luili Island under the guidance of a special personnel. There were a total of 13 people entering the central spell formation, and except for him, they were all teenagers. In an instant, their surroundings became completely different. In a flash, they went from a bustling market to deep mountains. Trees were lush and green all around, and distant peaks were wreathed in mist, with mountain ranges rising and falling. Looking up, the mountain peak was hidden in thick clouds and mist, nowhere to be seen. The group climbed up the stone stairs for 4 hours without stopping. And these youths all had impressive physiques. So after climbing for so long, they didn't even pant once. But as for Li Fan, since he was not young anymore, he was already panting heavily and could strictly just manage not to fall behind. After another 2 hours, they finally reached the summit. The summit was just a small clearing. The crowd stood scattered around, making it a bit crowded. This peak was the highest point among the mountains. Looking around, there was nothing but a vast, white sea of clouds. The wind howled, the sea of clouds rolled, and occasionally mountain tops revealed themselves like islands. The Immortal Master suddenly appeared out of nowhere and asked for their thoughts about the scenery. The guardian of Luili Island, the Immortal Master Hijinghao, gave a stiff smile as the crowd greeted him respectfully. They then followed it up with the usual flattery before answering that the scenery was superb. It was truly an immortal holy land, and they've never seen such a wondrous sight. It even makes their hearts surge with excitement. The crowd immediately cleared a path as Hijinghao gracefully approached the cliff. He mentions that when he first came to Liuli Island, the height of this peak was at the bottom among the mountains, far below the sea of clouds. When he asked if they know that the mountains and rivers of the world can also gradually grow taller, just like people, almost everyone was amazed, reiterating among themselves if it was really true that these great mountains and rivers were also living things. He Jinghao continued, explaining that some of these great mountain peaks seem towering, but their fate had actually ended, and they cannot advance another step in their entire lives. Some were merely small earthen mounds right now, but they have infinite potential. Who is to know if, in some years, they won't grow into pillars that support the heavens, just like this Shaowei mountain. Back then it was unremarkable, but in just a few decades it can now look down upon all the other small mountains. Of course, the majority are like the countless peaks beneath this sea of clouds, destined from beginning to end to only serve as foils, silently looking up at the peaks above the clouds. So if mountains were like this, then what of people? Anyway, as of today, they were fortunate to step into the spirit pool and wash away the miasma from their bodies. But whether they can step onto the immortal path, or even have hope for the great Tao of longevity, and what achievements they would have in the future, all depends on their own fortune. No matter what happens in the future, today they must go all out. Now that he had said all he needed to say, they can all go now. This left the crowd confused, and a young guy respectfully asked where the body-purifying spirit pool was located. To everyone's surprise, the immortal master gestured ahead and replied that it was right off the cliff. The group was hesitant until another young guy questioned whether the immortal master was joking. That must surely be the case, wasn't it? He Jinghao just gave a heavy sigh, and with a simple gesture of his hand, the guy's head was detached from his body in an instant. The head flew off with blood splattering everywhere. And upon seeing this gruesome scene, the entire group, with the exception of Li Fan, immediately got scared shitless. Clearly the young guy had been used as an scapegoat for the others to fall in line and learn a very memorable lesson. They immediately got on their knees and kowtowed to the immortal master, begging for their lives to be spared. They pleaded to be forgiven for their insolence, and promised not to dare question him again. With a cold look, the immortal master He Jinghao advised them to learn from this experience, because on the path of cultivation, having good judgment was also extremely important. They needed to clearly weigh what can be said and what cannot be said, and never wait until their body had perished and their Tao had vanished to blame him for not reminding them as of today. The moment he was done, Li Fan, being the only one left standing, respectfully showed his gratitude of being taught this life-saving lesson. This surprised the immortal master, who silently watched as Li Fan, without any trace of fear or hesitation, walked past him and approached the cliff. Li Fan's steps never faltered, and right at the edge, he took that very first step into the unknown. Li Fan didn't plummet to his death as expected, but was firmly supported by the vast sea of clouds before him, which seemed to possess its own awareness, swirling and coalescing underneath his feet. He took another step forward with his other foot, and once both feet were firmly placed on the clouds, a surging white misty wind blew off underneath his feet, propelling him onward into the vast sea of clouds. The stunned crowd could only watch as He Jinghao silently acknowledged Li Fan's excellent disposition, though it was just a pity he was too old. He watched as Li Fan's departing figure suddenly rode the clouds into the distance. The immortal master then turned towards the rest, who had finally realized that he wasn't messing with them when he showed the location of the body-purifying spirit pool. He informed them that those who enter the spirit pool first get more spirit liquid, so they should all be quick about it and not linger. The entire crowd scrambled frantically and rushed towards the sea of clouds. Meanwhile, as the clouds surrounded Li Fan and rushed him into the sea of clouds, the white clouds around him constantly gathered towards him, and in an instant, they aggregated to form white spirit liquid. Being in the spirit liquid, Li Fan not only didn't feel suffocated, but instead felt incredibly warm and comfortable, like a fetus inside a mother's body, and his mind gradually relaxed completely. But immediately after, the warmth turned into scorching heat. The scorching heat turned into scalding, and the scalding turned into roasting fire. Magma-like heat flowed recklessly and destroyed inside his body, tearing and drilling into every inch of his nerves. This kind of pain is truly unbearable for a human, and Li Fan subconsciously wanted to call out his truth returning. But after 300 years of bitter searching, wasn't it just for this moment? Li Fan roared with resolution. No matter what, he definitely won't give up. He wanted to cultivate immortality and gain eternal life. The pain was like knives, slicing his soul into 1,000 pieces and then another 1,000 pieces, endless and never stopping. His consciousness began to dissipate. Even at this moment, the obsession in his heart made him hold on, and he did not activate the truth returning. His instinct took over, and he started to practice the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation at that moment. Suddenly, his consciousness seemed to find a backbone, recondensing and growing strong. Although in a state of unconsciousness, Li Fan was like a reef by the sea, standing firm despite the wind and waves beating against it. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and out of the 12 people who went in, 11 have already come out. 4 succeeded and 7 failed. Now, there was only one person left in the spirit pool. The older immortal was, the more inseparable the immortal mortal miasma and flesh become. The body-purifying spirit pool forces out the miasma by thoroughly destroying the physical body, then reshapes it with the power of regeneration. The pain experienced during this was unimaginable. Yet, at such an age, Li Fan had actually lasted for 3 days under this ravaging experience of the spirit pool. He Jinghao was genuinely stunned by Li Fan's will. It was simply unexpected. He also deduced that if Li Fan succeeds in purifying his body, cultivating to the foundation establishment stage will certainly not be a difficult matter, perhaps even the golden core stage. Another 3 days passed, and at this point, the immortal master was totally gobsmacked. If he couldn't still sense Li Fan's stable life aura, he really would want to rush in there and see what exactly was going on. As another 3 days passed, the immortal master was beyond speechless. You see, the body-purifying spirit pool was created by the celestial venerable Dongji of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. So logically speaking, it shouldn't malfunction. But was there really someone who can stay inside for so long? A total of 9 days have passed, and the materials maintaining the spirit pool spell formation were about to run out. If the spell formation stops, it can only be counted as Li Fan's bad luck, and had nothing to do with He Jinghao. But with Li Fan's disposition and will, if he succeeds, in that very moment, He Jinghao decided to cast his doubts aside and offer Li Fan a helping hand. He would just consider it a gamble that Li Fan would have extraordinary achievements in the future. Li Fan better not disappoint him. So with that, He Jinghao formed a series of hand seals, and one after another, items he secretly saved for himself flew out of his storage item, vanishing into the depth of the sea of clouds. After another 2 days passed, the churning sea of clouds finally began to calm. The white clouds danced and clustered together as it carried Li Fan back to the peak of the mountain. And upon sensing no immortal mortal miasma in Li Fan, He Jinghao laughed wholeheartedly and congratulated him. From now on, his shackles were gone, and there was hope for eternal life. Li Fan, puzzled for a moment there, was baffled as to why He Jinghao was being so polite and enthusiastic towards him. Since he wasn't aware, He Jinghao informed him that he stayed inside the body-purifying spirit pool for a full 11 days. Due to this, the formation materials were going to run out long ago, and it was him who spent a fortune to add more to help him. Li Fan was completely shocked by this, and He Jinghao, upon seeing Li Fan's dumbfounded look, added that everyone left after the first 3 days. But unbeknownst to He Jinghao, the reason Li Fan was still shocked after knowing his duration in the body-purifying spirit pool was his current psychological age. Its limit had broken through the 100 mark. And what's even more exaggerated was the psychological age limit. It actually almost doubled directly, reaching over 2,000 years. As He Jinghao kept rambling on and on, Li Fan also noticed that the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation had become the profound yellow heart-refining incantation. But now wasn't the time to look closely. He would study it carefully once he gets back to the Tingyu Tower. Li Fan thanked He Jinghao for his grace, promising to never forget, and would definitely repay him heavily in the future. He Jinghao modestly told Li Fan not to mention it. He then took out the 5 Spirits Qi Sensing Method manual and gave it to Li Fan, adding that his next step after removing the miasma was to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and guide the Qi into his body. Apparently, this 5 Spirits Qi Sensing Method is a summary of the previous generation's experience regarding sensing spiritual energy. He Jinghao told Li Fan to study it well before also giving him a dust-leaving talisman. He Jinghao instructed Li Fan to carry the dust-leaving talisman with him before guiding Qi into his body. Li Fan still lived in the mundane world, and was bound to have contact with mortals every day. Over time, it's inevitable that he will be contaminated by miasma again. So this dust-leaving talisman can help him isolate the intrusion of miasma, but it's hard to sustain, and can only last for about 5 years. But after breaking through to the Qi condensation stage, Li Fan can come to the island to find him. At that time, he would take him to their Myriad Immortals Alliance's station in the Zhongyun Sea, Wanxian Island. He Jinghao told Li Fan the details of the precautions during the process of guiding Qi into the body. And after all relevant matters were explained, Li Fan tactfully took his leave and left the mountain. As He Jinghao watched Li Fan's departing figure, he murmured with a bit of despondency that the mountain's potential was exhausted. So it is time to change to another mountain. He Jinghao soared into the sea of clouds, and as he gazed down the mountain range below, he gathered the rolling mist with a casual gesture of his hand. The cultivation method He Jinghao practice is called the sitting mountain art. The biggest feature of this art is sitting on the mountain and enjoying the success it brings. Now he needed to choose a mountain peak, sit upright on it, run the cultivation method, and spend several years to merge his aura with the mountain peak. Afterwards, every time the mountain grows an inch, his cultivation base will receive feedback and increase accordingly. Besides benefiting from the mountain increase, he can also gain benefits from helping others, like helping Li Fan this time. If he can break through to the qi condensation stage in the future, then He Jinghao will receive feedback in the unseen world, increasing his own cultivation base. It is not sucking or stealing the other party's cultivation, but more akin to when a man attains the Tao, his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. And how much He Jinghao puts in also determines how much he will harvest later. So when He Jinghao meets promising juniors, he wasn't stingy about helping them. Anyway, after exiting the central spell formation, Li Fan didn't alert anyone else and quietly returned to the Tingyu Tower. He immediately tried to run the profound yellow heart-refining incantation that appeared inexplicably. And upon running it, he detected the difference between the heart-refining incantation and the heart-cleansing incantation. Cultivating the heart-cleansing incantation takes a small half a shurchen to slowly calm the mind. But once the heart-refining incantation is displayed, in just a moment, he feels his heart is like a clear mirror. Also, he can clearly feel his spirit strengthening with every moment he starts cultivating the heart-refining incantation. But Li Fan was curious as to why the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation suddenly became this magical profound yellow heart-refining incantation. Since immortal techniques couldn't be cultivated by more than one person, Li Fan wondered if this heart-refining incantation did not count as an immortal cultivation method. With just one step away from crossing the threshold of a cultivator, and happily acquiring a magical technique like the profound yellow heart-refining incantation, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a bit floaty. However, a few days later, he received a letter, revealing that Xiaoheng had succeeded in guiding qi into his body and has already gone to Wanxian Island. Recalling the simple demand Xiaoheng requested in exchange for his help, Li Fan couldn't comprehend just how the guy achieved such a feat. He clearly remembered Xiaoheng saying he had no interest in the path of immortal cultivation. Yet he was able to successfully eliminate the miasma in his body and break directly through to the qi condensation stage. Li Fan was totally clueless and curious as to how Xiaoheng managed to achieve this when it hadn't been long since their encounter. The memory was still incredibly vivid in his mind. Li Fan read the letter several times before unwillingly accepted this fact. And it turns out that after he comforted Xiaoheng that day, the poor guy returned home still anxious and unable to sleep. Closing his eyes, it was as if he saw the terrifying scene of the immortal master descending from the sky and slaughtering everyone from the departed realm. In order to sleep peacefully, and even more so to become a cultivator and no longer live in fear every day, Xiaoheng began to earnestly cultivate the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation. Unexpectedly, in less than a month, he eliminated all the miasma in his body on his own. And afterward, Xiaoheng felt he had had a good sleep and had successfully guided qi into his body. When Xiaoheng tried to be intimate with a maid at home, a gentle hug nearly caused the maid's death. Xiaoheng eventually confirmed that he was already a cultivator, and since immortals and mortals must be eternally separated, he met the immortal master He Jinghao after Li Fan left the spirit pool. And upon confirming that Xiaoheng wasn't lying, He Jinghao looked incredibly regretful. He had used all his materials to build good karma with Li Fan, but if he had known, he would have saved them for this moment with Xiaoheng. After all, it was self-evident that his aptitude was obviously 100 times stronger than Li Fan's. He Jinghao then took Xiaoheng and floated away to Wanxian Island. Xiaoheng thanked Li Fan once again, attributing all the success he now has to him entirely due to the protection he provided. Xiaoheng was also fully aware Li Fan had successfully eliminated the miasma from his body, and was confident he will also break through to the qi condensation stage soon enough. Xiaoheng promised to move forward, and patiently awaits Li Fan's arrival at Wanxian Island. And on the day they eventually meet, if Li Fan has any requests, he will not dare refuse even if it means 10,000 deaths. Although Li Fan was visibly salty about being outdone by Xiaoheng, he couldn't help wondering if this was what it was like to be a legendary person with overflowing natural talent. After all, without any help, this young fellow happens to stumble into immortal cultivation on his own, and even broke through to the qi condensation stage. But so what if he has overflowing natural talent? What Li Fan relied on was the infinite chances to start over granted to him by his truth returning. With the power of Huanjin under his command, no matter what kind of genius, Li Fan had the confidence to crush them. But the most urgent thing now was guiding qi into his body. Li Fan decided to first take a look at the 5 spirits qi sensing method given to him by He Jinghao. The record book explains that in ancient times, there was the theory of spirit roots, and at that time only mortals possessing spirit roots could cultivate. There were 5 common element spirit roots, and they were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as mutated spirit roots like thunder, wind, and darkness. Spirit roots were a gift from the heavens, and only the lucky ones favored by the heavens could perceive the laws of heaven and earth and possess the qualification to attain the Tao and ascend to immortality. But there were so many mortals in the world, and those with spirit roots were few after all. So for the vast majority of people, the matter of immortal cultivation was something they could only hope for but never reach. How is that fair? Fortunately, in ancient times, an immortal venerable imparted the Tao. The immortal venerable also emulated heaven and earth, and facing countless mortals with no hope of seeking immortality, he taught the path of longevity. He boldly expressed his desire to become an immortal, and had no intention of begging the heavens. If the heavens did not grant it, then he would take it himself. Besides, obeying the heavens makes one mortal, and defying the heavens makes one immortal. Then the journey of the immortal path became absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth to control its qi, then borrow the wonders of heaven and earth to build the Tao foundation, followed with prying into the laws of heaven and earth to refine the golden core, seize the essence of heaven and earth to form the nascent soul, extract the marrow of heaven and earth to obtain its spirit, sacrifice the soul of heaven and earth to merge the body with the Tao, then finally reverse the principles of heaven and earth to prove longevity. Li Fan suddenly dropped the record book with an expression of shock and horror, realizing that the cultivation method of this world was completely different from what he had envisioned. And it's no wonder ever since contacting the cultivators of this world, he had had a strange feeling. The heavenly Tao of this world seems to bear a faint, immense malice towards cultivators. Whether it's the law that immortal techniques cannot be cultivated by more than one person, or the strange phenomenon like a broadcast illuminating the sky for thousands right after a cultivator dies, or that bizarre immortal mortal miasma inside mortals that is extremely harmful to cultivators, all imply this single focal point: to reverse the principles of heaven and earth that proves longevity. Anyway, the content following the book was the method of the 5 spirits qi sensing. If a mortal who has eliminated miasma cannot guide qi into the body, they can nurture their own 5 spirits, forcibly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then refine it to break through to the qi condensation stage. This so-called 5 spirits refer to the 5 emotions innate to humans: greed, fear, rage, hatred, and solipsism. These 5 emotions are hidden within the human heart, inexhaustible and ceaseless. And the 5 spirits qi sensing uses these 5 spirits as motive force and fuel to cultivate the root of heaven and earth in the dantian. The root of heaven and earth connects the cultivator's dantian with heaven and earth. Once formed, the cultivator can use it to forcibly suck in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and turn it into their own use. Those with excellent aptitude can cultivate the root of heaven and earth in one day and night, stepping onto the immortal path. And through day after day grinding effort, even those with absolutely no cultivation aptitude can also form their own root of heaven and earth within 10 years at most. So just like this, day after day, a full 3 years passed and Li Fan still hadn't been able to successfully guide qi into his body. The 5 spirits qi sensing needs to use 5 emotions as fuel to promote the formation of the root of heaven and earth. But Li Fan's heart was like still water. Yet he cultivated the heart-cleansing incantation, so these 5 emotions accumulated was very little. Also, having been cooped up at home for a long time, Li Fan thought of moving in the quietude, so he decided to go out for a walk. There he unexpectedly run into Zhang Haobo, the captain of the Zhongyuan ship. Zhang Haobo was delighted upon seeing Li Fan after such a long time of no correspondence. Obviously, the feeling was mutual, and Li Fan asked how he had been faring for the past few years. Zhang Haobo nervously scratched his head and replied that the fleet's profits have been really good these past few years. Of course, he also admits this was thanks to Li Fan's blessings, especially his deeds which had been attracting a large number of young people wanting to join the fleet. Plus their treatment and status on the island had also risen with the tide. However, Zhang Haobo and his crew of the Zhongyuan ship were preparing to leave Liuli Island. The news, from Li Fan's perspective, seemed sudden and unexpected. He was a bit confused since life was going well for them, yet they plan on leaving. He asked what exactly prompted them to make this decision. If Zhang Haobo was being honest with Li Fan, the members of the Zhongyuan ship had encountered all sorts of strange things while out at sea recently. In the recent few times they went out to sea, they often catch 1,000 jin of fish with one net, completely full. 9 out of 10 nets were like this, and there were all kinds of fish. It's as if all the fish on the seafloor were fleeing from a disaster, gathering all together. Zhang Haobo and his crew had lived on Liuli Island since childhood and understood the hidden reefs around the island very well. But recently, they found that there were more exposed reefs around the island. In the past, there were water level changes every year, but this year's water level change seems a bit unusual, making the crew a bit worried. But there was one more thing that worries them even more. In the past 3 years, not a single windstorm has occurred, and not just the sea area around Liuli Island, but the entire Tsongyun Sea was like this. The very idea of windstorms strangely being like it's gone extinct seemed weirdly convincing, and somewhat confirms Zhang Haobo's suspicion as Li Fan mulled things over. Zhang Haobo also adds that since the day he was born, windstorms have never stopped. When there were many, there were over a dozen a year. When few, there were still 2 or 3. But now, for 3 whole years, no windstorm has appeared. And although some people on the island are clapping and cheering, saying this is the immortal master's protection, Zhang Haobo and his crew didn't see it that way. This was too abnormal, meaning something big must be about to happen. Li Fan calmly shares some of his thoughts on the matter, explaining that the island has the protection of the Island Protection Grand Formation, and even more so, the immortal master He Jinghao presiding over it. So even if there was a situation, presumably it can be dealt with. However, leaving one's native land was not an easy matter, so Zhang Haobo should think it over again and again. Li Fan's words seemed to put things into perspective for Zhang Haobo, so he agreed to consider this with his crew before making their final decision. This interlude passed quickly, and Li Fan continued to concentrate on cultivation. Time flowed, and another year passed. Yin Yuzhen finally accumulated enough power and returned to Yelan Island in high spirits, taking back the position of Grand Shopkeeper at the Heavenly Treasure Tower headquarters. In the letter, she adds that Yelan Island had just been settled, so she will stay there for the next few years to stabilize the situation. She sent someone to deliver this letter to report the good news to Li Fan. Xiaoheng also frequently sent people to deliver letters, asking about Li Fan's recent situation. He improved at godlike speed, and was now already at the mid-stage of qi condensation cultivation. Zhang Haobo eventually chose to leave the Tsongyun Sea with some crew members of the Tsongyuan ship. The world was full of disturbances, so Li Fan could only cultivate patiently. And on this day at present, wisps of spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed slowly into his dantian, along with the root of heaven and earth, quickly spreading to his whole body. In the 7th year of entering the cultivation world, Li Fan finally entered the qi condensation stage. Once he stepped into the qi condensation stage, he felt earth-shaking changes within himself. Spiritual energy surged and circulated within his body, improving his somewhat aged body as silently as moisturizing rain. The wrinkles on his face vanished, and his skin became smooth again. This was rejuvenation, which also greatly strengthened his constitution. The Li Fan as of now can already command the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into various shapes. Also, after breaking through to the qi condensation stage, his lifespan limit reached an extreme of 199 years. His psychological age also increased slightly. And about the 5 spirits qi sensing method, it was once mentioned that although the lifespan of cultivators far exceeds that of ordinary people, compared to the ancient times, it has been greatly suppressed. Next, Li Fan took out the 1000 Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden chapter from the Taiyan Arc. Now that he had finally stepped into the qi condensation stage, he couldn't wait to know its contents. Sensing the jade slip, countless words and images flooded into his mind like a tide in an instant. Li Fan only felt that a lot of things were forcibly stuffed into his brain, and his temples were throbbing faintly. Fortunately, his divine sense was much stronger than that of an average qi condensation cultivator, so he adapted very quickly. After a long time, he finally had a general understanding of it. The 1000 Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden chapter was a cultivation method practiced by the ancient Heavenly Mystery Sect. The Heavenly Mystery Sect believed that heaven, earth, and the myriad things just like humans all have their own thoughts, difficult to detect by ordinary means. But just as killing intent permeates the air when a person has thoughts of killing, heaven, earth, and the myriad things will also emit wisps of qi mechanism from time to time. When heaven emits killing intent, the myriad things wither, and the stars move and constellations shift. When earth emits killing intent, the seas turn into mulberry fields, and dragons and snakes rise from the land. By capturing and refining the various qi mechanisms between heaven and earth, one can return to the origin and reach the realm of resonating and merging with them. The 1000 Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden chapter was a technique for sensing and refining these qi mechanisms to use for oneself. Once the technique was mastered, one can not only borrow the killing intent of heaven and earth to injure others, but also calculate and predict the future through the deduction of qi mechanisms. But how vast was the will of heaven and earth that even a wisp of chi mechanism triggered was thousands of times greater than that of a cultivator. Li Fan realized this cultivation method was very strong. But it was also very dangerous to cultivate. After all, nurturing one's own killing intent, taking the vitality of all things sprouting in spring, and sensing chi mechanisms from the spiritual items of heaven and earth makes it very easy to be injured by it when one rashly comes into contact with it. Theoretically, if this method was cultivated to the highest realm, one can merge with heaven and earth and incarnate as the Tao. Unfortunately, the heavenly mystery sect passed down its legacy for 10,000 years, but the highest anyone reached was only the nascent soul realm. With the help of truth returning, Li Fan wasn't too worried about the risks encountered in cultivating this method. However, he was also in no rush to decide on his main cultivation method. But now that he had successfully guided Qi into his body, it was time to see what Wanxian Island looks like. Li Fan made his way back to the mountain peak where He Jinghao sent him off during their previous encounter. He now had a pavilion built there, and upon seeing Li Fan, He Jinghao informed him that he sensed a fluctuation in the spiritual energy within Luli Island. So he knew Li Fan must have broken through. Although it took a bit long, Li Fan did it after all. He Jinghao then asked if the reason Li Fan came to find him was to head to Wanxian Island. Indeed, it was precisely that, Li Fan replied. He had no more concerns with worldly matters and can set off at any time. In an instant, He Jinghao appeared before Li Fan, grasped his shoulder and instructed him to follow him. He then lifted Li Fan into the air, soaring into the sky at an incredible speed. They broke into the layer of clouds and ascended beyond the mountain summits. He Jinghao formed a seal with a hand and guided his qi towards the vast expanse of mountains stretching endlessly below. Shortly after, rays of white light erupted from the innumerable mountain peaks, streaming and merging together, and forming into an enormous sphere of bright light suspending before him. The very moment he thrust his hand forward and uttered the word, "Open," the sphere of white light surged upward, streaking directly along the direction of his hand. In a flash, it transformed into a radiant pillar that connected heaven and earth. Then it collided with what looked like a sun suspending in the sky. This sun's surface distorted violently and cracked apart a second later, splitting into two halves and creating a portal. Although Li Fan was amazed, stunned, and couldn't comprehend how the sun had split in two, He Jinghao didn't offer any explanation and simply guided him towards the portal. Like a tractor beam, the two were pulled into the portal, and in less than no time, they appeared to be standing in a vast plaza after the blurred haze subsided. And in a distance, a colossal stone statue of an elderly figure with a long beard stood majestically, and right below was a crowd of stone statues varying in size and style. They seemed to be gazing at the colossal statue with reverence. He Jinghao explained that where they currently were was the Dharma Transmission Square. It was built to commemorate the immortal venerable preaching the Tao back then, and every station of the Myriad Immortals Alliance has such a square. Flight was not prohibited within Wanxian Island, but Li Fan should remember that his altitude cannot exceed the statue of the immortal venerable. Otherwise, he would inevitably be attacked by the Myriad Immortals Grand Formation. Even if he was in the nascent soul realm, his body will perish and his Tao will vanish in moments. Although flying was also not prohibited on the island, He Jinghao advised Li Fan not to fly around randomly if there was no need. He Jinghao led the way, explaining in a low voice the matters that need attention on Wanxian Island as they walked. And since it concerns life and death, Li Fan kept them firmly in mind. Passing through a corridor naturally woven from vines, they arrived in a quiet forest full of greenery. In a clearing in the forest, a massive, ancient, and plain mirror was placed. This mirror was the Tianxian mirror of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. From time to time, cultivators passed through the mirror surface, heading to unknown destinations. There were also cultivators coming out of the mirror and leaving directly. Legend has it that before the immortal venerable preached the Tao, the Tianxian mirror was just an ordinary mirror. Later, when the immortal venerable taught the Tao, this mirror reflected the immortal venerable's Dharma image and actually gave birth to a wisp of its own will. Later, it learned to cultivate like a cultivator, slowly evolving from a mortal object into the heaven and earth spirit treasure it is today. Most of the affairs for them as cultivators in the Myriad Immortals Alliance were handled by the Tianxian mirror. It is also said that the Tianxian mirror holds a grudge very much, so one must be careful not to speak carelessly. He Jinghao then led Li Fan inside, and the very moment they entered the Tianxian mirror, they appeared at what seemed to be an isolated dark space. And as far as the eye could see, no other cultivator could be seen in this separate space. It was as if Li Fan was in a void, with nothingness and darkness all around. He Jinghao spoke to no one in particular, explaining that Li Fan was a newly advanced cultivator, and he was there to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance at Wanxian Island. A reply came from the void. recording this ding merit as medium, and credited 50 contribution points to He Jinghao for referring a Qi condensation initial stage cultivator to the Myriad Immortals Alliance at Wanxian Island. His current total contribution points was now 920 points. Anyway, since Li Fan had now officially arrived, He Jinghao, relieved, decided to take his leave. He still had island guarding duties, so he won't be accompanying Li Fan any further. Also, if he has any questions, he can feel free to ask the Tianxian Mirror. Li Fan thanked him greatly, and soon after, the Void stated that this divine sense fluctuation had been recorded, and an independent space had also been generated. It then asked for the cultivator Li Fan to state his name. Li Fan gladly did so, and was welcomed to the Myriad Immortals Alliance. As a benefit, he will be gifted 20 contribution points for free. He can use contribution points to exchange for spirit stones, cultivation methods, magical treasures, and all sort of things. He can also obtain contribution points by turning in supplies, completing tasks, trading with others, and the like. Similarly, if he encounter a problem he cannot solve, he can also spend contribution points to post a bounty. Li Fan's current total contribution points was officially announced to be 20, and as a cultivator who has newly joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance, he can reside in the Tianxian Mirror for free for 30 days. But after the 30 days, he will need to pay contribution points to continue residing. The residence fee was 10 contribution points every 30 days. Of course, he can also choose to spend contribution points to purchase his own cave abode on Wanxian Island. Li Fan then asked a question that left the Tianxian Mirror speechless. He wanted to know that if he couldn't survive in the Myriad Immortals Alliance, he can choose to leave and join the Five Elders Council. The Void replied that those who have joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance cannot join the Five Elders Council, and vice versa. If violated, they will be hunted down by both sides jointly. But Li Fan pointed out that he hadn't agreed to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance yet. The Void's response was that once a cultivator enters the Tianxian Mirror and have their divine sense recorded, it was regarded as voluntarily joining the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Li Fan then asked whether it was plausible to leave the Myriad Immortals Alliance, not join the Five Elders Council afterwards, and choose to become a rogue cultivator. The Void confirmed that it was indeed plausible. However, if Li Fan choose to leave, all items obtained within the Myriad Immortals Alliance will be forcibly reclaimed. It then advised Li Fan to choose carefully. Afterwards, Li Fan asked the Tianxian Mirror one question after the next, tirelessly. And after a long time, he eventually had no more questions for the time being. So, with that out of the way, the Tianxian Mirror bid Li Fan farewell. And if there were new questions, he can call upon him at any time. Li Fan can also view it himself through his divine sense. Anyway, according to the Tianxian Mirror, the spatial form in the Void can be controlled by divine sense. So with the manipulation of Li Fan's divine sense, the space changed from a void into a simple and unadorned room. The interior decoration was exactly the same as in the Grand Tutor's Manor in the Great Xian Nation. The decorations and items in the room were almost exactly the same as the real ones, and the difference was completely imperceptible. Li Fan marveled at what an amazing treasure the Tianxian Mirror was. Through their interrogation session just now, Li Fan also gained a rough understanding of this Myriad Immortals Alliance. Cultivation methods, materials, and other items can be exchanged simply by clicking the exchange menu with divine sense. Staring at the cultivation method exchange, Li Fan laments at the exorbitant points needed to just obtain a common cultivation method. Even the simplest Qi condensation stage cultivation methods cost 1,000 contribution points. Opening the mission panel once again, the missions available for the Qi condensation initial stage only pay 5 or 10 points. Li Fan couldn't help wondering whether cultivating immortality really meant him working like a dog. But then the Tianxian Mirror notified him of a new visual transmission he just received, before advising him to check it in time. When he instructed for the transmission footage to be viewed, he also couldn't help wondering just who exactly was suddenly looking for him. After all, he just entered Wanxian Island literally just hours ago. But it turns out the virtual transmission was from none other than Xiaoheng, who wanted to congratulate him on finally making it to Wanxian Island. Back on Lioli Island, he was indebted to Li Fan's care, but had no way to repay him, and leaving without saying goodbye that day also added to his guilt. Li Fan's abrupt unease vanished the very moment he realized it was just Xiaoheng. And as the transmission continued, Xiaoheng was quick to inform Li Fan that cultivation methods were hard to come by in the current cultivation world. So newcomers often need 1 or 2 years to accumulate contribution points to exchange for a Qi condensation stage cultivation method. That was how it was for him back then. Fortunately, the very moment he actually started cultivating, he frequently encountered fortuitous encounters. And just a year ago, he broke through to the late stage of Qi condensation and was currently at the peak. At present, Xiaoheng intend to go to the center of the Zongyun Sea, specifically the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins, to search for wondrous items of heaven and earth and achieve his Tao foundation. But before leaving, he had left a water attribute cultivation method for Li Fan. Anyway, since wondrous items were hard to find, his trip might take several years. During this period, he hopes Li Fan would cultivate well, since it was best not to rashly leave the Wanxian Island before breaking through to the mid-stage of qi condensation. When he returns, he will definitely have a drink with Li Fan for them to catch up. Xiaoheng gave Li Fan a qi condensation stage cultivation method, the lesser amplification water art, with the current number of cultivators being 0. Li Fan smiled at this kind gesture, admitting that Xiaoheng's current cultivation realm far exceeded his. Yet he still kept the kindness from back then in his heart. Looking at it that way, Xiaoheng's character was indeed not bad. And besides the lesser amplification water art, Xiaoheng also gave Li Fan a copy of the Supreme Primordial True Scripture. Kohong once said that by cultivating this technique, one can disperse their cultivation at will without much loss of cultivation base. This meant that Li Fan can cultivate the lesser amplification water art first, then find an excuse to leave Wanxian Island before cultivating the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. And although the Tianxian Mirror might not notice a small qi condensation stage cultivator like him, it was always right to be cautious. Then, taking advantage of the free residence time in the Tianxian Mirror, Li Fan started cultivating the lesser amplification water art. Once he started cultivating, he immediately realized the benefits of doing so within the Tianxian Mirror. Consuming contribution points can activate the Tianxian Mirror's assisted cultivation mode. In this mode, the concentration of spiritual energy inside the Tianxian Mirror increases several times than that of the outside world, almost comparable to top-tier grotto heavens. Furthermore, the Tianxian Mirror grants the cultivator inside a state of spirit enlightenment. In this state, comprehension was significantly increased, and cultivating methods becomes much easier. This super cultivation state almost gave Li Fan the illusion that he was a peerless genius, and cultivation became akin to enjoyment. Li Fan was immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. When time was up, he abruptly withdrew from that incredibly smooth cultivation state. The cultivation speed under the assisted cultivation mode was more than 30 times that of his self-cultivation, and this deep sense of disparity almost made him unable to resist exchanging for another day. But thinking of how he only had 10 contribution points left, he forcibly held back. In that moment, the greed in Li Fan's heart surfaced, as he nearly convinced himself that a treasure like the Tianxian Mirror should belong to him. But he soon snapped out of such ridiculous thoughts, not now at least. After all, the Tianxian Mirror was the supreme treasure of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, its very foundation. And it was definitely not something the current Li Fan can covet in any way. It was more realistic to earn contribution points. Li Fan knew why the Tianxian Mirror opened this assisted cultivation function. And any cultivator who has experienced that super cultivation mode will find it hard to refuse trying it again. Plus, under the premise of spending the same amount of time, saving contribution points to turn on assisted cultivation was faster than the progress of burying one's head in bitter cultivation alone. This Myriad Immortals Alliance really had the cultivators firmly in the palm of their hands. Contribution points were a must, but compared to doing missions to earn them, exchange was the most time-saving and labor-saving way. If Li Fan takes out the wondrous item of heaven and earth from the Taiyan Ark, the halting steel fragment, it should exchange for quite a few contribution points. With his Huanjin system, the halting steel fragment will return, but the issue was if his cultivation base can also be retained. Anyway, he still needed to take a mission to leave Wanxian Island to retrieve the Taiyan Ark. Since every inch of land on Wanxian Island was within the surveillance range of the Tianxian Mirror, it would be troublesome if he attracts the attention of a mighty figure. And although his truth returning can turn reality into void, it requires his consciousness to control it. But what if a mighty figure takes action and directly freezes his divine sense, making him unable to think? No matter what, caution was Li Fan's first rule of conduct. Just then, amid the tasks list, Li Fan spotted a name that immediately piqued his interest. Liuli Island. A mission regarding Liuli Island. Apparently, the Pill Room had issued a commission of recruiting people to go to Liuli Island to retrieve at least 20 Liuli pearls. And the remuneration was determined by the quality and quantity of the Liuli pearls. Li Fan was delighted with this task because the mission couldn't be more suitable for him. So in order not to expose the Taiyan Ark, Li Fan spent 5 contribution points to buy the smallest storage ring as a cover. He spent a contribution point to open the teleportation formation and returned to Liuli Island. Upon arrival at the Liuli Manor, he met Steward Qian, who was in charge of finances. Li Fan demanded he quickly send people to retrieve Liuli pearls for him, the more the better. Steward Qian did as he was told and reported with only 23 Liuli pearls. He explained they were currently all what's left on the island. And if Li Fan, Now an immortal master needs more. He was afraid he would have to wait another year or so. Li Fan then inquired whether any accident had occurred recently. Steward Chen dare not deceive an immortal master, so he replied honestly that due to overfishing, schools of lily fish had become fewer and fewer as the years go by. Steward Chen respectfully hinted the very idea of perhaps waiting for a period of time for the lily fish to recover naturally before fishing again. But of course, Li Fan was pretty much aware of this matter. Anyway, returning to the Tingyu Tower, Li Fan released the Taihang Arc, then quickly completed the transfer of the gold, silver, and the halting steel fragment inside the Taihang Arc to his spatial ring. After doing all this, he decided to return directly to Wanxian Island. Li Fan made his way to the Liuli Island teleportation formation. But before he could depart, He Jinghao suddenly appeared behind him, telling him to wait. This freaked the living daylight out of Li Fan, who couldn't help widening his eyes in horror. But seeing Li Fan tensed up, He Jinghao tells him that there was no need to be nervous. He just wanted to ask him if he was interested in the position of an island guardian. Of course, it wasn't Liuli Island, but an island called Taiyan, which was to the west of Liuli Island. Apparently, the guardian of Taiyan Island and He Jinghao have a good relationship. And the guy was currently facing a cultivation bottleneck, so he wants to go out to find opportunities. However, he has duties to fulfill and cannot leave without authorization. So he asked He Jinghao if he had any suitable candidates to recommend. And upon seeing Li Fan come to Liuli Island, he thought he'd ask him. But the issue was the requirements needed to guard an island. One must at least have the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, and Li Fan was merely at the qi condensation initial stage. So can he really serve as a guardian? However, since it wasn't naturally an official guardian position, He Jinghao's friend would simply issue a targeted commission to Li Fan, and he will simply substitute for the guy as guardian for a while. Besides, Taiyan wasn't a large island. With the island protection grand formation in place, a qi condensation stage cultivator was sufficient to look after it for a period of time. And as the recommender, He Jinghao would naturally receive a certain share of the remuneration. But during the substitute guardianship, Li Fan wanted to know what the maximum duration he had was before he can even leave the island. He Jinghao explained that the island protection grand formation generally cycles once every 5 days. So if Li Fan had business outside, it was best to return within 5 days. It was also not advisable to go out more than 3 times a year. Then every year, after collecting his contribution points, Li Fan can go to the Tianxian Mirror to exchange them for 5 days of assisted cultivation time. These 5 days were often worth more than half a year of ordinary bitter cultivation. Seeing no major downsides to the proposal, Li Fan readily agreed to this matter. However, he still need to wait until he returns to Wanxian Island to hand in his mission first. This was only natural and He Jinghao had no issue with it. Once things were prepared over at Taiyan Island in a few days, he will come to the island to find him. So, after bidding farewell to He Jinghao, Li Fan returned to Wanxian Island and delivered the Liuli pearls within the Tianxian Mirror, racking up his current contribution points to a total of 26. The quality of this batch of Liuli pearls varied. So in the end, he received a remuneration of 21 contribution points. Then taking out the gold, silver, and the halting steel fragment from his storage ring, Li Fan requested to exchange them for contribution points. A moment later, the Tianxian Mirror transmitted the results, and the batch of gold and silver was converted to 235 contribution points. The wondrous item of heaven and earth, the halting steel fragment, although flawed when it comes to quality, was also converted to a whopping 1968 contribution points. Suddenly becoming wealthy, Li Fan did not choose to spend lavishly immediately. Instead, he first asked the Tianxian Mirror about his concerns. He expressed his concern about any possible disaster expected to happen in the Zongyun Sea region recently. The Tianxian Mirror was speechless for a moment before assuring Li Fan not to worry. These were all normal movements of heaven and earth. And according to deductions, no major disasters would descend within the next 10 years. Li Fan held his chin and stated that he understands. But he would also like to know information regarding the Liuli pill. The Tianxian Mirror explained the Liuli pill to be an auxiliary elixir, generally used from qi condensation to foundation establishment stage. After consumption, the heart becomes like lioli, meaning glazed glass, clear and transparent. It can provide an effect similar to spirit enlightenment, increasing the comprehension of cultivation methods and cultivation speed. Furthermore, the effect can stack with the assisted cultivation of the Tianxian Mirror. Liuli pills were very sought after among qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators. The price of one pill fluctuates between 5 and 6 contribution points. The Liuli fish were now nearly extinct, so the price of Liuli pills was bound to rise with the tide. Therefore, Li Fan spent 2,100 contribution points and bought 350 Liuli pills in one go. He then informed the Tianxian Mirror about an intel he suddenly remembered, which was that the schools of Liuli fish at Liuli Island had nearly disappeared due to unknown reasons. After a brief moment of verification, the Tianxian Mirror awarded him a contribution point. Li Fan was disappointed with the reward. After all, receiving just a contribution point for an important intel seemed too unfair. He wondered if hoarding goods was seen as somewhat malicious behavior by the Tianxian Mirror, hence why it only gave him a remuneration of 1 point. Did the Tianxian Mirror truly possess a will of its own? He questioned himself. Anyway, after Li Fan provided the intelligence, the market's reaction was quite rapid. The price of Liuli pills skyrocketed within a short period, surging from 6 points per pill to 9 points per pill. Soon, the cultivators all heard the news that Liuli pearls were about to go extinct. And the sudden change in price also attracted the attention of uninformed people. The price of Liuli pills managed to rise again. It briefly reached the astonishing price of 12 points per pill. Seeing that the timing was about right, in order to sell them as quickly as possible, Li Fan chose to sell directly to the Tianxian Mirror. The Tianxian Mirror purchased his 350 Liuli pills at a high yet convenient price of 10 points per pill. Li Fan wasn't greedy either. So with 3,500 contribution points credited, his total contribution points at this moment reached as much as 3,629 points. The temporary explosion in the price of Liuli pills was just due to the stimulation of sudden news, causing cultivators to momentarily lose their rationality. And after everyone calmed down, the Liuli pills also returned to a relatively reasonable and stable price, which was 8 contribution points per pill. At this time, Li Fan bought back 100 Liuli pills for his own cultivation use. Through this operation, he increased his contribution points by 600, and on top of that, he got 100 Liuli pills for free. Then he began to splurge, buying an Introduction to Formation Manual, the Elementary Explanation of Alchemy, the Artifact Refinement Basics, the Cultivation World Treasure Compendium, and so on. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, Li Fan just bought them all first. He also bought the Protective Dharma Robes, Hidden Chi Talismans, Elementary Compound Formations, Elementary Alchemy Sets, and other items commonly used by cultivators. He bought them all to his heart's content. And as his storage ring gradually filled up, his contribution points also plummeted rapidly, dropping to 346 points. After he was done spending, he consumed a Liuli pill, turned on the assisted cultivation mode again, and began cultivating the lesser amplification water art. Almost immediately, water attribute spiritual energy surged forth, and Li Fan once again experienced what was called a genius's cultivation speed. In just 5 days' time, he had already broken through to the peak of the chi condensation midstage with no bottlenecks. Success followed naturally, leaving him completely satisfied and not wanting more for now. Afterward, he received a visit request from He Jinghao. Li Fan only let him into his quarters after taking the Hidden Chi Talisman out of his storage ring and wearing it. And apparently, the Hidden Chi Talisman was capable of hiding one's own cultivation base. After the two exchanged pleasantries, He Jinghao informed Li Fan that he had already arranged things with the Taiyan Guardian. Next, he would have to take him to see him. Li Fan just needed to accept the commission. He Jinghao then handed Li Fan a talisman, emphasizing the need for him to wear this on his body. And about what they discussed earlier, when they meet later on, Li Fan shouldn't talk too much and should leave everything to him. Li Fan was visibly shocked to see just what kind of token He Jinghao gave him. It was a prestige talisman, and if he hadn't just bought an identical one, he really wouldn't have recognized this spirit talisman. The effect of this prestige talisman was the opposite of the Hidden Chi Talisman. It was used to disguise oneself as a cultivator of a higher realm. He Jinghao giving him this prestige talisman was to make him disguise himself as a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Obviously, He Jinghao had lied to him when he told him that a chi condensation stage cultivator was sufficient to guard an island territory. Meaning he planned from the start to have Li Fan disguise himself as a foundation establishment cultivator to accept the commission from the Taiyan Island Guardian, thereby earning the price difference. One must know that the contribution points spent to hire a foundation establishment stage cultivator versus hiring a chi condensation stage cultivator were worlds apart. In that moment, Li Fan's worry of He Jinghao grew stronger because the seemingly harmless fucker was full of deep schemes, and his cultivation was far higher than his. He cautioned himself not to form a deep friendship with him under any circumstance. Anyway, with no other choice, Li Fan had to put on the prestige talisman and followed He Jinghao's lead. He agreed to the visit request from the Taiyan Island Guardian, Zhou Qingong. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. One look from Zhou Qingong showed that he was very satisfied with He Jinghao's recommendation. He then immediately issued a targeted commission to him, which stated that during the period Zhou Qingong was out searching for opportunities, he would replace him in guarding Taiyan Island. The remuneration was 800 contribution points per year, and after He Jinghao accepted the commission, he turned around and issued a commission to Li Fan. Fortunately, He Jinghao didn't make the deduction too outrageous, so Li Fan barely accepted this mission. After Zhou Qingong handed a jade token to He Jinghao, he left impatiently. He Jinghao handed it over to Li Fan and explained that it was the Tian Island Guardian token. With this item, Li Fan can control the Island Protection Grand Formation. He Jinghao warned Li Fan to keep it safe and not lose it no matter what. So just like that, Li Fan accepted the token and went to the Tian Islands Protection Grand Formation with He Jinghao. The Island Protection Grand Formation was not like the one on Liuli Island with its 1,000 towering peaks. It just looked like a bustling city. But what he saw left him completely stunned and speechless, because all the natives of Tian Island had a weird zombie-like appearance. Apparently, these natives were the local specialties of Tian Island named the Tian fruits. And these fruits were just like real people, inside the city evolved from the island's spell formation. They work, live, marry, have children, and live out their entire lives just like actual people. Consuming a mature Tian fruit can increase the lifespan of a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage and below by 5 years. But it was only effective the first time each person consumes one. And the required number of Tian fruits to be handed over annually was 30, so Li Fan can keep any surplus for himself. He should consider it a benefit of the guardian position. On average, he can save 2 Tian fruits per year. And inside the Tianxian mirror, the price of a Tian fruit was generally around 90 to 100 contribution points. This led to He Jinghao pointing out the elephant in the deal. Thus, the remuneration for acting as this temporary guardian was truly not low, meaning he wasn't cheating Li Fan out of the deal. This was indeed true, so Li Fan thanked him. However, he was also keenly aware how sky-high He Jinghao skimmed quite a bit off the top. He Jinghao simply gave off his usual forced smile and told Li Fan to ease down on his gratitude. After all, he originated from the island he guarded, so it was only natural for him to guide and support him. And as long as Li Fan's cultivation base improves in the future, his efforts won't be in vain. Then, with a bombastic side-eye, he added that he knew Li Fan had broken through to the mid-stage of qi condensation. Upon hearing this, Li Fan, startled for a moment there, kept his composed demeanor and quickly made a plausible lie on the spot. He did indeed confirm to be at the mid-stage of qi condensation, but also added that he had a close relationship with Xiaoheng. And before he departed, he left behind a water attribute cultivation method for him. This cultivation method suited his affinity quite well, and his progress in cultivating it had been rapid. He just broke through a few days ago. He Jinghao gave a dismissive laugh and pointed out how Li Fan had acted characteristically cautious, and even managed to use a qi-concealing talisman. If his cultivation method wasn't special, he nearly wouldn't have noticed, though it was understandable since being careful prevents big mistakes. However, He Jinghao didn't expect Li Fan's relationship with Xiaoheng to be so good that he specifically left a cultivation method for him. It seemed Xiaoheng was truly a heavenly talent. That young man had only been cultivating for a few years, yet he was already about to reach the foundation establishment stage. His future was limitless. It was highly likely he will achieve the golden core, and even the nascent soul in the future. Having such a deep friendship with him also showed that Li Fan truly had deep karmic fortune. Li Fan also points out that being able to meet He Jinghao was a fortunate event. The two then arrived at the entrance of a residence, and upon a sheer coincidence that made He Jinghao laugh, it just so happens that a Tian fruit had matured in that very moment. He Jinghao decided to use this to demonstrate just how to harvest the Tian fruit. Even before entering the courtyard, they could hear mournful wails from the place. Inside, Li Fan saw about a dozen kneeling human-like Tian fruits sobbing profusely. They paid no attention to them, and were completely absorbed in mourning their deceased relative. Anyway, before everyone present was a coffin, and inside was a Tian fruit bearing a human-like face, appearing as if it was merely sleeping with a faint, eerie smile. Li Fan stared at the grotesque corpse, which was emitting a strange fragrance, and couldn't help wondering if it was indeed a mature fruit. He Jinghao stepped closer to the coffin, chanted an incantation, before gently pressing 2 fingers on the corpse's forehead. A sudden glow surrounded the corpse as it rose slowly from the coffin and hovered mid-air. It then began to shrink, transforming into a small crimson fruit. But at the very moment the fruit fully formed, the mourning relatives fell silent abruptly, their pale mourning demeanor slowly vanishing. Then their faces turned to ones of bewilderment, completely clueless to why they were there, kneeling. Li Fan and He Jinghao watched as they slowly got up and quietly left the place. Li Fan couldn't help finding the entire scene very peculiar, and as he stares at the fruit in his hand with an uneasy expression, He Jinghao urged him to have a bite first. At the same time, the fruit seems to be enticing him to eat it, and the fragrance it emitted was also getting richer and richer. This aroma was even making Li Fan hungrier and hungrier, so he no longer hesitated and bit into the Taiyan fruit before swallowing it whole. Then his hunger instantly vanished, as if he had just eaten a grand feast. Meanwhile, on his truth-returning panel, his maximum physiological age has indeed increased by 5 years. Li Fan gave a satisfied burp, amazed at the Taiyan fruit. It was truly an extraordinary item that increases lifespan. It's just that its appearance before maturity was a bit strange, looking exactly like a human. He Jinghao then explained that the Taiyan fruits were transformed from humans, so of course it would look like a human. But upon hearing this, Li Fan froze very abruptly, realizing that what he just ate was a person. He suddenly felt sick to the stomach. He Jinghao had to clarify that strictly speaking, the Taiyan fruit belongs to the fruit category, so it wasn't a human. But this brings them to the origin of this Taiyan fruit. Apparently, 500 years ago, Taiyan Island was just a very ordinary island. But one day, everything changed. Mortals from the surrounding islands noticed that they hadn't seen residents of Taiyan Island for a long time. So, driven by curiosity, someone sailed to Taiyan Island, wanting to investigate what happened. But unexpectedly, as several waves of people went, none returned. And upon realizing the situation was wrong, people hurriedly reported this matter to the island guardian at that time. That guardian was already a cultivator at the golden core stage. Even so, after seeing what had happened on Taiyan Island, he fell into deep terror. All the mortals on the island had vanished, and the city where mortals originally gathered had, at some point, grown tree after tree with lush branches and leaves, just like a primeval forest. Hanging from the branches of those trees were human-faced fruits. When the breeze blew, the human faces on the fruits would reveal a chilling smile. That golden core guardian, recovering from his shock, went down into the city to investigate. Not a single mortal on the whole island survived. They had all turned into human-faced fruits. But exactly why this bizarre event occurred, this golden core guardian could not figure out either. So he had no choice but to report the matter. The Myriad Immortals Alliance sent specialists to investigate, but no one knew what specific conclusion was reached. It's just that later, all the big trees in the city were cut down, and Taiyan Island was restored to its vitality and original appearance. The Myriad Immortals Alliance also built a grand formation there and assigned personnel to guard it and harvest the fruits. And those human-faced fruits lived within the formation as if nothing had happened. With a hint of disgust, Li Fan wiped his mouth with the back of his hand before commenting that regardless from how anyone looks at it, the Taiyan fruits were people, weren't they? But He Jinghao simply scoffed at the simple-minded perspective, then questioned Li Fan how the Taiyan fruits were people. They had absolutely no intellect of their own and act entirely on instinct. If one must say, they at most only retain some lingering obsessions of humanity. But regardless, Li Fan felt this matter was too mysterious. Whether those Taiyan fruits were people or not became unimportant after their lifespan-increasing effects were discovered by cultivators. Also, even if they were real people and eating them could increase lifespan, they still wouldn't be able to escape their fate of being eaten. Anyway, since then, Li Fan had been stationed on Taiyan Island. And if he was being honest, the position of Island Guardian was actually quite relaxing. So he devoted almost all his time in painstaking cultivation. After mastering some simple small spells, he also decided to start cultivating the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. This cultivation method from the ancient Heavenly Mystery sect was truly obscure and difficult to understand. It was vastly different from the lesser amplification water art he cultivated before, as if they were products of completely different systems. So, just like that, a year passed, and Li Fan's comprehension of the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter was barely at the entry level. He returned to Wanxian Island and collected his remuneration for being the temporary guardian, gaining 800 contribution points. Then he exchanged them for the late-stage portion of the lesser amplification water art. After another 5 days of cultivation under the Tianxian Mirror's assisted cultivation mode, Li Fan faintly felt that he was not far from the late stage of qi condensation. While his duty as the temporary guardian remained, he reluctantly returned to Taiyan Island. And as he read through the cultivation miscellaneous records, he was surprised to find out that he was only one step away from the late stage of qi condensation, but was at a bottleneck. That's when he got to know of the Heaven's Bane. According to the cultivation miscellaneous records, this kind of bottleneck cannot be broken through by bitter cultivation alone. So one must find the opportunity within one's own unseen intuition to dissolve it and successfully break through. Apparently, the existence of this bottleneck was like a calamity sent down by the heavens to obstruct cultivators in their practice. Thus, cultivators also call it Heaven's Bane. Knowing that a breakthrough could not be forced in a short time, Li Fan temporarily put aside the practice of the lesser amplification water art, and switched to cultivating the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. Now that he had entered the gateway of the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter, he can begin cultivating the second layer. And according to the description, after successfully cultivating the second layer of the technique, one can master the divine ability of discern mechanism. Amidst his painstaking cultivation, another year passed, and the cultivation of the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter made almost no progress. This technique was intermingled with insights into the heavenly Tao and allusions to anecdotes from the ancient cultivation world, making it truly obscure and difficult to understand. Li Fan went to Wanxian Island to collect his proxy payment and exchanged for cultivation insights on ancient techniques which would assist him in understanding the technique. Subsequently, he turned on the assisted cultivation mode in the Tianxian mirror, and just by reading these insights, verifying and cross-referencing them with the experience he'd summarized over the past year, it was like enlightenment. All the difficulties he couldn't figure out before were now answered. Li Fan immediately rushed back to Tian Island to begin a closed-door cultivation. And just as he expected, cultivating it this time around was indeed incomparable to before. The obscure and difficult parts of the technique had all been clarified, so naturally, there were no obstacles in cultivation. His mind was immediately immersed in it. After all, cultivation knew no passage of time. And on the day, a golden mist-like spiritual energy suddenly appeared in his dantian. The second layer of the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter was finally mastered. Li Fan was ecstatic because he had now comprehended the fundamental divine ability of the technique. Discern mechanism. Li Fan decided to try it out to see just what exactly the so-called heaven and earth chi mechanism looks like. He directed his gaze above, and the scene before him gave him a chill. Li Fan wondered what was going on. Tian Island, which was currently in daytime, was actually shrouded in black chi like the underworld. Alarmed, Li Fan tried once more, but the results were still the same. The dense and ominous death chi above still remained. Utterly clueless as how this could be, Li Fan, remembering something crucial, swiftly cast the water mirror technique and stared at his own reflection. There, he saw the dark aura of death centered around him. It was more than 1,000 times thicker than even the mortals on the island. He couldn't help but speculate if the problem lies with the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. Li Fan was inside the Island Protection Grand Formation, and Tian Island was located in the central region of the Zhongyun Sea, which was within the sphere of influence of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. So who could cause such dense death chi to generate around him? As the growing unease within his heart intensified, Li Fan acted decisively regardless of whether the omen was true or false. He must head to Wanxian Island to avoid the calamity first. He hurriedly activated the teleportation array, but to his utter horror, the damn thing was unresponsive. This made Li Fan even more fearful as he clenched his teeth in worry, wondering why there's no reaction from the teleportation formation. He then tried the communication spirit talisman He Jinghao gave him, but after calling him several times without a reply, the grim reality that a bizarre change had indeed occurred could now be completely confirmed, and continuing to stay on Tian Island was a dead end. Li Fan couldn't just sit still and wait for death. Right now, only Wanxian Island was the safest place, so he took out the Tian Arc and piloted it out of the island. It took about 2 or 3 months to fly from Tian Island to Wanxian Island. Fortunately, when Li Fan went on a shopping spree earlier, he bought quite a few spirit stones. Anyway, right at the edge of the Island Protection Grand Formation, Li Fan stopped the Tian Arc. The sea surface seems calm, but he can sense that the world outside the Great Formation was filled with killing intent. And once he exit the Island Protection Grand Formation, he would undoubtedly die. He made his way back on the island and transformed the Ark to its miniature version. At the moment, he can't leave the island, and the fact that he had been in closed-door cultivation for quite some time made it impossible for him to know anything about the outside world. Li Fan decided he might as well ask the mortals on the island, so he paid the island lord a visit in his manor, demanding an explanation on what exactly had happened. The old guy got on all fours and started begging for assistance because the island's residents really can't go on living. Apparently, it hadn't rained for a full half-year, and the fresh water and food on the island were almost all consumed. If this goes on, they would all starve to death. Li Fan, genuinely taken aback by this news, suddenly recalled the brief chat he had with Zhang Haobo. The island lord then proceeded to inform Li Fan that the fish in the coastal waters have been fished out, and none of the fleets that went out to the deep sea to fish have returned alive. So at this point, they are really on the verge of starving to death. This last statement seems to antagonize Li Fan, because he knew the bastard was lying. And given how chubby he was while the rest of the island's residents had become as thin as a mummy, how could he think this lie would fly? Li Fan had already probed the kitchen in the manor, so what does the bastard got to say now? Filled with dread, the island lord began to beg for forgiveness, but Li Fan wasn't having it. He was immediately released off his head with just a casual hand-slicing gesture from Li Fan, who then announced to the island's residents that he had executed their lord. And as for the rest left in charge, they were to come to the lord's manor to see him immediately. A moment later, several stewards came before Li Fan trembling with fear, and amidst the tearful complaints of these people, Li Fan finally understood what had happened during his year of closed-door cultivation. The drought began half a year ago, and the fresh water sources on the island dried up after many days without rain. For food, they could initially rely on catching fish in the coastal waters, but as the weather got hotter and hotter, no fish could be caught around the island anymore. Also, all the fleets that went out never returned, so Taiyan Island fell into famine. And in just 1 month, 1/3 of the island's population died. But who knows how many tragedies occurred. If Li Fan hadn't come out of seclusion anytime soon, then he wouldn't have even seen a few living people. Since the situation had reached this stage, he cannot stand by and do nothing. Fortunately, when leaving the Great Shen Nation back then, the Taiyan Ark was filled with grain. There was a dust-cleansing formation inside the Ark, so the grain naturally wouldn't spoil. Thus, Li Fan took out the grain from the Ark to give to the mortals for emergency use. When the people on the island saw that the immortal master had brought life-saving grain, they all excitedly knelt on the ground, kowtowing incessantly. At this time, there were not many mortals left on the island, so the grain inside the Taiyan Ark, if eaten sparingly, should be enough to support these people on the island for a few months. Half a month later, using basic formation knowledge, Li Fan built a crude seawater desalination formation. The mortals regained sufficient drinking water and food, gradually recovering their vitality. After personally building a formation, Li Fan had barely stepped onto the Tao of formations. Only then did he discover that the Taiyan Island's Island Protection Grand Formation was being damaged at an extremely fast speed. Li Fan didn't know what kind of change had occurred outside. Violent spiritual energy was raging, so going out was a dead end. If he stay on Taiyan Island, once the Island Protection Grand Formation was destroyed, it would also mean death. Staring once more at the overwhelming death chi above, Li Fan couldn't help but wonder if this was the heavens releasing killing intent. The Island Protection Grand Formation was in imminent danger, and he had nowhere to hide. However, the mortals on Taiyan Island had recovered their vitality, so he can be considered to have fulfilled his duty as guardian. And although he's unwilling, he has no other choice. However, in that moment, a sudden thought struck him. The violent spiritual energy outside seems not to be targeted at mortals. And the fishermen who left the island were proof of that. They didn't die because of the violent spiritual energy, but because of the lack of fresh water, food, and the scorching weather. So if Li Fan were to use the supreme primordial true scripture to dissolve his entire cultivation base and temporarily become immortal once more, he can then pilot the Taiyan Ark to reach Wanxian Island, finding life in the face of death. Li Fan was currently cultivating 2 cultivation methods. One was the Lesser Amplification Water Art, a new method, and the other was the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter of the Ancient Heavenly Mystery Sect, an old method. The cultivation style of the new method was to plunder heaven and earth. It was precisely because of this that it incites the malice of heaven and earth. Nowadays, heaven and earth have laid down layer upon layer of killing intent, targeting the cultivators who practice the new method. Li Fan began cultivating the supreme primordial true scripture, silently speculating what would happen if he only dispersed the new method, but retained the realm of the old method. Would the killing intent between heaven and earth be a little less? So as the cultivation method circulated, the water attribute spiritual energy gained from cultivating the Lesser Amplification Water Art slowly dissipated, transforming into a stream of pure energy, settling in his dantian. The Lesser Amplification Water Art was completely dispersed, yet Li Fan did not feel any discomfort. He was marveled at how miraculous the supreme primordial true scripture truly was, and the killing intent of heaven and earth permeating the outside world also suddenly weakened. Unfortunately, the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter was still cultivated according to the current method of plundering heaven and earth. So the malice of heaven and earth had not completely dissipated. Therefore, going out now would still be life-threatening. Li Fan hardened his heart and continued to disperse his cultivation. Soon, another stream of pure energy appeared within his dantian. The 2 streams of energy were originally formed from different cultivation methods. Yet at this moment, they merged together without any conflict. Pleased to have succeeded, Li Fan cultivation realm at that moment had truly reverted to that of a mortal. And according to the description in the true scriptures, the pure energy obtained from dispersing cultivation can be maintained in the dantian for about 100 years. But it doesn't matter, because as long as he returns to Wanxian Island, he can quickly recultivate it back. Li Fan piloted the Taiyan Ark and slowly flew out of the Island Protection Grand Formation. He saw that the violent hot spiritual chi had raged, dyeing the distant sky an orange-red color. Li Fan was already immortal, so this sky-filling riotous spiritual chi only whistled past him and did not launch an attack. He flew towards Wanxian Island at full speed, and on the way he passed by quite a few islands. The people on these islands were all completely dead, without any breath of life. 3 months later, he arrived at the location where Wanxian Island originally was. Li Fan opened the map and compared it 4 or 5 times, but he still couldn't believe his eyes. The formerly vast Wanxian Island had completely disappeared. Only a giant black hole remained, lying empty across the ocean. The surrounding seawater poured endlessly towards the black hole, but evaporated into water vapor the moment it touched the edge of the black hole. Due to the extremely high temperature above the black hole, the air was entirely distorted. Li Fan was filled with evident despair. Obviously, Wanxian Island was gone just like that. Seriously, what kind of power could do all this? Was it the malice of the heavenly Tao? The countless cultivators coming and going on Wanxian Island, the Dharma Transmission Square with 10,000 statues, and the myriad immortals grand formation that could instantly kill a nascent soul cultivator. In the face of this sudden disaster, cultivators also became just like mortals, no different from ants. Li Fan immediately chose to flee. Flee from this damned place. Flee this sea to the continent. And just like that, he flew for an unknown amount of time amidst the chaos in his brain. But suddenly, the Taiyan Ark seemed to have collided with something and was forced to stop. Fortunately, there was a protective spell formation. Otherwise, the Ark would have been destroyed and Li Fan would have died. Under the violent impact, although he suffered some minor injuries, he also calmed down because of it. Far ahead of the Taiyan Ark was a continuous coastline. The continent was not far from where he currently was. Li Fan manipulated the Taiyan Ark, attempting to fly forward. But he could not advance a single inch. An invisible shield separated the Zhongyun Sea from the continent not far away. This meant that entry was permitted, exit was forbidden. Li Fan lets out a self-deprecating smile upon realizing that he had become as helpless as a turtle in a jar. However, before activating his truth returning, he wanted to gather more information, so he roamed the Zhongyun Sea. Li Fan passed by Yelan Island where Inyushan was. But the island was like the others, with no survivors. He also passed by Liuli Island, and He Jinghao was nowhere to be found. Corpses littered the ground, and there were no signs of life either. All the islands he passed had turned into lands of death. Occasionally, he encountered cultivators who had survived like him, but they had all gone mad, believing he was a ghost. Finally, somehow, he returned to Taiyan Island once again. There, he felt a long-lost vitality. Perhaps, in the entire Zhongyun Sea, these were the only living people left. They still didn't know what changes had occurred outside the island, and their faces still revealed smiles of surviving a disaster. Perhaps ignorance was also a blessing. As he took a casual stroll, he encountered a temple with a statue made in his name and likeness. The mortals there regularly worship and pay homage to him, wishing for good weather for their crops in the future, and food to eat every year. Li Fan didn't know when the Taiyan Island villagers actually built a temple, and even enshrined a statue of him as the savior immortal master. With a resigned sigh, he decided to let it be. He would protect them for as long as he can. However, wanting to protect mortals under the killing intent of heaven and earth was obviously not an easy task. The real disaster had actually just begun. 1 year, 2 years, then 3 years passed, yet there was still no sign of rain. The sea level began to drop, and the seawater began to recede continuously from the island. Even with the seawater desalination formation, it became increasingly difficult for the mortals of Taiyan Island to obtain water. Li Fan was also helpless because he had no clue of how he was supposed to contend with the great cataclysm. The only good news was that, during these 3 years, perhaps because the vast majority of cultivators in the Zhongyun Sea had died, the killing intent between heaven and earth targeting cultivators also slowly dissipated. Li Fan also took this opportunity to recultivate to the mid-stage of chi condensation. When he no longer had the ability to shelter the island residents, he would return to the anchor point. Suddenly, to his utter shock and confusion, he noticed that there was a hint of white mist within the Black Death Chi, and this made him wonder where this life force, being the hint of white mist, come from. He operated the mechanism analysis to the limit and discovered that the life force of everyone on Taiyan Island corresponds to him. But not him exactly, rather something on his person that he had almost forgotten, the wondrous item of heaven and earth, the Songhai Pearl. You see, unlike when Li Fan first saw it over 10 years ago, at this moment it had turned an azure blue, and its whole body contained a rich water vapor, as if a vast sea was truly being nurtured within it. It was truly amazing. Seriously, where a vast sea passes, a vast sea is also naturally born. This statement suddenly gave Li Fan a struck of realization. So he piloted the Taiyan Arc and flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters, wanting to observe the current Songyun Sea. There, he saw that the Songyun Sea below, due to the long drought, had large swathes of seabed beginning to be exposed. Submarine mountain ranges gradually revealed their true faces, and the original islands of the Songyun Sea were impressively the peaks of these mountain ranges. Li Fan suddenly remembered the invitation Kohong made during his departure back then. If Li Fan manages to get out of the immortal Forsaken Land, he can come to Lingtian City in the Songyun mountain range to find him. This sudden realization made him smile at the sheer deception. The Songyun Sea and the Songyun Mountain, they were one and the same. In his previous life, when his lifespan was nearing its end, and by a stroke of luck, he broke through the blockade of the Great Immortal Severing Formation and arrived in the cultivation world for the first time. The scene he saw back then was a continuous mountain range. Yet in this life, after arriving in the cultivation world, he found himself above a vast ocean. Before this, he hadn't thought much of it, assuming it was just a difference in the teleportation location. It wasn't until today, seeing the dried-up Songyun Sea and witnessing the birth of the wondrous item Songhai, that he finally understood. The place he arrived at after passing through the Great Immortal Severing Formation was indeed the same location. It was simply that the times he arrived in the cultivation world were different. In his previous life, when he came to the cultivation world, it was his 65th anchor year. But in this life, he entered the cultivation world in his 20th anchor year. A gap of 45 years, encountering a group of mountains on one hand, and encountering a vast sea on the other. If Li Fan could have connected the various anomalies Zhang Haobo mentioned earlier with the differences seen between the two times, perhaps he could have detected this great cataclysm in advance. Now that he knows that Songyun Sea was the Songyun mountain range, he finally sees hope for this disaster to recede. In his 50th anchor year, Kohong and Daoxuanzi broke into Great Xian Nation, and at that time, they claimed to come from Lingtian City in the Songyun mountain range. Presumably, before that time, this drought would have already passed. The dried-up ocean will transform into vibrant mountains. It was currently the 34th anchor year, so it's not far from that point in time. Anyway, waiting without hope was the most tormenting thing. But after knowing the final result, this seemingly endless flame disaster no longer feels so terrifying. Li Fan calmed his mood and returned to Taiyan Island. He transmitted his voice across the entire island, telling them that this disaster would eventually pass. Having received instructions from the Immortal Master, the residents on the island were ecstatic, and one after another, their hope for survival was reignited. As for Li Fan, he entered a closed-door cultivation and took out the wondrous Songhai item once again, curiously wondering if the glimmer of survival lies within this. Li Fan poured his divine sense into it, but it vanished in an instant. It seems that in order to use it, he would have to put in some effort. And without the Tianshan mirror, he can only fumble around on his own. Next, Li Fan made numerous attempts, pouring in spiritual energy, nurturing Songhai Pearl with divine sense, and even bombarding it with external force. In the end, he even tried the method of refining it with blood drops. But the Songhai Pearl remained completely indifferent, and he was unable to mobilize the majestic water vapor contained within. Finally, he recalled that in the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter, there were methods to sense and refine the chi mechanisms from various spiritual items of heaven and earth. Immediately, Li Fan circulated the mechanism analysis divine ability and looked towards the Songhai Pearl. A deep blue radiance surrounded it, ancient, profound, vibrant. And although the Songhai Pearl was small, its chi mechanism was extremely complex and powerful. It represents the vast sea itself. It was currently in a state of nurturing and dormancy. So if Li Fan didn't use the mechanism analysis to observe carefully, he wouldn't have been able to distinguish it. He cautiously sensed the chi mechanism of the Songhai Pearl. But suddenly, he also felt his own body disappear. Li Fan felt as if he had suddenly arrived above the 9 heavens, looking down at the ocean below with a bird's eye view. A certain will between heaven and earth descended. Thus, the ocean began to march toward death. Heaven births and heaven kills. This was the principle of the Tao. Heaven desires to burn the sea, and the sea was powerless to resist. But it also refuses to accept it. Thus, although the vast sea passes, another vast sea is born. Suddenly, a sense of weakness washed over Li Fan, and he broke free from that wondrous state. But before he even had time to reflect on the scenes he saw earlier, he almost couldn't stand steady. Unbeknownst to him, he had gained some white hair, and fine wrinkles had also appeared on his face. This was merely from a split second of aligning with the Songhai Pearl's chi mechanism. Li Fan opened his truth-returning panel and gasped in shock. In just that split second, his physiological age jumped directly from 54 to 89. In an instant, it was as if 35 years had passed. No wonder that even in the ancient heavenly mystery sect, very few people cultivated this cultivation method. Just contacting the will of Songhai for an instant caused his lifespan to be consumed at a rapid speed. If not for his lifespan being consumed too quickly, causing his body to issue a spontaneous warning, he would have been inexplicably assimilated by the will of Songhai. At that point, whether Li Fan could still activate the truth returning would be hard to say. He must have gotten the method wrong, because controlling a wondrous item of heaven and earth cannot possibly be done this way. The sensory scale of time for humans compared to heaven, earth, mountains, rivers, and the vast sea was simply not on the same magnitude. But how exactly can one control a wondrous item of heaven and earth? Anyway, time passed day by day, and Li Fan still hadn't figured out that Songhai Pearl. The weather also became increasingly hot, as if to perform a final, thorough purification of the Tsongyun Sea. The mortals on the island gradually became so weak they didn't even have the strength to pray. If this continued, the mortals might die before waiting for this flame disaster to pass. Li Fan also couldn't help but become somewhat restless with distracting thoughts growing in his mind. And in order to calm his mind, he involuntarily began to circulate the long-neglected, profound yellow heart-refining incantation. Li Fan hadn't deliberately cultivated the profound yellow heart-refining incantation for a long time, because it doesn't help much with the substantial improvement of his cultivation base. And even if he doesn't actively cultivate it, it runs slowly on its own. At this moment, as the heart-refining incantation circulated, the negative emotions in his heart, which were unease, fear, impatience, they all slowly disappeared, becoming nourishment to strengthen his Tao heart. With his heart becoming calm again, he suddenly had a realization. The opportunity for his breakthrough lies with the Songhai Pearl. Li Fan had been trapped in the qi condensation mid-stage for several years now, unable to advance an inch. And after cultivating both cultivation methods to the qi condensation mid-stage, he still couldn't find his own fated chance. Yet at this moment, he suddenly felt a vague opportunity for a breakthrough. The opportunity was to use his own consciousness to contact and comprehend the Songhai Pearl. Obviously, he naturally knew how dangerous this was, but it absolutely coexists with opportunity. Li Fan vaguely felt that if the profound yellow heart-refining incantation and the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter were circulated simultaneously, they could help him resist the assimilation of the Songhai will. His mind went into a trance, as if he had become a vast sea once again, watching the world change. The sun rose and the moon set. The stars moved and constellations shifted. Clouds drifted and rain scattered. All of this accelerated thousands and 10,000s of times, flashing rapidly before his eyes. In just a single thought, it felt as if centuries had passed. An aura of remoteness, antiquity, and vicissitudes gradually tainted his consciousness. Just then, a stream of cool aura suddenly surged out. Like a clear spring in the mountains, it slowly washed away the mottled markings of time. Li Fan also gradually regained his own consciousness. But at this moment, the consumption of his lifespan was still many times that of normal cultivation, and human emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness have been infinitely diluted. But now he can already mobilize a sliver of the Songhai Pearl's power. His divine sense was strengthened hundreds and thousands of times. With a light movement, it covered the entire Taiyan Island. So without stopping, Li Fan's consciousness was like ripples, extending rapidly outward. One by one, islands devoid of life appeared in his mind. And through his divine sense, he saw that beneath a certain island, a volcano that had been extinguished was reignited by the influence of the flame disaster. He also saw that in various hidden corners of the Tsongyun Sea, a few cultivators still remained. Li Fan saw many secrets in the Tsongyun Sea that were usually hidden and only revealed in these end times. However, none of these had anything to do with him, so he quickly retracted his divine sense and mobilized the Songhai Pearl, attracting the residual water vapor between heaven and earth in the Tsongyun Sea to gather above Taiyan Island. Thus, the surviving humans on Taiyan Island finally awaited the long-overdue heavy rain. People wept with joy because the heavy rain lasted for half a shurchen. Li Fan manipulated the Songhai Pearl to spontaneously extract water vapor every half a month to rain once on Taiyan Island, thereby guaranteeing the survival of the mortals on the island. After doing all this, he incarnated as the vast sea, quietly observing this world, feeling the various auras flowing between heaven and earth, and the will of heaven and earth. And just like that, 2 years passed, and the passage of time was no longer important to Li Fan. The more he gazed at the sky, the more his comprehension grew. So over the years, He thought the killing intent pervading heaven and earth in the Songyun Sea had gradually faded. But now he realized that it had never decreased. It still exists at present. And cultivators plunder heaven and seize from the earth, so the heavenly Tao naturally generates killing intent. However, the heavenly Tao does not act directly. Heaven emits killing intent and has established a cultivator elimination plan. Thus, the embodiment of the laws of the heavenly Tao, the souls of heaven and earth, emerged as the times required. And their mission was to exterminate the cultivators who rebel against heaven and earth. At the same moment, Li Fan saw the soul of heaven and earth as countless pieces of information suddenly appeared in his mind. The soul of heaven and earth had no thoughts of its own and will only act according to established instincts. To cultivators, the soul of heaven and earth was extremely dangerous. They were the laws themselves, and slaughtering cultivators was as easy for them as killing chickens or butchering sheep. Once targeted, it basically means a situation of certain death. But at the same time, as the incarnation of the Great Tao's laws, the soul of heaven and earth also represents a heavenly opportunity for cultivators. As the ancient saying goes, sacrifice the soul of heaven and earth to integrate oneself with the Tao. And once a cultivator can ritually refine a soul of heaven and earth, no matter what their cultivation base was before, they can instantly achieve the Tao integration realm. Li Fan, having glimpsed the soul orbiter known as the Crimson Flame, an uncontrollable greed surged from the depths of his heart, urging him to devour it and grasp the great Tao, achieving immortality in supreme glory. This insatiable desire relentlessly urged and tempted him to rush towards the crimson figure hovering in the sky. But upon sensing Li Fan's gaze, the crimson figure turned his head and their eyes met. Suddenly, the seawater within the Songhai Pearl boiled in an instant. Li Fan immediately retracted his gaze, and while alleviating the scorching sensation coming from the Songhai Pearl, he frantically circulated the profound yellow heart-refining incantation to dissolve the rolling greed in his heart. Fortunately, the crimson figure only glanced once before withdrawing his gaze. Perhaps in the crimson figure's eyes, Li Fan was merely an unformed Songhai consciousness, so he paid no more attention after a mere glance. The crimson figure known as Qian turned back to continue scorching the Songyun Sea. Reason and desire tore at Li Fan's soul. Two diametrically opposed thoughts almost tore his consciousness in half. Li Fan could only struggle to maintain the operation of the profound yellow heart-refining incantation to preserve his Tao heart. Li Fan didn't know how much time passed before the storm caused by greed gradually subsided. He still felt lingering fear and dared not pry again. Being able to preserve his consciousness after prying into the heavenly secrets this time around was already a great fortune. Li Fan felt a faint gain in his heart, and just as his consciousness was about to leave the Songhai Pearl and return to his own body, he discovered an extremely awkward matter. He had been merged with the Songhai Pearl's consciousness for too long, already exceeding the limit a Qi condensation stage cultivator could bear. So his body's lifespan was exhausted. If his consciousness wasn't still connected to the Songhai Pearl, he would have already died of old age. It seems this lifetime's cultivation must end there, and although he feels some pity, he did not regret it. He learned the truth behind the drastic changes in the Songyun Sea, saw the soul of heaven and earth, Qian, and personally comprehended the mechanism of heaven and earth. His harvest cannot be said to be small. Even if this lifetime ends now, Li Fan can accept it. But he doesn't plan to end this lifetime just yet. Since he had already neared his end, he might as well make the best of it. And since his consciousness was already trapped in the Songhai Pearl, he would just take this opportunity to comprehend the Qi mechanism of heaven and earth once again. As long as he doesn't court death by prying into the soul of heaven and earth again, just simply comprehending the Qi mechanism shouldn't be a problem. Li Fan mobilized a strand of pure power from the Songhai Pearl to protect his body, preventing it from rotting. And now that his consciousness lacks the nourishment of a body, it was like water without a source, a tree without roots. It would be gradually consumed within the Songhai Pearl. But according to his estimation, he can hold on for at most another dozen years or so. If he can utilize this time well, he may not necessarily fail to gain something more. Li Fan observed the flow of the Qi mechanism of heaven and earth, observed the rising and setting of the sun, moon, and stars. Li Fan watched the remaining life in the Songyun Sea pass away one after another. He felt the indifferent, eternal, and unchanging killing intent between heaven and earth. So just like that, in the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. In Li Fan's 40th anchor year, the Songyun Sea had long since completely dried up, becoming a veritable dead land. And only on Tian Island, under Li Fan's protection, did a small number of mortals survive. Qian, the crimson figure that had been standing in the sky, also finally disappeared. His mission was completed, so naturally he dissipated along with it. No one can say for sure where in the cultivation world he might one day appear once more. Li Fan gazed in the direction where Qian disappeared, his mind settling into the Songhai Pearl once again. And as time passed, his consciousness became weaker and weaker. As if having lost the ability to think for himself, he could only silently observe this world from the perspective of the Songhai Pearl. In the second year after Qian's disappeared, several cultivators wearing green Taoist robes arrived at the Zongyun Sea, and with the casting of spell after spell, heavy rain finally fell from the sky after a long absence. Subsequently, more cultivators arrived, and green light bloomed on the dried-up seabed. Vegetation representing the breath of life appeared on the earth. A clear breeze blew past, and trees rose from the ground. In just a year's time, those stretches of scorched earth became full of vitality once again. The Zongyun Sea also completed its transformation into the Zongyun mountain range, and a city hovering in the sky was built above the Zongyun mountain range, attracting more and more cultivators from all over the world. In Li Fan's 48th anchor year, a foundation establishment stage cultivator returned to the Zongyun Sea, now the Zongyun mountain range. He came to the former Liuli Island, now the Liuli mountain range, with a sorrowful expression. Li Fan's divine sense swept over, and upon seeing this person, he felt a burst of emotion. He knew this cultivator, who was none other than Zhang Haobo, the captain of the Zongyuan ship who decided to migrate out of the Zongyun Sea earlier because of the unease in his heart. Over 20 years had passed, and now Li Fan couldn't help but wonder what encounters he had had to actually become a foundation establishment cultivator. Scenes from this lifetime flashed rapidly through his mind as his consciousness eventually began to dissipate. And before completely disappearing, his consciousness returned to his own body. More than 10 years of comprehending the chi mechanism of heaven and earth caused the bottleneck hindering his realm breakthrough to suddenly dissipate. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed in, and his cultivation base instantly broke through to the late stage of chi condensation. With his dying breath, Li Fan activated his truth returning. And upon returning to his virtual space, the 4-option window after every end of a simulation appeared once more, urging him to make a choice. Li Fan chose the second option, to retain his cultivation realm. He already knows that Songhai Pearl is on Luyun Island, so he will just go get it when the time comes. As Li Fan made his decision, 2 familiar streams of spiritual energy appeared out of thin air within his dantian, and an inexplicable fluctuation descended upon him. A moment later, the spiritual energy within his dantian surged out like river water, sweeping through his whole body, transforming it, and raising his realm. The immortal miasma vanished in an instant, disappearing incredibly thoroughly, and Li Fan noticed that the effect was far superior to the forced expulsion via the body-purifying spirit pool formation in his previous life. He also realized that the fluctuation just now was the will of heaven and earth, the power of laws. In his previous life, through the Songhai Pearl, he observed the operation of the chi mechanism of heaven and earth for over a decade, so he could recognize it at a glance. If the immortal miasma was the will of heaven and earth that keeps immortals and mortals eternally separated, then the fluctuation just now was completely the opposite. Li Fan was amazed at his Huanjin system, deeming it as truly incredible, because the immortal miasma that has plagued the cultivation world for thousands of years actually disappeared so easily by it. Anyway, the road of immortal cultivation was extremely difficult, especially in this world, where cultivators plunder heaven and earth, and the world was filled with killing intent. In his previous life, he had just entered the cultivation world when he met Su Changyu. He thought his will was extraordinary and his heart was set on the Tao, so he would surely achieve something. But who would have thought he would die inexplicably after just a few days? And on the contrary, that inconspicuous Xiaoheng beside him possessed heavenly talent. He had hopes of achieving a foundation establishment cultivation within just a few years. Both Li Fan and He Jinghao thought he would surely achieve the great Tao of the Golden Core in his lifetime. But once again, who would have thought the heaven and earth have long since laid down killing intent? All living beings in the Zongyun Sea, whether successful or frustrated for a time, whether cultivators or mortals, were long destined to be unable to escape death. Only that ordinary fisherman, Zhang Haobo, after escaping a calamity, had other fortuitous encounters and became a foundation establishment cultivator. The affairs of the world were unpredictable, nothing more so than that. The heaven emits killing intent, desiring to execute cultivators. So naturally, cultivators cannot perceive it. This was also why when Li Fan asked the Tianxian mirror if there were any disasters, but the Tianquan mirror's answered was a no. It was merely blinded by the heavenly secrets. But something was amiss, because why did the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce seem to have noticed it long ago, ordering all their subordinates to withdraw from the Zongyun Sea? And why did they not remind the myriad immortals alliance? Sitting by and watching countless living beings lose their lives. There must be something fishy in this. And if there's a chance in this next lifetime, Li Fan plans to get to the bottom of it. The cultivation world was incomparably dangerous. Before the void transformation charging is complete, it was better not to step into it rashly. Now that he can cultivate the profound yellow heart-refining incantation, the charging speed has greatly increased. Meaning the time of arrival in the cultivation world this time around should be more than 10 years earlier than in his previous life. Li Fan clearly remembered that during these 10 years, a major event seemed to have occurred in the Zongyun Sea. So in this upcoming lifetime, relying on foresight, he can thoroughly plan ahead. As the scene shifted back to the Great Xian Nation, specifically the Jelly Mountain. Halfway up its steep slopes, two young men walked along its narrow and treacherous path. Leading the way was a young guy, Erlang, wearing a straw hat, and following close behind was his burly companion, Wang Xuanba, who suggested they rest for a while. They've been walking for most of the day, and he really couldn't walk anymore. Erlang reminded him that there were tigers and wild beasts occasionally appearing in the mountains they were at, so it wasn't safe to rest there. Also, he knows there's a hidden cave not far ahead. And if Wang Xuanba was really tired, they can just go there to rest. But then Wang Xuanba once again questioned Erlang if there was really immortals on this mountain. Erlang confidently replied that there were. He had seen one with his own eyes. Apparently, since 5 years ago, it was like Erlang had been possessed. He drilled into this jelly mountain whenever he has free time. Wang Xuanba didn't know how many trips Erlang had made back and forth, but he hadn't seen him actually find an immortal. If Erlang were to ask him, he should give up on this idea sooner rather than later. Seeking immortals and asking the Tao was too vague and illusory. In Wang Xuanba's honest opinion, Erlang should just practice martial arts properly like him. Having heard enough, Erlang yells for Wang Xuanba to quit being a downer, because he was beginning to sound just like his mother. Seriously, if he says any more nonsense, he can go down the mountain by himself first. Anyway, unfortunately for the two, they encountered one of the very beasts which occasionally appears on Jelly Mountain, a white giant python. Wang Xuanba, suddenly filled with dread, was the first to see the enormous creature. But before he could warn Erlang, the white python had already parted its massive jaws, releasing a foul stench as it tried to swallow him. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough to dash out of the white python's reach as Wang Xuanba leaped high into the air and brought his fist crashing down on its head. Erlang then joined in on the attack, shifting his fist into a finger strike. He unleashed dozens of rapid, piercing jabs as the sound of collisions echoed endlessly. Yet despite their ferocious assault, either of them managed to leave even a mark on the white python's scales. Hissing in rage, the white python twisted its body and lashed out, striking Wang Xuanba squarely in the chest. Wang Xuanba was sent flying, crashing hard against a cliff face. The white python then swung its massive head around, jaws gaping wide as it lunged straight at Erlang. Erlang had no time to dodge and could only brace himself, arms outstretched as he used every ounce of strength to force the white python's jaws apart. The python let out a chilling roar and pressed forward with overwhelming power, smashing Erlang repeatedly against the mountain trail and jagged cliffs in an attempt to dislodge him. And for a brief moment there, it seemed Erlang had been swallowed whole, but with a deep guttural growl, he held firm and pried the white python's jaws open. It thrashed violently and raged at its failure to devour this seemingly insignificant human. The white python flung him aside, and he landed heavily next to the unconscious Wang Xuanba. Erlang propped himself up and grunted in pain, spitting a mouthful of blood. And as the giant white python loomed over them, Erlang cursed inwardly, wondering if they were going to die there. You see, ever since that evening when Erlang saw the peerless figure of an immortal flying through the air in Jelly Mountain, he had been obsessed with seeking immortals and asking the Tao. So he went deep into the mountains countless times, just wanting to find this immortal and take him as his master. But who would have thought that instead of finding the immortal, he would lose his life there? Just as Erlang resigned himself to death, a clear, piercing cry of an eagle resounded from deep within the mountains. As it descended down the slopes, mountain lions, bears, cranes, and countless other creatures joined in and engaged the python in a fierce battle. Seeing these exotic beasts locked in this fierce battle and paying no attention to him, Erlang struggled to his feet, trying to make sense about what was happening. Why were there suddenly so many wild beasts coming out to attack the giant python? Suddenly, something seemed to dawn on him. His gaze snapped up and he shouted loudly, calling out to the immortal master. In his mind, this unnatural beast tide could only be the work of the immortal master who secluded himself within Jelly Mountain. Erlang felt both excitement and anxiety. Unfortunately, though he shouted until his voice grew hoarse, There was no sign of the immortal master, but not far away, Li Fan was hovering above him, his presence concealed from the mortals below as he observed quietly with a faint smile, a trace of appreciation in his gaze. He noticed that Erlang's constitution seems a bit special, and his heart seeking the Tao was also quite firm. He wasn't bad, but unfortunately, he, as an immortal master, hadn't even established a firm foothold, so how could he possibly take him as a disciple? It was better to wait until the time was right in the future. Only then can he grant him the opportunity of becoming his disciple. Li Fan flew off, believing it wasn't in vain that he painstakingly studied for 9 years. The formless killing intent was indeed extraordinary. In this lifetime, because he was already at the late stage of chi condensation, to avoid the influence of the immortal mortal miasma on him, he simply came to this jelly mountain to live in seclusion. Since there was no spiritual energy in the immortal forsaken land, he spent the vast majority of his time comprehending the chi mechanism of heaven and earth that he observed in his previous life. Working day and night for 9 years with painstaking effort, Li Fan finally gained something and comprehended the formless killing intent from it. Once the formless killing intent was unleashed, it can disguise itself as the heavenly Tao killing intent within a certain range and degree. Targets locked onto by the formless killing intent do not require him to act personally. They would perish on their own amidst the killing tribulation. The will of heaven and earth dominates the vast majority of living beings in the world. Thus, countless animals were driven to generate endless killing intent toward the giant white python. This killing intent would not disappear until the giant white python was completely dead, borrowing the heaven's mandate to use it. This was the profound mystery of the formless killing intent. Not only was its power impressive and its method treacherous, but its concealment was also extremely high. The formless killing intent itself was just like the killing intent of heaven and earth, similar to a kind of pure will and rule. Ordinary cultivators could not detect it at all. So combining this many advantages in one, it really was a must-have quality product for killing and robbing. After briefly tidying up, Li Fan checked the charging progress of his truth returning, and it was 1% short from finishing. It seems his time in the immortal forsaken land was up, and it was time to set foot in the cultivation world once more. Li Fan raided Qianhong's tomb and departed on the Taiyan Arc, passing through the great immortal severing formation and returning to the cultivation world. There, upon seeing the deep blue sea of clouds again, he couldn't help but feel as if a lifetime has passed. He scattered Qianhong's ashes into the sea, fulfilling his dying wish in this lifetime. And just like his previous experience when a cultivator loses its Tao, it announced that the Foundation Establishment cultivator Qianhong, having cultivated the Tao for 265 years, used the wondrous item, the Wandering Plum, to achieve his Tao foundation. And having wandered the immortal forsaken land for 3,670 years, now his soul returns to his native land, returning the Tao to the heavens. Anyways, after the strange phenomenon disappeared, Li Fan sensed that some indescribable change had occurred within him. But after a careful inspection, he failed to figure out exactly what this change was. He decided to ignore it for the time being and just keep this matter in mind. After identifying his current location, he also decided to stash the Taiyan Arc and fly by riding the wind to Liuli Island. And although this was a bit slow, he wasn't in a rush. Li Fan deemed the Taiyan Arc to be a bit too flashy, especially for the identity of a rogue cultivator role he had chosen to play. Li Fan was prepared to play the role of a rogue cultivator from the Zhongyun Sea who had cultivated to the late stage of chi condensation by chance, and wanted to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage but lacked the method, thus desiring to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. However, in that very moment, his head snapped alert upon realizing that a surge of killing intent had suddenly locked onto him, and on top of that, the aura was very powerful, at least the Foundation Establishment stage. Wondering what was going on, Li Fan turned to see a cultivator charging towards him at an incredible speed. The guy was way too fast, leaving him with no choice but to take out his Taiyan Arc and make a run for it. When his pursuer saw this, he was momentarily stunned before increasing his speed even further. And after the chase dragged on, Li Fan couldn't help cursing because he'd already pushed the Taiyan Arc to its max speed. Yet the guy was still slowly closing in, so he activated the formless killing intent and locked it onto him. But the moment after he released this technique, it felt as if countless eyes were staring at him, making him wonder if it was some sort of side effect of releasing the formless killing intent beyond his realm. A false borrowing of heaven's mandate, and the possibility of the will of heaven and earth noticing him. Fortunately, it seems that the problem wasn't too big since he only crossed one major realm. The will of heaven and earth only glanced at him and then went quiet. But if he had crossed even more realms to use it, then Li Fan feared the soul of heaven and earth would have appeared to wipe him out. Anyway, after the formless killing intent was sent out, Li Fan soon noticed a tornado suddenly appearing between heaven and earth. This wind swirled ceaselessly on the chaser's path forward, quickly forming into this tornado. The tornado carried a faint azure glow, like a giant dragon, roaring as it headed towards his pursuer. Caught off guard, the guy was struck squarely by the tornado. Li Fan took this opportunity to accelerate and escape. But soon, the guy broke free from the tornado and flew towards him at an even faster speed. At the same time, the formless killing intent became even more intense. However, just then, a giant crocodile shark leaped high from beneath the sea surface and swallowed him in one bite. But a sudden burst of raging flames erupted, and the guy flew out of the crocodile shark's mouth before charging at Li Fan once more to kill him. Then out of nowhere, in the sky, under the bright daylight, a bolt of thunder suddenly struck down. Finally, Liuli Island was in sight, and Li Fan hurriedly flew towards the Central Island Protection Grand Formation of Liuli Island. Li Fan made a foolish mistake believing that if he could get He Jinghao's assistance, he would be saved. But when his pursuer suddenly called He Jinghao for assistance in eliminating him, and also branding him as a little thief, Li Fan immediately got startled, already realizing too late that the two seemed to know each other quite well. And hearing He Jinghao's voice, questioning the guy who goes by the name Protector Wan just how he ended up looking charred, Li Fan no longer hesitated and activated his Huanshan system, ending his simulation and returning to his virtual space. There, he breathlessly admits that that was the shortest life he'd experienced since activating his truth returning. Li Fan never expected that as soon as he entered the cultivation world, he would be inexplicably chased down. And what's even more absurd was that the opponent was actually someone from the Myriad Immortals Alliance who came from 1,000 miles away with a clear goal, which was to execute him. Now, his predicament was why someone from the Myriad Immortals Alliance would come after him the very moment he entered the cultivation world. Since the Tsongyun Sea was currently under the control of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, then the opponent could obviously lock onto his location through some method. Li Fan couldn't help but ponder on where this sudden problem arose from. He examined the items he held, checking and eliminating them, until he finally locked onto the lesser amplification water art as the target. Currently, it can be said that he has absolutely no connection with the Myriad Immortals Alliance, except possessing the late stage of chi condensation cultivation of the lesser amplification water art. And obviously, this cultivation method was within the surveillance scope of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. They discovered that the lesser amplification water art had not been exchanged by anyone, yet the number of people cultivating it increased by 1. This could mean they came to the verdict that the cultivation method had been leaked. So without the slightest hesitation, Li Fan circulated the supreme primordial true scripture and dissolved the late chi condensation cultivation base of the lesser amplification water art. And in his 9th anchor year, he arrived in the cultivation world once again. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Without cultivating the lesser amplification water art, he did not attract the pursuit of the Myriad Immortals Alliance protector. Only then did he slowly make his way towards Liuli Island. However, when he flew to the sea area near the island, a certain image from his memory suddenly flashed by. Li Fan stopped and looked towards the depths of the seabed below, his gaze piercing through the obstruction of the seawater and reaching deep within it. There, a school of Liuli fish was dragging corpses of mortals found from all over the ocean, offering them as tribute to a giant golden Liuli fish. This golden Liuli fish swayed its bloated body, swallowing the human corpses collected by its subordinates one after the other. And after chewing a bit and spitting out the broken bones, it even revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Using the formless killing intent, Li Fan locked it onto the golden Liuli fish, and in response to this, countless Liuli fish surrounded the golden bastard as if they had gone mad. The figure of the golden Liuli fish disappeared into the school of fish, its golden blood slowly floating to the sea's surface. After the golden Liuli fish died, Li Fan collected its massive Liuli pearl from within its body. In his hand, he briefly laments that it was a pity that the massive Liuli pearl wasn't a wondrous item of heaven and earth. However, just carrying it on his body has an effect similar to swallowing a Liuli pill, so it was actually not ordinary. Satisfied, Li Fan stashed it away and arrived in the sky above Liuli Island. He stopped in midair and released his spiritual energy. Then right on cue, He Jinghao suddenly appeared beside him, questioning which fellow Taoist had come to his Liuli Island. With a bright smile, Li Fan respectfully offered his greetings to He Jinghao, who was still left puzzled just who exactly Li Fan was. Li Fan introduced himself as a humble rogue cultivator of the Tsongyun Sea. Cultivating to the late stage of chi condensation was already incredibly difficult, and he knew that as a rogue cultivator, there was no hope for foundation establishment. Therefore, he wished to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance to seek a foundation establishment cultivation method. He had long heard of fellow Taoists' reputation for being public-spirited, righteous, and taking joy in giving, so he came to visit him. Li Fan hopes fellow Taoist He Jinghao can recommend him. Once the matter succeeds, he will surely offer a reward. He Jinghao, with his usual smiling expression, asked what his fellow Taoist Li Fan was saying. After all, they, as cultivators, all knew that cultivation was not easy, so they needed to help when they can. Li Fan should just rest assured. The matter of him joining the Myriad Immortals alliance was on him. Li Fan then started putting on a fawning gesture, before informing He Jinghao that his reputation as timely rain was indeed well-deserved, and he was impressed. He Jinghao, stunned for a moment there, couldn't help wondering when he got the timely rain nickname. However, it was quite fitting, and if it could spread, it would be of great benefit to his cultivation of the sitting mountain art. He Jinghao went ahead to process the travel permit for Li Fan. Li Fan stood in the void above Lioli Island, waiting for He Jinghao to return from Wanxian Island. According to He Jinghao, cultivators with a cultivation base of late stage of qi condensation or higher, if they venture forth without permission, they will be subjected to autonomous attacks by the Myriad Immortals Grand Formation. Fortunately, He Jinghao did not fail the mission. He made his way back without any hitch and presented a past spirit talisman to Li Fan, instructing him to just leave a trace of his aura on it. Li Fan took the spirit talisman and did as instructed. He Jinghao informed him that once he formally joins the Myriad Immortals Alliance, he should remember to return the past spirit talisman, and be sure not to lose it, otherwise he will have to pay compensation in contribution points of corresponding value. Afterward, He Jinghao took Li Fan to Wanxian Island, and the two entered the Tianxian Mirror. Inside, He Jinghao introduced Li Fan as a late-stage qi condensation rogue cultivator he reported earlier, who wishes to join their Myriad Immortals Alliance. The Tianxian Mirror acknowledged Li Fan, a late-stage qi condensation cultivator under He Jinghao's recommendation, recorded it as high-grade merit, and then converted it to 300 contribution points. At present, He Jinghao's total contribution points was 1,340 points. Anyway, given how young Li Fan was, a question suddenly struck He Jinghao, and he immediately turned and boldly asked Li Fan's current age. Li Fan replied honestly that he was 29, and He Jinghao, upon hearing this, was absolutely gobsmacked. After all, being a 29-year-old late-stage qi condensation cultivator, and a rogue one at that, was truly beyond impressive. He Jinghao deduced Li Fan's aptitude to be incredibly high, something he had only seen once in his life. He Jinghao then offered Li Fan another talisman, explaining that he had just arrived, so he would surely encounter many problems in the future. However, if he had any question, he should feel free to ask him. He would definitely tell him all he knows and hold nothing back. Li Fan thanked him as He Jinghao also added that if he encounters any trouble that he really cannot solve, he can ask him for help. And although he only has a cultivation base of the mid-stage of foundation establishment, his network was quite wide, and he also has some face within the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Afterward, He Jinghao gave Li Fan a few more instructions and left with a look of excitement. The treatment this time was much better than in his previous lifetime. In the cultivation world, most cultivators preferred solitude, so someone like He Jinghao was truly uncommon. Moreover, it's just that his cultivation talent was slightly better. Hence He Jinghao's enthusiasm seemed a bit excessive. Li Fan's divine sense fluctuation was then recorded, and an independent space was generated. The Tianxian Mirror officially welcomed Li Fan to the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and as a benefit, he would be gifted 100 contribution points for free. He can use contribution points to exchange for spirit stones, cultivation methods, magical treasures, and a whole bunch of shit. The Tianxian Mirror began the introduction of relevant items, and although Li Fan was already very familiar with it, he still listened seriously, comparing it with the scenario from his previous lifetime. He discovered that after advancing to the late stage of qi condensation, the contribution points required to turn on the assisted cultivation mode increased from 10 points a day to 30 points a day. Li Fan went through the same operations as his previous lifetime, bought a storage ring, went out to transfer the gold, silver, jewelry, and the halting steel fragment, and returned to the mirror to exchange them, gaining 2,831 contribution points. The batch of gold and silver was converted to 863 contribution points. The wondrous item of heaven and earth, the halting steel fragment with a flawed quality, was converted to 1968 contribution points. Afterward, Li Fan then took out the massive Lioli pearl obtained from inside the giant golden Lioli fish. The Tianxian Mirror identified it as an exquisite Lioli pearl, and can be converted to 850 contribution points. The exquisite Lioli pearl was equivalent to a weakened version of the Lioli pill, and although the effect was a bit worse, the advantage was that it won't be consumed. It seemed the exquisite Lioli pearl would definitely be useful for future cultivation, so Li Fan decided to keep it for now. But to earn more contribution points, He looked up bounty missions posted by other cultivators in the Tianxian mirror. His gaze swept past quickly. When he saw one of the missions, he suddenly paused. With a movement of his divine sense, he checked the mission details. It stated that Elder Chun of the Medicine Hall requires a type of auxiliary ingredient for alchemy, the blue blood coral. He was offering a reward to everyone in the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Those who provide relevant information, once verified, will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. Those who directly provide the blue blood coral will be rewarded with 3,000 contribution points. Li Fan had seen this mission objective before as the Songhai consciousness, so he accepted the mission. He had a clue to provide: northwest maritime region of the Zhongyun Sea, more than 200 li west of Wuya Island. He once saw this kind of coral on the seabed there. Unfortunately, the coral was guarded by a sea snake. He doesn't know the sea snake's specific strength, but just looking at it from afar, he felt a fatal danger. Li Fan made up a story and submitted the mission. With the efficiency of Wanxian Island, the authenticity of the information he provided was verified very quickly. In just half a day, he received the mission reward. However, what was thought-provoking was that the bounty mission for the blue blood coral was not cancelled because of this, but remained posted there. It seems Elder Chun needs quite a large quantity of this blue blood coral. Li Fan wondered what elixir he was actually refining. Suppressing the curiosity that surged for a moment, Li Fan focused his attention on the most eye-catching one among the many bounty missions. It was a bounty for the Cloudwater map record with a reward of 100,000 contribution points. It was 2 simple lines of words, without any other explanation. But that figure of 100,000 contribution points made the minds of all cultivators who saw it sway, unable to control themselves. Unfortunately, the bounty mission had been hanging there for more than 10 years, and let alone completing it. No one had even figured out what the Cloudwater map record actually was. The publisher of the mission was also extremely mysterious. From beginning to end, they never showed their face or made any explanation, as if telling everyone in this way, those who understand will understand naturally, and explaining to those who don't is a waste of breath. In the Zhongyun Sea, currently not a single person knows where the Cloudwater map record was, except for Li Fan. He remembered when Xiaoheng informed him of going to the center of the Zhongyun Sea, the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins, to find the wondrous item of heaven and earth and achieve his Tao foundation. It seems the Cloudwater map record was directly tied to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. And the reason why no one knows the secret yet was simply because the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had not appeared in the world at all. In Li Fan's previous lifetime, he also became interested in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace because of Xiaoheng's message. And thus, he took this major event that was about to shake the Zhongyun Sea to heart. The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace hangs alone overseas. It is said to be the most powerful sect in the Zhongyun Sea during the ancient era. When the great calamity of heaven and earth descended, the disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace slaughtered each other, and not 1 in 10 survived. The survivors activated the Sect Protection Grand Formation, and since then, they secluded themselves from the world. The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was thus continuously obscured by the formation, hidden in the maritime region in the center of the Zhongyun Sea. It wasn't until the 11th anchor year that the formation was destroyed, and the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, hidden for 10,000 years, finally reappeared in the world. However, the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, which chose to seclude itself, also could not escape the fate of destruction. When the crowd of cultivators from the Zhongyun Sea entered it, they discovered that the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had long since become ruin filled with anomalies. At that time, there were over 100 cultivators in the first batch to enter the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins. Most were of chi condensation and foundation establishment cultivation bases. They thought it was just an ordinary ruin, but they didn't expect the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace to be riddled with anomalies. Caught off guard, this batch of cultivators suffered heavy casualties. In the end, less than 1/10 came out alive. And among them, there was a person named Sikong-yi. This person only had a late stage of chi condensation cultivation base and looked unremarkable, so everyone thought he had just survived by luck. But no one expected Sikong-yi to hand over the Cloudwater map record and completed the bounty mission for 100,000 contribution points. After Sikong-yi received the reward, he left the Zhongyun Sea through the super long-distance teleportation formation and disappeared from everyone's sight. Since then, Sikong-yi had never appeared again. Li Fan slowly recalled what he had seen and heard in his previous lifetime and decided to learn about information related to anomalies and sect ruins. Then he purchased a survival guide to sect ruins. In the current cultivation world, all valuable sects worth exploring can be divided into 2 categories. One type was where no anomalies exist. The other type was where anomalies exist. If no anomalies exist, then as long as one carefully guards against formation traps, generally there are no particularly huge dangers. But if anomalies exist, one must be extremely cautious. This so-called anomalies refer to various strange phenomena within ruins that cannot be measured by common sense. Anomalies seem as if they do not belong to this world, and they often possess their own unique rules. The rules of anomalies also vary in strength. Based on their intensity, they are classified as chi condensation level anomalies, foundation establishment level anomalies, golden core level anomalies, and so on. Cultivators within the range of an anomaly must abide by the anomaly's rules if their cultivation base is lower than the strength of its rules. Once violated, death was inevitable. Li Fan carefully finished reading through the survival guide to sect ruins and felt much more confident. In his previous life, ever since the news spread that Sikong-yi found the Cloudwater map record in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace and obtained 100,000 contribution points, cultivators flocked to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace one after another, exploring and bringing out countless treasures, so most of the rules within the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace were no longer a secret. However, there has never been a definitive conclusion regarding exactly how Sikong-yi obtained the Cloudwater map record back then. If Li Fan want to plot for the Cloudwater map record in this lifetime, the best method would be to secretly follow Sikong-yi and intercept him just as he was about to succeed. There were still 2 years before the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace opens, so Li Fan can first secretly gather all kinds of information about Sikong-yi, ensuring he knows both himself and the enemy. And at the same time, he must also improve his own strength as much as possible. Currently, he only possessed the formless killing intent, so he still needs to cultivate more offensive cultivation methods. Thus, he sets his sights on a pile of chi condensation stage offensive cultivation methods in the Tianxian Mirror, the Nether Spirit Illusion Art. It was a chi condensation stage cultivation method that visualize and cultivate a phantom spirit within the mind. When encountering enemies, the phantom spirit is released to confuse them. Once the phantom spirit becomes powerful, it can even drill into another sea of consciousness and directly launch a divine sense attack. Li Fan was delighted with this illusion technique. He felt as if this cultivation method was practically custom-made for him. And although he doesn't know how his divine sense strength compares to other cultivators, having reincarnated continuously for hundreds of years, plus the enhancement from the profound yellow heart-refining incantation, it surely won't be too weak. Furthermore, the technique says to visualize and cultivate a phantom spirit. So if Li Fan uses Qian as the prototype for visualization, the power of the formed phantom spirit might definitely be extraordinary. However, when he saw the price tag, which seemed too expensive, Li Fan was stunned. No wonder no one buys it. A price tag of 2,500 contribution points. It's almost the same price as the foundation establishment cultivation method. Regardless, Li Fan gritted his teeth and purchased the Nether Spirit Illusion Art. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan's contribution points were reduced to only 1321 points. With the cultivation method in hand, he activated the assisted cultivation mode, took out the exquisite Lily Pearl, and began to cultivate. Visualizing a phantom spirit cannot be done out of thin air. It must be based on something that truly exists in the cultivation world. Thoughts flowed slowly, and past events surfaced before his eyes. It was as if he had returned to the moment in his previous life when he witnessed Qian boiling the sea. A phantom image slowly appeared in his sea of consciousness. Even though it was just an unformed phantom image, he suddenly felt his own body temperature rise sharply. Sweat poured down his body like rain. Li Fan forcibly circulated the heart-refining incantation to suppress the scorching sensation. He continued to visualize Qian's figure. As the Qian phantom spirit slowly took shape, his body temperature rose higher and higher. A soul of heaven and earth was indeed no small matter. Li Fan can't even condense a phantom spirit using it as a prototype. There must be some rule restriction involved that he was unaware of. A soul of heaven and earth was the manifestation of a certain law of heaven and earth. If the yen of Qian represents laws related to flame, then what special significance does the qi of Qian hold? Besides Qian, being red flame, are there other types of flames? Li Fan immediately began to experiment. The figure's aura remained unchanged, but the color changed from red to green. This time, the phantom spirit formed successfully, but it was extremely weak, as if it were just an empty shell, completely lacking the power to injure enemies. Li Fan tried again. This time, it changed from green to black. Like Qian, the black flame phantom spirit could not take shape. But the difference was that when visualizing the black flame, the scorching sensation like that of Qian did not appear. Afterwards, Li Fan tried every color he could think of. He discovered there were only 4 situations in total. The first was like Qian. It cannot take shape, and one feels a scorching sensation during visualization. The second was like the green flame. Although it can take shape, it is like an empty shell and possesses no power. The third was like the black flame. It cannot take shape, but there was no scorching sensation during visualization. And the fourth type was also the most unique one. A phantom image almost identical to Chien, only it was blue. There was no scorching sensation. Instead, it was replaced by an extremely low temperature. During the visualization process, his body seemed to be completely frozen in absolute zero, yet his consciousness reached a wondrous state. Li Fan seemed to have an out-of-body experience, watching the various changes in his body like an outsider. There were no emotional fluctuations. This was a state of absolute calmness and rationality. At the same time, the blue flame phantom spirit completely took shape. The temperature did not rise, but vitality rapidly appeared within him. With a thought from Li Fan's divine sense, the extreme cold on his body vanished rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original appearance, and he also withdrew from that state of absolute rationality. Then, staring at his hands, he couldn't help wondering if that was the power of the blue flame. Under the consumption of long-term cultivation, his contribution points were once again left at just over 100 points. The days of holding a huge sum of over 3,000 points seemed like just yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, he was empty-handed again. Since his contribution points were being consumed way too fast, he wondered if he should ask He Jinghao if there were any ways to earn contribution points quickly. Li Fan took out the communication spirit talisman and contacted He Jinghao, wanting to know if there were any methods to quickly obtain contribution points. He Jinghao laughed slightly, stating that the Myriad Immortals Alliance was just like that. And newly joined cultivators often need to work hard for several years before they can exchange for a cultivation method. However, since Li Fan was introduced to the Myriad Immortals Alliance by him, he naturally would give him a hand. But it's inconvenient to discuss this matter via the communication spirit talisman. If Li Fan was willing, he could come to Liuli Island so they could discuss it in detail face-to-face. Li Fan was visibly pleased. Truly a timely rain, he thought. However, everything happens for a reason. Li Fan immediately made his way to Liuli Island, and under the Island Protection Grand Formation, he appeared at He Jinghao's pavilion. Li Fan offered his greetings to He Jinghao, who had made his way directly in front of him, and was laughing at how impatient Li Fan already was. Then, in an unexpected manner, he clapped his hands, and the mountain the two were currently on started sinking rapidly, almost as if it was shrinking. Li Fan was utterly gobsmacked by this, and he made no move in hiding it. The continuous mountain range within the Island Protection Grand Formation now seemed like individual stars, floating above their heads. He Jinghao asked Li Fan what he thought of his mountain and river star formation. Li Fan gave his honest opinion, saying that the formation was truly extraordinary. He Jinghao further explains that the Island Protection Grand Formation of Liuli Island was transformed from this mountain and river star formation that he personally built. Upon hearing this, Li Fan was further dazzled. He didn't expect He Jinghao to be proficient in formation arrays as well. And although he built it with his own hands, he naturally had assistance from others. And if he's being completely honest, his foundation establishment wondrous item was a mountain and river 100 veins formation diagram. Therefore, in the Tao of arrays, he possesses a talent that ordinary cultivators cannot compare with. Speaking only of formation arrays and not cultivation base, even an ordinary nascent soul realm formation master might not necessarily match him. Since that's how it was, Li Fan curiously wondered what matter He Jinghao was getting at to require discussing it in such a hidden space. He Jinghao replied that it wasn't a major issue, but still violates some taboos. He would like to ask Li Fan to make a trip to the immortal Forsaken Land for him, a specific place in the departed realm. Reiterating what he just heard, Li Fan asked the reason for such a trip. He Jinghao explains that although the immortal Forsaken Land was a lesser world for mortals, it holds quite a few valuable things that can be exchanged for quite a few contribution points. But if they, as cultivators, were to collect them by themselves, it would be time-consuming and laborious, not worth the effort. However, often the powerful and influential mortals in these lesser worlds become desperate, wanting to return to the cultivation world. So they can use this as a condition to make those mortals help them collect supplies. It just so happens that the departed realm produces several kinds of precious treasures. There was even a significant amount of star sea quicksand. Li Fan, upon hearing this, remembered his time as a mortal when he came to the cultivation world, and the collaboration between He Jinghao and the Heavenly Treasure Tower in smuggling people from the departed realm into the cultivation world. Also, the star sea quicksand was a common material for arranging spell formations. Often the price of one gene was between 2 to 3 contribution points. One lesser world, looted once every 10 years or so, can yield several thousand contribution points. With a few more worlds like this, wouldn't it be equivalent to earning thousands of contribution points for free every year? and Li Fan only needs to make a trip to the departed realm for him and bring back the supplies he asked them to collect 10 years ago. After these supplies are sold, he and Li Fan would split the obtained contribution points half and half. Li Fan readily agreed to this agreement after hearing the 50-50 split. Afterward, He Jinghao gave him a wooden boat similar to the Taiyan Ark and a spirit talisman. Some simple spell formations were engraved in the wooden boat, so it wasn't as exquisite as the Taiyan Ark. The spirit talisman was a form-hiding talisman, which was more powerful than the chi-concealing talisman. Those below the nascent soul realm cannot see through it. Having prepared everything, Li Fan arrived at the departed realm. He learned from He Jinghao that in the center of this world, there was a giant volcano, and every 200 or 300 years, the volcano erupts, causing countless casualties. But now, the intervals between the volcano's eruptions were becoming more frequent, and the scale of the eruptions was getting larger. The ruling class of Dali worries that one day, the volcano would completely turn that world into a lava hell, so they try every possible method to send their younger generations to flee to the cultivation world. Li Fan was respectfully welcomed by the ruling class of Dali, and with the aid of the form-hiding talisman, his face was distorted and his voice had changed. Li Fan announced that he was there to collect the supplies they agreed upon. The Emperor of Dali gave a report that the items on the list had all been prepared properly. Hearing this, Li Fan instructed him to lead the way. Thus, under the personal guidance of the Emperor of Dali, Li Fan inspected all the supplies, and after confirming there were no errors, he stored them into his storage ring. This mission can be considered successfully completed. It was smooth sailing with no setbacks, truly a highly profitable business. Li Fan handed the wooden boat engraved with spell formations to the Dali Emperor, and suddenly remembered Xiaoheng, the heir to the Prince of Jinan. So he asked of him, and demanded to be taken to see him. Through the Emperor, Li Fan learned that Xiaoheng was currently being fostered at Scholar Su's home. So, under the Emperor's lead, he arrived at Scholar Su's residence. And after another respectful greetings to the immortal master, Li Fan told everyone to rise, before asking of Xiaoheng once more. Xiaoheng, currently a child not more than 15 years old, was presented to him. Looking at the current Xiaoheng, Li Fan saw the cunning resemblance to the future Xiaoheng 10 years from now. Li Fan closed the distance between them, said nothing for a while before placing 2 fingers on Xiaoheng's forehead. He poured a side character's medicine into Xiaoheng to ensure his safety, then declared that he'd observed Xiaoheng's talent to be extraordinary, so in the future, he would definitely not be a creature of the pond. Li Fan also added that 10 years from now, he would come personally to take Xiaoheng away. The entire ruling class of Dali, including the Emperor, assured Li Fan that they would definitely take good care of Xiaoheng till the agreed date. But then a young child, right about Xiaoheng's age, suddenly knelt and desperately begged the immortal master to save his sister. He even slapped his forehead on the floor to show his sincerity and willingness to do anything. An old guy, probably his father, reprimanded him for spouting nonsense in front of an immortal master, then begged Li Fan for forgiveness for the child's ignorant behavior. Of course, this child was none other than Su Changyu. Everyone followed suit, kneeling and begging Li Fan for forgiveness. Li Fan gave a slight nod because in his previous life, he remembered Xiaoheng mentioning that Su Changyu had a sister suffering from a terminal illness, and since he already intended to check on the situation anyway, he told them to take him to see her just this once. After a brief moment, he saw Su Changyu's younger sister in a basement. Her body seemed to be extremely scorching hot, and was lying on a jade bed, surrounded by many blocks of ice. Li Fan placed 2 fingers on the little infant's forehead, and was completely stunned into speechlessness. Though completely unexpected and shocking, there seemed to be no immortal mortal miasma in this little infant's body. After a bit of probing, Li Fan was left wondering just what kind of physique this was. The wisp of spiritual energy he just sent into her body was actually amplified after circulating once. And this stream of spiritual energy was completely different from the spiritual energy originally in Li Fan's body. Instead, it carries a scorching sensation. This wasn't the scorching heat of fire, but violent spiritual energy transformed from rage. Anyway, after a bit of deduction, Li Fan couldn't help wondering if this was a natural immortal physique. A person envied by heavens. You see, the natural immortal physique, born without immortal mortal miasma in the body, possesses unparalleled affinity for various cultivation methods and Tao techniques. Not only was the cultivation speed terrifyingly fast, but executing techniques also grants a natural strength bonus. This was a person envied by the heavens, born endowed with innate divine powers. Often, due to the magnitude of their divine powers, they attract corresponding envy from the heavens. And from birth, they would be accompanied by all sorts of tribulations. If they can dissolve these tribulations, they will become even stronger through the hardships. Their cultivation speed isn't necessarily fast, but in magical combat, they are often invincible among the same rank. They even have the strength to fight across a major realm. Both physiques are 1 in 10,000, extremely rare. Yet, these two physiques actually appeared in one infant at the same time. This little infant, Su Xiaomei, has no immortal mortal miasma in her body. It was undoubtedly the natural immortal physique, and that angry force inside her that constantly burns her. That must be her innate divine power, with the internal fire constantly burning away her vitality. Even if she hid in an ice cellar all day, Su Xiaomei would absolutely not live to adulthood. No wonder in his previous life Su Changyu was so anxious, not hesitating to become a test subject for the immortal mortal miasma himself, just to become a cultivator as soon as possible. In his view, perhaps becoming a legendary immortal master would save his sister's life. Though it was a pity, if Su Xiaomei hadn't met him, even if a golden core cultivator came, they wouldn't necessarily be able to save her life. Li Fan created a miniature version of the blue flame phantom spirit, which made its way towards her, placed a hand on her forehead, and in less than no time, Su Xiaomei was stabilized, the scorching sensation now non-existent. But this would only last for 10 years, keeping her safe and sound. If Li Fan can retreat unscathed from the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace in this life, he will naturally come to find her ahead of time. He walked out of the basement and asked Scholar Su about Su Xiaomei's situation. Scholar Su hesitated for a long while before stuttering out the sequence of events. And as it turns out, Su Xiaomei was not Scholar Su's daughter, but his sister's, Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing was much younger than Scholar Su. Last year, when she became pregnant with Su Xiaomei, she was only 16, and at the time, her inexplicable pregnancy caused a huge uproar in the Su residence. Because at that time, she hadn't even been married yet, and unmarried pregnancy was already an absolute scandal. But what made Old Master Su even angrier was that Su Yuqing couldn't say who the child's father was. The Su family wanted to abort the child, but Su Yuqing refused to agree to the abortion no matter what. And so Su Xiaomei was born. Su Yuqing's body was already frail. Her body couldn't withstand it, and a few days after giving birth to Su Xiaomei, she passed away with regret. Who could have thought that not long after, Su Xiaomei would contract a strange illness, her whole body burning hot like a furnace, reaching a point where ice had to be applied constantly to alleviate it. The Su family invited all the famous doctors in the capital, but none could treat it until Li Fan's arrival. A born sensing heaven's mandate. Perhaps only this can explain why Su Xiaomei's talent was so high. However, according to the original historical trajectory, even with her heaven-gifted talent, in the face of tribulations, she could not escape death. In the entire cultivation world, how many people were like Su Xiaomei, possessing immense natural talent, yet die in obscurity like common people? Anyways, once matters there were settled, Li Fan returned to Lioli Island. Inside the mountain and river star formation, he handed the storage ring to He Jinghao. But the guy was somewhat absent-minded, only glancing casually before putting the storage ring away. His attention was focused on an ancient mirror surface in front of him, and from its appearance it looked somewhat similar to the Tianxian mirror. Li Fan followed He Jinghao's gaze and saw a line of small text displayed on the mirror surface. It was the current price of the spirit mistgrass at 15 contribution points per stock. He Jinghao, in that moment, was almost at the point of begging desperately for the price to rise. Li Fan curiously questioned what the hell he was doing, and He Jinghao, without taking his eyes off the mirror surface, explained that some days ago, he received reliable news that the island cultivating spirit mistgrass was attacked by exotic beasts from the sea, and most of the spirit mistgrass on the island was destroyed. At the time, this news hadn't spread yet, so he wanted to take this opportunity to make a profit. Thus, he invested heavily in the Tianxian mirror, stockpiling a large batch of spirit mistgrass. In the beginning, the price of spirit mistgrass did rise a bit, but who would have thought, before he could sell the spirit mistgrass in his hand, its price suddenly plummeted. It crashed all the way from 25 points to 13 points, nearly cut in half. Fortunately, the price has rebounded recently, rising back to around 15 points. Li Fan then suggests that He Jinghao takes the opportunity to sell off the spirit mistgrass in hand. This way, at the very least, he can recover some capital. But how can He Jinghao do that? Nearly 100 years of his savings were tied up in there, so he has to at least wait until it rises back up before he sells. Li Fan quickly realized that this guy was hopeless. Unexpectedly, the price suddenly dropped once more, making He Jinghao freak out like he was being castrated. And to make matters even worse, it kept dropping, from 13 to 12, then 11 all the way to 8. He Jinghao yelled like a pig being skewered alive, begging for the price to stop dropping. Li Fan tried reassuring him that the price would rise once again, but it was obviously false. Back at Wanxian Island, the abnormal fluctuation in spirit mist grass prices caused a huge uproar. After the matter came to a close, he asked around a bit and understood the whole story. It was true Lord Qingmu Huaxing who set up a trap to ruthlessly harvest the cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation for profit. The destruction of the spirit mist grass island was true, so after the news was confirmed, many people decisively entered the market, wanting to earn a profit. But what they didn't know was that the Myriad Immortals Alliance recently discovered a grotto heaven that had been closed for 1,000 years. It was said that what attribute spiritual energy was abundant inside, and it was full of various rare spiritual plants. Stuff like spirit mist grass was growing everywhere. It seems impossible for He Jinghao to recover his capital. However, this big shot's way of doing things wasn't very kind either. The market was truly treacherous. For this trip to the departed realm, He Jinghao gave Li Fan 1171 contribution points, barely enough to last him a while. Li Fan didn't choose to go into closed-door cultivation immediately, but instead searched for information on Zhao Shuwen. He heard this person can obtain large batches of form-hiding talismans from the Myriad Immortals Alliance's Talisman Hall. So obviously, this person has good connections. And Li Fan wants to use the opportunity of buying spirit talismans to see if he can find out information about Sikongyi from him. Li Fan made his way to the 1,000-mile hall at Wanxian Island Commercial District. When he entered the establishment, the old guy in there was in communication with someone with an aid of a talisman. He was yelling to the person at the other end that he didn't care how much the price had crashed at present. For 10 form-hiding talismans, they still have to trade at the price they agreed upon. But then the person at the other end decided to cancel the trade, even refusing the deposit. Furious, Zhao Shuwen lashed out by slamming the talisman on his desk, cursing and yelling that he wasn't a pushover. Regardless, he was done for, really done for. Him, Zhao Shuwen of all people who'd never done a losing business, was at his wit's end. He didn't expect to be stuck with such a large batch of form-hiding talismans at the moment. Then, Li Fan suddenly asked for the price of a form-hiding talisman, which sent Zhao Shuwen beaming with joy as he replied that it was 10 contribution points each. He asked Li Fan how many he wanted, adding that if it's over 10, he would give him a 20% discount. If it's over 100, he would give Li Fan a 50% discount. Li Fan was obviously in a state of disguise, making bystanders incapable of seeing his true appearance. He feigned being in contemplation as he questions Zhao Shuyuan why he would need so many. He added that 5 or 6 were enough. Besides, Zhao Shuyuan's price wasn't right, was it? Before he came in, he bought a top-quality form-hiding talisman in the Tianxian mirror, and the current price was no more than 20 points. But Zhao Shuyuan want to charge so much for these defective goods of his. Zhao Shuyuan reduced the price to 8 points each, claiming that was as low as he can go. After all, Li Fan has to understand that refining talismans costs money too. Li Fan agreed to the trade for 6 form-hiding talisman, settling with medium-grade spirit stones. He told Zhao Shuyuan to keep the change, but asked if he accepts business for inquiring about cultivator intelligence. Zhao Shuyuan replied that he does. His business was losing terribly, and if he doesn't take some side jobs, he won't be able to survive. Zhao Shuyuan asked of the name of the cultivator and the level. Li Fan calmly replied with the name Sikongyi, a mid-stage qi condensation cultivator. Zhao Shuyuan told Li Fan to rest assured. This Sikongyi was merely a measly qi condensation cultivator, and he guarantees he would investigate his background thoroughly for him. Zhao Shuyuan then hinted at a steep price, but Li Fan calmly interrupted him, stating that since Sikongyi was just a measly qi condensation cultivator, surely it shouldn't be too expensive. In this line of work, there was always some risk, so how about he gives him 80 contribution points? Li Fan bargains at a cap price of 40 contribution points, not a bit more. He was bargaining way too ruthlessly, and Zhao Shuyuan gave him a nervous smile. Surely 60 points was sufficient, otherwise, it's already another losing deal. Li Fan moves it to 50, and if Zhao Shuyuan doesn't take it, then he can forget it. Zhao Shuyuan reluctantly agrees to the deal, and nervously requests for a deposit of 10 contribution points first. When he has results, he will notify Li Fan through the spirit talisman. Coming out of the 1,000-mile hall, Li Fan returned to the Tianxian mirror, activated the assisted cultivation mode, and entered a closed-door cultivation. Li Fan decided to cultivate the nether spirit illusion art to the late stage of qi condensation. 1 month later, at the east of the Zhongyun Sea, specifically the Flame Crystal Island maritime region. To test the power of the nether spirit illusion art, Li Fan took a mission to hunt a scarlet flame shark and retrieve its inner core. In the deep sea, he restrained his aura and followed behind a group of scarlet flame sharks. There were over a dozen sharks in this group, and they were hunting a solitary scarlet sea whale. Li Fan immediately activated the Nether Spirit illusion art, the blue flame phantom spirit. Suddenly, the visualization of Chien as a blue flame phantom spirit surged forth, its absolute zero power completely freezing both the solitary scarlet sea whale and the scarlet flame sharks in an instant. Most of these sea beasts possess a cultivation base equivalent to the chi condensation stage. And after launching a divine sense attack with the blue flame phantom spirit, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, without a shred of power to resist. Anyway, Li Fan can now confidently confirm that the power of the blue flame phantom spirit was indeed impressive. But out of nowhere, a terrifying behemoth, comparable to the rift-splitting whale, suddenly opened its freakishly huge mouth and swallowed the solitary scarlet sea whale and the scarlet flame sharks with a single gulp, leaving Li Fan stunned with wide eyes. He remembered a bounty to hunt this creature, known as the dragon whale with reward of 2,000 contribution points. The bounty details mentioned that this dragon whale was the exotic beast that destroyed the island planting spirit Mistgrass. At the time, even the Foundation Establishment Stage Island Guardian could do nothing against it. Afterward, a golden core cultivator from the Myriad Immortals Alliance arrived late. This dragon whale, after taking a hit from the golden core stage cultivator, actually didn't die, but only fled into the deep sea with heavy injuries. A sly smile tugged on Li Fan's lips as he gave a slight laugh. Though a Foundation Establishment cultivator couldn't handle the dragon whale, that doesn't mean he cannot kill it. So without hesitation, Li Fan activated his formless killing intent and made the dragon whale worth 2,000 contribution points the target, claiming it stole his spoils of war. So how can he tolerate that? Then almost immediately, he felt countless eyes gazing at him once more. However, the side effects this time were much smaller than the last. But after releasing the formless killing intent on the dragon whale, he activated a form-hiding talisman and quietly followed it all the way. Over the next 20 days or so, the dragon whale suffered attacks from countless exotic beasts on the ocean floor, fleeing in panic, and was already on the verge of death. Taking advantage of the moment the dragon whale's consciousness was blurring, Li Fan released the blue flame phantom spirit and dealt it the final blow. After dismembering the dragon whale's corpse, he packed up all the messy contents of its stomach into his storage ring. Surprisingly, there were quite a few Lioli pearls in its stomach. And after ensuring Li Fan hadn't missed anything, he quietly departed. Upon returning to the Tianxian mirror, he turned in the dragon whale's corpse and exchanged all the scavenged items for contribution points. Now, his available contribution points have reached 2770. With this many contribution points, it should be enough to select a satisfactory cultivation method. Currently, Li Fan was still lacking a cultivation method to conceal his own aura to facilitate tracking others. This type of cultivation method was relatively rare, but if it was just for the chi condensation stage, his contribution points are definitely sufficient. Meanwhile, Li Fan's deeds had become the talk in the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Cultivators were curious as to who Li Fan was, this mysterious late-stage chi condensation cultivator. And besides, didn't the Myriad Immortals Alliance say that the dragon whale could withstand the attack of a golden core cultivator? So how did Li Fan manage to hunt and kill it? Could it be that he concealed his cultivation base? At this point, no one could explain how exactly Li Fan achieved this miraculous feat. He was undoubtedly at the late stage of chi condensation, and this had been confirmed. It was public knowledge that Li Fan was introduced to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance by He Jinghao not long ago. Some even curiously wondered if he possesses a rare treasure. But in that moment, a cultivator, Zhou Peng, interrupted the curious and envious crowd, telling them to stop guessing because the latest inside news was that Li Fan just got lucky. Now, as they wondered how being lucky was even possible, they asked what Zhou Peng meant by his comment. And although he also couldn't believe it either, Zhou Peng added that the news were facts at this point. Apparently, the corpse of that exotic beast, the dragon whale, was sent to Elder Gong's son at the Heavenly Mystery Hall for analysis. The conclusion reached was that before it died, this dragon whale had fought with at least 3 other giant undersea beasts of the same level. The vast majority of the wounds on its body were left by those giant beasts. And prior to this, the dragon whale's life was already nearing its end. Even without Li Fan making a move, the dragon whale wouldn't have lived much longer. Hearing that this chi condensation cultivator actually has such good luck, they have no choice but to trust Elder Gongson's analysis. Though it really makes one envious since the contribution points was 2,000. After a period of searching and comparing, Li Fan determined his target cultivation method, the shadow following art. This cultivation method excels in tracking and concealment. Once it was locked onto an opponent, cultivators can follow their target closely like their shadow, making it difficult for them to shake them off. It also allows the cultivator to hide in the shadows, shadowing oneself, and making the cultivator undetectable. The price was 1,800 contribution points. For such miraculous effects, Li Fan wasn't stingy and bought it immediately. But just as he was preparing to enter closed-door cultivation, he suddenly received a communication from He Jinghao. He Jinghao didn't expect that the person who hunted the dragon whale was really Li Fan. He initially thought it was just another cultivator with the same name and same realm as Li Fan. It wasn't until someone asked him about Li Fan's situation that he confirmed it really was him who killed that dragon whale. Li Fan laughed slightly as He Jinghao continued, claiming Li Fan had finally vented his anger for him. Li Fan might not know, but these days, as soon as he closes his eyes, he see the image of that spirit mist grass price plummeting. Li Fan replied that it was just good luck, and he happened to encounter the dragon whale fighting with other giant beasts while doing a mission, so he picked up a bargain. He Jinghao insists that luck was also part of one's strength. Li Fan's talent and fortune were both so extraordinary. His future on the Great Tao was surely promising. It just so happens he has a matter he needs Li Fan's help with, and he wonders if Li Fan was willing. Li Fan inquired what the matter was. He Jinghao wished to ask Li Fan to serve as the acting guardian of Lily Island for him. And as Li Fan reiterated what he just heard, He Jinghao continued that because of the spirit mist grass incident, he previously lost more than half of his savings. And seeing that the nascent soul cultivation method he wanted to exchange for was getting further and further away, he was truly unwilling to accept it. Coincidentally, a few friends recently discovered an ancient cave abode and invited him to explore it together. And according to them, this cave abode must have been sealed before the great calamity descended. So there must be many rare treasures inside, and perhaps even quite a few cultivation methods. If he can gain something from it, he can more or less make up for his losses. Hence he decided to take a gamble. Li Fan asked how long He Jinghao needed him to serve as acting guardian. He Jinghao replied that it won't take long. At minimum a year or two, at most just 3 or 4 years. Li Fan apologized, saying he was truly powerless in this matter. He had a premonition that a breakthrough was imminent, and must go out to seek opportunities within 2 years, so he cannot guard Liuli Island for much longer. Though disappointed, He Jinghao was cool with it, and it seems he can only look for someone else. He then wished Li Fan an early Foundation establishment breakthrough and disconnected the call. There was no further messages that came through the communication spirit talisman after that. So Li Fan turned on the assisted cultivation mode and began cultivating the shadow following art. Under the dual boost of spirit enlightenment and the exquisite Liuli pearl, it took him less than 10 days to cultivate the shadow following art to the late stage of chi condensation. Li Fan spent 100 contribution points to simulate a chase battle with a late stage of chi condensation cultivator inside the Tianshan mirror. With the blessing of the shadow following art, his speed increased drastically, and he formed some kind of connection with the locked-on target being chased. The opponent's speed increase also caused his speed to quicken to a certain extent. Li Fan could even continuously use the shadows on the ground to shuttle and jump, so it didn't take long at all for him to catch up to the figure ahead. The chase battle ended, and he was quite satisfied with the shadow following art. Now everything was ready, and he was only waiting for the intel from Zhao Shuyuan and for the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace to officially open. 2 months later, at the 1,000-mile hall at Wanxian Island Commercial District, Li Fan met up with Zhao Shuyuan once again. He was not pleased with the long wait, so he asked Zhao Shuyuan if this was how his 1,000-mile hall conduct business. Si Kongyi was just a mere chi condensation cultivator, yet it took so long just to scout some intelligence. Zhao Shuyuan immediately told Li Fan to keep his voice down. There was truly a reason for the delay. To be honest, the difficulty of this mission was unexpected, and the 50 contribution points they agreed upon last time was really too small. Li Fan must know that in order to get this done, he had to ask a senior at the late stage of Foundation establishment for help. Li Fan feigned being disheartened and disappointed, questioning Zhao Shuyuan if he wants to break the contract. Zhao Shuyuan panicked and pleaded for Li Fan to just add a little bit more. But to his bewilderment, Li Fan decisively chose to leave. Zhao Shuyuan immediately conceded, begging Li Fan to wait. They would do as agreed, 50 contribution points and nothing more. Li Fan took out the remaining fee and handed it over to Zhao Shuyuan. When added to the previous deposit, it tallies to exactly 50 contribution points. Zhao Shuyuan, with a dispirited look, stated that it's not easy for him to earn this little bit of money from Li Fan. The intelligence was in the jade slip in his hand, and as they did the exchange, he told Li Fan to verify it. Li Fan did as asked of, opening the jade slip with an expressionless face. Then his expression soon turned to that of being startled and puzzled. 2 people? You see, according to the intelligence collected by Zhao Shiyuan, Sikongyi usually lives in seclusion and rarely shows his face. He also had a close friend named Bailey Chun who was at the mid-stage of qi condensation. Sikongyi and Bailey Chun seem to have an excellent relationship. Whenever they go out for action, these two always stay together, inseparable. They generally stay within Wanxian Island. Aside from doing missions to accumulate contribution points, they generally do not go out. Moreover, during Zhao Shiyuan's investigation, these two had inexplicably gone missing once. And after leaving Wanxian Island, their tracks were lost, and it was unknown where they went. Li Fan couldn't help worrying excessively just who this Bailey Chun really was to Sikongyi, and why he had no impression of him at all. Could it be that this person perished in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins? Leaving the 1,000-mile hall, Li Fan didn't expect that there would be one more cultivator to target. Now, it seems the preparations he currently had was insufficient. But fortunately, there was still plenty of time. From below, Zhao Shiyuan silently watched Li Fan depart from Wanxian Island Commercial District, thinking of Li Fan as his client and Sikongyi, who was once his target of intel gathering. One was mysterious with an unknown background. The other was shady with unfathomable motives. Zhao Shiyuan was curious and would like to see just what these two intend to do. A year later, on Li Fan's 11th anchor year, in the central region of the Zhongyun Sea, the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins was about to appear, and more cultivators gathered at that location. Evidently, Sikongyi and his shadow, Bailey Chun, were naturally among them. Zhao Shiyuan was also in the crowd, looking quite excited. Above them, the swirling vortex of clouds seemed to be spinning relentlessly, and at its center, an ominous suction force was created. Its scale grew until it covered the entire horizon. Suddenly, around the center, a faint shimmering azure light took shape. Then when everything reached a critical point, an immense and dazzling white light at the center engulfed everything, sweeping across every cultivator present. In the end, those touched by the light, Li Fan being one of them, vanished one after another. Finally, the Cloudwater Palace, sealed away for over countless years, appeared in front of them. But out of nowhere, a voice echoed in everyone's ears, informing that the war situation on the front lines was tight, and the major sects have suffered heavy losses. As the leader of the various sects in the Zhongyun Sea, his Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was even more so, and the leader didn't know how many fellow disciples had died on the battlefield. So before leaving, the sect leader Marshal Uncle ordered him to go out and accept disciples. This entrustment was something he could not fail. Fortunately, the harvest this time around was not small. The gathered cultivators began to question what was going on, and where exactly was all this. The last thing they remember was being next to the vortex cloud layer. Also, what was up with the clothes they were suddenly wearing? One cultivator of the lot yells at the mysterious cultivator in front of them, dressed in white clothes. He questioned this person if he was the one responsible for bringing them there. Who was he and what exactly was his objective? This mysterious cultivator, Qin Tang, didn't even regard the rude questions and welcomed the crowd. They've finally woken up. Next, they need to stay quiet while he explains some important points to them. But before Qin Tang could continue, the same idiot cultivator yelled for him to cut the crap and speak quickly. Where were they at? Qin Tang fixed him with a cold stare and stated that the newcomers this time around didn't seem very obedient. Then very abruptly, the guy's head and neck were sliced into mangled bits. This scared the majority of the crowd into a state of panic. Qin Tang remarked that it was finally quiet. He would now continue speaking. Qin Tang introduced himself, then added that he was the chief of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace Dharma Transmission Hall. They must call him Senior Brother Qin, and they were all outer disciples he had accepted during this outing. In the coming months, as long as they can pass his layers of tests, they can formally join his Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Next, there were a few points they must keep firmly in mind. The first rule was that they must maintain sufficient respect for him as Senior Brother Qin. Whatever he says, they must do. As Qin Tang went on about the second rule, a divine sense voice transmission echoed in the ears of every cultivator in there, questioning if any of them knew what the situation was. After all, this was an anomaly, and the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was likely a sect ruin shrouded by an anomaly. So was this Qin Tang fellow actually alive or dead? The voice transmission then assured everyone not to panic. Anomalies had their own rules, and as long as they follow what Qin Tang says, there shouldn't be any danger for the time being. From behind, Li Fan kept a close eye on Sikongyi and Bailey Chun, noticing that they look as usual, as if they already knew they would encounter an anomaly. Or perhaps, even in the face of an anomaly, they had a well-thought-out plan. Anyway, when Qin Tang was done, he clasped his hands to get everyone's attention, then informed them that it was getting late, so he would take them to rest first. Tomorrow morning, they would formally begin the test. Qin Tang told the group to follow him, but the very second he turned to lead the way, for cultivators immediately chose to flee, believing they shouldn't stay there for a long period, because it was a dead end if they do. So they might as well explore other parts of this ruin to see if there were any treasures. Qin Tang just gave a contemptuous smile, and didn't even bother stopping them as the four were suddenly sliced into mangled bits, just like the idiot from earlier. And as the rest watched in horror, the divine sense voice transmission echoed once more, calling them a bunch of idiots. He had already said they've encountered an anomaly, yet these four still vainly attempt to flee. They really don't know how to write the word death, though it's strange that some of these people are also cultivators. But how come there are no phenomenon of heaven and earth when they die? Apparently, shrouded by the anomaly, the ruin forms its own rules. Most past common sense becomes invalid, so they must treat it with even more caution. Qin Tang led them to their lodging and explained that they would rest there tonight. Tomorrow morning, they were to gather at the square. He instructed them to go pick their rooms, before advising them to remember to sleep early. Anyway, after Qin Tang left, Li Fan chose a room relatively close to Sikongyi and his companion to stay in. He laid straight on his bed, circulated the profound yellow heart-refining incantation, and all distracting thoughts in his mind vanished. Seeing Li Fan fall asleep immediately, the other cultivators in the room also forced themselves to sleep. But not everyone could keenly perceive what was about to happen. There were still quite a few people whispering to their companions, looking agitated and finding it difficult to sleep. Time passed bit by bit just like that. Then suddenly, the lights in all the rooms got extinguished, plunging the entire area into darkness. Qin Tang's voice sounded faintly seconds after, and the several cultivators who really weren't asleep obviously got startled awake. But this was a direct disobedience in Qin Tang's eyes, since he clearly instructed them to sleep early. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if they delayed tomorrow morning's test. Well, since they can't sleep, he will give them a hand. Qin Tang brutally sliced his first 3 victims into mangled pieces before they could even make a sound, then went on a killing spree. Soon, hair-raising sounds rang out continuously, and it's unknown just how many cultivators lost their lives without even being able to let out a scream. Only then did everyone present realize that Qin Tang's phrase "remember to sleep early" was not just a casual remark. Many cultivators wanted to resist, yet without stirring up even the slightest ripple, they perished silently just like that. Qin Tang lets out a helpless sigh, saying this errand was truly tiring, and if not for the sect leader Martial Uncle, and the senior brothers and sisters all going missing, he wouldn't have to be the one to go out. It was boring, truly boring, so he might as well go get a drink. Sleeping was something that people with frequent insomnia surely understand deeply. If there was no mental burden, one could fall asleep just like that. Conversely, it becomes very difficult to fall asleep, and one was easily awakened. Moreover, cultivators were used to using closed-door cultivation to replace sleep. Falling asleep had become a rather difficult matter. Thus, even knowing they would die if they didn't sleep, there were still many cultivators who couldn't fall asleep. In the latter half of the night, Qin Tang visited again, bringing another reign of terror. The next morning, when Li Fan woke up and walked out of his room, like the rest of the surviving cultivators, what they saw was the ground covered in corpses. Zhao Shiyuan didn't pass this trial. His head was separated from his body, lying there quietly. Li Fan didn't delay and went straight to yesterday's square. Having learned yesterday's lesson, the cultivators didn't run around wildly to other places and obediently gathered at the square. The crowd was sparse. The surviving cultivators were less than 2/3 of yesterday's number. The trial hadn't even formally started, yet there were already so many casualties. The survivors were very pessimistic about the upcoming encounters, their expressions downcast. Sikongyi and Beilichin, however, remained expressionless. Still enjoying his wine, Qin Tang kept complimenting how good it was. He then expressed his satisfaction that everyone could make it. Now, they can formally begin the first layer of the test. Qin Tang's master once said, in seeking immortality and asking of the Tao, 3 things were most critical: natural talent, temperament, and luck. His master believed that among these 3, natural talent was the most important. But he personally thinks that among the 3, temperament was the most important. So the 3 layers of tests he arranged were all related to temperament. As Qin Tang spoke, he led them into a 3-story pavilion. The first floor where the group was standing was filled with bookshelves, and the bookshelves were filled with various cultivation methods. A thought simultaneously emerged in the minds of the crowd of cultivators. Thus they've hit the jackpot this time around. Just casually taking out a few cultivation methods would be enough to offset more than 10 years of usual hard work. Anyway, though the crowd of cultivators were very covetous of the cultivation methods on the bookshelves, intimidated by Qin Tang's previous might, no one dared to act rashly. Qin Tang stated that the way of the heart lies in focus, courage, and perseverance. So the first stage was to test their level of concentration. There were 36,541 cultivation methods in there, and for the coming period, they would stay there and transcribe these cultivation methods. The limit was 3 months. After 3 months, he would assess them based on the quantity. Hearing this, the group was ecstatic. There was so many cultivation methods, and Qin Tang was actually letting them copy them freely. Some believed that as long as they can memorize a few cultivation methods, even if they don't gain anything else later, this adventure would already be worth it. Qin Tang then set up a space for them to transcribe these cultivation methods, before telling them to begin. He hopes they won't let him down. Qin Tang stretched and informed the group that he needed to go to sleep first, because last night truly exhausted him. He made his way to the side, leaned against a wall and closed his eyes. Although Qin Tang had already given them the go-ahead, the entire crowd of cultivators never moved and just watched him until he eventually showed signs of being asleep. Then they immediately disperse inside the 3-story pavilion, some in search of the strongest cultivation methods they could find. As the crowd of cultivators skimmed through one nascent soul cultivation method after another, most of them believing they've struck it big, Li Fan ignored them acting like madmen, randomly grabbed a cultivation method and began to copy it. He didn't delve into the content of the cultivation method, only copying it word for word because he knew that they were all illusory. In his previous life, cultivators who explored this countless times had already reached a conclusion about the cultivation methods appearing in this level. During the trial, no matter what method was used to record the cultivation methods, all records would disappear upon leaving the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. And although some of the cultivators present could vaguely guess the truth, with a nascent soul true method right in front of them, how many could resist the temptation not to read closely and delve into it? They copied slowly, unable to resist looking back and reading again. There were even 1 or 2 who became directly intoxicated by the profound mysteries of the cultivation methods, delaying their copying. Time passed day by day just like that. Ceaseless copying was, after all, a boring and arduous task. Bowing to Qin Tang's intimidation, no one dared to use magic power to cut corners. Soon, some people couldn't hold on anymore and couldn't help but stop to rest. Some closed their eyes to recover for a moment, then immediately resumed copying, while others rested thoroughly before regrouping. Li Fan, however, did not rest for a single moment. There were 2 or 3 others who were tireless like him. It seemed that due to their cultivation methods, their endurance was naturally exceptionally good. As for Li Fan, he was purely holding on by sheer will. And because he knew clearly that Qin Tang's evaluation for this level, aside from being related to the amount copied and the number of errors made, also had a very important basis for evaluation: the duration of time from the moment the pen was picked up to the moment it was put down. Just as Qin Tang said before, the test of this level was focus. Since one started copying the cultivation method, stopping for any reason would be considered a break in focus. Li Fan had no distractions, suppressing all physical and mental fatigue with a strong will. He didn't know how much time passed till Qin Tang woke up, stretching once more and praising how good his sleep was. Anyway, time was up, and he needed to check their performance. Qin Tang gave a slight chuckle upon his brief inspection, commenting the trial was really getting worse year by year. But when he saw a completely worn-out Li Fan with a substantial stack of copied manuscript in front of him, he was genuinely surprised, then impressed, before commenting how interesting this was. Li Fan seems to be the only cultivator who appears to have caught Qin Tang's eyes. Anyway, with a smile, Qin Tang announced that the first trial was officially over. Everyone should rest now because the second trial begins the day after tomorrow. Then, following a sudden clap from Qin Tang, Li Fan, along with everyone else, only felt their vision shift. And in the blink of an eye, they returned to the building where they slept before. Qin Tang's figure did not appear with them, and the cultivators finally relaxed. They looked excited and communicated with each other. After all, in their eyes, this had been a huge opportunity. They memorized while copying and wrote down a full 15 cultivation methods, most of which were golden core methods, and there were even a few nascent soul methods. But some argued the use of remembering so many. Their primary objective was to survive long enough to make it out alive. Others were not entirely pleased with the reality check, because in their eyes, to be fortunate enough to get a glimpse of the mysteries of a core formation method, even if they die the very day after, they will have no regrets. There were also some cultivators who had designs on the belongings of those who lost their lives earlier. Unfortunately, after they investigated, they all wore looks of disappointment. Apparently, after being killed by Qin Tang, the storage rings, Dharma artifacts, and anything of such on their bodies all vanished, Not a single thing remained. Li Fan was just preparing to go back and rest well, but inadvertently saw Zhao Shuyuan's corpse. 3 months have passed now, yet his corpse hadn't rotted into white bones, but instead became like withered wood. Zhao Shuyuan had evidently used a puppet, not his true body. Li Fan was informed that this was Zhao Shuyuan's habitual method, so he needn't need to be surprised. Li Fan gracefully thanked the fellow Taoist, Chunin, for the pointer, then introduced himself, before asking if the guy was also a member of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Judging from the way he spoke of Zhao Shuyuan, it seems he was quite familiar with him. Chunin introduced himself and replied that he had been in the Myriad Immortals Alliance for over 30 years. But he can't say he's that familiar with Zhao Shuyuan. However, having lived on the island for so long, he knows the things he should know. You see, Zhao Shuyuan opened a general store on the island, selling everything. And it was said that he had official channels within the Myriad Immortals Alliance behind him, so he can occasionally sell some good things. Aside from that, he also frequently does some intelligence as business. It's just that this guy never risks his life personally. He always uses puppets to clear the way. Hearing this, Li Fan immediately judged Zhao Shuyuan to be greedy for wealth but afraid of death. He now knows how things are when it comes to that guy. Chunin gave a hearty laugh upon hearing Li Fan's perfect summarization of the guy. The words, greedy for wealth and afraid of death, couldn't be more appropriate to describe Zhao Shuyuan. Anyway, when previously copying cultivation methods inside the book pavilion, Chunin saw others copy for a while, then rest when tired, resuming after conserving their strength. Only Li Fan did not rest for 3 months. Chunin admits he admired that greatly, but also wondered what deep meaning Li Fan had for this action. If they strictly talk about copying speed, due to physical and mental fatigue later on, Li Fan certainly couldn't compare to those who rested frequently. He couldn't help wondering if Li Fan could enlighten him. Li Fan dare not claim any deep meaning. It was just an intuition in his heart. Qin Tang said the first trial was focus, and to focus was to have no distractions. Only by not being disturbed by any external things can one be called truly focused. Also, since physical and mental fatigue can also be considered as external things that interfere, if one stops because of them, aren't they no longer focused? Anyway, this was all just his humble opinion, so he hopes Chunin doesn't take it too seriously. Hearing this, Chunin seemed deep in thought. Li Fan spoke no further and returned to his room to rest. Early morning of the third day, Qin Tang met them at the square, and after praising once more how amazing his wine was, he announced that the second trial was about to begin. This time, he wants to test their courage. After all, the path of immortality was long, with countless hardships and difficulties. So do they have the courage to face them one by one? Suddenly, the entire crowd of cultivators got teleported to the shore of a vast ocean. Qin Tang's last words to them was clear. He was waiting for them on the opposite shore of the sea, and they were to use their courage to cross the ocean. Qin Tang was nowhere to be seen. Only his voice came from afar. The crowd looked at each other in dismay upon hearing this. But then a bold person walked to the seaside and stepped out. The seawater immediately condensed into ice, steadily catching that person. Seeing someone had taken the lead, the rest of the crowd also stepped into the sea impatiently. Bailichin did the same, following into the sea. Only Sikongyi still remained by the seaside, delaying his movement. Li Fan composed his mind and slowly stepped onto the sea surface. Water condensed into ice beneath his feet, and the figures of the others in his vision gradually disappeared. On the vast ocean, in an instant only he remained, all alone. Li Fan walked forward step by step. The sun rose and the moon set overhead, and he didn't know how much time passed. Yet the scenery he saw remained invariably the same. This ocean seemed to have no end. Even though he already knew the answer in advance, he couldn't help but feel various senses of powerlessness and hesitation rising in his heart. At this time, he could feel the thickness of the ice beneath his feet gradually decreasing. Li Fan immediately expelled the fear from his heart. He walked resolutely toward the front. The ice beneath his feet became thick and solid again. This second level tests courage. Not just the courage to face external things, but even more so the courage to face one's own heart. On the vast ocean, having walked for a long time, he hadn't seen the opposite shore. Would he give birth to doubt, wondering if he had already lost his direction? Would he give birth to anxiety, wondering if this ocean actually has an end? Would he then give birth to panic, losing the courage to move forward? Or perhaps give up on himself and advance no further? Li Fan walked step by step, also interrogating his own heart, letting go of all external things, only thinking amidst the constant walking. Condensing ice to cross the sea is just like the path of the immortal Tao. The road ahead was misty and distant, the destination unseen. Time passes, and it seems one must walk on like this forever endlessly. Even knowing that this trial would eventually stop, his heart wavered countless times, because this journey across the sea was simply too long. Li Fan's hair turned pale, and his body hunched, but his footsteps never stopped moving forward. Whenever his heart wavered, he would reaffirm his conviction and take the next step until his body became too old to walk any further. Finally, Li Fan fell weakly onto the sea surface, his vision blurred. But before his consciousness vanished, he finally saw it. On the coast not far ahead, Qin Tang stood there solitarily. He raised his wine gourd towards Li Fan, a smile on his face. And with that, the second trial came to an end. Then the entire crowd of cultivators suddenly got teleported back to the square. It was easy to tread the river of the Nine Nethers, but hard to cross the sea within the heart. This second pass, the trial of courage, was over. And just like previously, the morning after tomorrow, they would conduct the final test. So early in the morning on the third day, Qin Tang appeared in everyone's view as usual. Only this time around he was not drinking, nor was he drunk. He looked much more spirited. Today was the final layer of the test. And on the path of cultivation, they will always encounter countless difficulties or temptations. Can they persevere and not change their original intention? They just have to wait and see. Amidst Qin Tang's voice, everyone's vision went black, and they lost consciousness. Then very abruptly, in a small mountain village, a much younger Li Fan, about a teen age, lay on the roof, watching the setting sun, feeling as if he had forgotten something. Growing up in the mountain village since childhood, living a life of working at sunrise and resting at sunset every day. This lasted for a full 15 years. Such days were plain yet full of happiness. And if he was to live like that forever, it seemed there would be nothing wrong with that. But there was always a faint throbbing in his heart, feeling that he should absolutely not end this life so ordinarily. Li Fan remained indifferent to his mother's calls, looking up at the sky until night fell and the stars filled the heavens. Under the vast starry sky, he felt his own insignificance even more. Thus, he watched for the whole night. Until dawn approached, he suddenly realized something as if he was enlightened. Li Fan rushed inside and urgently tells his mom to cancel his marriage with Ernyo from next door. He was not getting married. He was going to cultivate immortality. After saying that, ignoring his mother's attempts to stop him, Li Fan simply packed his luggage and embarked on the path of seeking immortality. Half a year later, while exploring the deep mountains, he unfortunately died in a tiger's mouth. In another scenario, in front of a dilapidated Taoist temple, amidst the flickering firelight and the sound of everyone weeping, his heart was filled with confusion. And as a lady in tears informed Li Fan, her eldest senior brother, that their master was dead, and what should they do in the future, he remained silent with an expressionless face. A crowd had gathered, and they were all of Chuyun Temple. Someone among the gathered crowd heard her and yelled what else could they do other than to divide the things in the temple among themselves and go down the mountain. They originally thought there was a true immortal on the mountain, which was why they all went through untold hardships to come there to pay respects. But who would have thought this old Taoist priest was an out-and-out liar? Another agreed and chimed in, questioning how it was even possible for a true immortal to die just like that. Li Fan still remained silent. His only thought was that his master was a liar. The crowd looted the items in the temple, leaving him alone on the mountain. Li Fan felt that perhaps it was not as everyone thought. Immortals perhaps truly exist. So for the latter half of his life, he stayed alone in the Taoist temple, watching the clouds roll and unroll in the mountains, the sun and moon changing. All day long, he studied the Chuyun Ascension chapter left by his master. Yet he never made an inch of progress and died with regret. Meanwhile, as the scene shifted to another scenario, a martial art practitioner wondered aloud why the tribulation cloud hadn't fallen after gathering for so long. Another added that the might of the heavenly tribulation was even stronger than when the sect leader ascended back then. But this was natural, since after all, in terms of combat power alone, Martial Uncle Li Fan can be called the #1 person in their Lishan sword sect in 1,000 years. So what was there to fear from a mere heavenly tribulation? As Li Fan observed the clouds of the heavenly tribulation churning violently above him, he simply raised his sword and swiftly slashed out. A streak of sword aura shot out from Lishan Peak, cleaving through the boundless tribulation cloud neatly in two. Then almost immediately, sunlight streaked through the opening, bathing Lishan Peak with a warm glow. The crowd below were amazed that their martial uncle Li Fan actually split the heavenly tribulation cloud open, creating a temporal rift in the immortal gate. Without a shred of hesitation, Li Fan flew into the immortal gate and arrived at the immortal realm. However, he discovered that the Lishan seniors who ascended in the past had all been killed by unknown enemies. While cultivating, he searched for the culprit behind the scenes. But after wandering for 100 years, he still had no results. Once, while exploring an ancient secret realm, he was ambushed by a close friend traveling with him, and died filled with astonishment and unwillingness. The scene then shifted to another scenario, at the northern immortal domain. Ever since Li Fan unified the Qingtian immortal domain 2,000 years ago, he began a journey of conquest filled with bloodshed. And over the years, using the heads of 5 immortal emperors and 16 immortal kings, he established his fierce reputation as the heavenly Emperor Li Fan. In the end, only the northern immortal domain was left lingering on its last breath in the entire immortal realm. Li Fan sensed that Qin Tang, who now happens to be his confidant, had something to ask of him, so he told him to feel free to speak. Qin Tang calmly questioned Li Fan, the imperial lord, who now possesses monstrous power, with all immortals in the immortal realm tremble upon hearing of him. Why had he never shown any intention of stopping? What exactly was the imperial lord painstakingly pursuing? After thoroughly unifying the immortal realm, what plans will the imperial lord have? Li Fan gave a self-deprecating laugh and answered honestly. What he seek was nothing but longevity. Qin Tang reiterated what he just heard and questioned Li Fan. With his current cultivation base, can it not yet be called longevity? If there are no accidents, it wouldn't be difficult for him to live for another few million years. Although a lifespan of 1,000,000 years can presumptuously be called longevity, what Li Fan wants is to step above the immortals and live as long as heaven and earth. For a moment there, Qin Tang was genuinely caught off guard by this response, before a knowing smile slowly tugged at the corner of his lips. And in that moment, he declared that there was no need to continue testing. The trial of perseverance had ended. Qin Tang soon judged Li Fan to be an anomaly in this trial. And no matter the infinite layers of worlds he constructs, he fears he cannot wear down Li Fan's indomitable determination. Qin Tang thought it was a pity, because if his master was there to see such a rare talent, he would likely be very happy. Qin Tang officially declared that the 3 trials had all concluded, and among them, some had performed beyond his expectations, while others were truly unbearable. He added that his sect leader martial uncle once told him that when his Cloudwater Heavenly Palace accepts disciples, they value quality over quantity. And since that was the case, only half of the lot shall remain. Most of the crowd of cultivators panicked, and they questioned what he meant by that. In the first trial, some had been focused only on memorizing cultivation methods back then, and didn't even copy many books at all. Others fell after just a few steps in the second trial, and in the third, they only focused on indulging themselves in pleasures within the illusion, and now they believed they were dead for sure. Each one was afraid they would be among the half Qin Tang wants to kill, and after being marked, they realized they were dead either way, so they might as well fight together for a shot at survival. Qin Tang remained completely calm as more than a dozen cultivators charged at him. He simply performed a hand seal, modestly asked to be enlightened, before using his authority as the chief of the Dharma Transmission Hall of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace to invoke the exact replicas of the now hostile cultivators. These marked cultivator faced off against the better version of themselves in a brutal battle, while Qin Tang explained that his sect leader martial uncle was a strict man. But he once told him that one should not go to extremes in doing things. Therefore, if they can survive against their own mirror reflections, he would not make things difficult for them any further. Half of the cultivators fell into a bitter struggle, while the other half, including Li Fan, retreated to a safe place. The blue mirror reflections attacked with extreme ferocity, knew no fatigue, and could not be injured. Quite a few cultivators died miserably under their own mirror reflections. And as cultivators continued to die, it was obvious the remaining ones struggling bitterly could not hold on for much longer. Driven to desperation like cornered dogs, they shouted abuses at Qin Tang, before yelling for him to wake up to reality. What disciples was he accepting because the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had been destroyed who knows how many years ago? What bullshit master and martial uncle? When the great calamity arrived, didn't they just slaughter each other? Qin Tang, upon hearing this, found it absurd because his Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was united from top to bottom. They respect and love one another. Even if it means sacrificing oneself for a fellow disciple, they would not hesitate. So how could they possibly slaughter each other? That's when shit began to derail off course. Because the very second Qin Tang got hit with this sudden grim realization, it seriously started to mess with his head, and the anomaly's preset rules by extension. And like a continuous glitch in a system, he repeatedly kept uttering the words, "Great calamity," as everything fell apart. And not in a good way, because all the blue mirror reflections suddenly turned dark and went completely berserk. Obviously, for a moment there, this startled the remaining marked cultivators, but before they could even react, they instantly got slaughtered by their now dark mirrored replicas. Qin Tang was still stuck in some sort of trance and kept repeating "Great Calamity," while the remaining replicas unexpectedly turned their attention towards the cultivators supposed to be in the clear. In sheer panic, they immediately wondered what they should do because these mirror reflections should have disappeared along with the original cultivator's death. Yet that seems not to be the case after they turned dark. And to make matters even worse, killing them didn't even seem probable. Qin Tang was now trembling all over when a hand suddenly clasped his left shoulder from behind. He snapped from the funk he was in and turned, only to see Li Fan offering him a gourd filled with wine. He told his senior brother Qin to have a drink, and shouldn't mind what he heard earlier. There was no great calamity at all. Qin Tang took the gourd and asked Li Fan once again if there really wasn't any calamity. "That's right," Li Fan answered confidently, reassuring him that there was absolutely no great calamity. Gradually, clarity returns to Qin Tang's eyes as he murmured over and over again that there was no calamity, as if to ingrain it in his subconsciousness. He took a gulp from his gourd and laughed heartily, yelling once more that Li Fan was right. There was no great calamity at all. Then, in that moment, all the mirrored replicas turned back to their default color and slowly dematerialized into thin air. Li Fan sighed in relief and lowered his head with satisfaction. Fortunately, in his previous lifetime, there was a solution for Qin Tang losing control. Otherwise, this time would have been fraught with grim possibilities. But suddenly, his eyes snapped up as he curiously wondered what was happening. He sensed two faint streams of killing intent suddenly locking on him as the target. It was Sikong-yi and Beilichin. Facing the killing intent of these two, Li Fan pretended not to notice and secretly used the formless killing intent to reverse lock onto them. Qin Tang once again declared that the trial was over, so they may leave. He then turned in Li Fan's direction and informed him to leave as well. Li Fan reminded Qin Tang that he still owed him a gourd of good wine. This bold request was unexpected and totally caught him off guard. He soon started laughing, before admitting that Li Fan was right once more. He really did owe him a gourd of good wine. Qin Tang placed two of his fingertips on Li Fan's forehead and integrated an original cultivation method he had painstakingly created, the Cloudwater Illusory Dream Art. It even incorporated everything he had learned in his life. He hopes Li Fan would not let it fade into obscurity. Li Fan thanked him and promised he would definitely not let down his trust. Qin Tang watched as Li Fan slowly withered away like the rest, called out to his martial uncle, master, senior sisters and brothers, before taking another huge gulp from his gourd. As the scene shifted back to Li Fan, he didn't know how much time had passed, but he gradually regained consciousness. Ahead, there was a towering gate with 4 large characters of Cloudwater Heavenly Palace written on it, and below the gate stood a stone statue. The stone statue was heavily damaged and covered in scars. Its heart had been pierced through, leaving a massive gaping hole. From the statue's blurred face, one could faintly make out the appearance of Qin Tang. Li Fan took out another gourd, made his way directly below the stone statue, and placed the gourd in front of it. Then proceed to finally enter through the gates of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. You see, inside the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, everywhere was shrouded in thick mist, making it difficult to distinguish directions. So most of the cultivators who awakened from Qin Tang's stone statue had already left the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, while a few entered its interior to continue exploring, disappearing into the mist. Li Fan circulated his shadow-following art, sped in the direction locked on by the formless killing intent in search of traces of Sikong-yi and Beilichin. He soon found them and maintained a short distance. He concealed his aura and quietly followed behind them. Sikong-yi and Beilichin seemed to be extremely familiar with the layout of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. They moved with a clear goal all the way, continuously bypassing buildings shrouded in mist as they ventured deeper inside. Suddenly, the two of them sprinted off in opposite directions, a tactic to divide forces. And although Li Fan briefly wondered if he had been discovered, he still chose to chase in the direction Sikong-yi left off after a moment of hesitation. Sikong-yi eventually landed in front of the demon refining tower, turned slightly with a knowing smile, before rushing inside. Li Fan saw the blatant provocation and considered whether Sikong-yi was trying to use a deadly terrain in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace to kill him. Because if that's his plan, then he's afraid he will be disappointed. Without hesitation, Li Fan followed Sikong-yi inside the tower. You see, the demon refining tower was one of the most perilous areas in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. And in the first 10 years after the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace opened, no cultivator had ever returned alive from there. In Li Fan's previous life, it was ultimately in Divergence Year 21 that an alchemy master risked his life to enter it and finally unraveled its bizarre rules. Gusts of cold wind blew inside the tower, filled with the smell of decay and stench. Li Fan went all the way up and reached the top of the tower, where a malnourished disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace murmured anxiously that his fellow martial brothers and sisters were all fighting on the front lines. And as the only one who can't help, he must refine more elixirs. Only then can he possibly improve their strength. For every extra elixir he successfully refine, the greater the chances of survival his senior brothers and sisters would have. However, all the demons and monsters in this demon refining tower were dead, and there were no more alchemy materials left either. So as he contemplated on what he should do, Li Fan walked in to see Sikongyi and two others as his captives. And before he could even react, he was suddenly restrained and captured as well. Panicked, the other two cultivators fearfully questioned how this could happen. Didn't they choose to leave there directly, so how did they get tied up there in the blink of an eye? Their lives were over. They had clearly already left the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, yet they were captured and brought back. Meanwhile, their malnourished capturer was thinking of what the medicinal properties his elixirs would have this time around. He just happened to catch a few bugs this time, and they seemed perfect for testing the medicine. But which bug should he choose? The four watch as he slowly make his choice. Anyway, after this brief indecision, he finally chose Sikongyi. Li Fan, wanting to see what Sikongyi was relying on to dare to lure him into this deadly terrain, did nothing and just watched as he got pulled towards their malnourished capturer, shrinking rapidly in the process until he turned into a tiny flying insect. The now insect-like Sikongyi, paralyzed with extreme fear, was held firmly in between two fingers by the wings. The guy then brought a green pill which was many times larger, close to the insect-like Sikongyi, then forced him to swallow it. Its mouth was even torn wide open to accommodate this enormous green pill. Anyway, after swallowing, the abdomen of the insect-like Sikongyi swelled many times its original size, becoming a massive, bloated sphere. This completely shocked Li Fan and totally scared the hell out of the other two cultivators. Li Fan was finding it hard to believe that Sikongyi actually made no attempt to resist whatsoever, and after being turned into an insect and forced to swallow the green pill, he dissolved into a puddle of green liquid. Meanwhile, the guy was disappointed that the drug test failed, and guessed that the medicinal properties must be too strong. At this point, it was obvious that Sikongyi was dead, and Li Fan kept pondering silently just what exactly changed to result in this unforeseen event. Could it be that, in this lifetime, his tracking caused the situation's development to diverge from the previous lifetimes? But that can't be right because Sikongyi clearly lured him to this demon refining tower, so how could he die so easily? He knew this was a deadly terrain. Li Fan even wondered if Sikongyi lured him in just to trade a life for a life. Just as Li Fan was sinking into endless confusion, he suddenly sensed something and lifted his head. Apparently, his formless killing intent had locked onto a target outside the tower again. And it was none other than the presumably dead Sikongyi. It seems the guy had resurrected outside the demon refining tower, which means what he witnessed was the death of a puppet. An external avatar. Neither seems quite right. It seems the secrets Sikongyi holds were even greater than he imagined. However, once he, Li Fan, had set his sights on him and Bailichin, their secrets were no longer secrets. With the formless killing intent locked on them, Li Fan wasn't afraid of them running away. He just needed to escape from this demon refining tower as soon as possible. With the exception of Li Fan, the other two cultivators freaked the hell out when their malnourished capturer decided to try the process once more. Had they known, it would have been better to die by Qin Tang's hands. At least it would have been a quick death. This anomaly, being the malnourished guy, swallowed the elixir but was completely unaffected. After all, the pills were refined in the same furnace, so they should be about the same. The guy took out his next black elixir for testing, before choosing another bug to test it on. Luckily, Li Fan wasn't the next chosen test subject. The chosen person flew into the anomaly's hand just like Sikongyi, turning into a human-faced flying bug. The anomaly pinched the flying bug with one hand, held a black elixir with the other, and forcefully stuffed it in. After the elixir entered its belly, it seemed to be digested, and the flying bug's abdomen began to shrink. Tiny black dots drilled out from its abdomen one after another. After drilling out of the body, they didn't fly around but landed on the human-faced flying bug, devouring it greedily. Soon, the human-faced flying bug was gnawed until not even crumbs remained. Sighing, the anomaly sucked the densely packed black dots into its stomach. Unfortunately, the second test also failed, and soon the third round of pill testing arrived. This time, Li Fan still wasn't chosen. The anomaly took out 2 pink elixirs and fed them to the human-faced flying bug. Amidst a popping explosion, the human-faced flying bug turned into a cloud of pink smoke, and within the smoke screen, agonized human faces continuously surfaced. In the end, It was only when the anomaly inhaled the smoke while muttering that this eternal agony ended. At this time, Li Fan was the only one left in the demon refining tower, and the anomaly was about to use him to test the medicine. Just as the anomaly was about to use Li Fan for the next test, he calmly calls him Junior Brother Chong, and adds that he'd heard that the anomaly doesn't have enough alchemy materials. The anomaly's extended hand froze as he subconsciously nodded. The alchemy materials were indeed insufficient, and he hadn't been able to refine new elixirs for a long time. The anomaly words gradually trailed off as he stared at Li Fan for a moment, then suddenly became flustered and called Li Fan's senior brother. He quickly apologized and explained that he mistook Li Fan for a bug. Anyway, the moment he chose to release Li Fan, the restraints binding his body loosened, and immediately he regained control. Then, holding his head in panic, the anomaly was ashamed that he messed things up again. It was always like this, he can't refine elixirs well, and his cultivation progress was always slow, holding everyone back. But Li Fan calmly told him not to say that. The elixirs he refine have great effects, and everyone loves eating them. Upon hearing this, the anomaly suddenly lifted his head, surprise and joy filling his eyes. And although he was a bit skeptical, he was also genuinely happy that everyone really loved eating the elixirs he refined. Seeing this, Li Fan teases him, questioning if he didn't believe his senior brother's words. The anomaly quickly panicked and replied anxiously that he wholeheartedly believed what his senior brother said. But he had no more alchemy materials, so he can no longer refine the elixirs everyone loves to eat. Li Fan assured him that it doesn't matter. He should just refine him into an elixir, that way everyone will have elixirs to eat again. The anomaly was utterly astonished by this request as Li Fan continued, saying that although he joined the sect early, his talent was insufficient, and his cultivation base has always been very low. Their senior brothers and senior sisters were all fighting on the front lines, and only he was unable to help at all. Every time he thinks about this, his heart aches endlessly, and he hated his own incompetence. So, if he was refined into an elixir, he could still be of some help, more or less. With tears running down his cheeks, the anomaly realized that his senior brother was just like him. But Li Fan was much greater than him, willing to sacrifice himself to help their senior brothers and senior sisters on the front lines, whereas he only knew how to escape and hide in this tower. The anomaly suddenly grabbed his head in panic and stated that he absolutely cannot just watch his senior brother sacrifice himself. Then an unexpected realization struck him. He stated that he can refine elixirs for Li Fan, and as long as Li Fan eat them, his strength definitely won't be very low, and when the time comes, he can also go to the front lines to help. After all, when it comes to refining elixirs, it was what he was best at. The anomaly reached into the breast pocket of his robe and took out 2 golden elixirs. He offered them to Li Fan, who cautiously reached forward. But surprisingly, he did not take the golden pills, but loosened the robe of the anomaly. To his horror, there was nothing but a bloody hollow skeleton with faint traces of mangled flesh beneath the robe. Obviously, the anomaly had been using his own flesh and blood to refine elixirs. Li Fan couldn't help wondering if this entire anomaly was caught between life and death with clarity and confusion bound by obsession, only able to follow established rules, repeating in eternal cycles. After all, Qin Tang behaved in an ominous manner, and this bug Taoist was also doing the same, which means that things might not be as simple as it seems. When the bug anomaly offered the golden elixir to Li Fan once more, he declined it modestly, stating that his aptitude was too poor. He was also afraid even if he ate the elixir, his cultivation base wouldn't increase much. So he definitely cannot eat this elixir. Leaving it for their senior brothers and sisters with good aptitude in the future will be of greater use. However, he would like to ask his junior brother for a favor. Li Fan wondered if he would be willing to agree. The bug anomaly readily agreed to this assessment. His senior brother should just tell him whatever requests he had. Li Fan simply wants to learn that method of catching bugs from his junior brother. You see, anomalies have their own rules. If one does not follow the anomaly's rules, they will definitely die at the hands of the anomaly. But if one figures out the rules, not only can they remain safe and sound amidst the anomaly, they can also obtain various benefits from it. In Qin Tang's trials, if the results of all 3 trials are quite good, one can use a jug of good wine to ask Qin Tang for guidance before finally leaving. Qin Tang will also base it on the specific performance in the previous trials, either helping to raise one's cultivation base or imparting a cultivation method. And here with the bug Taoist, if one chooses to swallow the golden elixir, they can obtain the bug Taoist's alchemy method. It's just that this alchemy method is not the normal Tao of alchemy, but rather the Tao of bug elixirs. As more bug elixirs are refined, the alchemist will also gradually become just like the bug Taoist. At present, Li Fan was fully aware of this, so he did not choose the golden elixir as a reward, but instead chose another thing whose value is absolutely not inferior to the Tao of bug elixirs. But the bug anomaly seemed puzzled by this request because the bug binding net was just something he usually used for playing, so why did his senior brother want to learn this art? Li Fan explained that since their senior brothers were fighting on the front lines, it's inevitable that some blind bugs would definitely slip through and harass them. Although his strength was low, and he cannot personally go into battle to kill enemies, if he learns this bug binding art of the bug anomaly, he can also support from the sidelines, helping their senior brothers clean up all these eyesore bugs. The bug anomaly hadn't thought that the bug binding net could have this kind of use. So he now believes his senior brother was really smart, and even more determined to pass the bug binding method to Li Fan right away. Suddenly, to Li Fan's utter surprise, 2 pairs of transparent wings sprouted from the back of the bug anomaly. He then reached behind and tore a wing off, shocking a speechless Li Fan even further. With a slightly breathless demeanor, the bug anomaly offered it to Li Fan. The moment Li Fan touched the wing, it instantly impacted the innate divine power, the bug binding art, into his consciousness. Soon after, the transparent wings turned into waves of light and entered his body. And at the same time, it seemed as if countless intersecting fine lines had appeared in his heaven and earth. As long as the opponent's realm is lower than his, once the bug binding divine power is activated, Li Fan can instantly subdue them. Li Fan informed his junior brother that he had already learned the bug binding method. He will now head to the front lines to find their senior brothers, so his junior brother should take care of himself. The bug anomaly told Li Fan to be careful and must return safely. The moment Li Fan left, the look of concern on the bug Taoist slowly faded, and after an unknown amount of time, his default murmurs began to echo once more. Thus, his fellow disciples and senior sisters were all fighting on the front lines, and only he was unable to help at all. So he must refine more elixirs, only then can he improve their strength as much as possible. Meanwhile, exiting the demon refining tower, Li Fan sensed the location of Sikong-yi and Beilichin. They were already very close to the central core area of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, the Tai Hall. Surprisingly, they seemed to have stopped for some reason, and were only advancing toward the central area at a snail's pace. Li Fan immediately had a good idea of what was going on, so he hurried toward the direction of the two. As the scene shifted to the front view of the Tai Hall, Sikong-yi and Beilichin were breathlessly advancing towards the palace of the Tai Hall, moving on top of huge long swords embedded on the ground which formed a dense forest of blades overlapping and interlocking, one foot after the next in an extremely slow pace. In actuality, every sword they step on, a phantom of it will materialize and plunge straight into their hearts. Only by crossing this sword mound can they reach the Tai Hall. Anyway, as explained earlier, the two felt the pain with every step forward, and the phantom shadow corresponding to the broken sword beneath their feet would pierce through them. And although it doesn't cause actual physical damage, the pain was no different from having their heart pierced. With every step they take, they need to rest for a long time before they can continue moving forward. When it comes to Sikong-yi, since the thing he had painstakingly sought was right in front of him, within an easy reach, he vowed to persevere no matter how painful it was. When Li Fan showed up at the edge of the Sword Shadow's trail of the Tai Hall, both Sikong-yi and Beilichin were genuinely stunned, unable to comprehend just how Li Fan had managed to escape. In their eyes, it should be impossible because no one had been able to come out of that hellhole alive. Li Fan, with his arms leisurely folded, relished in their discomfort for a moment before confidently taking a step forward. And right on cue, a phantom blade pierced him through his heart. It was just as the rumors in his previous life stated. The sword shadows piercing the heart won't cause injury, but the pain was no different from having their heart actually pierced. If one cannot withstand the pain and falls off the sword hilt, they won't die, but will simply be teleported back to the starting point to begin again. But if one tries to fly over the sword forest, then they will get to experience exactly what it feels like to have their heart pierced by 10,000 swords. Li Fan immediately activated his blue flame phantom spirit, and with the blessing of this art, his body temperature was extremely low. Although he still felt the pain, he could maintain absolute calmness, and no external objects could interfere with him. As Li Fan quickly took a couple steps forward without showing any trace of discomfort, Sikong-yi and Beilichin couldn't help yelling in shock, questioning if Li Fan was even human. They immediately pick up the pace, forgoing the pain in their hearts. They needed to hurry and couldn't let Li Fan catch up. It took less than no time for them to be pierced with numerous phantom swords like a pincushion. Yet as they began screaming and cursing with every step, they were also anxious because Li Fan was right on their tail and closing in like fast. Fortunately, they both made it to the other side first and immediately tumbled over in utter exhaustion. Yet with Li Fan still relentlessly closing in from behind, they had no chance to rest. In haste, Bailey Chen took out a blue token from his robe and shouted toward Tai Hall that he was the 165th generation personal disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, Bailey Chen, and was requesting an audience with Ancestor Tai. Hearing this, Li Fan suddenly stopped advancing, his eyes fixed sharply ahead. He curiously questioned how it was even possible, because not far ahead, the magnificent Tai Hall seemed to awaken, trembling violently as it slowly lifted into the air. The ground beneath began to quake, for pillar-like legs extended from beneath the Tai Hall and slammed heavily into the earth. A monstrous head appeared like a phantom manifestation, emerging before their very eyes. All the broken swords there trembled continuously. With a thunderous, otherworldly roar, an enormous turtle revealed itself, bearing the Tai Hall upon its back. As the giant turtle continued to bellow, two immense blue serpents slithered out from the hall. One extended forward and coiled around the turtle's head, while the other stretched backward with its jaws wide open, forming the creature's tail. As if the sheer visual shock of this turtle-snake monstrosity weren't enough, what Li Fan saw upon its body made his scalp tingle. Every inch of the creature's massive form was pierced by shattered swords. They were embedded so densely that it was impossible to count how many blades had been driven into its flesh. Li Fan was utterly amazed and completely puzzled by this sight. After all, this was the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace's ancestor. And for all these countless years, was he still alive? Or has he, just like Qin Tang and the Bug Taoist, become an anomaly? In his previous life, there were absolutely no rumors about this ancestor Tai. Li Fan decided to simply observe the situation from a distance first before approaching. Ancestor Tai reiterated Bailey Chen's name and asked once more if he was indeed a personal disciple of his Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Both Sikongyi and Bailey Chen had already dropped to their knees before Bailey Chen reported to Ancestor Tai that he belongs to the Fuyun lineage. The eyes of Ancestor Tai seemed to see through Bailey Chen, and after what looked like him recalling a memory of Fuyun, he stated that Bailey Chen did indeed have the aura of Fuyun's lineage. So, that kid, being Fuyun, still has descendants living in this world. After a moment of coming to terms with this news, Ancestor Tai asked Bailey Chen what his purpose was for awakening him. Bailey Chen respectfully wishes to beseech the ancestor to bestow him the Cloudwater map record. Ancestor Tai lifted his turtle head, reiterated what he just heard and asked what the Cloudwater map record was. But after racking his brain for a while, he remembered and said it was nothing major. He added that back then, Han Hai once said that this item could only be given to a disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. And since Bailey Chen was a descendant of Fuyun, then giving it to him doesn't seem to be wrong either. Delighted and grateful, Bailey Chen thanked Ancestor Tai. However, in that very moment, Li Fan suddenly interrupted them, puzzling Ancestor Tai and surprising the hell out of both Sikongyi and Bailey Chen. They gritted their teeth in annoyance and impatience. Li Fan paid them no mind and said he was also a personal disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. He also wished to beseech the ancestor to bestow him the Cloudwater map record. As Li Fan activated the Cloudwater illusory dream art, Sikongyi could no longer hide his contempt and calls him a fraud. After all, the disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had long since perished, but he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, realizing the inappropriateness of his next words. Beside him, Bailey Chen turned his attention back towards Ancestor Tai, claiming through his gritted teeth that Li Fan was absolutely not a direct disciple. The tortoise snake ancestor, however, paid no attention to Bailey Chen's words, but carefully discerned the aura of the cultivation technique circulating on Li Fan's body. It was the Cloudwater illusionary dream technique. His ferocious face relaxed somewhat as he casually stated how he never expected that Qin brat to have a successor. But this was good. Very good indeed. Li Fan confirmed this assessment since his cultivation technique was personally taught to him by his senior brother Qin Tang. So naturally, he can be considered a disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Completely surprised by this, both Sikongyi and Bailey Chen's face immediately darkened. They stared intently at Li Fan, their eyes surging with killing intent. But Li Fan, sensing this rapidly expanding killing intent emanating from the two, merely smiled slightly in response. Anyway, since Li Fan was a personal disciple and Bailey Chen was a direct disciple, and they both want the Cloudwater map record, this suddenly became a dilemma for Ancestor Tai. The tortoise snake ancestor was somewhat bewildered, its gaze shifting back and forth between Li Fan and Bailey Chen. After a while, its slow-thinking mind finally came up with a solution. Since this was the case, then according to the sex rules, the two should spar with each other, and whoever wins also wins the Cloudwater map record. The tortoise snake ancestor seemed quite satisfied with this idea and shook its body, stretching its stiff form. Countless broken swords flew from its body, piercing the ground around Li Fan and Bailey Chen, leaving only a blank area in the center, forming a natural arena. Ancestor Tai reminded the two that the disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace respect and love one another, so they should be careful to stop before anyone gets seriously hurt. When Ancestor Tai told them to begin, Li Fan assured him not to worry, he would definitely spare junior brother Bailey's life. Bailey Chin didn't reply, but the killing intent in his eyes had already reached its peak. Above his head, 21 constantly spinning blue water swords suddenly appeared, forming a sword array. They roared towards Li Fan in an instant, and Ancestor Tai recognized it as the sea-calming sword art. It wasn't bad, and although Bailey Chin had already mastered 21 sword strokes, it wasn't far from major completion. Li Fan simply stretched out his right hand and activated the bug-binding method. Suddenly, as if grabbed and trapped by an invisible giant net, Bailey Chin was instantly bound in the air, unable to move, and his 21 water swords also dissipated mid-flight. Ancestor Tai, who had been asleep for thousands of years, was now enthusiastically giving his explanation. Although his seemingly rusty mind made his explanations always a beat behind, he clearly recalled this as the little bug's bug-binding art. And to think it was actually passed on to an outsider, it was a bit unexpected. As the tortoise snake ancestor explained, Si Kongyi showed an expression of utter shock. He naturally knew what method had so easily subdued Bailey Chin. It was clearly the same method used by the strange Taoist in the demon refining tower. Escaping from that strange Taoist was one thing, but to actually learn his innate divine power, could Li Fan really be a disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace? Otherwise, all of this was inexplicable. However, the disciples of this sect had clearly all perished in the Great Calamity thousands of years ago. So who exactly was Li Fan? Endless doubts and fear surged in the hearts of both Bailey Chin and Si Kongyi, and in that moment, they judged Li Fan to be too mysterious. If they fall into his hands, their demise was inevitable. Looking at Li Fan feigning that kind expression, the two couldn't help but shudder. They needed to escape, and so, under the watchful eyes of the tortoise snake ancestor and Li Fan, a bizarre scene unfolded. Bailey Chun, who had been immobilized by the bug-binding method, shifted his form in a flash, becoming Si Kongyi, and Si Kongyi, who had been watching from the sidelines, now resembled Bailey Chin. Not only did their appearances change, their auras, cultivation levels, and even Li Fan's lock-on through the formless killing intent were all instantly swapped. Li Fan was utterly gobsmacked, but then he heard Bailey Chin shout, declaring that his skills were inferior, so he gracefully admit defeat. He conceded and yielded the Cloudwater map record to his senior brother. Bailey Chin then asked Ancestor Tai to send him out of this Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Though a bit surprised that Bailey Chin wants to leave so suddenly, the tortoise snake ancestor didn't hesitate to grant him this request. Amidst the tortoise snake monster sigh, a layer of blue light enveloped Bailey Chin. His body twisted, and he glared hatefully at Li Fan before vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Si Kongyi, who had been bound by Li Fan, instantly lost his life. And under his gaze, he slowly turned to ashes similar to what happened in the demon refining tower not long ago. In Li Fan's perception, the two were desperately trying to escape, but with the formless killing intent locked on them, unless the distance was extremely great, they couldn't escape his grasp. Not in a hurry to chase, Li Fan instead questioned the tortoise snake ancestor before him, wanting to know which technique his junior brother Bailey Chun just used for that form-shifting position exchange, and also claimed it's quite miraculous. After stating that it looks familiar, Ancestor Tai adds that he'd heard of it somewhere before, but he was getting old and his memory wasn't so good, so he can't remember. Anyway, he will hand over the Cloudwater map while he still remembers. The snake which had coiled around Tai's head opened its mouth, and a miniature Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, radiating a multicolored light, slowly flew to Li Fan, and as he grabbed hold of it, hovering in his hand, he couldn't help but be somewhat astonished. After all, this miniature model of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was worth 100,000 contribution points. Moreover, it also contains a trace of preserved divine consciousness left behind by the disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace back then. Li Fan then asked Ancestor Tai to send him out of this Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, adding that he still had matters to settle with his junior brother Bailey Chin. Ancestor Tai had the same reaction as when he had sent Bailey Chin away earlier, commenting the same way too, before granting Li Fan's request. So, back on the Tsongyun Sea, Li Fan followed the locked position of the formless killing intent and chased after Si Kongyi and Bailey Chin. The formless killing intent that had been hidden and unreleased suddenly activated. Li Fan could feel the two were hindered and their speed had drastically decreased. He then circulated the shadow-following art, continuously accelerating his speed, and soon caught up to them. As the two, In utter shock, saw Li Fan approaching at a rapid pace. Si Kongyi couldn't help questioning just who exactly Li Fan was. They've already yielded the Cloudwater map record to him, so why was he still relentlessly hounding them? He was too bizarre for a person, and their only option was to split up and escape using a teleportation scroll. But just as the two were about to enact on this plan, Li Fan activated his soul-locking chain, and with a gentle toss, black chain rapidly extended from around his hand and bind both Si Kongyi and Bailey Chen with lightning speed. The chain suddenly contracted and Bailey Chen, who was fleeing at breakneck speed, suddenly got pulled back towards Si Kongyi. The soul-locking chain was a Dharma artifact. Li Fan spent 958 contribution points to have it custom-made by a Foundation Establishment stage weapon refiner from the Myriad Immortals Alliance. And once the two were linked by the chains, they couldn't stray too far from each other. With the two locked together, Li Fan took out another array diagram, the cyan with purple fire array. It cost a full 1,500 contribution points. Its power was immense, and once activated, most chi refining stage cultivators wouldn't last more than a few seconds before turning to ashes. Si Kongyi, after realizing that every move Li Fan showed that he had planned this all along, angrily asked who the hell Li Fan really was once more. Li Fan replied that who he was didn't matter, because having snatched their opportunity, it was impossible for him to let them go. And right now, he was more curious as to how many times Si Kongyi can come back from the dead. So, with the talisman in hand, Li Fan ignored Si Kongyi's curses and activated the cyan with purple fire formation, burning him into ash amidst his screams of agony. However, no strange phenomena appeared in the sky above. Then, the scene Li Fan had anticipated appeared. Beside Bailey Chen, a phantom slowly emerged. Anyway, after a moment of writhing, the phantom gradually solidified, and Si Kongyi seemed to have been resurrected again. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, a bit incredulous with the sight, and activated the Great Formation once more. Screams echoed continuously, and Si Kongyi died once more under the burning of the cyan with purple fire formation. After this resurrection, then another, Li Fan finally discovered some clues in it. Every time Si Kongyi revives, his cultivation level drops accordingly, plummeting from the late stage of chi condensation to the mid-stage, then to only the early stage of chi refining. Anyway, as Si Kongyi begs Li Fan to stop the torture, and claimed to tell him whatever he wants to know, Li Fan seemed to understand something. He can no longer revive, and if Li Fan continued to activate the spell formation, both he and Bailey Chen would die. The cultivation method he practiced was the heaven-stealing sun-swapping art, which allows for the creation of an avatar. And unlike an external avatar, this avatar has its own unique appearance: aura, soul, realm, and cultivation base. When creating an avatar, if one adds the bones of a deceased cultivator, or mixes in the essence blood of a living cultivator, one can strip away a portion of the talent, providence, and the like that originally belonged to the other party, and graft them onto the avatar. Si Kongyi accidentally discovered the corpse of a Cloudwater Heavenly Palace disciple and created this avatar, which he named Bailey Chen. And through this avatar, not only did he obtain a cultivation method called Si Calming Divine Sword, he also learned some secrets from the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace of the past. Later, Si Kongyi discovered that the item with a bounty of up to 100,000 contribution points, being the Cloudwater map record, was right inside the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. So when the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace reappeared, he rushed over immediately. Si Kongyi originally wanted to obtain the Cloudwater map record and earn the 100,000 contribution points, so his path of cultivation would be smooth sailing from then on. But he didn't expect to run into Li Fan. Si Kongyi asked once more, wanting to know just who exactly was Li Fan, and how did he notice him? Li Fan simply chuckled and stated that Si Kongyi had no right to ask him questions. Si Kongyi faced another round of death, and this time around, it was his last. And Bailey Chen, after Si Kongyi's death, also turned to dust and completely disappeared from the world. Anyway, just as in previous lifetimes when a cultivator loses their Dao, it was announced that a chi condensation cultivator, Si Kongyi, cultivated the Dao for 35 years. In the Zhongyun Sea region, he was slain by a chi condensation cultivator, Li Fan. Also, a chi condensation cultivator, Bailey Chen, cultivated the Dao for 3 years. In the Zhongyun Sea region, was also slain by a chi condensation cultivator, Li Fan. Now his body perished and Dao vanished, returning the Dao to the heavens. Where Si Kongyi disappeared, a black token floated silently in the air. Li Fan picked up the token, and a message immediately appeared in his mind. The one who holds this token shall rule the heaven-stealing and sun-swapping sect. The heaven-stealing sun-swapping sect is a secretive sect that has existed in the world since ancient times. The heaven-stealing sun-swapping sect does not have a fixed sect base, and often there is only one person in each generation. This heaven-stealing sun-swapping token was created thousands of years ago by the sect's 38th generation sect leader, Sikongyue. This token has endless marvelous uses. Not only does it have an extremely spacious storage space, after being refined, the token can be freely transferred between the main body and the avatar, ignoring the limits of spatial distance. Most importantly, through the heaven-stealing sun-swapping token, she transferred the life essence of the avatar and even the main body entirely onto the token. As long as the token is not destroyed, even if the main body and the avatar are killed, they can construct a new body by consuming the essence blood accumulated in the token during ordinary times, thereby achieving resurrection. Over thousands of years, relying on this bizarre token and the avatar switching method, the members of the heaven-stealing sun-swapping sect could retreat unscathed from any perilous situation. However, the heaven-stealing sun-swapping art is not perfect and has certain fatal flaws. For example, the main body and the avatar cannot be too far apart. The further the avatar and the main body are separated, the more severely the avatar's strength will drop. If it exceeds the limit, it will only retain the lowest cultivation base of the chi condensation initial stage. Also, because the life essence is maintained on the token, when members of the heaven-stealing sun-swapping sect die, a portion of their remnant souls will be bound inside the token, unable to be freed. These remnant souls often retain some important memory fragments from when they were alive. In moments of crisis, they can even be released by the token's master to confront enemies. Li Fan used his divine sense to enter the token, but the massive storage space was completely empty. Only Sikong-yi and another remnant soul with an unclear face were wandering aimlessly within it. Li Fan's divine sense transformed into a giant hand, grabbing these two remnant souls to read their still remaining memories. Li Fan also finally figured out why this heaven-stealing sun-swapping sect, with a legacy of 1,000 years, had fallen to such a desolate state. The cause of the matter has to start from Sikong-yi's nominal master, Sikong-bo. In a distant continent, a foundation establishment stage cultivator, Sikong-bo, planned to gather materials to re-refine his avatar. In a wilderness mountain village, he met a little child of 5 or 6 years old. The little child possessed a natural immortal physique. And not only was his physical strength boundless, his cultivation speed was shockingly fast. At this age, he was already at the peak of chi condensation, preparing for foundation establishment. After observing in secret for a while, Sikong-bo discovered that this little child's luck was even more incredible. Every time he went hunting alone in the deep mountains, he would bring back various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If he could strip away this little child's providence, the avatar created would definitely be extraordinary. Thus, one night, Sikong-bo took advantage of the little child's deep sleep to try and steal his essence blood. Unexpectedly, this little child had already been marked by a nascent soul mighty figure. This nascent soul mighty figure was nearing his great limit, feeling hopeless about achieving a breakthrough. Thus, he was searching everywhere for a target to possess. He just so happened to find this exceptionally gifted little child. He adopted an extreme method, transforming himself into a wondrous item of heaven and earth, waiting for the little child to reach foundation establishment so he could perfectly merge with him as one. As Sikong-bo tried to take the little child's essence blood, the nascent soul mighty figure immediately became furious and revealed his true form, which was a green willow, intending to strike Sikong-bo dead on the spot. One was a wondrous item of heaven and earth transformed from a nascent soul cultivator, its strength greatly reduced. The other, although only at the foundation establishment cultivation base, possessed the legacy of a 1,000-year-old secretive sect, with endless methods at his disposal. After a prolonged entanglement, both were heavily injured. Right at this moment, the little child suddenly appeared. His expression was cold and stern, completely different from the innocent 5 or 6-year-old child from before. His entire cultivation base had already reached the limit of chi condensation. And as long as he had a wondrous item of heaven and earth, he could step into the foundation establishment realm at any time. The green willow vaguely felt something was wrong. It wanted to escape, but it was already too late. During these days, while it was slumbering, various restriction seals had long been placed on its body by the little child, and now they suddenly activated. The little child immediately sucked the green willow into his body, refining it in an instant. Seeing this scene, Sikong-bo, terrified, turned to flee, and naturally the little child refused to let him go. Although the little child had just entered the foundation establishment stage, his every movement faintly carried the demeanor of a grandmaster. Every move and stance accurately hit Sikong-bo's vital points. Furthermore, he seemed to be quite familiar with Sikong-bo's background. The two chased each other all the way. Sikong-bo was heavily injured and driven to a dead end. Thus, he had no choice but to release all the remnant souls of past sect elders stored in the heaven-stealing sun-swapping token, hoping to delay the child for a moment. Those remnant souls indeed caused some interference for the little child, allowing Sikongbo to escape far away. Terrified out of his wits, Sikongbo fled frantically all the way to the remote Songyun Sea region. From afar, he saw a bolt of purple heavenly thunder descend from the sky, striking all the remnant souls until they dispersed into ash and smoke. However, his injuries were too severe. Not long after staying in the Songyun Sea, his great limit was approaching. Before dying, Sikongbo found Sikongyi and took him as his disciple. He only hastily handed over the heaven-stealing sun-swapping art and the token to him before he perished. If it weren't for Li Fan, Sikongyi would have successfully obtained the Cloudwater map record and exchanged it for 100,000 contribution points. Then, through an ultra-long distance teleportation formation, he would have left the Songyun Sea before anyone could react. Or perhaps he never left the Songyun Sea at all. He just teleported away in front of everyone, then returned somewhere in the Songyun Sea using the heaven-stealing sun-swapping art. An excellent method, and perhaps Li Fan can also do this in this lifetime. After all, the temptation of 100,000 contribution points was simply too great. There's another point worth noting. According to the memories from just now, a person can be refined into a wondrous item of heaven and earth. Or rather, many wondrous items of heaven and earth are transformed from fallen cultivators. After a cultivator perishes, the so-called return the Tao to the heavens was not just empty talk. A cultivator's Tao, after undergoing heaven and earth's transformation, forms various extraordinary wondrous items and reappears between heaven and earth. In life, immortal techniques cannot be cultivated by more than one person. After death, their use must still be maximized. This is the attitude of this heaven and earth towards the multitude of cultivators. The harvest from this trip to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was too great, to the point of being a bit overwhelming. Li Fan needed to spend some time returning to Wanxian Island to digest it all properly. So as he returned to Wanxian Island through the teleportation formation, the news of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace's appearance had already spread. The intel sold by Zhao Shiyuan only contained information related to the first trial of Qintang's trials. However, because it was first-hand intel, it still sold at the high price of 30 contribution points per copy. Cultivators eagerly bought it, allowing Zhao Shiyuan to make a huge profit. Li Fan returned to the Tianxian Mirror and began tallying this time's harvest. The Cloudwater illusory dream art imparted by Qintang, the Bug Taoist bug binding divine power, and the Cloudwater map record, as well as the sea-calming divine sword, the heaven-stealing sun-swapping art, and the heaven-stealing sun-swapping token obtained from Sikongyi. The Cloudwater illusory dream art has endless wondrous uses. It will be of great use in Li Fan's upcoming plans, so he decided to cultivate it. As for these things from Sikongyi, one being the sea-calming divine sword which allows one to cultivate all the way to the golden core realm. Cultivated to completion, one can condense 108 sea-calming swords within the Dantian. Against a single target, 100 swords can be fired simultaneously. Against a group, they can form the sea-calming sword formation. It was a top-tier killing cultivation method, and its power is impressive, but there was no rush to cultivate it. It was currently Li Fan's 12th anchor year after all. In the previous life, Qian boiled the sea in his 31st anchor year. Previously, Li Fan was still hesitating whether he should participate in this event. Now, blessed with this fated chance, if he used his avatar and the Cloudwater illusory dream art, even if he flees to a distant continent, it doesn't mean he can't stir up a storm in the Songyun Sea. And finally, there's the Cloudwater map record. If it weren't for the fact that he personally obtained this from Tai's hands, he probably wouldn't fully believe that this was the legendary Cloudwater map record either. Perhaps there really are secrets hidden inside. But if he can't decipher them, keeping it in his hands was no different from garbage. It was still most appropriate to exchange it for 100,000 contribution points. It would be too conspicuous for his main body to hand it in, and Li Fan still need to cultivate an avatar first. Fortunately, most of the materials for refining an avatar were not considered expensive. So after everything was prepared, he left Wanxian Island and followed Sikongyi's memories to the uninhabited island, where he refined his avatar. On the way, he unexpectedly encountered Zhao Shiyuan. Li Fan immediately used a form-hiding talisman to conceal his figure and aura, before questioning what he was doing. Completely startled, Zhao Shiyuan in that moment mistakenly took Li Fan as Sikongyi, so he acted the part which, to be honest, was perfect for him. Previously, Zhao Shiyuan had sent people to sneakily follow him and Bailey Qin, just so he could infiltrate his cave abode while he was away. Zhao Shiyuan nervously claimed it was all a misunderstanding, and tried to weasel his way out of this predicament. He also tried to inquire where Bailichin was. But Li Fan didn't answer, and directly took out the cyan wood purple fire array diagram, enveloping Zhao Shiyuan. Purple flames flashed, and Zhao Shiyuan turned to ashes amidst his screams. There was a smell in the air similar to scorched wood. Sure enough, it was still a puppet, just as Li Fan expected. Anyway, flying onto the uninhabited island, Li Fan stopped in front of a completely ordinary-looking coconut tree. Touching it lightly with his aura verified, he felt a wave of suction. Letting go of his resistance, he was able to enter the tree. But calling it a cave abode was a stretch because it was actually extremely crude. However, Li Fan was just borrowing this place for a bit, so he didn't need to be too particular. He took out all the necessary materials, held his breath, concentrated, and began to refine. For refining an avatar this time, he didn't plan to expend much effort to strip away another cultivator's destiny. Because in his plan, this avatar was just used to deceive the world, attract everyone's attention, and get his hands on the 100,000 contribution points. His bones, organs, skin, hair, they all slowly took shape. And following that, he adjusted the avatar's appearance. A moment later, a face with a vacant expression appeared before his eyes. Li Fan was actually impressed because for the first time refining an avatar, it wasn't bad. The next step, which happens to be the final step, was to sever the connection between the avatar's destiny and its source. So with that, the avatar finally became its own independent entity. And his first thoughts were of how having an extra body meant having an entirely new perspective. It was truly a somewhat wondrous feeling. The clone greeted the original, and after a while of manipulating it, Li Fan gradually adapted and instructed it. From then on, the clone shall be called Lin Fan. Obviously, the avatar Lin Fan had no issue with this and was fully on board. Lin Fan was one minor realm lower than the original. He only had a mid-stage of chi condensation cultivation base. After handing the Cloudwater map record to Lin Fan, he controlled him to join the Myriad Immortals alliance. The two returned to Wanxian Island separately, and in the eyes of outsiders, they had never made contact. Lin Fan entered the Tianxian Mirror, took out the Cloudwater map record, and selected to complete the 100,000 contribution point mission. However, the Tianxian Mirror, unable to distinguish the authenticity of the Cloudwater map record, asked Lin Fan if he could wait for the mission publisher, and also accept the request to visit his space in the Tianxian Mirror. When Lin Fan agreed to this request, an elderly man in a white robe appeared before him a moment later, and strangely enough, he exuded no aura of a cultivator whatsoever, appearing like an ordinary mortal. When Lin Fan greeted the white-haired old guy, he chuckled in response and told him that there was no need to be so formal. He was just an old man who should have died but hadn't. Lin Fan found the white-haired old guy somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he had seen him before. And on top of that, he couldn't sense the slightest aura of a cultivator from him. He seemed like an ordinary mortal, but Lin Fan had no doubt that his cultivation base was too high, far exceeding the range he can sense at the moment. The white-haired old guy then asked to confirm if Lin Fan was the one responsible for handing in the Cloudwater map record. Lin Fan gave a slight nod, then handed over the 7-colored model. The white-haired old man took the miniature cloud and water heavenly palace, examining it carefully, his eyes filled with endless nostalgia. Seemingly lost in memories, the old man's eyes became somewhat cloudy as he made a comment, and Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the old man's words. Standing silently to the side, not daring to move. And judging from his words, this old man was actually of the same generation as the tortoise snake ancestor Tai. The destruction of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was an event that occurred countless years ago. But to think this old guy had actually lived from back then until now was nothing short of incredible. However, after the Great Calamity, cultivators were generally targeted by the malice of heaven and earth. They could no longer live as long as the ancient cultivators. Living 1,000 years was already extremely difficult. So just what kind of cultivation base could allow him to live so long? Afterward, the white-haired old guy asked Lin Fan what the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was like nowadays. Lin Fan gave a detailed description of Qintang, who turned into a stone statue, the bug Taoist who uses himself for refining elixirs, and Tai, who was covered in broken swords. The white-haired old man gave a helpless sigh. If it weren't for special reasons preventing him from entering the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, he wouldn't have just stood by and watched them suffer. Regardless, being able to emerge alive from the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, Lin Fan certainly had some sense of shrewdness. Lin Fan replied modestly that he was just lucky. The old man approvingly glanced at Lin Fan before stating that he had another request and was wondering if he would be willing. Lin Fan told him to speak freely. The white-haired old man took out a small white jade statue and handed it to Lin Fan. This white jade statue had no special aura, It seemed to be just carved from ordinary jade. And the statue's appearance was exactly the same as the white-haired old man in front of him. The request was simple. When Lin Fan has time, he should make another trip to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace for him and leave the white jade statue there. Since he cannot personally enter the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, he will use this statue to accompany them in his place. And as for the reward, the white-haired old man pondered for a moment, then pointed towards Lin Fan's forehead. Instantly, countless pieces of information flooded Lin Fan's mind. Even with Lin Fan's mid-stage qi refining spiritual power, he felt dizzy and his head was throbbing. By the time he recovered his senses, the old man's figure had long disappeared from the Tianshan mirror. The 100,000 contribution points have naturally been credited to his account, but Lin Fan didn't expect the old man to give an extra reward, the heavenly medical immortal scripture. This was not some cultivation method, but a medical scripture. The amount of information was so massive that he estimated that just reading through it once will take at least over a dozen years. It not only contains knowledge researching human physiology, pathology, diagnostics, treatment, and pharmacology. The subjects of research even encompass all kinds of animals and plants between heaven and earth. It can be called all-inclusive and having everything. This vast and precious treasure trove of knowledge, the old man actually just casually passed it to him. Though it was a good thing, unfortunately, it takes too much energy to learn. Lin Fan can only put it aside for now, but he dare not neglect the old man's commission. After all, the big shot even gave the reward in advance, so he made another trip to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Lin Fan originally thought that upon entering again, he would re-experience senior brother Qintang's illusion trial. He didn't expect to appear directly in front of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace's main gate. Perhaps it was because of this white jade statue that he didn't enter Qintang's illusion. The moment Lin Fan took out the statue, it flew high into the sky on its own, and like melting ice and snow, slowly dissolved and disappeared. After waiting for a moment, no strange phenomenon happened inside the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. A bit skeptical, Lin Fan couldn't help wondering if the mission was considered complete, simply because it was a bit too straightforward and smooth. He didn't even know what that statue was useful for. Anyway, unable to see any hidden profoundness, Lin Fan could only choose to leave. Returning inside the Tianshan mirror, he looked at his balance of 100,000 contribution points and fell into deep thought. Originally, Lin Fan planned for his avatar to get the 100,000 contribution points, directly exchange for the required cultivation methods and treasures, and then hand them over to his main body. But after seeing this white-haired old man, Lin Fan dispelled this idea. From the looks of it at the moment, it was best for the avatar and the main body to not have any connection. Although the avatar cannot buy things for the main body, these 100,000 contribution points will not just rot in the avatar's hands. After all, in this world, the most precious things are all kinds of knowledge, including cultivation methods. While the avatar browses through various knowledge, it was equivalent to the main body reading it at the same time. So Lin Fan controlled the avatar to buy a lot of relevant information about the cultivation world and started memorizing it. And his main body took advantage of the night to arrive at Liuli Island through the teleportation formation. He Jinghao should have gone to explore the cave abode and hasn't returned yet. Li Fan hid his figure and quietly arrived at the home of Zhang Haobo, the captain of the Zhongyuan ship. At this time, there were still 19 years until the Crimson Flame Burning Sea. Now that the avatar has been completely refined, some setups can already be laid out in advance. Looking at the sleeping Zhang Haobo, Li Fan activated the Cloudwater Illusionary Dream technique. Zhang Haobo jolted awake from a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. He gasped for breath, the fear still lingering in his heart. It took him a long time to regain his senses, staring blankly at his surroundings. He couldn't help wondering if everything he dreamed of was all just a terrible nightmare. But how could there be a dream that real? In the dream, while out at sea fishing one time, he fished up a corpse. Along with the remains was a book. Even after being soaked in seawater for a long time, the handwriting on it was still clearly visible. The manual was the Sea-Calming Divine Sword. It was exactly by relying on this cultivation method that his cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds in just over a dozen years in the dream, going all the way from immortal Zhang Haobo cultivated to the late stage of qi condensation. Originally, he had hoped for foundation establishment, but he never expected that in the sky above the Zhongyuan Sea, a crimson transparent figure abruptly appeared. In its hand, a seemingly weak flame was dancing. But it was precisely this flame that, over the following 10 years, slowly boiled the entire Zhongyuan Sea dry. Zhang Haobo's family and friends, his hometown, everything around him was completely destroyed by it. The Zhongyuan Sea became a deadly terrain, impossible to enter or exit. Billowing raging flames descended from the sky, burning Wanxian Island to ashes. The nightmare ended there. Zhang Haobo couldn't calm down for a while, his mind reeling, wondering if what he dreamt was just that, a dream. And even if it was, how could he, a mortal, have such a clear dream about Wanxian Island, the Tianxian Mirror, and these things that didn't even exist in his imagination before, even the cultivation techniques and so on. Zhang Haobo's eyes widened. The cultivation techniques of the sea-calming divine sword instantly appeared in his mind. Every word was crystal clear. In that moment, Zhang Haobo was certain. It wasn't just a dream but memories, meaning he'd been reborn. He had read many supernatural tales, including stories of people being reborn decades in the past after death. He never imagined it would actually happen to him. Took Zhang Haobo a long time to calm down. He tried hard to recall the scenes from his past life. Unfortunately, perhaps because the crimson figure was too terrifying and had almost completely occupied his mind, he only vaguely remembered some major events. But that was enough. He looked back at his still sleeping wife, his eyes hardening. There were still more than 10 years until that tragedy occurred. If he prepared early and laid an ambush, he could definitely kill that crimson figure, protecting his family and his hometown. The rebirth that Zhang Haobo thinks he's experiencing is naturally the effect of Li Fan's Cloudwater illusory dream art. But based on the future he actually experienced, this fabricated dream was more than enough to fool a mortal. It was a pity that Li Fan's current cultivation was still shallow, and the illusory dream he constructed still has considerable flaws. In order to increase the credibility of the dream, he even went all out and brought out the sea-calming divine sword that had been watered down to the foundation establishment stage. This was all to make Zhang Haobo, in his stead, push the Myriad Immortals Alliance to fight against Qian. Of course, to prevent Zhang Haobo from being frightened by Qian's strength and choosing to run away directly. Li Fan also gave him psychological suggestions in the dream, making him develop a sense of responsibility to prevent the tragedy for the sake of his family and companions. At the same time, he also modified Qian's strength, making him appear no longer so invincible, but capable of being defeated. Looking at it now, the effect was not bad. In the future, Li Fan will have to come over every once in a while to reinforce it with the Cloudwater illusory dream art. Li Fan used the formless killing intent to secretly lock onto Zhang Haobo, preventing him from slipping away quietly. Then, he prepared to return to Wanxian Island. Under the cover of night, most of the residents of Liuli Island had fallen asleep, and the island was shrouded in darkness. Only one house remained brightly lit, but the courtyard was filled with white mourning banners. Li Fan had visited that residence before. It was the former home of Steward Zhao, who was in charge of finances on Liuli Island. So Li Fan casually scanned it with his divine sense. His figure suddenly stopped, hovering in mid-air, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He landed in Steward Zhao's courtyard and entered the morning hall. Steward Zhao, dressed in mourning clothes, knelt before the memorial tablet. Li Fan stared blankly at the words on the tablet, which was the memorial tablet of the late immortal master He Jinghao. Li Fan wasn't exactly shocked, but rather incredibly puzzled. He Jinghao was dead, and he couldn't help but ask Steward Zhao. Steward Zhao, startled for a moment there, immediately turned around and respectfully replied that it was said that immortal Master He encountered a trap while exploring a cave and unfortunately perished. It has been 56 days since then. And Li Fan couldn't help but recall He Jinghao's message. It just so happens that a few friends recently discovered an ancient immortal cave and invited him to explore it with them. According to them, this cave must have been sealed before the Great Tribulation descended. There were bound to be many rare treasures inside, and perhaps even numerous cultivation methods. In his previous life, Li Fan only encountered He Jinghao more than 10 years later. Back then, he was still alive and well. He never expected that He Jinghao would actually perish. That was to say, in the past life, he simply didn't participate in the cave exploration. The reason for this change was the contribution points he'd accumulated for half his life being completely lost all at once. In order to switch to a nascent soul method, he decided to take a gamble, and the reason he lost all his belongings was that the island-producing spirit mistgrass was destroyed by that exotic beast, the dragon whale, making him think he had a chance to make a huge profit. Which means that, in the past life, none of these things happened. Then what was the reason that led to the exotic beast attack? Li Fan once found many incompletely digested lioli pearls in the dragon whale's stomach. Lioli pearls were the main material for refining lioli pills. After consuming a lioli pill, it can produce an effect similar to spirit enlightenment. This exotic beast, the dragon whale, gradually developed sentience because it devoured a large number of lioli pearls. By a fated chance, it came across the island where the spirit mistgrass was planted. The spirit mistgrass must have had some kind of benefit for it. So the dragon whale brazenly launched a surprise attack and devoured most of the spirit mistgrass on the island. And the reason it could devour a large number of lily pearls was because in his past life, when he transformed into Songhai and passed by, he once saw the enormous skeleton of a lily fish. Among the bones, a giant lily pearl shone in the sunlight. Thus, in this life, when passing by, Li Fan conveniently slaughtered that lily fish leader. Without their leader, the school of lily fish was like a host of dragons without a head, and could only be devoured by the dragon whale without any resistance. So to say, it was his unintentional action back then that led to He Jinghao's death. In fact, it wasn't just He Jinghao alone. Li Fan killed the Lioli fish leader, causing the school of Lioli fish to be unable to cope with the predation of other creatures, thereby leading the dragon whale to devour a large number of Lioli pearls and develop sentience. The dragon whale that developed sentience destroyed all the spirit mist grass on an island in order to improve its cultivation base. The spirit mist grass was destroyed, and with someone secretly adding fuel to the fire, it caused countless people to lose their fortunes. The final result was the premature deaths of several Foundation establishment cultivators. These events were like interlocking shackles. At first, they were lightly locked, then each link tightened more and more, until finally, once the deadly chain was formed, it was impossible to break free. Li Fan couldn't help but feel his heart surge with emotion, his thoughts swirling. So it turns out that even Foundation establishment cultivators were so easy to kill, implying that this was the correct way to use the heaven and earth killing intent. Inside the Tianxian mirror, Lin Fan, who was engrossed in various secrets, suddenly changed his expression. He quickly activated the auxiliary cultivation mode, and with the blessing of spiritual enlightenment, he began to have an epiphany. Apparently, killing didn't always require physical action. With true precognition, he could very well act like he did in killing He Jinghao, using setups to transcend time and space, claiming a person's life from thousands of miles away and several years in advance. If it weren't for He Jinghao's unexpected death, he was afraid it would have taken him a very long time to comprehend this technique of life and death chain lock. Thinking of this, Li Fan sincerely lit incense for He Jinghao's memorial tablet, telling his deceased fellow Taoist that he died for a good cause. Now he should go peacefully, and in the next life he would definitely not treat him unfairly. After pausing for a moment, waiting for the incense to burn out, Li Fan turned to leave. But just then, he heard Steward Zhao suddenly call out, telling him to wait. Still somewhat nervous in front of the legendary immortal master, Steward Zhao carefully considered his words and cautiously asked whether Li Fan had a good relationship with immortal master He. With a heavy sigh, Li Fan hesitated for a moment before saying that he and fellow Taoist He Jinghao had known each other for nearly 40 years, and he had taken great care of him. He was away on business before and did not know that he had passed away. But seeing fellow Taoist He's memorial tablet was truly shocking, and he can only offer him a stick of incense. It's been 26 days since Steward Zhao learned of immortal master He's death and set up his mourning hall. But Li Fan was the first and only one to come and pay his respects. Dozens of immortal masters had come to the island, either to search for his belongings or to fight for the position of Guardian Immortal Master of Lioli Island. But with the new Guardian Immortal Master already in office, Steward Zhao was afraid he won't be able to keep his position as a steward. Yet he hadn't been able to fulfill Immortal Master He's dying wish, and he felt truly guilty. Fortunately, he met Li Fan today. Steward Zhao looked relieved when Li Fan asked him what the dying wish was. Apparently, Immortal Master He entrusted Steward Zhao with something when he was alive, instructing him that if he were to meet with misfortune, he should give it to the first Taoist who came and paid their respects after his death. Li Fan was somewhat surprised by this and asked why He Jinghao would entrust something to a mortal like Steward Zhao. To be honest, in Steward Zhao's younger days, by chance, he saved He Jinghao's life. Originally, He Jinghao wanted to guide him in cultivation, but he was afraid of the hardships of cultivation and only asked for a job. Over the years, he had served He Jinghao. Therefore, he earned his trust. Steward Zhao quickly turned around and took out a small square box from under He Jinghao's memorial tablet. The item in this box was from He Jinghao's belongings. As for its specific use, that was not something Steward Zhao would know. Staring at the spirit talisman in his hand, Li Fan couldn't help wondering if it was Wanxian Island's past spirit talisman. However, what was special about the talisman? As Li Fan turned to take his leave, he told Steward Zhao that he would go have a word with the new guardian on Steward Zhao's behalf. But as for whether he can keep his position, Li Fan can't guarantee anything. Steward Zhao was overjoyed and immediately knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly as he thanked Li Fan. After waiting for a long time, he slowly got up, and as he stared at He Jinghao's memorial tablet, he was relieved that he'd finally managed to give away that hot potato. These days, watching immortal masters flying around overhead, he hadn't been able to sleep well at all. Steward Zhao was certain Li Fan wasn't lying, and he was the first to come and pay his respects to He Jinghao. So handing over He Jinghao's belongings to Li Fan can be considered as fulfilling his wishes. After a long silence, Steward Zhao, stroking his long white beard, gave a regretful comment, cultivating immortality, yet in the end, dying even earlier than him with no one willing to even collect his bones. Steward Zhao suddenly found it to be truly meaningless. Li Fan arrived inside the Island Protection Grand Formation and met the newly appointed guardian. He told him that he and Steward Zhao were old acquaintances, and asked if he could retain his position as the financial steward of Lioli Island. It was just a mortal position, so after thinking for a moment, the new guardian nodded in agreement. After exchanging communication spirit talismans, Li Fan hurriedly returned to the Tianxian mirror. Only after some searching did he figure out the function of that past spirit talisman. In addition to serving as a pass to enter Wanxian Island, the past spirit talisman could also be used as an item storage and retrieval voucher. Items were not stored in the Tianxian mirror, but in a place called the Myriad Collection Pavilion. This Myriad Collection Pavilion was not on Wanxian Island, but on Yulan Island in the northern part of the Zhongyun Sea. Having figured out the talisman's use, Li Fan didn't delay and made a trip to Yulan Island, finally retrieving He Jinghao's relic, which was a jade slip, and inside the jade slip was an unfinished work by He Jinghao with a detailed explanation of the 100 Veins formation diagram. The book recorded in detail He Jinghao's various special insights into spell formations as well as some innovative concepts. Along with this book, there was also a message from He Jinghao. It recounts that all his life, He Jinghao had only loved the Tao of spell formations. After pouring his heart and soul into it for decades, stumbling along the way, he barely managed to complete more than half of the detailed explanation of the 100 Veins formation diagram. It stands to reason that this expedition to the cave abode carries little risk, but it was better to be safe than sorry. If he's met with an accident, his death was a small matter. He Jinghao only feared that his life's blood, sweat, and tears, which was the detailed explanation of the 100 Veins formation diagram, would be cast into the shadows and forever buried. That was why he arranged a backup plan. He Jinghao hoped that the acquainted fellow Taoist who obtains the spirit talisman can deliver the detailed explanation of the 100 Veins formation diagram to any formation master on Wanxian Island, in hopes that it can be completed. Finally, He Jinghao couldn't help but complain a bit. He talked about the various benefits of the sitting mountain art he practiced. It was a pity that it was simply too difficult to practice. If not for this, he wouldn't have needed to risk going to this ancient cave abode just to change his cultivation method. A strange light flashed in Li Fan's eyes as he comments on how his fellow Taoist He Jinghao had really given him a difficult problem. And although it was a pity He Jinghao only mentioned the sitting mountain art in passing and didn't leave the cultivation method behind, he wondered if his remains can still be recovered. Putting away the jade slip, Li Fan felt like the sitting mountain art was simply too suitable for him, mainly because it could completely utilize the advantage of his Huanjin's foresight. It would have also been fine if he hadn't known about the sitting mountain art before, but now that he knew of its profundity, he was absolutely determined to practice this cultivation method, and no one can stop him. So Li Fan began to inquire for information about the ancient cave abode where He Jinghao perished. He found out that He Jinghao's group of 5 foundation establishment cultivators all perished. Only one golden core cultivator luckily survived. This cave abode was located inside a submarine volcano. Because the volcano had been dormant before, the cave abode was never discovered by anyone. It wasn't until the volcano suddenly erupted recently that passing cultivators noticed the cave abode hidden within. According to the information they obtained, this was merely the cave abode of a golden core cultivator named Perfected Tianyang from the ancient era. Logically speaking, when exploring a golden core cultivator's cave abode, even if He Jinghao's group couldn't return fully loaded, it shouldn't have been hard for them to retreat unscathed if they encountered danger. But when they ventured deep inside the cave abode and triggered a restriction seal, they discovered that Perfected Tianyang did indeed have a golden core cultivation base. However, he practiced the mechanism arts that existed in the ancient era and had long since been lost. Over a dozen flint mechanism puppets were instantly activated, completely surrounding the group. Only the golden core cultivator named Zhang Xiaoyan managed to escape, sustaining heavy injuries in the process. The other 5 foundation establishment cultivators all died tragically at the hands of the mechanism puppets. This shocking news didn't dispel people's thoughts of exploring the cave abode. Instead, it made their enthusiasm surge even higher, not to mention the priceless mechanism puppets inside the cave abode. Just the legacy of 5 foundation establishment cultivators was enough to make many people envious. It was said that the second exploration team was already assembling. The leader this time was a nascent soul-mighty figure, the true Lord Goxuan. Li Fan wondered if this exploration will be successful. However, since all those going this time were nascent soul and golden core cultivators, he won't join in the fun. But with so many treasures, surely they won't fight him for He Jinghao's remains, he thought. Perhaps he can post a bounty mission. The sitting mountain art was different from the cultivation methods exchanged in the Myriad Immortals Alliance. It was a pre-Great Calamity cultivation method. If no copy was left behind, it generally meant this cultivation method was completely lost. And by using the heaven-stealing sun-swapping art, Li Fan had hope of recreating a lost cultivation method from a cultivator's remains. Li Fan decided to get He Jinghao's remains out first. He also needed to do some missions and earn some contribution points before he can post a bounty. Refining an avatar requires the main body to step in, so it was better if he personally posts this mission. Li Fan chose a bounty mission, provided information using memories from his past life, and obtained 1,000 contribution points. With the contribution points in hand, he immediately posted a bounty mission for 500 contribution points. In the mission, Li Fan stated that he had nearly 40 years of friendship with He Jinghao and they were intimate friends. He couldn't bear to see his corpse exposed in the wild, so he posted the bounty, wanting to bring his remains back for a proper burial. Before long, the mission was accepted by someone else. After everything was settled, Li Fan continued to practice the Cloudwater illusory dream art, and to prevent Zhang Haobo from going astray and deviating from the growth path he had set for him, Li Fan needed to modify him through illusory dreams at regular intervals. Currently, Zhang Haobo was still immortal, so controlling him poses no difficulty. Once he officially becomes a cultivator, he must break through to the second layer of the Cloudwater illusory dream art to affect his thinking. 3 months later, on the Songhai ship of Liuli Island, Zhang Haobo stood at the bow, facing the sea breeze, gazing at the sea. His brows were furrowed, as if searching for something. Suddenly, he spotted a somewhat familiar-looking reef ahead. With a surge of energy, he immediately leaped into the sea, eliciting gasps from the surrounding crew. Zhang Haobo navigated the dim underwater environment, descending steadily. Soon, he reached the seabed. An ordinary mortal would have long since succumbed to the immense pressure of the ocean depths, exploding and dying. However, after 3 months of cultivation, Zhang Haobo had cleared most of the mortal and immortal miasma from his body. His physique had also been greatly strengthened, bringing him close to breaking through to the qi refining stage. Coupled with his excellent swimming skills, he was naturally fearless. Zhang Haobo continued swimming on the seabed, when suddenly his gaze sharpened. His speed increased abruptly as he swam towards a corpse half buried in the mud. Digging the corpse out of the silt, Zhang Haobo indeed found a book near the chest, the Sea-Calming Divine Sword. Everything was exactly the same as in his memory. It really wasn't a dream, and he had truly been reborn. Then, as the scenes from his previous life faded from his mind, Zhang Haobo began to waver slightly before gradually hardened. He couldn't delay any longer, and needed to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Only then can he stop that calamity. Though merely having a qi condensation cultivation base was definitely not enough. His status was too low and his words carry little weight, so he cannot win people's trust. And at the very least, he needed to reach foundation establishment or even golden core. Meanwhile, above the Songhai ship, Li Fan watched Zhang Haobo with interest. With the heaven-stealing and sun-changing technique in operation, he observed Zhang Haobo's fate. And as expected, his fate seems to have undergone some kind of strange change. This change was extremely subtle, but since it was something Li Fan had orchestrated, he naturally paid extra attention to it. He had carefully comprehended the subtle differences before and after, and seemed to have gained some insight. And on the path of cultivation, being one step ahead often leads to being ahead at every step. In this lifetime, under his push, Zhang Haobo has begun cultivating over a decade earlier. Once destiny changes, it flows on its own. It was like standing in the path of the wind. The strong only get stronger. Perhaps Zhang Haobo really would bring him a little surprise. And Li Fan looked forward to his performance. In a cheerful mood, Li Fan leisurely flew into Liuli Island. Just as he was about to return to Wanxian Island through the teleportation formation, the newly appointed guardian of Liuli Island, Yuan Xing, showed up. Puzzled, Li Fan asked why he was seeking him. Yuan Xing, a bit out of breath, informed Li Fan that something had happened. Apparently, the exploration team led by True Lord Goshuan to the cave abode has been completely wiped out. Even True Lord Goshuan himself failed to escape. Li Fan was stunned and asked in surprise how it was even possible since it was just the cave abode of a golden core cultivator. And how could even a nascent soul mighty figure perish? No one knows the exact situation, and the entrance to that cave has been temporarily sealed off, just in case someone else goes in to their death. Also, on the entire Wanxian Island, there are only about a dozen nascent soul cultivators. Now that one had suddenly perished, the loss was said to be huge. Not to mention the 4 Golden Core cultivators and 13 Foundation Establishment cultivators who died in the 2 subsequent explorations. The island was far from peaceful now. With so many cultivators dead, all their positions on the island were now vacant. So various forces were secretly vying for these lucrative posts. Also, the Wanxian Alliance had also reopened its investigation into Zhang Xiaoyun. And this time around, Elder Gongsun of the Tianji Hall was personally leading the investigation. They don't know if they can find anything out. Li Fan sensed that Yuan Xing's worries seemed to have another reason, but since he hadn't said anything, Li Fan didn't dare to ask rashly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Fan returned to Wanxian Island via the teleportation array. After making some inquiries, he learned the reason behind Yuan Xing's worried expression. It turned out that Yuan Xing's backer was the fallen true Lord Goshuan. It was precisely because of this connection that he was able to defeat many competitors and become the guardian of Lioli Island. Now, before he could even settle in, his backer had collapsed. Anyway, back in the Tianshan mirror, Li Fan, who still couldn't quite comprehend how even a nascent soul cultivator could have fallen, pointed out the obvious. The cave abode was truly incredibly dangerous. It seems that He Jinghao's remains won't be recovered anytime soon. That was Li Fan's initial thought. However, a few days later, things seemed to take a turn for the better. The Wanxian Alliance's investigation results came out. The Golden Core cultivator named Zhang Xiaoyun was innocent. But the reason he was able to escape during the first expedition when he was only a Golden Core cultivator, when even a nascent soul cultivator had perished, was that the mechanical puppets in Tianyangzhenren's cave possess a peculiar characteristic. They become weaker when facing weaker opponents and stronger when facing stronger ones. When Zhang Xiaoyun first led the team, those mechanical puppets only displayed the combat power of a Golden Core cultivator. Zhang Xiaoyun himself was relatively strong, and with the other 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators drawing fire, he barely managed to survive. However, when Goshuanjinjuan led the team, the combat power of those mechanical puppets suddenly swelled to the nascent soul stage. A dozen nascent soul cultivators erupted in an instant, catching the second expedition team completely off guard. Of course, the mechanical puppets so-called becoming stronger when facing stronger opponents definitely had an upper limit. But exactly where the upper limit of these mechanical puppets' strength still remained unclear. However, within the Qi condensation stage, Li Fan had the Bug God Divine Power and the Blue Flame Phantom Spirit, both which can render these puppets completely powerless to fight back. Li Fan considered going to explore this cave abode, but stopped himself. If these mechanism puppets were only weak when facing the weak and strong when facing the strong, then the Myriad Immortals Alliance could just secretly gather a group of late-stage Qi condensation cultivators, breach the cave abode, and bring all these puppets back. The puppets in this cave abode must have other strange aspects. The Myriad Immortals Alliance is also uncertain. Li Fan was not the only one who understands this logic. But ultimately, there were people holding onto a fluke mentality, believing they were chosen by destiny. They banded together about 39 cultivators to explore the Tianyang cave abode for the 3rd time. 10 days later, this expedition team returned in a sorry state. They tearfully recounted what happened inside the cave abode. These puppets were simply too strong. Who knows what material their entire bodies were made of? They were incredibly sturdy. No matter what spells were cast upon them, there was no effect. Not even a single scratch can be left. The physical strength of their bodies can inherently withstand nascent soul stage attacks. Li Fan wondered how this cave abode was ultimately resolved in the previous lifetime. After he joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance back then, he had never heard of this Tianyang cave abode. Obviously, that cave abode had long disappeared by then. Actually, there wasn't a lack of methods to crack it. As long as the human wave tactic was used to stall the puppets, one could delve deep into the cave abode to seek opportunities. But no one was willing to risk perishing to help others achieve success. Thus, fewer and fewer cultivators kept the Tianyang cave abode on their minds. Li Fan also began to calm his heart and focus on cultivation. Half a year later, in Li Fan's 13th anchor year, the formless killing intent that had been locking onto Zhang Haobo faintly shows signs of weakening. Zhang Haobo broke through from immortal to the Qi condensation stage in less than a year. And Li Fan's eyes, this was excellent, faster than he'd imagined. Perhaps he can truly achieve the golden core before Qian boils the sea. 3 months later, Li Fan received a message from Yuan Xing while in seclusion, informing him that a remarkable figure has recently emerged on Lioli Island. Li Fan's eyes flashed with a feigned surprise as Yuan Xing transmitted an image. In the image, 17 enormous, dark golden-red puppets swung their massive fists, each engaged in a fierce battle with a blue water sword in front of them. Surrounded by these 17 puppets was only one person. It was none other than Zhang Haobo. 7 blue swords hovered around him, constantly rotating as if protecting him. He himself controlled each of the 17 water swords, fighting against all the puppets simultaneously. This kind of battle was clearly extremely taxing on the mind. Before long, 3 puppets broke through the water sword's blockade and approached Zhang Haobo's sides. 7 protective blue swords instantly split into 3, meeting the 3 puppets head-on. Zhang Haobo himself retreated with a swift movement. In the blink of an eye, amidst the puppets' rage and resentment, he was forced out of the cave. A while later, Yuan Xing's triumphant voice rang out, inquiring Li Fan's thoughts about the footage. Li Fan feigned being ignorant and asked if those 17 puppets were from the Tianyang cave abode. And to fight 17 puppets alone and still manage to retreat unscathed, he also asked who Zhang Haobo was. Yuan Xing introduced Zhang Haobo as someone who was an ordinary mortal just a year ago. And a few months ago, after breaking through to the Qi condensation stage, he joined their Myriad Immortals alliance through his recommendation. After hearing the rumors about the Tianyang cave abode, he went there all by himself. At first, Yuan Xing didn't know what he went there to do, but later he found out that he was using those 17 mechanism puppets for cultivation. At the very beginning, it is said that Zhang Haobo could only last for a few breaths of time. Later, the time he could last under the hands of the puppets became longer and longer. This footage Yuan Xing sent Li Fan was also from over half a month ago. And if this person doesn't perish going forward, his great Tao was definitely promising. The 24 sea-calming swords that can only be condensed in the foundation establishment stage, Zhang Haobo actually managed to condense them just after entering Qi condensation. Li Fan couldn't help wondering if Zhang Haobo was particularly suited for this cultivation method, or was there some other reason? He found this interesting. Anyway, seized by a sudden interest, Li Fan immediately set off for the submarine volcano. Around the crater, quite a few cultivators have gathered. They do not care about the boiling seawater, nor do they pay any attention to the strange phenomenon erupting from the submarine volcano. Their attention was completely focused on Zhang Haobo, who was sitting in meditation with his eyes closed not far away. Just now, in his first battle at the mid-stage of Qi condensation, one of the onlookers wondered why it seemed like Zhang Haobo didn't last much longer than before. But another added that the strength of Zhang Haobo's moves was also not much different from when he was at the Qi condensation initial stage, meaning Zhang Haobo was obviously still adapting to his strength after the breakthrough. Meanwhile, amidst the murmurs, Zhang Haobo opened his eyes and abruptly stood up. His face was as calm as still water, and he rushed into the volcano's crater. The onlookers didn't follow. Only a water curtain lit up in the center, revealing the scene inside the cave. The 17 puppets didn't seem to be merely inanimate objects. After Zhang Haobo's repeated provocations, they had anticipated his return and had already laid an ambush at the cave entrance. As soon as he entered, they launched an attack. Zhang Haobo remained calm, 24 azure water swords flanking him, deflecting the puppets' attacks one by one. He leaped through the gaps between the puppets, breaking through the blockade in the blink of an eye and reaching the outside of the puppets' encirclement. Then he soared into the air, hovering above. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Zhang Haobo stared at the puppets below, his eyes flashing like lightning, his hands forming a hand seal. In an instant, the 24 water swords suddenly increased in speed several times over. Like a storm, they rained down on the mechanical puppets. The water swords danced like sprites, creating countless afterimages. At first glance, the blue shadows crisscrossed, as if hundreds or even thousands of water swords had appeared simultaneously. The mechanical puppets' bodies were extremely hard, so the water swords couldn't even leave a faint mark on them. They could only cause their movements to pause slightly. But as soon as they recovered from this slight pause, the water sword attacks came again. Thus, their movements were once again frozen. The water sword's attacks were like a torrent of waterfalls, relentless, forcing the mechanical puppets to merely parry. Zhang Haobo, single-handedly, had suppressed 17 puppets. Outside the cave, the cultivators who witnessed this scene were all dumbfounded, their hearts filled with excitement, curiously wondering if Zhang Haobo was really in the mid-stage of Qi condensation. And what kind of cultivation method did he practice? It was so powerful. It was said he's only been cultivating for a little over a year. Truly a peerless genius. Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up, inciting them to charge quickly. This idiot foolishly thinks these puppets were already unable to lift their heads. And this was the perfect opportunity for them to explore the cave's opportunities. This sounded quite reasonable, so everyone became restless. But just then, a rather burly cultivator shook his head. Clearly, he thought otherwise. Though Zhang Haobo's moves were indeed terrifying, It was just a pity that his moves must consume a lot of vital energy and cannot be sustained for long. The burly cultivator was afraid Zhang Haobo won't be able to hold out as long as he did last time. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, and after thinking for a moment, they all slowly nodded. Li Fan stared at Zhang Haobo on the water screen, his brows furrowed. He recognized the move Zhang Haobo had just used. It was a killing move from the sea-calming divine sword, the water dragon's roar. It had a wide attack range, fast sword strike frequency, and immense lethal power. It just requires a massive amount of spiritual energy consumption to support it. Generally, only those in the foundation establishment stage can execute it. For Zhang Haobo to actually be able to execute it with a cultivation base at the mid-stage of qi condensation, his aptitude was indeed extraordinary. This move, the water dragon's roar, was destined to not last long. Yet he looks as if he had a well-thought-out plan in mind, seeming completely unconcerned about not having enough spiritual energy to consume. Li Fan couldn't help wondering why, but just as Li Fan was puzzled, he suddenly noticed something, and his expression shifted slightly as he raised his head. In the deep sea, tiny specks of blue light converged from all directions, flying towards the heavenly sun cave. Li Fan reached out and intercepted a blue light, examining it in his hand. Then something dawned on him, and Li Fan realized that it was the pure water attribute's spiritual energy. The shadow-following art was instantly activated, and like a phantom, Li Fan rushed into the volcanic crater before the others could react. Following his departure, more and more cultivators noticed the anomaly with the water spiritual energy. A cultivator reacted, exclaiming in surprise and stating that he finally understands. Zhang Haobo has a water spirit physique, with an affinity for spiritual energy, and as long as he was on the vast sea, he doesn't need to worry about spiritual energy as a problem, even if he consumes it rapidly, with the omnipresent water attribute spiritual energy replenishing him from his surroundings. He can recover quickly. The qi condensation cultivators who woke up to this realization scrambled over one another to rush into the volcanic crater, attempting to find fated chances and good fortune. And having beaten them by a step, Li Fan had already passed through the magma inside the volcano and arrived inside the Tianyang cave abode. Passing through the warring puppets and Zhang Haobo, Li Fan swept his divine sense, trying to find traces of He Jinghao's remains. But let alone an intact corpse, Li Fan didn't even see any storage rings or anything. He could only barely make out the remnants of some cultivators' remains on the ground. The cultivators behind him had already caught up, and time was tight, so he simply gathered all these remnants together. Right at this moment, an ancient and mechanical voice suddenly echoed within the cave abode. Li Fan paused, a sudden unease rising in his heart. Looking towards the source of the voice, he saw one of the mechanical puppets. Under the constant suppression of Zhang Haobo's water dragon's roar, these dark red mechanical puppets seemed to have undergone some kind of change. Anger had been building up within them, like a volcano dormant for thousands of years, awakening suddenly. Golden cracks began to appear on the puppets' bodies, revealing a slightly eerie black interior. The cracks on the puppet's body multiplied, like shattered porcelain, as if it might break at any moment. Under the roar of the water dragon, the mechanical puppets, supposedly possessing the strength of the nascent soul stage, actually shattered one after another, like vases smashed on the ground, instantly becoming countless tiny fragments. The water swords flying everywhere suddenly stopped. Zhang Haobo stared in astonishment at the scene before him, completely puzzled. Not only Zhang Haobo, but all the cultivators present were dumbfounded by this scene. Their gazes shifted back and forth between Zhang Haobo and the fragments scattered on the ground, their hearts filled with doubt. Was this mechanical puppet merely a facade, or was Zhang Haobo, on the surface a qi condensation cultivator, actually a powerful being concealing his true cultivation level? Li Fan was also shocked by this unexpected event, stopping in his tracks. Staring at the puppets scattered on the ground, his thoughts raced. In the midst of the silence, all the fragments began to vibrate. The mechanical sound reappeared. This time, it was emitted by all the fragments together. Thousands upon thousands of sounds rang out simultaneously, echoing throughout the Tianyang cave. Amidst the chilling sound, these black and red fragments trembled, as if alive, slowly moving and converging into one place. With a creaking sound, these fragments slowly fused together. Li Fan felt a surge of crisis. He suddenly accelerated, flying towards the cave's exit. Passing by Zhang Haobo, who was in a daze, he slightly changed direction and grabbed him, yelling for him to not just stand there and run. And to prevent Zhang Haobo from struggling, Li Fan instantly activated the binding insect divine power, subduing him. Though Zhang Haobo felt a chill run down his spine, he allowed the mysterious figure to carry him through the lava, out of the volcano, and back to the seabed. As the puppet fragments reassembled, a massive, cracked lava-like hand appeared before them, and a dazzling, dark crimson light flowed through the cracks. A mechanical, furious roar emanated from the giant hand. With a roar like that of an ancient beast, the giant hand clenched its fist, its 5 fingers coming together. It swung forward. Amidst the violent explosions, billowing smoke shot skyward, instantly rising from the seabed to the heavens. Li Fan, having run frantically, finally brought Zhang Haobo to safety. Looking back at the raging fire, he couldn't help but feel lingering fear. However, this seemed to be only the beginning. The heavens and earth shook. The entire sea of clouds trembled. Like beacons being lit one after another, column after column of volcanic smoke erupted from the Tianyang cave, deafeningly. In this apocalyptic scene, the roar of the mechanical puppet could drown out the sound of the underwater volcano erupting. A mechanical puppet buried deep in the earth veins for thousands of years, continuously absorbing the energy of earth fire day and night to temper its body, stood up in the Tsongyun Sea. Countless crimson flying rocks traced trails of fire across the sky, scattering in all directions. After the heavenly sun puppet flipped over and stood still in the sea, it slightly turned its head, its eyes emitting a chilling red light. An inverted mountain, dozens of times larger than the Tianyang puppet, abruptly appeared above its head. The mountain peak, like a drill, pressed down from above. As the inverted mountain continued to fall, the heavenly sun puppet's waist slowly bending under the weight. Its feet embedded themselves in the seabed, constantly emitting booming sounds. The heavenly sun puppet thought of the inverted mountain it was supporting, its eyes blazing with madness and defiance. With a series of creaking sounds, its hunched body slowly straightened. The massive mountain was gradually lifted towards the sky. Seeing the heavenly sun puppet's unwavering resolve, a cold snort echoed once more. Several other phantom peaks of varying shapes faintly appeared on the inverted mountain, forming a mysterious array that instantly exuded a vast and powerful aura. The weight of the inverted mountain above abruptly increased by several times. The Tianyang puppet was pressed down once more, the surrounding seawater being completely pushed outward, forming a ring of giant waves that spread in all directions. Under this immense pressure, the puppet's lower limbs were crushed bit by bit. Under the collision, the earth was continuously scraped away. The puppet was crushed by the inverted mountain. However, it was not over yet. From the bottom of the Tsongyun Sea, the earth vein fire erupted once more. The Tianyang puppet transformed into a fire dragon and flew out from the bottom of the sea, completely destroying the inverted mountain. However, the inverted mountain also recondensed. The puppet and the inverted mountain clashed fiercely against each other, making it hard to tell who would win. This was quite interesting, and this was expected of a successor of the ancient body transformation Tao, with a golden core aptitude, after thousands of years, to actually possess such strength. Right at this moment, a lazy female voice rang out, and heaven and earth suddenly darkened. It was as if a large hole had been torn in the sky, revealing dotted stars within, just like the night sky. The lazy female voice then yelled for the heavenly sun puppet to go fight somewhere else if that's what it wants. Gauze-like starlight fell, landing on the heavenly sun puppet. It only managed to roar before its massive form disappeared, and the lazy female voice, with a satisfied tone, declared that they should change location and fight to their heart's content. The phantom images of several mountain peaks also disappeared. The shattered sky slowly closed, and the stars gradually faded away. The sun shone brightly, and the world remained quiet, still serene and peaceful. Only the nearby, almost shattered cloud sea faintly recounted the earth-shattering battle that had just taken place. Li Fan, seeing a nascent soul expert personally engage in combat for the first time, was overwhelmed with emotion. Those two who just appeared must be the nascent soul stage cultivators from 10,000 Immortals Island. Such prowess truly inspires longing. Meanwhile, Zhang Haobo beside him was also stunned, his body still trembling slightly. Li Fan mused, realizing that the illusion created by the cloud water illusory dream art couldn't compare to first-hand experience. Otherwise, after truly witnessing the crimson flame burning the sea, Zhang Haobo certainly wouldn't be so easily subdued by the nascent soul formation battle. Releasing his insect-binding divine power, Li Fan asked how Zhang Haobo feels. Startled for a moment there, Zhang Haobo snapped out of his daze. Originally, he was a bit self-satisfied having advanced from immortal to the mid-stage of chi condensation in just a short year, but seeing true possessors of great divine power firsthand, he now knew that in their eyes, a mere chi condensation stage was actually no different from ants. With a slight comfort, Li Fan told him that there was no need to be discouraged. With his aptitude, given time, it may not be impossible for him to become such a possessor of great divine power. As Li Fan took his leave, Zhang Haobo realized he didn't know this mysterious fellow Taoist's name, but he truly dare not forget today's life-saving grace. Zhang Haobo declared that he would definitely reward Li Fan generously in the future. If they are fated in the future, Zhang Haobo will naturally know. And with that, Li Fan bid his farewell. Until they meet again. Zhang Haobo was in doubt, wondering if he could really defeat powerful beings like Qian, the scarlet figure boiling the sea, or like the soul formation cultivators. Zhang Haobo quickly shook his head and looked up at the sky. His expression now hardened and somewhat wistful. No matter what, he must do his best to stop Qian. Li Fan returned to Wanxian Island. The news that an earth-shattering battle had occurred at the location of the Tianyang cave abode had already spread back, and cultivators could be seen everywhere discussing this matter. Judging from today's situation, battles between mighty figure cultivators have terrifying destructive power. Once they fight, it will inevitably attract attention. Also, the malice of this world towards cultivators has always existed. Before Qian boiling the sea, various catastrophes must have certainly occurred. But whether in the previous lifetime or this lifetime, cultivators almost never take the initiative to bring up such matters during their conversations. Li Fan couldn't help wondering if they were actively being avoided mentioning it, or if it was forgotten. He immediately searched for keywords, disaster events in history that caused heavy casualties among cultivators. The results made a cold sweat run down his spine. No matter how he searched, the Tianxian mirror never showed any results. Li Fan vaguely had a guess in his heart, and randomly picked up a communication spirit talisman to ask a few cultivators he knew. The answers he received were basically the same. Seems to have happened, but they can't remember clearly. Li Fan fell silent, questioning how Foundation establishment cultivators could be so forgetful. He remembered when he first arrived at Lioli Island and encountered the first wind disaster. The mortals on the island even told him of a much greater one that had occurred more than 10 years ago. So how come the memory of cultivators seemed inferior to mortals? Remembering disasters should instill a sense of vigilance, making it easier to survive future disasters. This is the natural order. But now this order has been reversed, and going against the laws of heaven and earth was to prove longevity. At this moment, Li Fan was finally able to catch a glimpse of the longevity heavenly venerable from all these signs that go against common sense. This kind of power that influences and changes all cultivators in the world formlessly, immaterially, and unconsciously was far stronger than simple destruction. And the reason he seemed unaffected by this power was because the crimson sea of flames in his memory was a calamity that would happen in the future. That's why he was able to perceive the influence that the immortal venerable had exerted on the world by comparing the past and the future. After a while, Li Fan slowly dispelled the fear brought about by the sudden realization that he was constantly living in the shadow of a colossal being. In the cultivation world, golden core stage cultivators are generally respectfully addressed as true masters, nascent soul stage cultivators as true lords, soul formation stage cultivators as immortal lords, and the Tao integration stage cultivators as immortal venerables. And the final, supreme powerhouses are called longevity heavenly venerables. Most of the longevity heavenly venerables in the world are like divine dragons whose heads are seen but not their tails. Even exactly how many there are is difficult for ordinary cultivators to know. But all cultivators in the world are under the influence of their authority. Eternal life is the ultimate pursuit of Li Fan's continuous cycles. But right now, he was still too far away from his goal. Staying grounded and cultivating solidly step by step was what he should do currently. A few days later, his avatar, Lin Fan, had come out of his closed-door cultivation. So calming his emotions, Li Fan carefully comprehended the divine power his avatar had grasped this time. All things in the world were interconnected, closely linked together from life to death. Taking a designated person as the target of death, one can trace backwards all the way and sense the weakest and most fatal link of life among countless connections. By cutting off the sliver of life, one can unknowingly push the designated target to death. This was the divine power grasped by the avatar, a life and death chain. In addition to this, the avatar also grasped another divine power, heavenly vision and earthly hearing. This was an upgraded version of the formless killing intent. The previous formless killing mechanism could only vaguely lock onto the opponent's position. Now, after grasping heavenly vision and earthly hearing, one can observe the target locked by the formless killing intent from the perspective of heaven and earth. Surprises came one after another, and Li Fan immediately began to test the heavenly vision and earthly hearing art. His mind settled down, sensing that formless killing intent locking onto Zhang Haobo. Above the boundless blue waves, Zhang Haobo stood on nothingness. 24 water swords were rapidly circling him, forming some profound formation. Like the stars in the heavens, they moved continuously. Water dragons emerged from within the array as the sword formation shifted. Zhang Haobo pointed towards the sea ahead, and the water dragons in the array flew out, swirling wildly. Then, with the activation for them to explode, the swarm of water dragons exploded. Each water dragon disintegrated into countless tiny water swords. In an instant, the water swords, like a violent storm, bombarded a large area in front of Zhang Haobo. The sea surface suddenly shot up countless water columns, which was quite spectacular. Zhang Haobo on the Zongyun Sea possessed almost inexhaustible spiritual energy. He tested the same move over and over again. From the perspective of heaven and earth, what Li Fan saw was not just the superficial scene. The circulation route of spiritual energy inside Zhang Haobo's body, the spiritual energy flow of every move and stance, and even the circulation method of this enhanced water dragon's roar formation were all unreservedly and clearly displayed before him. Although there was still a significant gap between seeing it and actually mastering it. If Li Fan look at it enough, won't he master it? Excitedly, he exited the state of heavenly vision and earthly hearing. Since he began his cultivation, there has always been a problem blocking his way. Li Fan's aptitude was mediocre. Even if he start over countless times, he might not have the comprehension to achieve a breakthrough to the major realms later on. So what can he rely on to compete with those geniuses? Today, he finally had an answer. A great Tao leading to heaven that belongs solely to him and can never be copied by others. With his truth returning, the heavenly vision and earthly hearing, the sitting mountain art and the rest. So what if their aptitude was higher? Under his gaze, their lifetime of comprehension will all belong to him. And although there were many heroes in the world, they must all fall into his grasp. Anyway, after comprehending two types of divine powers, Li Fan decided to set off and seek an opportunity to break through his bottleneck. Li Fan arrived at a place called Inin Island. There were no mortals on this island, only a cultivator named Indian Shangren who lives there. After waiting for a long time without a response, Li Fan sensed that his opportunity was indeed there. Therefore, he stayed fully on guard and entered the square cave-like building in front of him. Inside the door, it was pitch black. Not only did it devour light, but even divine sense was swallowed, making it impossible to see the exact situation inside. Only intermittent wailing could be heard echoing from within. A creature dashed out swiftly from inside, heading straight for Li Fan as if to crash into him. Li Fan thought it was an attack from an exotic beast and was just about to strike and kill it. But as his divine sense swept over it, he realized it was just an ordinary little beast, though he couldn't help wondering what the hell it was. So he grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and picked it up, but he couldn't help but feel a sudden chill in his heart. The beast looked almost exactly like a dog, except its limbs were like human hands. On its belly, 5 or 6 eye-like things moved back and forth, blinking occasionally, staring intently at Li Fan. It took a moment for Li Fan's eyes to adjust to the darkness, and as he clearly saw the scene before him, contrary to his expectations of a gloomy and terrifying place, it was quite clean. The ground was spotless with no bloodstains, and scattered throughout were transparent cages, each holding many strange-looking creatures. These bizarre creatures all lay listlessly in their cages, not particularly ferocious. They remained unmoved when someone approached, and it seemed as if the cages were one-way transparent, preventing anyone from seeing out. Resisting the urge to throw the dog-like creature away, Li Fan dragged it along, suppressing his unease as he slowly walked into the darkness. Li Fan soon heard a low, repeated whisper from deep within the building. Li Fan approached a middle-aged man whom he believed was fellow Taoist Indian Shangren. Just then, the dog-like creature that Li Fan had grabbed began to struggle and bark, seemingly pleading for its owner's help. Startled awake by the barking, venerable Indian Shangren turned around abruptly. Looking at Li Fan, he suddenly realized he had a guest. 2 voices rang out one after the other, as if echoing within Indian Shangren before resonating outwards, and Li Fan was quick to notice this. Releasing the dog-like creature, it whimpered and scurried to its master's side as Li Fan bowed and offered his greetings. Indian Shangren asked for forgiveness, then explained that he was so absorbed in his thoughts that he failed to hear Li Fan's call. Indian Shangren told Li Fan to follow him to a place where they could talk properly. And on the way, he informed Li Fan that his name wasn't Indian Shangren, just Dian Shangren. As the 2 voices rang out one after the other once more, Li Fan eventually got the gist of what was going on. He offered his greetings again, correcting the name this time around. Pleased, Dian Shangren led him into a large room displaying many collections. He introduced them one by one with great enthusiasm. The wide variety of collectibles really opened Li Fan's eyes. As Dian Shangren walked and talked, he suddenly stopped in front of an empty display stand. Li Fan curiously asked what had happened as Dian Shangren grabbed his head in horror, yelling that he had lost his precious. But Li Fan seemed to know exactly what Dian Shangren was referring to, which apparently was a bone. In a rush, Dian Shangren asked if Li Fan has it, and Li Fan gave a slight nod. When he gave him the bone, Dian Shangren was practically cuddling the damn thing, creeping Li Fan out a bit. He asked the origin of the bone and why he cherished it so much. Dian Shangren explained that the bone was an incredible treasure, something even more precious than his own life and a thing he absolutely could not lose. Li Fan's interest was immediately piqued as Dian Shangren continued. He presumed Li Fan was no stranger to the immortal miasma. You see, in the beginning, this immortal miasma was only prevalent among mortals and had absolutely no effect on cultivators. Later, after a cultivator mysteriously got infected by it, then it started spreading among cultivators. Apparently, the rib bone in his possession belongs to the very first cultivator who was infected by the immortal miasma. So with such a treasure, didn't his fellow Taoist also feel a shiver all over and an inexplicable sense of pleasant surprise upon seeing it? Watching Li Fan in thoughts, Dian Shangren believed it was truly a pity that Li Fan cannot comprehend its value. The immortal miasma infecting cultivators was one of the most significant events in history. Its impact on the current state of the cultivation world was second only to the Great Calamity. And as the unlucky bastard who was the first to be infected by the immortal miasma, just how much research and commemorative value do his remains hold? Wasn't Li Fan curious? Why could a plague found on mere mortals actually infect cultivators? If they can figure out the source of this mutation, perhaps they can resolve the immortal miasma from its very root. When that time comes, he would be a great existence that the entire cultivation world must remember. Li Fan said nothing as an awkward silence stretched out. And Dian Shangren, upon realizing that Li Fan had no idea, sighed softly. This guy named Su something, whatever. Every single bone of this unlucky bastard was worth a fortune, with countless cultivators scrambling to fight for them. Dian Shangren was extremely lucky to have snatched such a rib bone. Of course, the most precious piece had to be his intact skull, which was stored at the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. An awkward silence stretched out once more before Dian Shangren remembered that he still hadn't even asked the reason for Li Fan's sudden visit. In that moment, Li Fan was inwardly relieved that they could finally get to the main point. He explained that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck and wishes to seek an opportunity to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. He'd also heard that Dian Shangren had quite some insights on Foundation establishment, so he came to visit. Realizing that Li Fan was simply asking how to break through to the Foundation establishment stage, Dian Shangren claimed Li Fan had certainly asked the right person because no one understood the Foundation establishment stage better than him. Li Fan was pleased to hear this and asked for details. Dian Shangren explained that the so-called Foundation establishment means to establish the foundation of one's cultivation path. He then asked Li Fan if he knew what exactly the Tao Foundation was. The Tao Foundation was the root of a cultivator's cultivation. After cultivating to the peak of qi condensation, one needs to build their own Tao Foundation in order to continue cultivating. Otherwise, even if one's cultivation base can continue to increase, the foundation would be unstable and shaky. Dian Shangren agreed with this assessment. But the crucial question was that a foundation establishment must rely on the wonders of heaven and earth. So, what exactly were wondrous items of heaven and earth? After a cultivator perishes, they are transformed by heaven and earth into wondrous items of heaven and earth. Doesn't that imply that while alive, a cultivator can also be seen as an incompletely transformed wondrous item of heaven and earth? Dian Shangren then asked Li Fan if he knew that some cultivators refine mortals possessing unique abilities into wondrous items of heaven and earth, using them as their own Tao Foundation, thus claiming those mortals' unique abilities as their own. In doing so, they appropriate those mortals' extraordinary abilities for themselves. And since he was also human, did that make him a wondrous item? Li Fan asked whether this was a guess or somewhat a fact. Dian Shangren admits that it used to be a guess, but now it had already been confirmed by him. With that, his entire body split open along the midline. From within his flesh and blood, another face of Dian Shangren emerged. You see, 10 years ago, he used himself as a wondrous item to establish his Tao Foundation. Li Fan thought that it was no wonder when Dian Shangren speaks, there were always two voices sounding one after another. It turns out there was another him inside his body. Dian Shangren used himself as an experiment to verify his guess. And everything that exists between heaven and earth can be regarded as unformed wondrous items. This process of smelting in the furnace of heaven and earth, Dian Shangren calls it wondrous transformation. However, if Li Fan wants to use an unformed wondrous item to establish a Dao foundation, he needs to complete the unfinished wondrous transformation process himself. But this level of difficulty was simply too high, and once it fails, in the worst case, one will die on the spot. Even if one was lucky enough to escape death, the body will undergo various bizarre changes, just like his current ghastly appearance. But this made Li Fan ask curiously whether Dian Shangren didn't say he successfully established his foundation. Dian Shangren replied that he did succeed, but he could also say he didn't fully succeed. His understanding of himself wasn't thorough enough, causing him to fail at the last juncture of foundation establishment. If only he had a few more times, actually not just one more time, but if he could do it once more, he would definitely be able to perfectly achieve his foundation establishment through self-reliance. Li Fan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this phrase. A foundation establishment through self-reliance. If Li Fan can successfully establish his foundation using himself, what then? Dian Shangren gave a hearty laugh and continued that that was equivalent to borrowing the power of the furnace of heaven and earth to reshape the body. And this body would be the most perfect physique he can imagine. There was a saying that goes, well, what suits a person best was the best. Nowadays, when cultivators were at the foundation establishment stage, they often need to find wondrous items of heaven and earth that match their compatibility, so as to maximize the power of the wondrous item. But no matter what level of wondrous item of heaven and earth it was, even the legendary heavenly wondrous item, it was absolutely inferior to a foundation establishment using oneself. Li Fan thanked Dian Shangren for answering his questions. His doubts have been cleared up, so he will not disturb him any longer. Pleased upon hearing this, Dian Shangren advised Li Fan to try his method of foundation establishment using himself. As Li Fan took his leave, Dian Shangren, in an almost morbid tone, whispered knowingly as he stares at the bone, "Don't worry, I will avenge you. I will definitely find the one who created the immortal miasma and avenge you." Meanwhile, as the scene shifted to Li Fan, he had returned to the Tianshan mirror. He searched for anything about a foundation establishment using oneself. This wasn't any top secret, but all cultivators treat it as a joke and don't believe it at all. Everything that exists between heaven and earth can be regarded as unformed wondrous items. In that moment, Li Fan couldn't help wondering if his truth returning was a wondrous item of heaven and earth. If so, he can rely on the truth returning to establish his Dao foundation. Li Fan had Lin Fan search for knowledge related to foundation establishment. The manuscripts, Introduction to Foundation Establishment, Heaven, Earth, and Man, and Record of 100 People's Foundation Establishment. Li Fan exchanged and read them one by one. Currently, trying to use his truth returning for foundation establishment was still too risky. In this lifetime, it was better to wait for the Songhai Pearl to appear and use it for his foundation establishment. In the previous lifetime, he transformed his body into Songhai and comprehended heaven and earth through the Songhai consciousness. He was already incredibly compatible with this Songhai Pearl, and using it for his foundation establishment would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Now, there should be about 7 or 8 years left until Qian's boiling the sea and the appearance of the Songhai Pearl. During this time, he can also comprehend the Tao of foundation establishment through the heavenly vision and earthly hearing art. The heavenly vision and earthly hearing activated, and the image in his mind gradually became clear. And amid the violent storm, Zhang Haobo fluttered in the wind like a kite with a broken string. It had been nearly 3 months since Li Fan last saw him, and he now had a late stage of qi condensation cultivation base. His eyes were tightly shut, his breathing completely gone, and even the spiritual energy in his entire body had quieted down. He seemed to be comprehending something. The sky full of wind and rain seemed endless, and it was unknown when it would stop. Li Fan had to reserve a sliver of his mind to constantly pay attention to Zhang Haobo's situation. Most of his attention returned to the Tianshan mirror. Anyway, betting all his treasures on one cultivator was obviously not going to work. Li Fan still needed to cast a wider net. He hadn't tried yet to see how many people the formless killing mechanism can lock onto at most. Li Fan could find some cultivators who were about to reach foundation establishment to run some experiments, so he chose to find Zhao Shiyuan to ask around. Li Fan hid his figure and came outside the 1,000-mile hall. But before he even walked in, Zhao Shiyuan's voice came from afar. He had already got the item a customer requested, yet the arrival of said customer remained doubtful. Zhao Shiyuan had already urged this cultivator several times, but he only received a reply about really not being able to make it. It seems that this cultivator just don't want it anymore. When Li Fan walked in, he found out that the customer had disconnected the call on Zhao Shiyuan, rendering him furious. Li Fan asked if Zhao Shiyuan was still doing a loss-making business. It was then that Zhao Shiyuan noticed Li Fan's presence. And upon hearing what Li Fan just said, Zhao Shuyuan confidently revealed that he never done any loss-making deal. Also, he wasn't someone easily bullied. In that moment, Li Fan saw a cauldron and asked about it. Zhao Shuyuan claimed that though the cauldron was small, it was incredible, and he went through untold hardships to find it in a ruined sex site. Li Fan then asked of its use. Zhao Shuyuan replied with a question of his own, asking if Li Fan knew of the famous Medicine King sect. Li Fan calmly claimed that he'd never heard of it, so Zhao Shuyuan explained that the Medicine King sect was also one of the illustrious sects from the ancient times. They have always been world-renowned for refining elixirs and cultivating medicines. It was said that after the immortal Venerable taught the Tao, and before the Great Calamity arrived, the sect leader of the Medicine King sect at that time, Lu Rukin, faintly had a premonition that a great upheaval might befall heaven and earth. Therefore, Lu Rukin, with an extremely firm attitude, led the entire Medicine King sect, using the Medicine King cauldron as a vessel, to break through the void and depart. Li Fan wondered aloud where they went. However, since it was a matter from thousands of years ago, who could possibly know? They might have gone to the drifting lesser worlds nearby, or they might have gone to a brand new world. Regardless, that wasn't the main point. Zhao Shuyuan proceeded to explain as Li Fan remained silent. Hearing this, Li Fan immediately used his avatar Lin Fan to search for the keyword, world. Almost immediately, relevant information appeared, costing him over 1,000 contribution points. And apparently, this cultivation world they were currently in wasn't the only world that exists. Not only around the world were there many attached lesser worlds and miniature independent grotto heavens. Before the Great Calamity, the cultivators of this world all referred to themselves as Shenhuang Realm Cultivators. Beyond the endless void, there were other existences similar to their world. With the Shenhuang Realm, Li Fan couldn't help wondering if the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation was passed down from ancient times. But since the immortal miasma obviously hadn't appeared at that time, the timeline didn't quite match up. Anyway, in that very moment, Zhao Shuyuan snapped Li Fan out of his thoughts, asking if he want to purchase the Lesser Medicine King cauldron. Li Fan was thinking about other things just now, so he asked what exactly the use of this small cauldron was once more. Zhao Shuyuan had no issue with this request and stated that the Lesser Medicine King cauldron was used by the disciples of the Medicine King sect back then to plant and cultivate various spiritual plants and herbs. It forms its own space inside, and can even continuously and automatically generate what attribute spiritual energy to accelerate the growth of herbs. Then, with such a treasure, Li Fan couldn't help wondering why that cultivator just now refused to purchase it. Zhao Shuyuan smiled awkwardly, and replied honestly that the first batch of spiritual plants and herbs cultivated in the newly discovered wood attribute spiritual energy cave of the Myriad Immortals Alliance has already been put on sale. He scratched the back of his head and added that the quantity was extremely massive, so the prices had collapsed. And under a large-scale batch shipments, the market prices of these spiritual plants and herbs have fallen again and again. There was even a rumor that near that would attribute spiritual energy grotto heaven, there are 2 other grotto heavens of the same scale hidden. Realizing this, Li Fan deemed the Lesser Medicine King cauldron as useless even if he buys it. Hence he made his stance clear, he was absolutely not buying it. Zhao Shuyuan pleaded for Li Fan to reconsider. Although the prices of spiritual plants and herbs had now dropped, what about the future? It may seem like no one could say for sure, but there was a high chance they might go back up. Treasures like the Lesser Medicine King cauldron can be encountered but not sought. If Li Fan missed this opportunity, he would never have another one. Even if he didn't grow herbs, planting some flowers and keeping them by his side was also good. Seeing that Li Fan was also an old customer of the 1,000-mile hall, Zhao Shuyuan proposed a blowout sale at a loss. A buy one get one free. With a somewhat wary expression, Li Fan wondered aloud whether Zhao Shuyuan was tricking him. Was the Lesser Medicine King cauldron really dug out by Zhao Shuyuan from the Medicine King sect ruins? Zhao Shuyuan confidently confirmed the cauldron to be authentic. Their 1,000-mile hall's business was spread all over the cultivation world, so how could they ruin their own reputation? If Li Fan purchased this buy one get one free deal with 500 contribution points, he would absolutely not lose out. With a heavy sigh, Li Fan relented, though he made Zhao Shuyuan aware that he didn't have many contribution points on him. Zhao Shuyuan wasn't deterred by this and was even willing to compromise, mainly due to the fact that Li Fan was an old customer after all. And if there was any assistance or advice Li Fan needed, Zhao Shuyuan was willing to help. Unbeknownst to him, this was exactly what Li Fan was waiting to hear. So he explained his intentions to Zhao Shuyuan, finding out that Li Fan was just searching for a place with many cultivators at the stage of breaking through from qi condensation to foundation establishment. Zhao Shuyuan claimed this was easy, and if Li Fan buys the Lesser Medicine King cauldron, he would give him this information for free. Li Fan agreed with this deal, buying one cauldron and getting one free plus the intel. Zhao Shiyuan placed the intel inside a jade slip, together with the 2 lesser medicine king cauldrons. Li Fan put away the lesser medicine king cauldrons and browsed the contents in the jade slip. With his objective being achieved, Li Fan, without further delay, immediately set off. And as for those 2 small cauldrons, the price wasn't expensive, maybe they would come in handy later on. As Li Fan was heading out, a sudden thought made him halt for a moment. Li Fan couldn't help wondering if this Zhao Shiyuan was also a stand-in. And if that's the case, where exactly was his main body? Briefly mulling over it, Li Fan decided to forget it, mainly because the matter had nothing to do with him for now. It was more important to take care of his main business first. So with that, Li Fan flew off. Meanwhile, Zhao Shiyuan, having painstakingly dug out 36 small cauldrons and after spending so much effort, he only sold 10 of them. He was so fucking unlucky. Back at the Zhongyun Sea, specifically the southeastern sea region, there was quite empty. Besides an unnamed small island in the center, there are no other islands for thousands of miles around. And the Foundation Establishment Master that Zhao Shiyuan mentioned was staying on this island. And although this person only has a late stage of Foundation Establishment cultivation base, it's said that he has a very deep understanding of the Foundation Establishment process. He can provide guidance to shorten the time required for a cultivator's Foundation establishment. Thus, many cultivators come to seek advice with a mindset of giving it a try. Not to mention, it really was highly effective. But cultivators also care about their face. So after a successful Foundation establishment, most were unwilling to admit that their Foundation establishment had relied on someone else's help. Therefore, they rarely mention this matter to others. The reputation of the Foundation Establishment Master only circulates among a specific group of people. Just as Li Fan was hurrying towards the unnamed small island, the trace of his mind left with Zhang Haobo sent back some feedback. His mind moved, and his divine sense returned to Zhang Haobo. At this time, the wind and rain had finally dispersed, and the sky had cleared up. Zhang Haobo opened his eyes and softly summoned wind. Then, as if a storm was gathering in his eyes, a gentle breeze swept by. Zhang Haobo soon shifted his attention in summoning rain. A drizzling raindrops fell from the sky. Then, with the summoning of both wind and rain, the breeze blew the rain, and the rain gradually intensified. Then, as raindrops fell like a broken string of beads from the sky, the wind howled, growing louder and louder, further pushing the rain to intensify. Gradually, the clouds in the sky were drawn in from all directions, as if to condense into thick dark clouds, bringing another downpour. The gale whipped up towering waves, constantly churning. It seemed to be getting more and more intense. The rain borrowed the wind's power, and the wind amplified the rain's might. This cycle repeated itself, reinforcing each other endlessly. It seemed a new storm was about to be born. But suddenly, the clouds dispersed. The wind ceased abruptly. The strange phenomenon vanished without a trace. Zhang Haobo laughed loudly. Then, as if exhausted, fell backward. He plummeted from the sky into the sea, splashing water high into the air. He sank to the bottom of the ocean, disappearing without a sound. Having witnessed everything from the heavens and earth, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Although this divine power couldn't be fully unleashed due to Zhang Haobo's exhaustion, its full potential was already faintly visible. Li Fan hoped Zhang Haobo can bring him more surprises in the future. Returning his mind to his true self, Li Fan continued his journey towards his destination. 3 days later, the unnamed small island only has one building that looks like a compound courtyard. Li Fan slowed down his flying speed and slowly landed in front of the courtyard gate. Li Chenfeng was recounting how when the master acts, one's foundation establishment was guaranteed, though a cultivator must provide their own wondrous item of heaven and earth. The price was 2,000 contribution points, or can be converted into an equivalent amount of spirit stones. Li Fan introduced himself and asked how he should address Li Chenfeng. The guy points out the coincidence of how they share the same surname. His name was Li Chenfeng. He proposed that for the sake of sharing the same surname, Li Fan should go in and haggle a bit. 1,800 contribution points would do. Li Fan thanked him. However, he still hadn't found a suitable wondrous item of heaven and earth. Li Fan's visit this time was just to see the demeanor of the Foundation Establishment Master first before making any plans. Hearing this, Li Chenfeng stated that there was no harm in that. There were quite a few people like Li Fan every year. As long as Li Fan just watch from the side, the master won't stop him either. Li Fan just need to keep quiet and must not disturb him. Li Fan nodded and walked along the path into the courtyard. He saw the supposed master hovering in the air as 5 qi refining cultivators sat cross-legged on the open ground of the courtyard. Their bodies emanated a profound aura, as if they were about to break through and successfully establish their foundation. In the distance, his voice could be heard, telling the other cultivators to calm their mind, focus their spirit, and carefully comprehend what he said earlier. He then asked them if they knew why he chose that remote place for the academy. It was precisely because, within thousands of miles, there was only seawater. The Great Tao laws were relatively pure. If they break through on Wanxian Island, they would inevitably be subjected to all sorts of interference, thereby affecting the speed of their foundation establishment. Under his guidance, 265 cultivators have successfully established their foundations. Among them, the vast majority spent less time than expected. They would definitely also be able to greatly reduce the time required for foundation establishment. Li Fan approached and saw 5 qi refining cultivators sitting cross-legged on the open ground of the courtyard. Their bodies emanated a profound aura, as if they were on the verge of breaking through and successfully establish their foundation. Li Fan's heart stirred, because it was the perfect time to lock onto them with his formless killing intent and observe their breakthrough process. He did so for 3, but by the 4th, Li Fan already felt somewhat strained. Including Zhang Haobo, 5 people was currently at his limit. The foundation establishment master who was imparting his experience suddenly stopped with a solemn expression. He looked up at the sky with some confusion, staring for a long time, but couldn't perceive anything and continued. Li Fan watched his reaction and silently commended him for being quite remarkable. He can actually vaguely sense his formless killing intent. Li Fan's heart skipped a beat, advising himself to be more cautious when using his formless killing intent in the future. But just as Li Fan was secretly feeling a chill, one person in the room seemed to have suddenly had an epiphany after the Foundation Establishment Master's words. His aura instantly surged from the Qi refining stage to the Foundation Establishment stage. After his aura stabilized, the guy opened his eyes, his face beaming with joy. Deeply grateful, he bowed and thanked the Foundation Establishment Master for his guidance. But the Foundation Establishment Master remarked at the opportune moment, telling the rest that the first Foundation Establishment cultivator has appeared, a full 10 days ahead of schedule, so who would be next? Meanwhile, Li Fan, observing the scene, felt a mixture of amusement and disbelief. You see, the cultivator surnamed Xiao was one of the 4 targeted by the formless killing intent. While on the surface he did appear to have broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage, Li Fan, with his keen eyesight, clearly saw that there was no trace of condensed laws on his body. His aura had merely swelled to the Foundation Establishment stage, but his actual strength still remained at the Qi refining stage. The entire thing was nothing more than a smokescreen, like a talisman of praise. Then, with the permission of the Foundation Establishment Master, Xiao flew away as the remaining people in the courtyard all perked up, their confidence returning. Li Fan watched the entire scene closely and noticed something peculiar. And through his heaven's vision and earth's hearing, he watched the cultivator circle right back around and sneak in. The cultivator's clothing and appearance shifted, and in an instant, he transformed into a completely different person. Li Fan soon realized that the so-called Foundation Establishment Master was actually a fraud. While Li Fan was still reeling from the surprise, another cultivator started showing faint signs of a breakthrough. And this time, the breakthrough was actually real. Perhaps a boost in confidence was all they needed to accelerate their comprehension and break through early. Having figured out the intricacies, Li Fan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as he took his leave. And it seems the Foundation Establishment Master wasn't a complete fraud after all. However, whether it was true or false didn't matter. What was important is making the cultivator believe it was real. For the time being, Li Fan continued to lay low around the island. He locked onto the hopeful cultivators with his formless killing intent, gaining his own comprehension alongside them as they broke through to Foundation Establishment. In less than 3 months, Li Fan observed the breakthroughs of over 40 Qi refining cultivators. His own comprehension regarding the formation of a Tao Foundation gradually deepened as well. Right at that moment, a sliver of his mind attached to Zhang Haobo sent him another alert. It seems Zhang Haobo had reached peak Li Qi refining, and was currently searching for his own fortuitous encounter. Howling gales roared, whipping up stormy waves. It was a typical wind disaster in the Zhongyun Sea. Zhang Haobo continuously rose and fell, seemingly imitating the omnipresent wind. A unique spiritual energy rhythm gradually began to radiate from his body. As the wind disaster slowly dissipated, he drifted off in a certain direction. There were no spiritual energy fluctuations, yet his speed was incredible. He moved like a clear breeze, gently sweeping between heaven and earth. The movement technique wasn't bad at all, but Li Fan hadn't figured out just what exactly he was comprehending at the moment. He wondered curiously if Zhang Haobo was looking for a mystical object of heaven and earth to establish his foundation. Li Fan could faintly sense that another wind disaster was brewing in the direction Zhang Haobo was heading. Li Fan found this interesting later on, realizing that Zhang Haobo didn't plan on establishing his foundation anytime soon. With that, Li Fan shifted his attention back to the foundation establishment master. Recently, no new Qi refining cultivator had come seeking the foundation establishment master. The three people on the island couldn't sit still anymore. They gathered together every day discussing who knows what. So, Li Fan activated his formless killing intent and locked onto the one named Li Chenfeng to see what they were up to. With Heaven's vision and Earth's hearing activated, Li Fan could see everything happening inside the room. The foundation establishment master immediately noticed the ominous feeling of being watched once again. And as he informed the rest, one of them questioned if the foundation establishment master was scared because it was just a feeling and wasn't necessary. But the foundation establishment master told the two that they didn't understand. Even though his realm was stuck at the late foundation establishment stage, after observing the successful foundation establishments of hundreds of cultivators, he had become incredibly sensitive to the fluctuations of the laws of heaven and earth. He can't be wrong, and this feeling of being watched might just be some almighty keeping an eye on them. Once or twice could just be an accidental glance, but this had happened too many times, and he couldn't help wondering if it was a warning. Another immediately cut the foundation establishment master off, telling him to stop scaring them. If they had truly been exposed, someone would have come to wipe them out long ago. Still, his worries weren't entirely unfounded, and their rule had always been to never stay in one place for too long. Just make a quick score and run. Originally, they planned to work for another 7 or 8 years before leaving, but it seems their massive profits had attracted some unwanted attention. Since that's the case, they might as well retreat early. The guy told the two to pack their things. They would set off tomorrow morning. Next, they would also head north to Yongliang Prefecture. That was the territory of the Five Elders Council. Once they were there, even if the Wanxian Alliance tries to cause trouble for them, it won't be so easy. He asked the Foundation Establishment Master how much short they were to make the exchange. The Foundation Establishment Master replied that they needed just a little more, so he proposed they stay careful. After grinding for another 50 or 60 years, they should have enough to exchange for it. The closer they get to their goal, the more cautious they must be. A century of planning and the sacrifices of countless people absolutely cannot be ruined by their hands. And as long as they can bring it back, all those sacrifices will be worth it. The guy also wondered how many realm-splitting whales had been bred over these past few years. At the time, the Imperial Princess calculated that they would need the combined strength of a whale pod of 100,000 realm-splitting whales to counteract the cultivation world's gravitational pull on their homeland. When the guy left their homeland 30 years ago, the pod only had a little over 70,000. If the number of realm-splitting whales was still insufficient, they can slowly breed more later. As long as they bring back the true Dao integration cultivation method, they can help the Imperial Princess subdue the other factions. By then, with the full might of the entire empire, they can definitely push their homeland to break away from this cultivation world within 10 years. And with the Dao lineage established by that method, free from the shackles of incompatible immortal laws, the empire would see more and more cultivators emerge. The three murmured that their future of the empire was bright. And as they placed their hands on top of one another, they yelled simultaneously that it was for their empire and for the Imperial Princess. Meanwhile, as Li Fan watched, he deemed this so-called empire as law stealers. Nonetheless, breaking away from the cultivation world, and being capable of breeding and commanding 100,000 realm-splitting whales, their empire was not weak at all. The next day, Li Chunfeng and the other two quietly left the island. Within the perception of the formless killing mechanism, they traveled all the way north, getting further and further away. If there was an opportunity in the future, Li Fan might as well go and visit their empire. After returning to Wanxian Island, he first went into closed-door cultivation for a period of time and slowly digesting the insights gained from observing the foundation establishment process. After coming out of closed-door cultivation, he examined the atlas of the geographical terrain surrounding the Zongyun Sea, exchanged by his avatar, Lin Fan. As the map surfaced in his mind, the seemingly vast and boundless Zongyun Sea turned out to be just an inland sea. It was as if someone had forcefully carved a gap into the continent. The Zongyun Sea was almost entirely surrounded by land. Only in the southeast direction, through a relatively narrow sea region, did it connect to the endless ocean. To the north of the Zongyun Sea was Yongliang Province, where Li Chunfeng and the others fled to, which was under the control of the Five Elders Council. As for the west and south, from top to bottom, they were sequentially Jishan Province, Shilin Province, and Yuandao Province. These three provinces all belonged to the territory of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Relying solely on this lifetime might not be enough to stop Qian boiling the sea. It was time for Li Fan to plan an escape route. After getting his hands on the Songhai Pearl, he will leave the Zhongyun Sea as soon as possible. Li Fan planned to leave an avatar there to quietly watch the situation develop. As for where to go, Jishan Province borders Yonglian's province, so it was not very peaceful. Shilin Province and Yonglian's province were more or less a bit more stable. However, Yuandao Province was adjacent to the Endless Ocean, so it was abundant in water attribute spiritual energy. Considering that he would use the Songhai Pearl for foundation establishment later, it was definitely more appropriate to choose to go to Yuandao Province. Li Fan also learned that in this Shenhuang realm, the boundaries between provinces were not artificially divided. The provinces were naturally separated by something called the White Mist Barrier. Mortals and cultivators could all pass through it. But the price required to cross the White Mist Barrier each time was lifespan. The longer it took, the more lifespan was depleted. Mortals almost never dared to cross the White Mist Barrier without authorization, because with their walking speed, they often would die of old age inside before they could walk out. While cultivators had extremely fast-flying speeds, each time they crossed the White Mist Barrier, they would lose at least 30 days of lifespan. Therefore, most cultivators followed a principle: do not move unless necessary. They generally only operated within their respective provincial territories. With massive organizations like the Myriad Immortals Alliance and the Five Elders Council spanning the entire cultivation world, there would be no lack of resources either. Thus, even if some cultivators only operated within a single province for their entire lives, it would have no substantial impact on their cultivation. Of course, one could also cross between two provinces via an ultra-long-distance teleportation formation. But that would only reduce the lifespan depletion to about 10 days, and it also cost a fortune. However, there was no White Mist Barrier existing between Yuandao Province and the Zhongyun Sea. Moreover, within Wanxian Island, there were also specialized teleportation formations heading to Yuandao Province. If the sitting mountain art could be replicated by him, then those with exceptional aptitude would become quite important to him. After leaving, perhaps he could take them along with him and see the effects of this sitting mountain art. After thinking about it, Li Fan took the teleportation formation and went to Yuandao Province to investigate. So at Yuandao Province, specifically its heavenly city, the overall layout of Yuandao Province was similar to the Zhongyun Sea. Almost every large mortal town had a city protection formation and a foundation establishment cultivator guarding it. And in the sky above Yuandao Province, there stood a floating city, Yuandao Heavenly City. Just like Wanxian Island, Yuandao City had the presence of the Tianshan Mirror. Li Fan entered it and found that it was exactly the same as when he used it on Wanxian Island. It seems that within the ruled territory of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, it should all be like this. And he just didn't know what the situation was like over at the Five Elders Council side. Mortals were unable to enter Yuandao Heavenly City. The largest city in Yuandao Province was called Zhuoling City. Li Fan teleported to Zhuoling City, and at the cost of 50 contribution points, he exchanged a courtyard from the Guardian of Zhuoling City to serve as his future foothold. Afterwards, he piloted the Taiyan Arc, flying all the way back to the Zhongyun Sea from Yuandao Province. This action was to scout the path for his future evacuation. During this time on Li Fan's 14th anchor year, Zhang Haobo had been floating in the air, looking up at something, like a stone statue, completely motionless, and Li Fan couldn't help wondering where he was going. Zhang Haobo flew straight into the air and unexpectedly entered a strange space. A cyan, transparent figure stood with its eyes closed. In its hands, it held up a cage formed by cyan light. Within the cage, a black sword hilt emitting overwhelming fierce energy constantly crashed against it, trying to break free. Occasionally, a wisp of cyan light would be scattered by it and fly out of the space. The cyan light fell somewhere in the Zhongyun Sea and transformed into a windstorm. It was the source of the windstorm, soul of heaven and earth, wind. Li Fan's main body inside the Tianshan Mirror, separated by who knows how many tens of thousands of miles, was still affected. His line of sight was uncontrollably shifting toward the cyan wind. The blue flame phantom spirit suddenly awakened, slowly reducing his desires that had swelled countless times over. Li Fan's state of mind became extremely indifferent and rational, and he silently observed the sights in this strange scene once again. This time, he shifted his gaze to that black sword hilt. The overwhelming fierce energy on the sword hilt almost condensed into a black physical substance, covering its surface. The cage appeared to be empty, but he could faintly see terrifying cyan air currents constantly surging. The cyan wind acted like blades, ceaselessly slashing at the sword hilt. The cyan wind continuously shredded and annihilated that black fierce substance. Although the sword hilt was exceptionally ferocious, the Saiyan wind still continuously carved it away at an extremely slow pace. But who would have thought that the windstorms ravaging the Tsungyun Sea were merely unintentional collateral damage from the wrestling match between the soul of heaven and earth and a sword hilt? The might of Tao integration was truly terrifying and awe-inspiring. What exactly was the origin of this sword? For merely a broken sword hilt to be able to stand as an equal against a Tao integration stage soul of heaven and earth for so long? If it were in its complete peak condition, how strong would it be? A confrontation at the Tao integration stage was something ordinary cultivators cannot perceive at all. The battle between the sword hilt and the Saiyan wind is even hidden within this secret space. Zhang Haobo actually sensed their presence, and the mental influence caused by the soul of heaven and earth seemed to have no effect on him. Zhang Haobo didn't look at the figure of the Saiyan wind at all, but rather observed the struggle between the Saiyan wind and the sword hilt inside the cage. The Saiyan wind also acted as if it couldn't see Zhang Haobo at all, ignoring his existence. He wondered if it could be because of the layer of blue light flowing around him. Within this Tsungyun Sea, Zhang Haobo can truly be called a child of destiny. And with his power alone, even if he lived through several lifetimes, he might not necessarily discover this hidden place. But right now, Zhang Haobo possessed immense providence, allowing him to discover it easily. In the land of the Tsungyun Sea alone, there were countless opportunities. Looking at the entire cultivation world, exactly how many secrets were there? Exploring alone by himself, the efficiency was too low. But if Li Fan used those various supreme talents as his eyes to find all those treasure lands one by one, in his next lifetime, he would take all that was useful for himself. Li Fan focused all his attention comprehending the struggle between sword and wind together with Zhang Haobo. Time slowly passed just like that. He didn't know how long it took, but a bright light shone from Zhang Haobo's body, and he began to fall, like a meteor, falling downwards until he crashed into the deep sea. At the dark bottom of the seawater around Zhang Haobo was instantly repelled, opening up a circular area devoid of seawater. A sword shadow flew out from Zhang Haobo's dantian, flying within the empty area around him. This sword shadow has no physical body. It was a conscious existence similar to the blue flame phantom spirit. Li Fan couldn't help wondering whether it was sword intent. In such a short period of time, Zhang Haobo had comprehended sword intent just by observing the sword hilt. And he actually established his Tao foundation with sword qi. This proves that Dian Shangren's theory that everything in heaven and earth can be seen as an informed wondrous item was correct. If sword intent can do it, then naturally truth returning can too. However, establishing the foundation with truth returning was who knows how many times more difficult than establishing the foundation with sword intent. To achieve this goal, he still need more preparation. A moment later, the sword intent returned to Zhang Haobo's dantian. Zhang Haobo's fierce aura vanished instantly, becoming completely ordinary and harmless. After establishing his Tao foundation with that unknown sword intent, the sword momentum of Zhang Haobo's sea-calming divine sword secretly harbored a maddened and ferocious killing intent. Li Fan even had the feeling that Zhang Haobo was still holding back right now. The sun rose and the moon set, unstoppable by wind or rain. Relying on the endless water spiritual energy provided by the Tsungyun Sea, Zhang Haobo unleashed the sea-calming divine sword to his heart's content. Having just stepped into the foundation establishment stage, Zhang Haobo used only 1 month to master the sea-calming divine sword to great completion. The number of condensed water swords has reached 108. Li Fan was curious to see what Zhang Haobo would do next. The sea-calming divine sword he gave Zhang Haobo only goes up to the foundation establishment stage. Could it be that Zhang Haobo can deduce the golden core stage portion himself? Creating one's own cultivation method was something only a grandmaster can do. In the cultivation world, cultivators who can deduce new cultivation methods are respectfully called law weavers. The status of a law weaver is highly revered, second only to a Tao integration immortal venerable. No matter which organization they are in, they inevitably hold important positions and are admired by others. Li Fan continued to observe Zhang Haobo's cultivation as time quietly passed. On the 16th anchor year, the time of Qi Yen boiling the sea was getting ever closer. Having undergone 2 years of closed-door cultivation, Li Fan knew nothing of the major events in the outside world. So he began to inquire about the major events that occurred over the past 2 years. Due to the influence of the longevity heavenly venerable, even though only 2 years have passed, the records of many events should have been lost. Therefore, Li Fan visited many cultivators again, and through continuous inquiry, he reconstructed some events from subtle clues. Li Fan returned to the Tianshan mirror and organized and recorded them one by one. Although before long, he would also slowly forget them due to the influence of the longevity heavenly venerable. But it doesn't matter. With his truth returning, in his next lifetime, he would recall these memories again. Among these events, there were a few that he was quite interested in. On his 14th anchor year, shortly after he and Zhang Haobo entered an epiphany. In the northwestern sea region of the Zhongyun Sea, near the border between Yongliang Province and Zhejiang Province, it seems a major event occurred. The price of the local specialty, the gilded flying fish, skyrocketed 50 times in a short period. It only lasted for a short 7 days before quickly falling back. And the buyers at that time don't even remember why they bought these gilded flying fish. The second event occurred in his 15th anchor year. A flaming meteor illuminated the horizon, tearing through the night sky, falling to an unknown destination. For a long time to come, Li Fan planned to let the avatar focus its energy on researching cultivation methods. He was about to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment, so it's time to upgrade the several cultivation methods he possesses. Under the dual blessings of activating spirit enlightenment and the exquisite Liuli Pearl, Lin Fan's comprehension efficiency was 27 times higher than usual. The remaining contribution points can support it in continuous closed-door cultivation for 10 years, which is equivalent to spending 270 years deducing cultivation methods. If successful, Li Fan can break free from the restrictions of the Myriad Immortals Alliance's cultivation methods, and he can directly cultivate them in his next lifetime. More importantly, he will have pioneered a completely new possibility for acquiring cultivation methods. Using the original cultivation methods obtained through exchange in the Myriad Immortals Alliance as a blueprint, merging them with the insights of heavenly geniuses spied upon using the formless killing mechanism and heavenly vision and earthly hearing, and then utilizing an exceptionally talented avatar recondensed from the essence blood of a heavenly genius to endure a prolonged deduction of new cultivation methods within the Tianxian realm. If this industry chain was truly feasible, then he, Li Fan, can barely be considered a law weaver as well. In that moment, he received a new visual transmission, and as the Tianxian realm reminded him to check it in time, Li Fan couldn't help wondering just who was looking for him. The person turned out to be Chunin from the ruins of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace's expedition. He politely asked how Li Fan had been lately, then added that since their parting at the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace that day, more than 5 years had passed. Chunin proceeded to inquire whether Li Fan had cracked the mysterious secret of the Qin Tang stone statue. Seeing Chunin, Li Fan visibly relaxed as the guy continued, stating that recently, an event happened in the Zhongyun Sea that Li Fan might be interested in. After listening to Chunin's transmission, Li Fan understood the reason why Chunin suddenly sought him out. It turns out that a strange event has recently occurred in the Zhongyun Sea. A massive, constantly moving mass of white mist suddenly appeared in the sea of clouds. Curious cultivators flew into the white mist, only to discover inside a massive green ox, as large as a mountain peak, pulling a two-wheeled cart and treading across the sea. On the cart, there was a dilapidated thatched cottage with 2 guards outside. One had no mouth and a terrifying visage. The other was burly, robust, and powerful, wielding a wooden stick. From the thatched cottage, the clear sound of reading aloud could faintly be heard. Such a bizarre scene naturally attracted the attention of cultivators. Convinced that there must be an opportunity within, the cultivators flew to the front of the thatched cottage, wanting to investigate. The cultivator politely greeted them, wanting to enter the thatched cottage. Who knew that not only did he not get a response, but he was instead beaten indiscriminately with the wooden stick and expelled from the vicinity of the green ox's cart. When he wanted to try entering again, he found that no matter what, he couldn't fly close to the thatched cottage. Therefore, he could only helplessly choose to give up. After he went back and told his good friend about this, his friend also became interested. So they teamed up, and the next day they came to the vicinity of the green ox cart again. The cultivator was pleasantly surprised to find that he could approach the thatched cottage again. Therefore, the two carefully approached, only to be indiscriminately beaten and driven out again. But not only were they not depressed, they actually became somewhat pleasantly surprised. Because since there was no danger to their lives, they could totally call more people over. However, this mysterious green ox pulling a cart was obviously a lucky chance as well, and they weren't willing to share it with strangers for no reason. So after that, they only called upon their good friends to explore the mysteries there, and Chunin was one of them. However, although the number of explorers increased, the result remained unchanged. All of them were indiscriminately beaten out with sticks. This continued for more than half a month, and they were still at their wits' end. And the moving white mist inevitably caught the attention of other outside cultivators. Every day, new cultivators discover the mystery within it, and the number of people is growing. If this continues, sooner or later this matter will become known to everyone in the Zhongyun Sea. When that time comes, even if there really is some secret there, it wouldn't be their turn to claim it. Therefore, they decided to look for outside help. Smart outside help. And if Li Fan was interested, he can come near Yutong Island in the Tsongyun Sea, and when the time comes, someone will naturally guide him there. Hearing this, Li Fan found the green ox pulling a cart interesting.